Chapter 1. In a classroom of an ordinary polytechnic university, the instructor was reciting knowledge from a PowerPoint presentation, seemingly uncertain of its accuracy. The course he was teaching was titled Career Guidance for University Students. Meanwhile, the students seated below were feigning attentiveness, nodding their heads before returning to their own pursuits, those who wished to spare the teacher's feelings. The teacher was content with this unspoken agreement. As long as he did not disturb them, they would not disrupt the decorum of the class. However, the students in the back row were considerably bolder, unabashedly pulling out their phones. Some were engrossed in games, others tending to virtual farms, and a few were even studying in plain sight, their enthusiasm palpable. Our protagonist, a strikingly handsome university student, was fixated on his horizontally placed phone, his fingers incessantly tapping the screen. Yes, stabilizing too as. There are 15 seconds left in the match. His clone has 6 seconds remaining. When it hits 10 seconds, it'll unleash Eternal Night. Even if that strike doesn't finish him off, my health bar will still hold an advantage. As the countdown reached 12 seconds, the character known as Uchiha Bito, engaged in a fierce battle, suddenly shouted Kawaii. A colossal kaleidoscope, Sharingan, manifested on Uchiha Bito, astonishingly allowing him to activate his intangibility in the midst of a combo. He executed it flawlessly. At that moment, the character controlled by our protagonist, the enigmatic masked man, found himself devoid of skills, summons, or secret scrolls, helplessly watching as he was ensnared in Kimui's dimension, followed by a fierce burst of flames. A red cross appeared over the masked man's head. The handsome youth stared at the opposing player, whose nickname was Pat Head Xianjia, as well as the incessantly popping Pat Head emoticons. He remained silent, merely clicking to invite for a rematch. Your opponent has acknowledged you with a thumbs up, recognizing you as a worthy adversary. What does a thumbs up even mean? If you're capable, why not accept the rematch? You coward. Coward. As the 60-second countdown ticked away, the anger brewing within the youth intensified. His face grew increasingly flushed, more so than when he encountered a girl who made his heart race. The boy's embarrassment surpassed all romantic declarations, for clearly, his heart had been captured by the player on the other end of the internet, who was engrossed in Douyin, awaiting the countdown's conclusion. As the timer hit 0, the handsome youth was overwhelmed with fervor, his head spinning, and he slumped onto the desk. His classmate beside him, his roommate, assumed he had succumbed to fatigue from staying up too late the previous night and simply lay down to sleep. Thus, he paid him no mind, for he too had been up late and soon followed suit. It was only upon the conclusion of the class that he discovered his dear friend had ceased to breathe. In his grief, he claimed the research recommendation slot that his brother had sacrificed his life to secure for him. Each year during Qingming, he would pay homage to his fallen friend. At this moment, the college student who had perished in a game had transitioned to another world. He now resembled a 1-year-old infant, swathed in a tattered piece of cloth. Tragically, he found himself in the grip of a biting winter, with snowflakes swirling around him. Merely wrapped in a scrap of cloth, it was unbearable even for an adult, let alone an infant. Fortunately, he appeared to be at the doorstep of a household rather than lost in a forest. Thus, the infant began to wail loudly, hoping that whoever resided within would come to his aid. Even if the occupant were Hannibal, he mused, "He'll eat whatever he eats. I am certainly not a vegetarian." Though the infant was small, his voice was mighty. The homeowner, quickly roused by the commotion, was a man in his 20s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and sporting tousled brown hair. He was startled to see the infant lying on the ground and, disregarding the negligent parents who had abandoned him, swiftly scooped the child up. "Wendell, what on earth is happening outside?" Wendell's wife, Monica, a woman who appeared quite capable yet seemed weary from caring for their daughter, rushed to his side. "Monica, look at this poor child." Wendell handed the baby to her, covering him with his coat to shield him from the cold. "This is truly heartbreaking," Monica exclaimed, unable to fathom how any parent could abandon their child in such frigid conditions. "What shall we do with this child? Should we adopt him or send him to an orphanage?" Wendell hesitated, recalling the poor conditions of the orphanage where he had volunteered during his studies. However, with his wife already burdened by their daughter and his own responsibilities in managing their clinic, he felt conflicted. Let's adopt him. He could be a protective older brother to Hermione, Monica suggested lovingly, stroking the infant's cheek as her affection grew. I can manage the care. We can certainly afford it, Wendell replied, a smile breaking across his face. Suddenly, cries echoed from the upstairs room. Hermione is awake. They'll go check on her. You take the baby to wash him. Monica entrusted the infant to Wendell. Before long, both babies found themselves in a shared bath. The reason for Hermione's tears was simply that she had wet her bed, compounded by the absence of her mother, leaving her feeling insecure. The male infant felt somewhat awkward, being scrutinized by two adults as they bathed him. He longed to wash himself, yet he could neither speak nor resist. All he could do was occasionally grunt to express his discontent. His grunts caught the attention of the girl named Hermione, who ceased her crying and curiously regarded the infant of similar age. Wow. Hermione waved her arms in greeting, splashing water onto the boy's face. The boy, in turn, expressed his displeasure with a series of wah-wah-wah sounds. Settle down, you little rascal. Alas, no one understood him. Hermione simply found her new companion intriguing. It seemed the only way to engage him was to splash water on him. Look, are they not getting along splendidly? Indeed, one day, Regus will undoubtedly be a wonderful older brother who will protect Hermione. The Granger couple beamed with pride. Hermione? That name sounds familiar. Is it the Hermione I know? Regus wiped the droplets from his face. My new name is Regus. Can I transform into Ultraman? In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed, and both Regus and Hermione were now 11 years old. At 11, Regus sported a head of sleek black hair, bright eyes radiating intelligence, a prominent nose, and striking features. It was evident that he would grow up to be a heartthrob. Yet even at this age, he was already quite the charmer. He had become a favorite among the female teachers at school, admired for both his handsome looks and sharp intellect. The only downside was his Asian heritage, as the prevailing European sentiment at the time was one of backwardness and poverty associated with Asia. However, this was of little consequence to the female teachers. Regus was sufficiently handsome. Beauty was justice. To his female peers, Regus was a tall, attractive boy, an unattainable idol. He exhibited kindness towards them, yet there remained an air of distance. This was his demeanor with everyone, save for his sister. In contrast, among his male contemporaries, Regus was perceived as a bully and their leader. Once they had attempted to intimidate this boy who was different from them, only to find themselves bested 10 of them subdued and pinned down, their backsides spanked. From that day forth, they avoided Regus, until one day, he boldly demanded protection money from them. You wouldn't want to be kicked by me every day after school, would you? The gentle smile that enchanted the girls had become a nightmare for them. Yet, they were grateful. After collecting the protection fees, Regus genuinely shielded them. If anyone from another class bullied them, Regus was always there to reclaim their honor. Thus, they accepted Regus wholeheartedly. Regus had a peculiar quirk. However, whenever they played together, they had to precede their conversation with the awkward phrase, "Your Majesty, I report to you." Reges instructed them to attend to their tasks, to which they were expected to respond, "This servant obeys." Though they were unaware of the true meaning behind these words, years of training and Reges corrections had rendered their pronunciation impeccable, surpassing even that of their native tongue. Surely, Governor Lee would find solace in witnessing such a scene. "Bill, kindly procure 2 cans of soda for me, and then you may return home for the day." This servant obeys. Bill's expression was solemn, as if he had received a divine command, and he hurried off to the convenience store. Beside Reges stood a girl with thick, cascading brown curls, a peculiar smile flickering in her eyes. Each time she heard her classmates address her brother with those words, she could hardly suppress her laughter. Unlike her less discerning peers, she had long grasped the true significance of those 2 phrases. "Reges, do you think they will come after you with vengeance when they discover the meaning of those words as they grow older?" "I believe they would never dare to do so." Reges retrieved a pair of nunchaku from his backpack and demonstrated a few moves. While he appeared quite impressive, Hermione knew the extent of the pain Reges had endured to master the nunchaku. Astonishingly, any bruising he suffered would heal overnight, leaving no trace of injury. After his unexpected rebirth, Reges had also discovered the peculiarities of his own physique. Not only was he endowed with extraordinary strength and a remarkable capacity for recovery, but he could also communicate with animals, seemingly possessing the ability to control them as well. Yet, to avoid drawing attention, he had consistently concealed his abilities. Aside from his family, no one was aware of his uniqueness. Naturally, Rege's family would never divulge his special nature to others, as it would only serve to jeopardize him. And I have reiterated numerous times, Hermione, you must address me as brother. Why not call me sister? You are not necessarily older than I am. Hermione retorted defiantly, her gaze fixed on Regis. Simply on account of your inferiority in every regard. Your height does not surpass mine. Your grades are not as commendable. You cannot outrun me, and you certainly do not eat as much as I do. At that moment, Hermione, still a child at heart, and coupled with her inherently competitive nature, found herself reduced to tears by Regis' remarks. What infuriated her most was that Regis punctuated his statements by counting on his fingers, even going so far as to mention how her bladder could not compete with his. Woo woo woo, you bully me. I shall return home and tell mother. Hermione waved her hands in a flurry, wiping away her tears. All right, do not cry. This weekend, brother will take you out for some fun. Really? Indeed. However, the prospect of a simple outing did not suffice to alter Hermione's mood so swiftly. Regis intended to make the excursion special by utilizing his abilities to summon his animal friends to join them. Hermione had little resistance to those adorable creatures throughout her childhood. Each time she was brought to tears by Regis, he had always employed this method to console her. Boss, the soda has arrived. Good, you may head home now. Regis opened a can of soda and handed a bottle to Hermione. Father has said that this is detrimental to one's teeth. Just tell me whether you will drink it or not. Disregarding Hermione's concerns, Regis took a sip. Unfortunately, it was not chilled. Occasionally indulging is harmless. Hermione murmured in response, then took a few tentative sips herself. Let's return home. Upon their arrival, Regis did not engage in homework or prepare for the following day's lessons as Hermione did. He was a genius, endowed with an exceptional memory, and given the simplicity of the current curriculum, even if he had forgotten much, he could easily recall it with minimal exposure. Regis made his way to his vegetable garden, for since his youth, he had found the traditional British cuisine intolerable. There's a saying that goes, the four thinnest books in the world are the British cookbook, American history, German jokes, and Italian wars. Moreover, he craved cooked dishes. In his backyard, he had cultivated a small plot of land and procured seeds from his homeland. Initially, Regis had been apprehensive about whether he could successfully grow them, considering the differences in geography and climate. However, he soon discovered that by simply speaking to the seeds after planting them, nurturing them with water and sunlight, they thrived healthily without ever having encountered chemical fertilizers. Regis grew an array of vegetables, including peppers, green beans, cucumbers, and radishes. He had planted only a small quantity of each type, resulting in a diverse garden. Furthermore, the vegetables he cultivated could withstand any season. The notion of growing out of season or climate-inappropriate vegetables was trivial. My dear subjects, your king has returned, Regis exclaimed as he gathered fresh vegetables in his basket. Since the establishment of this garden, the Granger family's palate had also undergone a transformation, courtesy of Regis. The considerable responsibility of cooking was undertaken by Regulus. As evening approached, nearly 6 o'clock, the Granger couple returned home. The two little ones had already prepared dinner. The meal was primarily the work of Regulus, while his assignments were directly entrusted to Hermione. Hermione's workload surpassed that of Regulus, marking the sole area where she could outshine him. Naturally, Regulus refrained from informing Hermione that even if her assignments were doubled, they would still pale in comparison to what he had accomplished in his previous life. After all, in his past existence, he was a person who had mastered 7 examination papers in a single day. Regis must have been a Chinese person in a previous life. This is the opinion of the Granger family regarding Regis. Why are you not Japanese or Korean? Are you insulting me? Do not say such things in the future. Reyes gently pinched Hermione's cheek. Reyes, do not tease your sister. All right, Mom. Wendell observed this heartwarming scene and affectionately patted the heads of his 2 children. Do not touch my head, Dad. Regis harbored a profound aversion to anyone touching his head. Yet, he was not averse to petting Hermione's head, justifying it as a brotherly affection towards his sister. Hermione, Regis, it's time to brush your teeth after dinner. Understood, Mother. Alone in his room, Regis began to test his strength once more. His family was aware of his considerable power, yet they lacked a clear understanding of just how immense it truly was. Regis has securely closed the door and, with a gentle tug on the edge of the bed, effortlessly lifted the entire structure. This bed, crafted from solid wood and accompanied by a mattress and bedding, weighs no less than several dozen pounds. Remarkably, Regis single-handedly hoisted it while maintaining its parallel alignment with the floor. As for the analysis of the forces at play in this moment, I regret to say that the author has forgotten the precise calculations entirely. The strength of Regis is undoubtedly in the thousands of pounds, far surpassing that of an ordinary child. I believe that in adulthood, I could easily use my power to take that individual's life. Regis pondered this thought. Yet he remained uncertain whether this was indeed that world. At 11 years of age, he wondered if he would receive the acceptance letter from Hogwarts this year. Oh, speaking that person's name would likely evoke a response from him, wouldn't it? Reyes is not courting disaster. He is merely brimming with brute strength. Yet he must also consider the well-being of his family. Ah, behold. Look here, my little doves. Hermione spread her arms wide, waving her small hands. Return and clean up the mess before you come back. Reyes, with a scowl upon his face, directed the flock of pigeons to disperse, drawing upon his wealth of experience. During his inaugural command of the birds, they descended upon him and his companion like a squadron of bombers, unleashing a veritable barrage. That day, Reyes found himself contemplating, on multiple occasions, the notion of stewing those very pigeons. In a secluded corner of the park, Regis commanded the pigeons to perform aerial formations, reminiscent of an airshow witnessed in a previous life. Well done, my diligent friends, come and partake in a meal. Regis and Hermione produced breadcrumbs from their bags. Even if the pigeons grew fond of Regis, they would never become his subservient followers. Having played enough, the sky was nearing dusk. Let us return. Carry me back. You are quite impolite, dear brother. I shall not call out. If you refuse, I shall let you fall. Brother, your voice is too faint, yet I heard you. Prepare yourself, brother, for I am about to accelerate. Ah. Regis sprinted with unbridled vigor, his stamina seemingly boundless. Fatigue was a sensation he had long since forgotten. That evening, in Hermione's chamber, Regis was tending to her weary feet, offering a soothing massage. Having indulged in exuberant play throughout the day, Hermione now found herself too exhausted to rise from her bed. Regis used his own hands to massage the acupoints on Hermione's feet, complemented by a unique energy emanating from within him. Hermione's feet swiftly regained their full vitality, yet she chose to remain silent, relishing the sensation of Regis's ministrations. Moreover, she noticed that he seemed to take pleasure in this as well. Suddenly, a series of rapid knocks against the glass captured the attention of both individuals. Reyes set aside his work and approached the window, drawing back the curtains. Outside, two necklace owls flapped their wings, soaring past the glass, each clutching a letter in their beaks. The envelope bore a wax seal, adorned with a crest featuring a majestic lion, an eagle, a badger, and a serpent encircling the capital letter H. At last it had arrived. Regis smiled knowingly to himself, though he feigned confusion as he regarded the two owls. Regis, what is it outside? Hermione inquired, seated on the bed, smoothing her skirt to conceal her slender legs. The owls that bring us our letters. Reyes opened the window, allowing two owls to gracefully fly inside. After depositing their envelopes, the owls preened their feathers, preparing to depart. Wait. Reggie ventured into the kitchen and retrieved 2 slices of bread, crumbling them to feed the owls. Farewell. Once the owls had satiated their hunger, their spirits visibly lifted. They had delivered numerous letters, yet it was rare for anyone to offer them sustenance. Owls delivering messages. Does this not belong to the realm of fairy tales? Hermione opened the envelope, revealing a letter that read, Dear Miss Granger, we are delighted to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed you will find the list of required books and equipment. The term commences on September 1st. Please respond by July 31st. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Here follows the list. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore Deputy Headmistress, Minerva McGonagall Senior Investigator, Rubius Hagrid Term. Academic year commencing September 1st 1. Books 1. Standard Spells. Beginner by Miranda Goshawk 2. History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot 3. Potions and Elixirs by Arsenius Jigger 4. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander 5. Magical Birds, Plants, and Animals by Quentin Trimble 6. A History of Modern Magic by Caroline Pohl 7. Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling 8. Advanced Transfiguration by Anihos Granger 9. Defense Against the Dark Arts by Quentin Trimble 2. Equipment 1. A wand 2. A Wizard's Hat 3. A Winter Cloak 3. Other items 1. A quill 2. Ink and parchment. Please note, during the school-sanctioned Quidditch matches, students must possess a broomstick. The letter addressed to Regis is similar, with the recipient's title changing from Miss Granger to Mr. Granger. It appears we have received the fabled invitation to the Magical Academy. Are you prepared to transform into magical girls, vanquish nefarious villains, and save the world? Hermione. Regis, you are so naive. This might be a ruse. Although she verbally dismisses it as deceitful, Hermione's excited demeanor reveals her true feelings. After a night filled with exhilaration, Hermione awoke the following day with 2 prominent dark circles under her eyes. Though Lygeezy felt a hint of excitement, he was well prepared psychologically for the events unfolding, allowing him to sleep soundly that night. He had long sensed that he was different from ordinary individuals, bearing a resemblance to the legendary Druids. Thus, the power within me must indeed be magic, he pondered. At breakfast, Lygeezy recounted the happenings at Hogwarts to Mr. and Mrs. Granger. However, they regarded his tale with skepticism, as they had never heard of the magical institution known as Hogwarts. Father, Mother, are you not aware of the extraordinary qualities I possess? He implored. Yet Hermione, having grown up as an ordinary child, expressed her discontent. Mother, she complained, unwilling to have her magical potential dismissed by her own parent. Perhaps Hermione's gifts have yet to be awakened, Wendell suggested, gently ruffling her hair. At that moment, the doorbell chimed, piquing the curiosity of the Granger couple about who might be visiting them at such an early hour. Regis sensed a hint of suspicion regarding the newcomer, suspecting them to be a member of the Hogwarts staff. Without their guidance, a muggle wizard like Regis could never hope to navigate to Diagon Alley. When Wendell opened the door and caught sight of the individual outside, he was overwhelmingly compelled to slam the door shut. For this person certainly did not appear to be of good character. Regis was equally taken aback. What merit did he possess to warrant a personal visit from the illustrious half-blood prince, master of potions, and head of Slytherin house, Severus Snape? The visitor's visage was pale and gaunt, clad in a flowing black robe, with long, greasy, straight hair that cascaded to his shoulders. His eyes, dark and profound, emanated a chilling depth, invoking an air of inscrutability. His complexion was sallow, accentuated by a prominent aquiline nose. Greetings, muggles. I am Severus Snape, the potions master at Hogwarts. I trust you have perused the acceptance letter. I am here to escort you in procuring the necessary supplies for your studies. Snape did not inquire whether Regis and his companion were willing to attend. In his mind, none could resist the allure of magic, particularly children from muggle families, like Regis. Reminiscent of Lily, whose sister had harbored jealousy due to her lack of magical prowess. Reflecting on Lily momentarily, Snape found his thoughts drifting to her child, a girl named Harry Potter, the girl who had survived against all odds, the savior of the wizarding world. He wondered how she fared now. Regrettably, due to the transgressions of his past, Snape could not forgive himself, and out of guilt, he had been reluctant to visit the girl. This time, Harry too would be enrolling, and his purpose for coming out was to take her to acquire her academic materials. Alas, he had been intercepted by Dumbledore. You may collect the other children, but Harry is off limits. Snape inquired as to the reason. Yet Dumbledore merely shook his head. I fear you may not be able to contain yourself. Unable to restrain himself. Was it because Harry bore such a striking resemblance to Lily? The Granger family observed Snape, seemingly lost in reverie, feeling somewhat awkward. It seemed inappropriate to dismiss him, yet merely watching him in his stupor felt equally uncomfortable. Professor, are you well? Reggie had a fair inkling of what Snape was contemplating, either Lily or Harry. Oh. It was also plausible that he was cursing that scoundrel who had so treacherously stolen his love. Snape snapped back to reality, his eyes glistening with moisture. Prepare yourselves. We are heading to Diagon Alley. Wait. Wendell wished to articulate something, but was halted by Reggie. Father. Ultimately, Wendell refrained from speaking further. On one hand, Reggie had always been remarkably mature for his age, possessing his own convictions that did not necessitate his father's concern. On the other hand, Reggie and his daughter were, after all, no ordinary individuals. Sending them to a place where they could learn to harness their abilities was hardly a misstep. Although the eccentric figure before them did not appear benevolent, he was at least a professor, which should imply a certain level of integrity. Were Wendell to uncover Snape's past, he would undoubtedly hesitate to entrust his children to his care. On Charing Cross Road in the Smithers district, Snape gestured towards a small, dilapidated pub nestled between a grand bookstore and a record shop. You may enter Diagon Alley through this pub, where you can procure all the necessary school supplies. If not for Snape's presence, the Grangers would scarcely have noticed this peculiar establishment, which seemed utterly out of place. The proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron, Tom, shared a name with the Dark Lord Voldemort. Ah, Professor Snape, it is quite rare to see you personally escorting students to acquire their supplies. In truth, this marked Snape's inaugural visit to this locale with first-year students. Many patrons inside the pub greeted Snape, yet he offered them no acknowledgement. The crowd had grown accustomed to this. Snape was known for his peculiar temperament, yet such eccentricities were overlooked in the presence of talent. Witnessing this scene, the Grangers felt significantly reassured regarding Snape. From the manner in which the patrons addressed him, they discerned that Snape might indeed be a figure of considerable stature. By counting 3 bricks up from the wall atop the rubbish bin and tapping gently on the wall with a wand 3 times, a particular brick would tremble and reveal a small opening, which would ultimately transform into an archway leading to Diagon Alley. Snape demonstrated this remarkable spectacle, captivating Hermione's attention. Diagon Alley bustled with activity, the shops lining the streets hawking their wares like ordinary merchants, albeit with items of a rather unique nature. We must first exchange some pounds for galleons. Inside Gringotts, The diminutive and unsightly goblins regarded Reggie with suspicion as he sought to exchange pounds for galleons. I wish to exchange for galleons. To these grotesque and avaricious goblins, relinquishing their galleons felt akin to relinquishing their very lives. Regis could not comprehend why such a group of defeated warriors, these fairies, were allowed to take control of the Goblin Bank. To refer to them as fairies seemed somewhat derogatory. In Regis's view, they ought to be called goblins instead. Regis was resolute. Should he ever attain the means, he must plunder Gringotts and witness the fate of those goblins. Defeated, they ought to present themselves as such, as a faction stripped of their wands. How dare these goblins exhibit defiance towards wizards? Professor, what led to those goblins being entrusted with the management of Gringotts? Goblins. Severus Snape swiftly comprehended that Regis was referring to those fairies. Bound by magical contracts, those fairies would not dare to act recklessly. Yet, who could assure that one day they would not break free from their constraints? Never mind. This does not concern me, a mere young wizard. First, I shall acquire power. Upon enrollment, I must locate the Half-Blood Prince's notes. Not to mention the formidable dark magic of Sectum Sempra. The insights into potion-making alone could forge a master of the craft. However, as magic is wrought by wizards, it is equally susceptible to their undoing. Suddenly, Snape's gaze fixed intently ahead. There stood a burly man, nearly 3 meters tall, appearing rather unkempt. Following him was a small girl with red hair, blue eyes, and round spectacles. Hagrid too had noticed Snape, yet in his eyes, Snape was a Death Eater, an adversary. Although Dumbledore placed his trust in him, Hagrid harbored a lingering wariness. Harry, let us make haste. Hagrid needed to escort Harry to withdraw money and fulfill the task assigned by Dumbledore. Professor, do you recognize those two individuals? Let us proceed. Time is of the essence. At that moment, Snape yearned to distance himself from Regis and his companions, yet he resolved to fulfill his responsibilities. Professor, perhaps we should split up. You can assist us in purchasing the textbooks while we procure wands and uniforms. Regis has already discerned that Snape is unable to contain his impatience. Considering both his demeanor and Hagrid's, Regis has deduced the identity of that girl. It's quite a predicament. The boy who narrowly escaped death has now transformed into a girl, yet she has not preserved her masculinity. If Regis were to learn that Voldemort is also a woman, it would hardly surprise him. After all, if our savior cannot safeguard such a thing, what grounds does Voldemort have to succeed? Very well. Upon concluding your purchases, return directly home. I shall have an owl deliver the textbooks to your residence. Snape moved with urgency, eager to assume the role of a peculiar uncle trailing a young girl. By the way, Harry now bears a striking resemblance to her mother in her childhood. One cannot help but wonder if the outlandish tales spun by internet users in a past life might manifest in reality. Snape posed a question to Harry, who replied with uncertainty. With a serious expression, Snape proclaimed, "Let us applaud Harry for her honesty. Gryffindor earns 5 points." This exemplifies the distinction between Harry and Harry. Perhaps Snape would indeed confront Voldemort single-handedly for Harry's sake. Whether he would succeed is one matter, whether he would undertake the endeavor is another. Regis, you seem quite familiar with that professor. Wendell, after all, is an adult, yet only Regis maintained his composure throughout the journey, boldly engaging in conversation with the brooding Snape. Dad, I am a genius. Let us go buy wands. They arrived at a small, dilapidated shop, where the gilded sign above the door had long since faded. Reading, Ollivander, crafting fine wands since 382 B.C. In the dust-covered window, a solitary wand lay upon a faded purple cushion. Reggie and his companions entered the peculiar shop, where a series of tinkling sounds emanated from the back, as if something were being crafted. Within the modest confines of the store, shelves were densely packed with thousands of slender boxes, each containing a wand. It was evident that this room was enchanted with a concealment charm. Good afternoon. An elderly gentleman greeted them, his pale, large eyes gleaming like 2 radiant moons in the dimly lit shop. Hello, Mr. Ollivander. Greetings, young wizard. I can perceive the immense magical potential that lies within you. I am confident that you will find a wand to your satisfaction here. Ollivander, a master wand maker, possessed an exceptional eye for the extraordinary. The extraordinary nature of Regis is immediately apparent, yet it is merely a glimpse of the vast array of gifted wizards that inhabit this world. Mr. Ollivander, what about me? Hermione is eager to gain the recognition of others. Hermione, you are no less than I am, the young wizard asserts correctly. Ollivander chuckles softly. Come, let me see which one suits you best. Which hand do you favor? Either will do. Right hand. Regis has achieved equal mastery over both hands. Ollivander measures the dimensions for Regis and Hermione before weaving through the shelves. Each wand crafted by Ollivander possesses extraordinary magical properties, which form the essence of their uniqueness. Dear young wizards, we utilize unicorn hair, phoenix feathers, and dragon heartstrings. No 2 wands are identical, for no 2 unicorns, dragons, or phoenixes are alike. Of course, if you were to wield a wand meant for another wizard, the results would not be nearly as favorable. Who will go first? Ollivander cradles 2 slender boxes. Is one of them my wand? Hermione's excitement is palpable. I shall go first. I want to choose a wand that surpasses Regis. The competitive spirit of the young girl blinds her to the truth. Only a wand that resonates with her essence is the best wand for her. If only Dumbledore would allow me to take his wand. The Elder Wand, one of the Deathly Hallows, is the most powerful wand in existence. Yet, Regis knows such a notion is utterly implausible. Well then, Miss Granger, try this one. Crafted from beechwood and dragon heartstring, it measures 9 inches. Quite flexible. Give it a swish. A dragon, Hermione exclaims, recognizing the power of the magical creature. With a vigorous flick, an explosion erupts from the wand, nearly singeing Ollivander's hair. No harm done. It seems this wand is not quite suited for you. Seeing the look of guilt on Hermione's face, Ollivander smiles knowingly. He is accustomed to such occurrences. Now, try this one, made of ebony and unicorn hair, measuring 8.5 inches. It has strong elasticity. Go on, give it a try. Hermione swishes once more. Thankfully, there is no explosion, but it yields little response. It appears this is not the right fit, but fret not. Try this wand. Crafted from vine wood with a dragon heartstring core, 12 inches long. Hermione swishes the wand again, and a beautiful light flickers from it. Excellent. This is the one. This wand is suited for a wizard of remarkable talent, capable of unleashing magic far beyond their innate abilities. Without a doubt, you are destined to be an exceptional wizard. Ollivander applauds, as it is rare to find a wizard who selects an appropriate wand after only a few attempts. Thank you, Mr. Ollivander. No need for thanks. Now, regarding this young wizard, Ollivander inquires, I possess considerable strength, so I desire a wand that is somewhat sturdier. Is that possible? Regis secretly hopes for a wand robust enough to wield as a weapon. My wands are of the highest quality. Ollivander reassures. However, as this is your request, allow me to assist you in selecting wisely. He presents 2 wands, one entirely black, the other resembling cedar. This wand is made of ebony and phoenix feather, measuring 14.5 inches. Give it a try. Reyes grasped the slender ebony wand, and as it rested in his hand, an extraordinary sensation enveloped him. Following the impulse within, he waved the wand, unleashing a radiant spectrum of 7 colors that illuminated the entire wand shop. It seemed remarkably suited to him. The ebony wand was particularly adept at various offensive spells as well as transfiguration. Its possessors typically exhibit a strong sense of self and a penchant for breaking conventions. Furthermore, with the addition of Phoenix Feather, known for its versatility in magic, there was no doubt that Reyes possessed the potential to become a formidable sorcerer. Mr. Ollivander, I would like to try another wand, he suggested. Since it's already out, why not? Ollivander nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is a valid point. This is a wand crafted from cedar wood and the heartstring of a fire dragon. Cedar wood typically chooses a wise master endowed with keen observational skills, and its owner often evolves into a formidable wizard. Surprisingly, this cedar wand also seemed to be an excellent match for Reyes. A peculiar expression crossed Ollivander's face. What a remarkable coincidence. Or perhaps this young wizard was simply not discerning, finding suitability in any wand? Ollivander shook his head. Such a notion was inconceivable, even for Merlin. Mr. Ollivander, I shall purchase this ebony wand. It feels more comfortable in my hand. Upon exiting Ollivander's wand shop, the Granger family proceeded to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. There, Reyes and Hermione acquired 3 sets of uniforms for each season. It appeared that he needed to devise a method to earn some galleons. If only every young wizard could exchange only 100 galleons each semester, Reyes would have no need to worry about finances at all. Reyes, what are you pondering? Hermione inquired, sensing an air of mischief about him. Is this what they call a woman's sixth sense? Even at the tender age of 11? Regis has devised a method for generating wealth, the Forbidden Forest. However, his ambitions do not lie with unicorns. Instead, his focus is on Hagrid's companions, the Acromantulas. Their venom is highly sought after in the black market. Moreover, these 8-eyed spiders are considered an invasive species within the Forbidden Forest. Having no natural predators, they have become a nightmare for the native creatures. Even the centaurs have seen their living space considerably diminished due to these arachnids. It is perplexing why Dumbledore turns a blind eye to this menace. After all, these spiders are known to be carnivorous. Only a half-giant like Hagrid could possibly keep Acromantulas as pets, even if Voldemort had not betrayed him in the past. Hagrid's unconventional thinking would eventually lead to his pets harming other young wizards, resulting in his incarceration in Azkaban. You're overthinking it, dear Hermione. How could I possibly engage in malevolent deeds? Regis was playfully pinching Hermione's face, leaving her with no means of resistance against him. Regis, let go of me. Once I master magic, I will surely teach you a lesson. Little did Hermione know that after learning magic, she would find herself even more powerless in Regis's grasp. Shortly after returning home, Severus brought back the textbooks and other learning supplies that Regis and the others had purchased. The moment the magic books arrived, Hermione eagerly clutched them and retreated to her room, exuding an air of determination that suggested she would not emerge until she had read every page. Regis, do not bully Hermione. Understood, mother. Mrs. Granger sighed in resignation, clearly doubtful that Hermione could surpass Regis in the realm of magic. After all, Regis had showcased his magical talent from a very young age. Unlike Hermione, who devoured every book available, Regis selectively chose only the standard spellbook and the beginner's guide to transfiguration. both of which required practice. His remarkable memory allowed him to retain information effortlessly, rendering the need to memorize less critical material unnecessary for the time being. His primary focus was on mastering powerful spells. Although the standard spellbook for beginners contained few formidable incantations, some of the dark curses within proved to be quite useful. Moreover, the practical spells for everyday life, such as cleaning, restoration, and illumination, were exceedingly convenient. Hermione, incoming. Regis held his wand aloft and uttered an incantation. Alas, nothing transpired. Though it is said that the levitation charm cannot be employed on wizards, Regis remained skeptical. He could not fathom that Dumbledore would be incapable of such a feat. With a month remaining until the commencement of the school year, he set a modest goal: to master all the spells within the introductory level of standard charms. Additionally, he would strive to summon Hermione using the levitation charm. If he succeeded, would this not essentially be a diminished version of the summoning charm? Pillow, come forth. The pillow on the bed shifted slightly, and Regis's eyes sparkled with excitement. Pillow, come forth. The pillow shot across the room and landed deftly in Regis's hand. Success on the second attempt. Indeed, I am a genius. Ha! Wooden bed, come forth. Wooden bed, come forth. Reyes effortlessly caught the wooden bed with a single hand before gently placing it back in its original position. From the soft pillows to the substantial wooden bed, he employed merely a few levitation spells. His talent could only be described as extraordinary. Regulus was also taken aback by his own talent. Could Dumbledore have accomplished this at my age? In a moment of contemplation, Regis pondered the futility of overthinking. It was far more prudent to master the incantations first. With a brilliant flash and a resounding echo, he declared, a thorough cleansing. As a household wizard, Regis possessed an innate ability to perform such magic effortlessly, requiring no practice whatsoever. Thus, he emerged from his chamber, wand in hand, commencing a grand tidying in the bemused gaze of the Granger couple. A thorough cleansing. A thorough cleansing. Mrs. Granger shook her head, observing the stillness of Hermione's room, concluding that her daughter would likely never exact her revenge. What are you saying, dear? Mr. Granger remarked, lifting Mrs. Granger and returning to their bedroom. With a brother like this, Hermione ought to feel a sense of pride. Reyes stood outside the bedroom of the Granger couple, contemplating whether he should enter to assist them with their cleaning. The image of Mr. Granger's fierce visage, brandishing pliers and roaring in rage, flashed through his mind, prompting Reyes to shake his head. He had witnessed the terrifying spectacle of Mr. Granger extracting a tooth, a sight that was truly daunting. Regis dispelled the suicidal thoughts that plagued his mind. He ventured into his garden, for he possessed a magic yet untapped, the engorgement charm. Wow, how wondrous! Reyes was unexpectedly ambushed by his own cabbage. Originally a mere seedling, no larger than the palm of his hand. It began to grow uncontrollably after Reyes cast a growth spell upon it, surpassing all reasonable dimensions. It reached the height of Reyes's waist. Had he not evaded quickly enough, his younger brother would have been caught off guard by this formidable cabbage. Tonight, it shall be consumed. Regis uprooted the cabbage with its roots intact. The growth spell manifested a mutation in his hands. This cabbage was likely the largest in the world. Having learned from past experiences, Regis was hesitant to recklessly employ the growth spell, fearing his garden might transform into a chaotic botanical nightmare. Regis, I have mastered a spell. Upon seeing Regis return, Hermione was eager to showcase her newfound skill. Regis, where did such a colossal cabbage come from? This is my cabbage king that I cultivated. Impressive, isn't it? What is so remarkable about growing a cabbage king? I tell you, I have learned magic. Look. Hermione produced a rabbit doll, its button eyes marked by a faint scratch, as if it had just been made. Is that a repair spell? Regis did not disturb Hermione. Children often exhibit such eagerness to showcase themselves before others, yearning for their admiration. Hermione concentrated intently, holding her wand with precision, her movements mirroring the incantations described in her books. Indeed, her gaze was resolute, as if she were determined to join the ranks of the adept. Reparo. The wand emitted a flicker of light, and the scratches on the button eyes of the rabbit plush diminished slightly. Hermione felt a twinge of embarrassment, for she had previously managed to perform the spell. Wow, Hermione. You are truly remarkable. You learned magic in an instant. Regis's performance was somewhat exaggerated, leaving Hermione quite embarrassed. Wait a moment, let me try again, Hermione exclaimed, brandishing her wand, ready to cast another spell. However, Regis intervened, saying, Hermione, let us practice again tomorrow. The way you are now is not suitable for using magic. Unlike Regis, Hermione, despite her remarkable magical talent, was far more diligent. She was truly a model of hard work. This had been her nature since childhood. Thus, Regis could easily imagine how many times Hermione had practiced in her room before. Regis believes she has mastered the magic, though she may not yet be fully proficient. Furthermore, the previous practice likely drained a considerable amount of her magical energy. You are too fatigued to utilize it, she mused. Indeed, I am quite exhausted. What of my parents? Hey, Hermione, do not disturb them. Even though Hermione is a girl, Regis is certain that the Granger couple, once interrupted, would not respond favorably. What is it? Perhaps my parents desire another sibling. We should refrain from bothering them. Ah, Hermione covered her mouth. Despite her youth, she was not entirely oblivious. While she might not comprehend the notion of love, she possessed a certain understanding of the process by which men and women bear children. During this month-long holiday, even though Regis did not deliberately showcase her abilities before Hermione, the latter became acutely aware of the disparity between them. The magic Hermione could perform was effortlessly executed by Regis, often with a remarkable flair. With Regis as a benchmark, Hermione now exerted herself even more diligently than in a world devoid of Regis. Additionally, with Regis accompanying her in practice, Hermione's mastery over the fundamental spell significantly improved. After each practice session, Hermione found herself utterly exhausted, drenched in sweat, her clothes clinging to her. Meanwhile, Regis displayed not even a hint of fatigue. Hermione began to speculate that Regis's parents must be wizards, and it was her own non-magical lineage that rendered her inferior to Regis. A sense of dread enveloped her. What if other witches and wizards were akin to Regis? Do not worry, Hermione, this has nothing to do with whether my parents are wizards. Regis has even begun to doubt whether his corporeal form possesses biological parents at all. His current appearance bears an uncanny resemblance to his childhood self from a previous existence, yet is markedly more aesthetically pleasing. His facial features are proportioned with near perfection, and not a single blemish mars his visage. One must believe that he surpasses 90% of his contemporaneous wizards in the world. Due to Hermione's daily exhaustion, Regis has now acquired the art of massage, dedicating time each day to provide her with soothing relief. During the massage, Regis employed his own magical prowess, which was infused with a formidable vitality, evident from his exceptional growth charm. Had it not been for Regis's desire to allow Hermione a moment of respite, he could have easily kept her practicing throughout the entire day. Well, tomorrow we shall depart for Hogwarts, so it is prudent to retire early this evening. You have made me quite dirty. I shall take my leave for a bath. In aiding Hermione with her massage, Regis inevitably became enmeshed in the perspiration upon her. How dare you express disdain towards me? I find fault with everyone's sweat. Regis possesses a slight obsession with cleanliness. Harry's parents tragically perished on October 31st, 1981, and she received her acceptance letter to Hogwarts on July 31st, 1991, marking a span of 117 months, precisely 9¼ years. Furthermore, the train to Hogwarts departs from platform 9¾ at King's Cross Station. Intriguingly, J.K. Rowling has stated that this entire sequence of events was not an intentional design but rather a mere coincidence. Where, indeed, is platform 9¾ A small girl with red hair, blue eyes, and glasses stood somewhat forlornly between platforms 9 and 10, pushing a cart. Are you Harry Potter? I am. Do you know me? Harry inquired, gazing curiously at the Asian boy, who was taller than her and also pushing a cart, presumably a fellow first year at Hogwarts. Many people know you. Even as a baby, you defeated the Dark Lord. You are our savior. The speaker was none other than Regis, with Hermione trailing behind him. Also pushing a cart, Hermione was quite displeased that her brother had abandoned her to flirt with another girl. Regis, why are you walking so quickly? I saw Harry Potter. I thought you would want to meet her. Harry Potter? Hermione's angry expression transformed into one of surprise. She gazed at the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Hermione, lower your voice. I believe Harry prefers not to draw attention. This was indeed true, at that moment. Harry was indifferent to her status as a savior. While everyone proclaimed her as such, she remained oblivious to the reasons behind it. In the mundane world, she was merely an orphan residing with her aunt, and although her uncle and cousin did not bully her for being a girl, her aunt's demeanor towards her was far from kind. I am Regis, and this is my sister, Hermione. Hello, I am Harry Potter. We met in Diagon Alley. Although you might not have noticed us then. You are the girl who was with that peculiar giant? Yes, but he is not merely a strange man. He is the head of Slytherin House, a renowned potions master in the wizarding world. So you are the little girl who was beside the giant? Hermione circled around Harry, genuinely intrigued by her. However, Harry felt only trepidation at Hermione's enthusiasm. At this stage, Harry was still a timid little girl. Perhaps it would take her time at Gryffindor, basking in the admiration of others, for her to transform into the proud Harry Potter. After all, deep within, she was a little lion of Gryffindor, her eyes concealing the spirit of a lion. Reggie borrowed someone's words. What did you say? Nothing. Harry, would you like to join us? Thank you very much. Harry was agonizing over not being able to find platform 9¾ The words of Regulus were to her as the sweetest music. Hermione, you know where platform 9 is, don't you? Of course, it's right between the 9th and 10th platforms, within that pillar. Hermione, pushing the cart, approached the pillar. I'll go first, you all hurry up. Though a hint of fear lingered, Hermione closed her eyes and propelled the cart forward. Harry's mouth hung agape, as if he could fit an egg inside. There's no need to be afraid, it's merely an illusion. Wizards are the extraordinary hidden among the ordinary. Harry swallowed hard and, imitating Hermione, pushed the cart and charged ahead. Reggie leisurely pushed his luggage into the station. This entire scene went unnoticed by everyone except for the wizards. Shortly after their entrance, a group of red-haired wizards followed suit. They were none other than the renowned Weasley family, famous not for their prowess or wealth, but simply for their remarkable fertility. While most couples had 1 or 2 children, this family boasted 6 boys and a girl. They were all exceptionally amiable and suited for friendship. However, for those belonging to Slytherin, it might pose a challenge. Due to Voldemort's influence, the Weasleys harbored a certain bias against Slytherin, and the long-standing rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin did not help matters. "Mom, I'm Fred," Yes, George. The pair of red-haired twins exclaimed joyfully after executing their daily mischief as they entered the platform. In truth, their luggage bore their names, yet Mrs. Molly Weasley willingly indulged her beloved children. One might jest that in a few years, once Voldemort seized Hogwarts, she would no longer grapple with distinguishing between Fred and George. Of course, this was in a world devoid of Reggie. Inside the compartment, Hermione and Harry sat together while Reggie occupied the opposite side. "May I sit here?" "All other seats are taken," a little red-haired boy inquired, pointing to the seat beside Reggie. "Of course," Reggie replied graciously. Regulus harbored no ill feelings towards Ron. Rather, he proved to be an exemplary friend. Ron, being the most unremarkable child in the Weasley family, had 5 illustrious brothers, while his sister, the sole girl in the family, naturally garnered all the affection. He was perpetually clad in his brother's hand-me-downs, and even his pet rat was a gift from a brother who had no use for it after acquiring an owl. "I am Ron Weasley. I am Regulus Granger." "Hermione Granger. I am Harry Potter." The 2 girls greeted Ron with smiles. "Hey, Ron, have you made new friends? We won't disturb you." A pair of twin brothers, Ron's siblings, chuckled, "Take care of our little brother for us. We are Fred and George Weasley." They offered a brief salutation before departing. "Are you really the Harry Potter who defeated the Dark Lord?" Ron's curiosity was evidently piqued, especially since in the original world, they were best friends. He hesitated, glancing at the scar. Harry, however, nonchalantly brushed aside her hair, possessing only a vague understanding of Voldemort. Knowing him merely as a villain akin to the antagonists in fairy tales, he left that mark. "Is your entire family comprised of wizards?" "Not quite." Hermione shook her head. "Yes," Ron replied. "I heard you live with muggles." "Yes, but my family is not very kind to me." Harry wished to steer clear of that topic, her fascination with the magical realm overshadowing her concerns about her family. It felt as though she truly belonged there. "Have you learned a lot of magic?" Hermione asked eagerly, her eyes fixed on Ron, eager to discern how she measured up against a child from a wizarding family. Ron was at a loss for words, unsure whether to admit he knew just a little. After all, his wand might not even be suited for him. Fortunately, before he could respond, Hermione excitedly declared her intent to showcase the spells she had learned over the holiday. "I mastered a few during the break. However, compared to Regulus, my repertoire is quite limited. He has already mastered all the spells in the textbooks." "That can't be true." Ron found it hard to believe that a child from a muggle family could learn all the spells before the school year began. "I'm not lying. Regulus is a genius." "Genius might be a stretch. I merely grasp things a tad quicker than others," Regulus commented casually while engrossed in his book, seemingly unfazed. A gentle knock at the door interrupted them, and a charming woman peeked in. "Dear, would you like to purchase some snacks for the journey?" Having skipped breakfast, Harry, eager to treat her new friends, waved her hand, purchasing a selection of snacks, handing the vendor 11 silver sickles and 7 bronze nuts. "Enjoy, it's on me." She had forgotten that Harry had inherited the Potter family fortune. She was a wealthy young lady indeed. If one could win her favor, it would save at least 30 years of struggle. Reggie has never been particularly fond of moving food, so he merely took a few pumpkin pastries. Furthermore, he harbored no interest in the cards found within chocolate frogs, having long outgrown that phase. As for those peculiar jelly beans, he would rather die than indulge in them. He had no desire to discover the taste of excrement. Speaking of which, what could possibly motivate the individual who concocted such bizarre flavors? Could he truly be a genius? "Goodness, I just encountered a jelly bean that tasted like feces." Ron's features contorted in disgust. "By the way, Ron, how do you know what excrement tastes like?" "No, I have never tasted it. I merely feel that the flavor of that jelly bean I consumed could only be described as akin to feces." "Is that so?" Reggie expressed his skepticism, pondering whether Ron, with his 2 prankster brothers, might have indeed experienced the taste of excrement. After a brief interlude, a seemingly daft, plump little boy pushed open the door to the compartment. "Excuse me, have you seen my Lufo? It is a toad. Could this be the future sword master of Gryffindor? Neville Longbottom?" "Indeed, Harry is also a sword master of Gryffindor. Both wielded the Gryffindor sword to vanquish the great serpent. One was the Basilisk, and the other the cursed creature Nagini. While we have not seen it, perhaps you could describe what Lufo looks like." "Let me think." Neville, often plagued by his grandmother's use of the Obliviate charm since childhood, frequently forgets important matters. However, he has always retained the memory of his parents. Fortunately, this time he has not forgotten the appearance of Lufo. Regis drew forth his wand, which stood in stark contrast to Ron's tattered one. Upon seeing Regis's wand, a subtle glimmer of envy flickered across Ron's face. Lifu soared into the air. Having been nestled in a corner, Lifu suddenly took flight. "Am I flying?" Before Lifu could fully comprehend the situation, he was caught in Regis's grasp. "You're Lifu, revitalized." Reyes cast a cleansing charm on his hands and on Rafe as well. Thank you, exclaimed Neville, excitedly holding Rafe while observing his vigorous demeanor. Reyes was concerned that Rafe might be crushed in Neville's grip, which explained why Rafe often ran away from home. What is your name? I am Neville Longbottom. I saw it, the hideous toad that flew into this compartment. I must catch it and crush it. It actually emerged from beneath my skirt. Yes, Miss Malfoy. I also need to find Harry Potter. It has sullied my dress. A cacophony of noise outside captured the attention of Reyes and the others. This compartment is already cramped with 5 people. Is there more to come? At this moment, Regulus bore a rather peculiar expression, for he had just heard Miss Malfoy. Should it not be Master Malfoy? And then there was her intention to seek out Harry Potter. Truly, it is no surprise that she is Harry's nemesis, even to the extent of mirroring Harry in the matter of gender. Hand over that toad. In came Crabbe and Goyle, the duo of one stout and one slender. Following them was Draco Malfoy, a striking blonde girl, who perpetually exuded an air of superiority. The cramped confines of the booth made Crabbe and Goyle appear somewhat comical as they squeezed in. Is it you? Harry Potter. We met in Diagon Alley. Upon encountering Harry, Draco promptly forgot all about Regulus. In truth, she harbored a slight admiration for Harry and yearned for their friendship. Her subsequent antagonism towards Harry likely stemmed from unrequited affection, compounded by her upbringing, which rendered her unable to lower herself to curry favor with Harry. As Harry became a seeker, so too did she aspire to be one. When Harry ventured out at night, she would report her. Harry, come here. You ought to befriend the esteemed Malfoy, rather than associating with the likes of Weasley and Hagrid. Harry also recognized Malfoy, the haughty girl she had encountered at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Draco blatantly disregarded Hermione and Regulus, perceiving them merely as 2 muggle-born wizards. Though the Weasleys were impoverished, they were still pure-blood wizards, while the Lombardons, despite their pure-blood status, had long fallen from grace. The Lombardon couple were presently receiving treatment at St. Mungo's. Apologies, they are my friends. A flicker of disdain crossed Harry's eyes. She detested such haughty individuals. Friends? Do you mean them? The Weasleys and Lombardons are one thing, but I would advise you against uttering that word. What are you? I am a Malfoy. Veriverdo. Regis suddenly cast a spell, startling everyone present. DeLacy remained vigilant for a moment, only to discover that nothing had transpired. Is this the magic you wield? Perhaps I should enlighten you on what true magic entails, she remarked, brandishing her wand. Suddenly, she felt a chilling sensation at her neck. The crowd gasped, eyes fixated on her throat. Her 2 accomplices huddled together in fear. DeLacy, you might want to take a look at your neck, Harry kindly suggested. Feeling a twinge of sympathy for her, the scarf around her neck had morphed into a terrifying serpent. Who wouldn't be frightened? DeLacy's gaze fell downward, realizing that the scarf, neatly tied by her mother, had transformed into a black snake. She gasped, her eyes rolling back as she nearly fainted. Hermione swiftly caught her, exclaiming, Regis, you have gone too far. Ever since your brother mastered magic, he seems to have grown even more malevolent. Regis felt a touch of embarrassment, as his impression of Delacour was still marred by that detestable Malfoy. He had forgotten that she was merely a young girl. And how could she not be frightened by a snake suddenly appearing around her neck? It is my fault. Regis dispelled the magic, and Delacour gradually regained her composure. She had been so frightened that she fainted. What is your name? Regis Granger. I apologize. Granger, I shall remember you. Just wait. I will seek my revenge. Delacour removed the scarf from her neck, crumpled it into a ball, and hurled it at Regis. Her face was pale with fury as she stormed out of the box, nearly tripping in the process. It seemed that the serpent that had appeared around her neck had truly terrified her. You useless fools. Crabbe and Goyle hung their heads, knowing they were no match for a first year who had mastered the transformation spell. Moreover, they were outnumbered. Reggie held the scarf gifted to him by Draco, still imbued with her warmth. Surely, items from the Malfoy family are of superior quality. How generous of her to bestow such a gift upon me. I have certainly secured a remarkable friend. Yet, the onlookers regarded Reggie with disdain. Could he not discern that Draco's gesture was not one of kindness but rather a means to vent her frustrations? Nevertheless, how impressive it is that Reggie managed to outsmart Malfoy. Ron harbored a profound disdain for Malfoy, particularly due to his arrogant demeanor. A little humility would serve him well. By the time the Hogwarts Express arrived at the school, night had already fallen. The train decelerated, halting at a diminutive and shadowy platform. Did Hogwarts lack the funds to construct a new station? Dumbledore, have you perhaps redirected the funds to renovate New Montgard? The chill of the night air sent a shiver through Hermione. Would you like one? Reyes offered the scarf he held in his hands. I certainly do not want it. You may as well keep it. Reyes donned the scarf with ease. It was indeed a luxurious item, offering remarkable comfort. Is this truly appropriate? Harley observed the scarf adorning Reyes's neck. It's fine, I hold no disdain for it. Regis suddenly felt a chilling gaze upon him. It was Delacy. She stood there, arms crossed, fixated on Regis with an unwavering stare. My scarf. Why did I throw it away? If only I had heeded my mother's words. Yet, it was too late for regrets now. Cursed Regis. Delacy watched as he smiled at her, a cheerful grin upon his face, proudly displaying the scarf around his neck. The resilient Malfoy shall not be defeated by mere cold. First your students, come here. A tall figure swayed a lantern. Harry, over here. First-year students, watch your step. Hagrid's bearded face lit up with a smile upon seeing Harry. The first-year students followed Hagrid, cautiously traversing a narrow path. Reggie once again suspected that Dumbledore must have appropriated the funds from Hogwarts to renovate Numengard. At the end of the narrow path, a vast black lake suddenly unfolded before them. On the opposite shore, a majestic castle loomed atop a steep hillside, its numerous spires piercing the night sky. While the windows twinkled like stars, each boat could accommodate only 4 individuals. However, there were 5 of us. Harry looked at Hagrid with a furrowed brow. Harry, it can only take 4, Hagrid said. Very well, you 4 go together. Regis has voluntarily relinquished his spot. I shall go there. Regis took the initiative to board the vessel with Delacour, making a total of 4 individuals. For the first time, Hermione sensed that Regis no longer gazed at her with unwavering adoration. What? Are you not welcoming me? Or perhaps the esteemed Malfoy fears my presence. Who fears you? Delacour retorted defiantly, turning away to avoid looking at Regis. Clark and Goyle stood in front of Regis, their hearts filled with trepidation, yet they dared not reveal their apprehension. Regis smiled. At that moment, everyone was too preoccupied to speak, silently gazing at the castle cloaked in darkness. This was their first visit to Hogwarts, and their hearts brimmed with a myriad of complex emotions. Soon, Hagrid led them ashore and knocked on a sturdy oak door. The door swung open immediately, revealing a tall witch with flowing black hair, clad in a vibrant green robe. Her demeanor was serious, suggesting she was not to be trifled with. First-year students, Professor McGonagall. Hagrid announced. Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take it from here, replied Professor Minerva McGonagall, the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts and head of Gryffindor House, a master of transfiguration. Within the walls of Hogwarts, only Dumbledore could rival McGonagall's prowess in transfiguration, excluding Voldemort, of course. First-year students would not join the others in the main hall just yet. They were to undergo the sorting ceremony. Professor McGonagall began to explain the sorting ceremony. Delacery, already familiar with the process, sought to flaunt her knowledge in front of Regis. But he was engrossed in a book on potions. For a moment, she felt as if her words had struck nothing but air. You are truly impressive, Delacery. I am utterly oblivious to these matters. Regis's sudden praise left her momentarily flustered. Could he possibly be complimenting her? Truly, a Malfoy is well-versed in such things. Of course. We Malfoys. The remainder of her words faded from Regis's ears. He had merely been indulging a child. Now, forming a single file, Professor McGonagall instructed the first-year students, follow me. She gently placed a 4-legged stool before them and set an old, tattered wizarding hat atop it. The hat was so worn that no one else would accept it if offered. However, Regis understood that it concealed Gryffindor's sword within. The sorting had opened its mouth and sang a song belonging to Hogwarts. At that moment, Professor McGonagall stepped forward, holding a roll of parchment. When I call your name, you shall don the hat and sit upon the stool, awaiting your house assignment. Hannah Abbott, Hufflepuff, announced the sorting hat. Susan Bones, Hufflepuff. Hermione Granger. Hermione nearly sprinted to the stool, hastily placing the hat upon her head. Seeing her flustered demeanor, Regis couldn't help but chuckle. I would never act like that. Delacery thought to herself. Delacery Malfoy. She strode confidently forward. Slytherin. The Slytherin table erupted in enthusiastic applause. She was quite pleased with her house. After all, the Malfoys had always belonged to Slytherin. Regis Granger. Is it my turn? Regis sits upon a stool, donning the sorting hat. I think it could use a wash. Rarely do young wizards engage in conversation with the sorting hat. I'm quite clean, it merely appears otherwise. Yet, the sorting hat expressed its discontent with Regis's perceived uncleanliness. Allow me to ponder where you should be placed. I have heard that Azkaban is the 5th house of Hogwarts. Good heavens, where did you hear such a thing? Azkaban houses only the most nefarious dark wizards. Many esteemed graduates of Hogwarts are currently furthering their studies in Azkaban. If you were to assign me there directly, would I not be spared 7 years of detours? The sorting hat was utterly astonished by Regis's line of thought. As this was the first time it had encountered a young wizard eager to enter Azkaban, does he not realize that it is a veritable hell for wizards? I have determined your rightful place. Slytherin. You mean Azkaban, do you not? A hush fell over the crowd, a profound silence enveloping the room. A muggle born in Slytherin? Who is unaware of Slytherin's disdain for muggles? The lid of Slytherin's coffin threatens to burst. Gryffindor, come forth and assist with your invincible sword. A rustling applause erupted from the Slytherin table. Yet, the loudest applause surprisingly came from Draco, who looked at Regis with a smug expression, as if to say, see. In all of Slytherin, I, Malfoy, am the only one to welcome you without grudges. Kneel before me. Although the presence of a muggle-born in Slytherin was somewhat peculiar, it was merely a minor incident. Regis took a seat beside Delacery without any pretense. To my surprise, it was Miss Malfoy who offered me the warmest welcome. It seems my forthcoming days in Slytherin will not be easy. Regis shrugged his shoulders, harboring no particular feelings about being sorted into Slytherin. The traditions of Slytherin House are characterized by ambition, cunning, a reverence for honor, adaptability, self-preservation, and an unwavering pursuit of victory. Reyes felt that this environment was perfectly suited to him. Although the academy was predominantly attended by dark wizards, he remained unconcerned. After all, with sufficient strength, the distinction between dark and light wizards becomes a mere triviality. In fact, among the students at Hogwarts, it was Slytherin that boasted the highest overall caliber, with only Ravenclaw able to keep pace with them. Prior to Harry Potter's enrollment, Slytherin had dominated the House Cup for several consecutive years. Had it not been for Dumbledore's generous allocation of points to Gryffindor due to Harry Potter's presence, Slytherin would have continued its reign over the House Cup. Reyes aspired to emulate Voldemort by harnessing the talents of Slytherin students. Furthermore, as Slytherin was home to the largest number of pure-blood wizards, he also sought to win over the powerful families behind them. Setting a modest ambition, he aimed to become the head of Slytherin House. However, this ambition relied on the possession of formidable strength. Moreover, would Dumbledore permit the emergence of another figure akin to Voldemort? After all, Voldemort had set a precedent, with his Death Eaters being established during his school years. While he pondered these matters, the sorting ceremony had concluded. He raised his gaze to the head table and observed Professor Quirrell, who was engaged in conversation with Snape and wore a curious scarf. The remnants of Voldemort now resided on the back of his head. His eyes then fell upon the strongest wizard with a white beard, Dumbledore. At such close proximity, could he truly be oblivious to Voldemort's presence? As for Professor Quirrell, he must possess some level of competence. Had he not been ensnared by Voldemort's influence, he might indeed have had a promising future, for he was genuinely talented. He was certainly not akin to that forgetfulness spell master who merely plagiarized others' tales. Yet, the ability to wield the forgetfulness spell to such an extent truly marked him as a genius. Attention first-year students, the forested area on school grounds is strictly off-limits to all students. Our older classmates should also take heed of this warning, as it is filled with moving galleons. If I don't go, will you compensate me with galleons, headmaster? Additionally, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has requested that I remind everyone not to cast spells in the corridors during breaks. The selection process for Quidditch players will occur in the second week of this semester. Any students wishing to join the house team should contact Madam Hooch. Lastly, I must inform everyone that those who wish to avoid unexpected painful demise should refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Regis recalled that it seemed to be a 3-headed dog that Hagrid had raised. Unfortunately, the method of dealing with that creature had been disclosed by Hagrid himself. His lips were incapable of keeping any secrets. Now, before everyone retired for the night, let us join together in singing the school anthem. Each person may select their preferred melody. Dumbledore declared, "Ready, sing." It seemed that only Dumbledore relished this ritual. After the singing concluded, the first-year students, under the guidance of their respective house prefects, proceeded to their common rooms. The Slytherin common room was a narrow, low-ceilinged dungeon. Its walls and ceiling constructed from rough-hewn stone. Round, green-glowing lamps dangled from chains suspended from above. It was said that this place had once served as a dungeon. The password to enter the Slytherin common room was pure blood, a fact to be remembered. The prefect cast a cold, scrutinizing glance at Regis. He was an anomaly within Slytherin. While not all Slytherins were pure blood, he was the first of the Muggle-borns. Other young wizards gazed at Regis, many of whom took great pride in their pure blood heritage. Draco looked at Regis with malicious glee, convinced that the Regis she encountered the following day would not be as composed as he was today. In the corridor leading to the Slytherin boys' dormitory, Regis found himself obstructed at the entrance. Surrounding him were primarily first-year students, with some upperclassmen observing from the periphery. They regarded Regis as a disgrace to Slytherin. "Mudblood," someone exclaimed, and amidst the crowd, laughter echoed. Regis turned around to gaze at the wizard who had insulted him. "I have always held no animosity towards you pure-blood wizards. It is solely individuals like you, who are excessively fixated on the distinctions between pure bloods and non-pure bloods, that evoke my disdain." Regis smiled faintly. The term mudblood, laden with contempt, did not incite his anger, but rather evoked a sense of pity. He felt sorry for the boy who had hurled the insult. "What, do you intend to lay hands on me? This is Slytherin, not the Gryffindor you ought to be in." Many individuals instinctively positioned themselves in front of the one who had insulted Regis. Reyes extracted a pair of nunchaku from beneath his robe. "Do you know what this is? Today, I shall trample upon your pure-blooded honor with great ferocity." The young serpents remained oblivious to the impending peril. Upon witnessing Reyes brandish the nunchaku, they were left in confusion. They had never contemplated that a wizard could engage in combat without a wand. In the next moment, Reyes sprang into action, and all the wizards standing in his path were struck in the abdomen or the rear by the nunchaku. Even though Reyes deliberately moderated his strength, the young serpents still found the experience far from pleasant. Regis seemed to unleash unparalleled chaos, rampaging through the midst of the serpents. Some of the serpents attempted to wield their wands to cast spells, but in the ensuing turmoil, they were utterly unable to do so. There were even instances where some young wizards struck my companions fiercely. As for the wizard who had dared to insult Regis, his face turned ashen, and he collapsed onto the ground in dismay. You cannot harm me. Get up, have I frightened you?" Reyes prodded the little boy's face with his nunchaku. "Am I truly that frightening?" Reyes extended his hand and said, "Come closer. Shall we become friends?" Aside from the small snake writhing in agony on the ground, the other serpents remained utterly mute, feigning ignorance of the scene. They felt fortunate to have refrained from joining in the harassment of Reyes. Clark and Gore were drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, they had recognized Reyes's exceptional nature beforehand, preventing them from charging in recklessly. The two approached with an eager demeanor. Yet upon witnessing their fierce expressions, Reyes initially presumed they sought revenge. Instead, they exclaimed, "Hey, big brother, are you mute? It is your honor to befriend us." Clark and Gore seemed to be in a frenzy. Reyes shared their bewilderment. Had they truly been intimidated by his commanding presence? "Boss, allow us to assist you in teaching him a lesson," Clark exclaimed, rolling up his sleeves. "No need for that," Reyes replied, though he was perplexed by their insistence on addressing him as boss. Such a title unnerved him, suggesting a future fraught with peril. Despite the fact that the boss had already triumphed in a revival match on a certain platform, Reyes firmly stated, "Remember, when you see me, lower your heads." Reyes gently patted the boy's face. At this moment, he no longer exhibited any semblance of pride. He appeared even more timid than Hallie. The poor child was utterly terrified. Reggie observed that he seemed to be in tears. "And you two, please refrain from calling me boss in the future. Let us adopt another form of address. How about Master Granger?" Crabbe tentatively suggested. "That would suffice. I never anticipated there would come a day when I would be addressed as master by others. Let us proceed back to the dormitory." "Indeed. Wait a moment, Reggie. Where do you intend to go? Is this a case of striking down the small only to confront the large?" Approaching in haste was none other than the head of Slytherin. "Why did you not intervene when I was being bullied? Now that I have emerged victorious, you choose to show up? On the very first day of school, you engage in physical altercations with fellow students. Reggie, do you truly consider yourself a member of Slytherin? Why has the head of the house only now decided to make an appearance? Were you blind to the earlier events? I was merely acting in self-defense." Regis nonchalantly wiped his dual-ended baton with the uniform of the weeping boy. "If the prefect has no further matters to discuss, I shall retire for the night." "Halt, Regis. I have already informed Professor Snape. Prepare yourself for the consequences." The prefect was reluctant to intervene, lest others accuse him of exerting his authority over a newly enrolled young wizard. Was it not merely a trivial disagreement among classmates? Was it truly necessary to summon Snape? Could it be that he intended to expel me from Slytherin? Snape, clad in his customary black robes, cast a piercing gaze over the assembly. "What transpired? They insulted me. And then you retaliated? If I were not sufficiently strong, I would have been the one to suffer the blows." Professor Snape. Regulus met Snape's gaze with unwavering resolve. "What did they call you?" The drama was about to unfold. "They called me a mudblood." Mudblood, the very term that Snape detested above all others. Had he not uttered such a word to Lily, even if their paths had diverged, they would not have become adversaries. From the moment Snape arrived, Regulus sensed that the situation had taken a turn for the intriguing. Why must they utter the vile term mudblood? Did they not realize, or perhaps they truly did not comprehend, the weight of that word for Snape? Aside from Regulus, no one understood why Snape reacted so vehemently to the term. Ultimately, the outcome was curious. Regulus, the one who had struck a blow, faced little consequence, while the one who hurled insults found himself confined. On the very first day of school, not only did he endure a beating, but he was also subjected to detention. "Good morning, everyone." The following day, as Regulus opened the dormitory door, he encountered several other Slytherins emerging. They regarded Regulus with bated breath, fearful of incurring his wrath once more. The events of the previous day were behind them. He would not lay a hand on them again. An ancient Eastern proverb states, "One must fight to truly know one another." Come, let us share a laugh and celebrate our camaraderie. Following closely behind Regulus, Crabbe and Goyle wore smiles upon their faces. Regis possessed an extraordinary ability to elicit a reluctant smile from anyone he gazed upon. "Well, since we are all friends here, let us proceed to breakfast," he declared. "And regarding that fellow who has yet to return, please inform him that I, in my magnanimity, have chosen to forgive his transgressions. However, upon the conclusion of his confinement, he must remember to return and offer his apologies." The first-year Slytherins dared not defy Regis's command, even if his words were spoken in jest. They dutifully followed him to the dining hall. At Hogwarts, the four houses dined together in the same grand hall, albeit at distinct long tables. The sight of the first-year Slytherins trailing behind a Muggle wizard left the other houses utterly astounded. Was it not said that Slytherin harbored disdain for non-pureblood wizards? And what of a Muggle wizard? Surely, the Slytherins had not lost their senses. Draco was equally taken aback by this spectacle, as she had anticipated witnessing a rather woeful Regis today. Furthermore, it appeared that her two sycophants had been usurped by him. Blast it all. Not only had Regis stolen her scarf, but he had also claimed her underlings. Crabbe and Goyle, upon catching the unfriendly gaze of Draco, suddenly recognized that their true leader ought to be Malfoy. "Mr. Granger, off you go." Reyes glanced at Delacour across the table. "Good morning, Delacour." "Granger, please call me Malfoy." "All right, Delacour, I understand." A wave of frustration washed over Delacour. She felt powerless against Reyes, and even her minion was on the verge of being usurped. Now, even the way he addressed her was beyond her control. After all, the mouth belonged to another. Could she truly silence him? At another long table, Harry and Hermione regarded Reyes with discontent. In their eyes, Reyes should not be consorting with Slytherins. Their perception of Slytherin wizards was that they were mere apprentices of dark sorcery. Yet, Reyes had been sorted into Slytherin. implying that he possessed the potential to become a dark wizard. Hermione could not bear the thought of her brother becoming one of those universally reviled dark wizards. Neither could Harry. Reyes was her first friend at Hogwarts. Moreover, he had offered her assistance and was a good person, unworthy of being in a place like Slytherin. Especially Malfoy, who had given her an unfavorable impression upon their first encounter. Yet now, Reyes seemed to be getting along quite well with Malfoy. Suddenly, Hermione rose and strode toward the Slytherin table, with Harry hastily following suit. The little snakes eyed the approaching lionesses with caution. Watch out, she is my sister? No. You all are of different kinds. How can you claim to be siblings? The little snakes suddenly appeared more familiar, realizing that she was the sister of that infamous individual. They thought it unwise to provoke her, lest they invite trouble upon themselves. Hermione was startled by their sudden change in demeanor, however. She understood that her brother's reputation as a school bully had resurfaced. He must have dealt with that group of Slytherins again last night. Odd, why did she think again? Reyes, you must not go astray, she admonished. Does he even need to learn to be bad? With the finesse he displayed last night. One wonders how many he has bested. Does he truly need to learn to be worse? Hermione, your prejudice against Slytherin is excessive. Everyone in Slytherin is quite decent. Wouldn't you agree? Regis gently clasped the neck of a small snake, and beneath his benevolent smile, the little creature wore a countenance of amiable delight. Indeed, Granger. We Slytherins are united in camaraderie and kindness, never engaging in nefarious deeds. It is preferable that way. Hermione and the others have classes this morning. And being an ardent scholar, she intends to arrive early. Let us proceed, for we too have lessons to attend. Everyone, please eat swiftly. Reyes subtly exhibits the potential to emerge as the leader among the first-year students of Slytherin, a testament to his formidable prowess. Humanity has always held a reverence for the powerful. Take Voldemort, for instance, after he revealed his ambitions. He transformed into a figure starkly different from the boy he once was. Were it not for his immense strength, many Death Eaters would have betrayed him. Not all Slytherins adhere to Voldemort's ideology, and his dogma of pure blood supremacy serves merely as a means to exert control over others. Consider Sirius's brother, who, despite being a Death Eater, ultimately turned against Voldemort. He sacrificed his own life solely to destroy one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, though tragically, he met with failure. Apart from the die-hard loyalists incarcerated in Azkaban, most Death Eaters are motivated by fear, compelled to obey Voldemort's commands, except for divination and the girls surrounding her. The pace of breakfast has notably quickened. We must also hasten to finish our meal. Divination has now set her sights on Reyes as her second target. Fueled by her desire to reclaim her lost dignity, their inaugural lesson was on herbalism, conducted by Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff House. She guided them in the art of nurturing plants and elucidated the characteristics of various herbs, encouraging them to engage in hands-on demonstrations. Regis possesses several years of cultivation experience, which allows him to grasp new concepts with remarkable speed. Furthermore, he has committed the textbook on herbalism to memory, much to Professor Sprout's satisfaction, who generously awarded 10 points to Slytherin. In contrast, Draco, perhaps driven by a competitive spirit towards Regis, did not perform particularly well. He found himself thoroughly embarrassed by a rather unruly plant. Malfoy, I believe it would be advantageous for you to learn from Miss Granger. Reggie mockingly scoffed at Delacour, shaking his head dismissively. Delacour could only vent her frustration by brandishing her spade against the soil. The first-year curriculum at Hogwarts was remarkably relaxed. After a single herbology lesson in the morning, there were no further classes. Reggie sought the notes of the Half-Blood Prince. After class, his figure vanished. Intent on locating those notes, the Half-Blood Prince's notes were discovered by Harry in the potions classroom, within a cabinet at the back that contained several spare old textbooks, one of which belonged to Snape. This tome held his insights into potion making and his own invented spells, including Sectum Sempra and Levi Corpus, among others. To develop such dark magic as Sectum Sempra during his student years, Snape was undoubtedly a genius. At that moment, the potions classroom was devoid of students, allowing Reggie to stride in directly towards the cabinet at the rear. Reyes opened the textbook inside, and among them was one inscribed with the words, "This book is the property of the Half-Blood Prince." Eureka! Reggie closed his textbook and exited the potions classroom, feeling somewhat like a thief. Having acquired the item he sought, he needed a secluded place to practice, perhaps the Room of Requirement. After all, the killing curse is dark magic, and being observed while wielding it could lead to significant trouble. Moreover, the Room of Requirement concealed Ravenclaw's diadem, which had unfortunately been transformed into a Horcrux by Voldemort. That wretched Voldemort, not only did he desecrate Ravenclaw's diadem, but he also corrupted Hufflepuff's cup and the locket into Horcruxes. It was an utter waste. Had he not been unable to locate Gryffindor's sword, it might have also met a similar fate at Voldemort's hands. Reggie returned to the dormitory, prepared to peruse the notes thoroughly before returning them. Blessed with an extraordinary memory, he was confident he could commit the contents to memory within a single day. He had no intention of keeping the book for long, as its rightful owner was none other than Snape, who might one day whimsically check whether his notes were still in existence. Aware that he had history of magic class in the afternoon, Reggie chose to forego his midday rest. After all, that particular class was primarily an opportunity for slumber. History of magic was widely regarded as the most tedious subject in the wizarding world. Their ghostly instructor, Binns, spoke in a breathy, monotonous tone, almost guaranteed to lull students into a stupor within 10 minutes. On a hot day, merely 5 minutes would suffice. Reyes and his classmates swiftly realized the sentiments expressed by their predecessors regarding this lesson. Even Gryffindor, typically at odds with Slytherin, found no inclination to engage in rivalry during this class. After entering the classroom, Regis lay down on the desk to take a nap. Hermione, seated beside him, wished for Regis to pay attention to the lesson. "Oh, Hermione, I am utterly exhausted. Please allow me a moment of slumber." Reyes embraced Hermione, planting a gentle kiss upon her cheek before resuming his slumber. Hermione found herself momentarily disoriented by his gesture. Regis just kissed himself? In front of so many people? In truth, aside from Harry and Draco, no one paid attention to their commotion. Coincidentally, since Hermione was seated next to Regis in this class, Draco and Harry found themselves together. The two exchanged glances of disdain, yet under the spell of the ghostly teacher's hypnotic methods, they succumbed to slumber. Hermione initially endeavored to concentrate on the lesson, but she too could not resist the enchanting lullaby, ultimately dozing off beside Regis. This was perhaps the most harmonious class ever between Slytherin and Gryffindor. "Wake up, sleepyhead." Regis roused Hermione from her slumber. As it appeared, she had once again been engrossed in her books until the early hours of the morning. He chided her to pay attention in class, despite the fact that he himself was sleeping more soundly than she was. "I wasn't asleep. I was merely lost in thought," Hermione insisted, reluctant to admit that she dozed off during the lecture. "Oh really? Who dribbles while daydreaming?" Reggie pointed at a mysterious stain on Hermione's sleeve. "Ah!" Hermione screamed and fled. "Harry, please help me look after Hermione and ensure she goes to bed earlier in the future." Regis turned around to face Harry and Draco behind him. "Draco? You're here too? I can't believe you were seated with Harry." "Humph. Sitting with me is Potter's privilege." Arrogant Malfoy. Regis displayed little interest in the two adversaries locked in a standoff. He sought the House of Wishes, located on the 8th floor of the castle, where a tapestry depicted the giant's thrashing of the dim-witted Barnabas. Opposite the tapestry lay a stretch of white wall. After passing by this wall 3 times while focusing intently on one's desires, a grand door would materialize, leading to the realm of one's needs. "I require a space where I can practice any incantation." Reyes silently recited his thoughts as he paced before the white wall 3 times. Subsequently, a grand door manifested upon the surface of the wall. Regis directly opened the door and stepped inside. Dumbledore's office is also located on the 8th floor. Regis had never contemplated concealing his whereabouts, including the acquisition of the Half-Blood Prince's notes. Within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, numerous eyes belonging to Dumbledore were ever watchful. This included, but was not limited to, the portraits adorning the walls, the mischievous Peeves, and the various specters that lingered. To his astonishment, a certain enigmatic young wizard had unearthed that mysterious chamber. Was he not still a first year, that muggle-born wizard from Slytherin? As the sole anomaly within Slytherin, Regulus has attracted considerable attention from many. His astonishing magical prowess and extraordinary talent are truly remarkable. However, this young wizard appears to harbor a certain admiration for violence. Nonetheless, in such circumstances, Dumbledore does not believe Regulus has erred. Had he been in Regulus's position during his own youth, he might have acted even more egregiously. Dumbledore himself was once a rather arrogant individual, sharing similar ideals with Grindelwald. Had it not been for the death of his sister, he might have become another Grindelwald. The status Dumbledore enjoys today is a result of his own formidable abilities. However, he has since constrained himself and has refrained from taking action for quite some time. If one were to regard him merely as a benevolent and easily intimidated elder, the outcome would likely be quite unfavorable. In the wizarding world, there are those who mockingly refer to him as the White Lord. Within the Room of Requirement, Regulus has retrieved the Half-Blood Prince's notes. These contain not only several spells he invented, but also some dark magic, as he too was captivated by dark arts during his student years. Given this, even if he never uttered the term Mud-Blood, it is improbable that he could ever have formed a bond with Lily. At that time, Snape was so engrossed in his studies of dark magic that he disregarded Lily's counsel entirely. The spells he had mastered, such as Sectum Sempra, Levi Corpus, Silencio, and the one for the uncontrollable growth of toenails, reflect the depth of his animosity towards the quartet, particularly James Potter, who stole away the woman he cherished. "Let us begin," he declared. The Room of Requirement conjured numerous scarecrows in accordance with Regulus's wishes. Both Sectum Sempra and Levi Corpus could be tested on these figures. As for the latter 3 spells, perhaps Ron's pet Scabbers could serve as a suitable subject for experimentation. However, how to extract that rat remains a conundrum, as others are unaware that it is Peter Pettigrew in disguise. The only one privy to this secret, the large dog, is currently engaged in a rather peculiar situation in Azkaban, entangled with a Dementor. It seems I indeed possess an aptitude for Azkaban. Sectum Sempra may not be classified as a high-level dark magic, but its potency is certainly noteworthy. Reggie has utilized it all at once. And the same can be said for the Hanging Bellflower. Perhaps Azkaban is unworthy of my presence. I ought to pursue further studies at Newmongard. In contrast to Voldemort, the second Dark Lord who reigns solely over Britain, Grindelwald's name has resonated throughout the entirety of the European magical community, embodying the true essence of a dark wizard capable of silencing the cries of children. Ideologically, the two are worlds apart. In his youth, Voldemort yearned for the coveted position of defense against the dark arts professor, an ambition forever beyond his reach. Conversely, Grindelwald envisioned a future for wizards. With the rapid advancement of ordinary human technology, if wizards fail to adapt, the world of tomorrow may offer them no sanctuary. These wizards could very well become akin to monkeys confined within a zoo, while those ordinary people might evolve into the new wizards. It is crucial to remember that during the Middle Ages, wizards were persecuted by ordinary folk. Hogwarts was established in that era, primarily to safeguard young wizards. The enactment of the Statute of Secrecy was also intended to preserve the existence of the wizarding world. As Regius emerged from the House of Wishes, the night had already enveloped the world. Within the confines of that enigmatic abode, he had freely unleashed the full extent of his magical prowess. Regius was taken aback by the sheer extent of the destruction he had wrought. His shadow blade could sever a scarecrow into several pieces in an instant. Even steel appeared to be no match for his prowess. Of course, what truly captivated Regius was the spell known as Thunderous Explosion, which allowed him to transform into a veritable maniac of explosions. It seemed that there was someone at Hogwarts named Seymour who had dedicated all his talents to the art of detonation. Professor Dumbledore? Regius was taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering Dumbledore so soon upon his arrival. Surely, the venerable wizard would not have been waiting here for him. What purpose did he have in seeking out the savior? Mr. Granger, is Hogwarts not a fascinating place? Indeed, Professor, Regius replied, obediently trailing behind Dumbledore as he strode forward. Hogwarts harbors many secrets. Even I, as the headmaster, remain unaware of numerous facets. Professor, I have a deep affection for Hogwarts. I too cherish Hogwarts. Affection? That term resonates throughout the entire Harry Potter universe. Love constitutes the most potent form of magic in this realm. Harry survived due to the love of his mother, Dumbledore. Recognizing the absence of love in Voldemort's heart, understood his true nature, and thus never placed his faith in him. He once believed that his failure to adequately guide Tom in understanding the power of love led him astray. Magic in this world is fundamentally idealistic. The stronger the conviction within one's heart, the more formidable the magic becomes. Love, in essence, is an extraordinarily powerful belief. Regius was convinced that other emotions, when pushed to their limits, could also unleash tremendous power. Yet, he pondered, even if Lily's love for Harry was profound, it should not have been sufficient to vanquish Voldemort. The magic she employed, born from love, was the crux of the matter. That particular magical force safeguarded Harry throughout his upbringing. Such wondrous magical prowess might even elude Dumbledore himself. Do you believe in the power of love? Absolutely, Professor. I hold my family dear. I believe you. You are welcome to come to my office for tea at your convenience. Here, take this. It is my favorite toffee. Dumbledore produced a piece of candy from seemingly nowhere. Professor, could you provide me with a note? I wish to learn more advanced magic. Dumbledore stroked his beard, a gentle smile gracing his features. The restricted section contains some exceedingly dangerous tomes. But you are here, Professor. I trust you to ensure no young wizard comes to harm at Hogwarts. Indeed. I shall not allow any harm to befall the young wizards of Hogwarts. Dumbledore turned back towards his office, and soon, Fawkes the Phoenix emerged, clutching a note in his beak. Regis displayed a look of astonishment. I sense that you may have feelings for me. Reyes gently stroked Fawkes's head. Would you care to accompany me? Fawkes relished the moment of affection, but disdainfully took flight. While your sin is quite pleasant, I, Fawkes, am not a bird to be trifled with. Granger, I am but a single fox. I fear I cannot part with myself. Professor, is Fawkes a male or female? If it were to bear offspring, might I be granted one? After Reggie finished speaking, he immediately fled, for he perceived that Fawkes seemed inclined to soar over and scratch him with its talons. What a mischievous little wizard Fawkes is, wouldn't you agree? Though there is an element of performance in his antics, he shall not become the next Voldemort. He is simply an impolite little sorcerer. Fawkes let out a few calls. Rajesh actually yearned to pose another inquiry, such as, Professor, how much longer do you believe you will live? After your passing, might Fawkes become a gift to me? However, Rajesh was not yet inclined to delve into the depths of Dumbledore's formidable strength, so he opted for a different question. Fawkes, should I meet my demise in the future? He could very well become a cherished companion. You hold a fondness for him as well, do you not? Regius possesses a remarkable affinity that Dumbledore has discerned in him. Perhaps Newt might feel a tinge of jealousy. After all, he is both his student and friend, a wizard with a profound passion for magical creatures. It appears that Dumbledore holds a favorable impression of me. Clutching the note in his hand, Regius felt a surge of excitement. This way, he would no longer need to clandestinely venture into the restricted section. The restricted section of Hogwarts is fraught with perilous magic. The method for crafting Horcruxes was indeed unearthed by Voldemort within its confines. It seems Dumbledore truly trusts Regius, otherwise, he would not permit him access to such a dangerous area. Of course, The most perilous spells have certainly been secured by Dumbledore himself. Today marks the occasion when Slytherin and Gryffindor attend potions class together. Rags was exceedingly excited about this. He was eager to witness what would transpire when Snape faced Harry. In a potions class, how many points could he possibly award Harry? The potions lesson was conducted in a subterranean classroom, which was far chillier than the main castle above. Along the walls, glass jars lined the shelves, containing preserved specimens that sent shivers down one's spine. As was his custom, Snape, much like Flitwick, took up the attendance register at the start of the class. And similarly to Flitwick, he always paused when he reached Harry's name. The others believed this was indicative of Snape's disdain for Harry Potter, considering Snape's former allegiance to the Death Eaters. However, Rags could always detect a hint of tenderness in Snape's tone. Moreover, each time he called out for Harry, he would conveniently overlook her surname. He loathed the name Potter. You are here to learn the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion making, since there will be no mindless waving of wands. Many of you may not believe this is truly magic. I do not expect you to genuinely grasp the exquisite essence of a potion simmering in a cauldron, emitting wisps of fragrant smoke, nor will you fully comprehend the enchanting power of a liquid flowing through one's veins, stirring the heart and clouding the mind. I can teach you how to elevate your reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death. But there is one condition. You must not be the kind of foolish simpleton I often encounter. Snape's opening remarks plunged the room into silence. Even the Slytherin students, aware of Snape's favoritism towards them, couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt at this moment. Harry, Snape suddenly exclaimed. What would I obtain if I were to add powdered daffodil root to wormwood infusion? I don't know, sir. What and what? Harry replied. Her expression one of bewilderment as she gazed at Snape. Regis believed that Snape must be secretly delighted. Harry, if I were to ask you to fetch me a piece of Dunkstone, where would you go to find it? I don't know, sir. Snape continued his inquiries. Disregarding Hermione's eagerly raised hand and her anxious expression, Harry felt somewhat aggrieved. She could not fathom why this teacher seemed to target her so relentlessly. It appears you are utterly clueless, Snape remarked with a hint of disappointment. I apologize, sir. He was a master of potions. And Lily was also a prodigy in the field. Why was Harry like this? It's all my fault for not protecting Lily. Damn Potter, you have sullied my Lily. Perhaps you should spend more time studying potions, shall we? I believe you possess a talent for it. Curiously, why had Snape suddenly adopted such a gentle demeanor? This was rather unusual. Due to Harry's honesty, Gryffindor was awarded 10 points. Snape's flat tone fell, and the room erupted in astonishment. The loudest gasp came from Malfoy, who, upon hearing Snape grant points to Gryffindor, tumbled off his chair, his face a mask of disbelief. Hermione's raised hand froze. With points awarded, should she still raise her hand? Someone nearly toppled a cauldron in the commotion. Everyone present, except for Regis, believed Snape had gone mad. Good heavens, is this truly the Snape who despises Gryffindor? Harry had failed to answer the question. Rather than ridicule her, he offered comfort. Not only comfort, but he also rewarded her with points. Was he a professor of Slytherin or Gryffindor? Draco, rising from the floor, was about to speak when Regis silenced him. Malfoy, do you have something to say? No, sir. Draco cowered under Snape's piercing gaze, obediently lowering his head. Regis, you answer my question. Snape shifted his gaze to Regis. Aconite root powder and wormwood can be combined to create a potent sleeping draught, known as the elixir of life. Dunkstone is a stone extracted from the stomach of a goat, possessing remarkable detoxifying properties. Regis, can you tell me the difference between aconitum and wolfsbane? Aconitum and wolfsbane are the same plant, collectively referred to as aconite. Well answered. 10 points to Slytherin. Others, why aren't you writing this down? The potions class continued. But the Gryffindor students, excluding Harry, bore the brunt of Snape's scrutiny. He frequently picked on them, and even Hermione was not spared from his criticisms, particularly Neville, who overturned a cauldron and was sent to the infirmary. Yet, he did not deduct points from Gryffindor, which was highly unusual. Typically, Snape was the most severe in deducting points from Gryffindor. At the end of the potions class, Hermione and the other Gryffindors regarded Harry with peculiar glances. Snape's favoritism towards her was evident to all. Harry, could it be that Snape is your father? Otherwise, this is utterly incomprehensible. How could that be? You all know my parents died 10 years ago. Harry quickly denied it. Though Snape's demeanor towards her was strange, she subconsciously wished to distance herself from him. After all, he was a Slytherin, associated with Voldemort, the very one who had slain her parents. What is there to find perplexing? It is simply that Snape was a friend of Harry's parents, hence he wishes to look after her. As Regulus closed the book, Crabbe and Goyle instinctively rose to their feet. Since the last encounter, Delacour had come to perceive their actions as a betrayal, leading her to forsake them. She had since acquired new companions, including Pansy Parkinson, a sharp-tongued Slytherin who was originally depicted as Delacour's girlfriend. However, how could Gryffindor possibly befriend Slytherin? Why should Gryffindor not be able to forge friendships with Slytherin? Harry, are we friends? Harry paused, acknowledging that she and Regulus were indeed friends. Could Slytherin truly form friendships with Gryffindor? The voice of Regulus resonated, and the remaining Slytherins, still in their seats, felt his gaze upon them, as if pricked by thorns. Though Regulus did not articulate it explicitly, they understood that failure to provide the desired answer could lead them to endure his rigorous spell practice. Of course they would. If Gryffindor were to amend their unpleasant habits, I would not hesitate to forge a friendship with them. If it were Harry, I would willingly embrace that. The newly enrolled first-year Slytherins could not possibly harbor animosity towards Gryffindor from the outset. Many among them likely remained oblivious to the reasons behind the supposed enmity, simply conforming to the prevailing narrative. The desire to befriend Harry Potter was a common aspiration among young wizards, for she is a luminary in the wizarding world. Even someone as arrogant as Malfoy yearned for her companionship. What do you mean by us changing our undesirable traits? It is Slytherin that ought to relinquish its lofty disdain for others. Who would wish to befriend Slytherins? After all, it is merely a breeding ground for dark wizards. I have no interest in forging friendships with them. Silence. Regulus employed magic. Who informed you that Slytherin is a breeding ground for dark wizards? Did Professor McGonagall ever assert such a claim? Did Professor Dumbledore convey it? Although members of Gryffindor may hold this belief, it is indeed true that Slytherin has produced numerous dark wizards. However, to state this so openly is simply inappropriate. Slytherin is merely more prone to yielding dark wizards. My friend, do not cast aspersions lightly. Slytherin, like Gryffindor, is an integral part of Hogwarts. If we were to accept your assertion that Slytherin exclusively produces dark wizards, then Hogwarts would be the largest breeding ground for dark wizards in all of Britain. Furthermore, the professors of Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and even Gryffindor have all instructed Slytherin students. Thus, does this imply that they too are complicit? Are you suggesting that Hogwarts is a school for the cultivation of dark wizards? With our teachers being the architects of dark magic, we are mere fledgling dark wizards, and our teachers are the leaders of dark wizardry. Professor Dumbledore himself is the foremost dark wizard leader. I trust that none of us wish for others to perceive Hogwarts as a school dedicated to the training of dark wizards. Regis monopolized the conversation, his voice booming at full volume, imposing his presence upon others. He was fully aware that he was distorting the truth and manipulating concepts. Yet, it mattered little to him. In this space, no voice could eclipse his, not even Hermione's. Consequently, the spirit of Gryffindor was utterly subdued by Regis alone. Meanwhile, the Slytherins reveled in delight, exclaiming, Gryffindor has met its match. Nevertheless, Regis's words resonated deeply with them. The majority of Slytherins did not wish to be labeled as the universally condemned dark wizards. They were equally incensed by Gryffindor's slanderous accusations that they were the seeds of dark sorcery. In truth, they held a greater admiration for Dumbledore than for Voldemort. Indeed, they proclaimed, "We are not petty dark wizards." Regis's bullying tactics could not equate Slytherin with Hogwarts. Yet, Hermione understood that Regis was alleviating the discord between the two houses. Quite a number of Gryffindors began to experience a pang of guilt. They found something unsettling about Regis's assertions but were at a loss as to how to counter them. Thus, Gryffindors, cast aside your prejudices. We are all members of Hogwarts. We ought to be family and friends, not adversaries. To malign one's own kin and comrades is the most disgraceful act. Without any one of the four houses, Hogwarts would be incomplete. Reflect on this. Alas, I am not skilled in verbal trickery. What should I do with this shame? Dumbledore, do you see this? I have poured my heart and soul into Hogwarts. You ought to reward me promptly. Send me your fox at once. Remember, cease the targeting of Gryffindor. I have stated before, we are all friends. Did you hear that? Yes. The voices were disjointed. Let us repeat that. Did you hear that? Yes. Now disperse. We are merely children. What do we understand? It is merely what our families have taught us. Regis aspires to become the headmaster in the future. At that time, Hermione will serve as the Minister of Magic, and he will be the headmaster of Hogwarts. The entire wizarding community in Britain will be under the dominion of these two. Granger. Oh, Draco, you have not yet departed? Call me Malfoy. Never mind. Draco waved his hand dismissively. Why did you utter those words? I merely wish to see Hogwarts improve. Do you truly believe that my sentiments are misguided? Do you genuinely desire to become a dark wizard? In the original narrative, Malfoy indeed became a Death Eater and took pride in his affiliation. This time, however, Regis is determined to prevent her from straying down that path. I have no desire to have a dark wizard as a friend. Friend, do you presume that you could ever befriend the illustrious Malfoy? Draco scoffed at Regis's words, dismissing her as merely a muggle wizard harboring delusions of grandeur. Adhering to your family's purest ideals will only lead to the downfall of Malfoy. I was mistaken in my expectations, Malfoy. I should not have anticipated any distinction between you and that decrepit faction of wizards. You are even inferior to Crabbe and Goyle. At least they comprehend that following me offers a brighter future. Is that how we think? Was it not you who exerted force upon us? Crabbe and Goyle hesitated for a moment, watching Regis's retreating figure before following her. Though their parents had instructed them to heed Miss Malfoy's counsel at school, their parents were at home, while Regis resided under the same roof. It was evident whom they would choose to listen to. Following Malfoy? What if she instructed them to trouble Regis? Ignoring her would only result in a mild reprimand upon returning home. Granger, halt. Draco's face flushed with anger. That wretched Granger had dared to insult her. Granger, wait. I will surely defeat you and force you to kneel before me in submission. While Draco may not hold her family's doctrines as sacred, her desire to vanquish Regis for personal gratification was unyielding. If I wish to sell something, surely your family has the connections, right? Crabbe and Goyle exchanged glances, puzzled by the notion of selling goods. The Regis family is not comprised of wizards. Is there anything that needs to be sold? Young Master Granger, my family owns a shop in Diagon Alley. The Crabbe family has a vast ranch that yields an abundance of cowhide and wool each year. However, they do not earn much, as there are too few wizards. And the goods they sell lack competitive appeal. Thus, while they are not short on funds, they do not enjoy true wealth. Not all pure-blood families are like the Malfoys. The Goyle family is rather similar. Well, you shall see in due course. Regulus was acutely aware of what Crabbe and Goyle were contemplating. Nevertheless, it sufficed to present the matter before them in due time. Both Crabbe and Goyle hailed from pure-blood families, and their parents were seasoned fighters. Unlike Lucius, their fathers had engaged in the relentless pursuit of others under Voldemort's command. Having experienced the ravages of war, they maintained a far stricter approach to their children's upbringing. The same could be said for Delacour. Despite their tender ages, they possessed a fundamental grasp of wizarding etiquette. Thus, Regulus decided to have them practice alongside him, viewing it as a preliminary training for his subordinates. Once he had instructed them, Regulus proceeded to the Room of Requirement to further hone the spells he had mastered. Venturing into the Forbidden Forest necessitated a solid familiarity with potent magic. In the flying class, once again, students from Slytherin and Gryffindor attended together. Since their last encounter, incidents of conflict between the first-year Gryffindors and Slytherins had significantly diminished. Regis's words ultimately proved somewhat beneficial. Quidditch stands as the most popular sport within the wizarding realm, naturally captivating the interest of many young witches and wizards eager to soar upon flying broomsticks. However, those who have yet to experience the thrill of riding a broomstick, including Hermione, Harry, and Neville, felt a twinge of anxiety. A total of 20 worn broomsticks lay scattered upon the ground, with students from Gryffindor and Slytherin lined up in two distinct rows. Opposite Regis sat Hermione, who sensed the tension within herself. You can do it, Hermione, she thought as she glanced at Regis, her heart lightening considerably. As long as Regis was present, she felt free from worry about any trouble. Extending her right hand above the broomstick, Madame Hooch called out from the front, declaring, "Up, up." Before Reggie, the broom displayed an obedient demeanor, akin to a domesticated hound. Regrettably, he harbored no affection for the broom before him, for the very notion of soaring through the skies atop such an object struck him as utterly foolish. Hermione's broom lay still on the ground, unresponsive. It was only after Hermione called out several times that the broom lazily ascended into the air, revealing her apparent lack of aptitude in this regard. Madame Hooch corrected the riding posture of all the children and then issued a sharp whistle. Pedal with vigor, children. Alas! Just as they commenced, Neville's broom spiraled out of control. Come down at once, dear, Madame Hooch exclaimed, startled by the scene. Neville tumbled from his broom. Reyes mounted his broom and, at the very moment when Neville was about to descend, he caught him. Reggie seized one of Neville's legs, his head barely a mere 10 centimeters from the ground. Child, how are you? Madame Hooch gently patted Neville's face, but he was already rendered unconscious by fear. Slytherin gains 10 points. I shall take him to the hospital wing. You all, put down your brooms and refrain from causing any further chaos. Madame Hooch warned the crowd before carrying Neville away. Following the recent episode, everyone gazed at Reggie with admiration. Hermione felt an immense sense of pride for Reggie. After all, he was her brother. Reggie, you are friends with that boy named Neville, correct? Look what I have here. Draco held a memory ball aloft, soaring on his broomstick. What would you do if I were to drop it? A cunning smile spread across Draco's face. Malfoy, you are crossing the line. Harry mounted her broom, for she too was a friend of Neville and could not stand idly by while someone threatened her friend's belongings. Potter, this is none of your concern. Step aside. Neville is my friend. How can this not concern me? Draco evaded Harry's pursuit while skillfully maneuvering on his broom. Though she was adept at flying, Harry possessed a remarkable talent in this regard. Reggie, don't go. I will fetch a teacher. By the time the teacher arrives, it will be too late. Despite riding the same type of broom, Reggie's broom was significantly faster than those of Harry and her friends. Regulus swiftly positioned himself before Delacour. Malfoy stepped down. You say step down, and I shall comply? Do I not have my pride? Delacour's face was awash with arrogance. Indeed, even with a change in gender, her demeanor remained as irksome as ever. Seizing the moment while Regulus diverted Delacour's attention, Harry boldly attempted to snatch the memory orb from her grasp. Harry, stop. From such a height, if it falls, it would shatter into pieces. Regis was taken aback by the audacity of Harry. Is it fair to say that she truly embodies the spirit of a Gryffindor? As if Delacour's troublemaking wasn't enough, Harry decided to join in the fray. As Harry attempted to seize the memory ball, Delacour naturally resisted. Before Regis could intervene, the two of them suddenly lost their balance and tumbled from their broomsticks. The onlookers covered their eyes, unwilling to witness the fall of the two. Regis's broom suddenly accelerated. With the Lacey positioned nearby, he first grasped her arm, then executed a swift rotation towards Hallie, capturing her hand with his other. At that moment, Regis's posture appeared rather peculiar. He balanced precariously on the broom solely with his legs, while each hand secured a companion. He remained inverted, his head oriented towards the ground, relying entirely on the strength of his legs to maintain his grip on the broom. Nevertheless, given Regis's considerable strength, this challenge posed little difficulty for him. His primary concern now was whether the broom above could withstand the combined weight of 3 individuals. Regis's daring act of rescuing 2 individuals left the onlookers in utter astonishment. In the distance, Snape, wand in hand and poised to cast a spell, exhaled a sigh of relief. His gaze upon Regis softened slightly, but when he beheld Draco, a fierce expression overtook his countenance. "Harry, are you unharmed?" As soon as the trio touched down, a throng of people encircled Harry, expressing their concern. The Slytherins gathered around Regis, lauding his bravery. Yet, only Draco found solace in the presence of Pansy, who offered her comfort. Draco hurled a memory orb at Regis before fleeing, her retreat marked by a palpable sense of distress. With Regis present, no one dared to support her, and she felt as though the entire Slytherin house had ostracized her. "Malfoy, come with me." Just as she had not strayed far, she spotted Snape, his expression dark and brooding, as if someone owed him a significant debt. Trouble loomed for Malfoy. Regis witnessed this scene. A lesson learned is not without merit, especially considering how close you were to allowing Harry to fall from the sky. Harry is indeed the Achilles heel of that great bat. That night, armed with the disillusionment charm, Regis prepared to venture into the Forbidden Forest. It is quite rare to see a Slytherin roaming at night. Perhaps you ought to consider visiting Gryffindor. Yet, there is no decree that forbids Slytherins from enjoying the night. Regis glanced at the portrait on the wall. Hogwarts forbids young wizards from wandering the grounds at night. If one is not discovered, it is as though one has not roamed at all. Disillusionment charm. Regis employed the disillusionment charm, causing his figure to vanish within the corridor. At this moment, was Harry cloaked in her invisibility cloak wandering the night? And what of Hermione? Did she deter Harry, or perhaps she accompanied her on this nocturnal escapade? Although Hermione initially opposed such ventures, eventually, nocturnal explorations became a commonplace affair for her. During the nocturnal escapade of Regis, he clandestinely encountered others along the way. Reyes intentionally played pranks behind them, who told them not to use the disillusionment charm. The Forbidden Forest at night is profoundly eerie, filled with the unsettling cries of various creatures. Regis beheld Hagrid's hut but chose not to enter, although he was eager to explore its interior. He knew that within lay a trove of extraordinary items shed by magical creatures, all of which constituted premium magical materials that could fetch a handsome sum. Thus, Hagrid was, in truth, quite affluent. A pint of 8-eyed spider venom could be sold for 100 galleons, and a pint is over 500 milliliters. Regis has already devised a plan. He intends to procure at least a pint this evening. Within the Forbidden Forest, there are numerous 8-eyed spiders, and Regis easily locates them. Regis has consistently maintained the illusion spell. How unsightly. The 8-eyed spider is enormous, capable of reaching the size of a small automobile, and is covered in dense black fur. Ordinary weapons cannot slay them, but the divine blade of shadows can. Regis adorned himself with 10 layers of armor for protection before commencing his massacre. His magical power was abundant, allowing him to effortlessly maintain both the illusion spell and the iron armor enchantment, while also having sufficient energy to wield the shadowless blade. Regis appeared like a specter, mercilessly slaughtering the 8-eyed spiders. Before long, he was discovered, surrounded by a multitude of lifeless 8-eyed spiders. A sorcerer. It is a sorcerer. Quickly. Slay him. It has been far too long since we feasted upon the flesh of a wizard. Devour him. Devour him. Regis has dispelled the illusion spell, and the ebony wand twirled gracefully around his fingers. If you wish to devour me, then do give it a try. Legis unleashed a colorless, ethereal blade, an intangible weapon that dismembered the spiders into 8 pieces. Once concentrated by this spectral blade, the 8-eyed spider bore the marks of brutal assault, writhing momentarily on the ground before succumbing to silence. Regis is mercilessly slaughtering while simultaneously gathering venom. Is this truly all you are capable of? You cannot even allow me a moment to breathe. As Regulus scoffed at them, he unleashed a series of stunning spells with deadly precision. To be struck was certain doom. Professor Snape, your stunning spell is remarkably effective. Yet, relying solely on it can lead to a certain visual fatigue. Perhaps it would be wise to explore other forms of magic? Thunderous explosions. Shattered to pieces. Regis indulged in his exhilarating pursuits, having slain over 100 8-eyed spiders. The ground was strewn with the remnants of these arachnids. The 8-eyed spiders, substantial in size, harbored an abundance of venom. While not every specimen was as large as a car, many rivaled the size of a cow. Following the massacre of a significant number of their kin at the hands of Regis, the remaining 8-eyed spiders fled in terror. Reyes did not pursue them either. What if he were to eliminate them too swiftly, risking their extinction? Time must be allowed for their propagation. Since you lack natural predators here, I shall become your greatest adversary. These over 100 8-eyed spiders each possess the potential to yield at least a pint. As for the larger specimens, their value is beyond measure. Regulus, on this occasion, has procured no less than 300 liters of venom. Fortunately, he had made prior arrangements, enlisting the assistance of Black to acquire a container imbued with the charm of seamless expansion. Otherwise, he would have been oblivious to the considerable waste of gallons this venture might have incurred. A rough estimation suggests that the sale of this venom from the eight-eyed spiders could yield several thousand galleons. Such an amount holds the value of several Sirius Blacks. After Sirius Black's escape from Azkaban, his bounty was set at 10,000 galleons. With this lucrative gain, Regulus felt elated. I shall continue this endeavor in the future. Do remember to produce more offspring. After Regulus departed from the Forbidden Forest, the eight-eyed spiders returned to clean the scene. Gazing upon the remnants of their kin, a sense of dread unexpectedly enveloped them. In an environment devoid of natural enemies, they had never before experienced the emotion known as fear. Their future days would not be any better, for Regulus would frequently visit them. Upon returning to their lair, a footprint appeared beneath a great tree. Oh, the lair has been discovered. There is no escape for you in the future. This shadow was, of course, Regulus. Should these spiders hesitate to emerge, he would come here in search of them. Even if they sought to relocate, they would inevitably leave traces behind. Master Granger, from where did you procure such an abundance of eight-eyed spider venom? A pint of this venom could fetch 100 galleons. Crabbe and Goyle beheld the large jar before them, pondering how long it might take their family to amass such a fortune. Help me sell this. I require 90 galleons per pint. The selling price depends on your family's capabilities. Oh, and do not be greedy with my money. The quantity of eight-eyed spider venom I can gather could easily extinguish a few unwary wizards. Indeed, Master Granger, 91%, they were merely providing a sales channel. And Regulus considered himself quite generous. However, he remained skeptical of them. How about we formalize a contract? As long as your families value you enough, you shall remain unharmed. I recently learned a spell called the Unbreakable Vow. Do you trust in your families? Regis extended his right hand. Let us swear an oath and ascertain your sincerity. You vow that should you breach this covenant, you shall acknowledge me as your master, or else eternally descend into the abyss, enduring ceaseless torment. The lives of two wizards are surely worth more than a handful of galleons. Moreover, this unbreakable oath is beyond their capacity to annul. Crabbe and Goyle were aware of this magic. I swear, yet Crabbe still clasped Regis's hand, sealing the pact with him. Goyle followed suit. Although they were not brothers by blood, their bond was profound. All right, once we finish our letters, let's join the Halloween feast. Crabbe and Goyle remained in their dormitory to write. Goyle, are we doing the right thing? Crabbe, what do you think of Master Granger's magical prowess and his future achievements? He certainly differs from the Dark Lord in style. What do you mean? Precisely. Crabbe and Goyle were oblivious to what Voldemort had been like during his school years. Back then, he was humble, gentle, and possessed remarkable magical talent, coupled with a magnetic personality, which led to the birth of the Death Eaters. All they knew were tales of Voldemort's brutality. So, following him is not a mistake. What is wrong with aligning oneself with the powerful? I wish my father would swallow some galleons, Goyle remarked, gazing out at the sky with his quill. Goyle, are you mad? Crabbe exclaimed in disbelief. If we breach the oath, we shall perish. But we can always acknowledge Master Granger as our lord. With such an unbreakable bond, he would trust us even more. Having a powerful wizard as a master is nothing to be ashamed of. Imagine, we would be among the first to pledge allegiance to Master Granger. Countless others would envy us in the future. Crabbe perceived Goyle's madness, yet he found a semblance of logic in his words. The Great Hall was adorned with various Halloween decorations. Unlike the small wizards reveling in the festive spirit, Regis savored the delicacies alone. He felt quite famished. Perhaps he had exerted too much magic, rendering him particularly hungry today. Regis, you are consuming an astonishing amount. Others are watching to see how much you can eat. Indeed. Regis's relentless clearing of the table had turned him into a spectacle of Halloween. Let them watch. Hermione, why aren't you spending time with Harry? She has so many friends. She certainly doesn't need me. Though Hermione's character had been shaped by Regis, her penchant for lecturing and meddling remained largely unchanged. She was still known as the Miss Know-It-All. I suppose after today, I shall acquire yet another nickname. What is it? The Glutton. Miss Know-It-All and her gluttonous brother. Regis. Hermione despised being called Miss Know-It-All, for it was not a compliment but rather a mockery. I find it rather delightful. Do you not think Know-It-All signifies their acknowledgement of your vast knowledge? Hermione shot an irritated glance at Regis before seeking out Harry. A troll. There is a troll in the dungeon. Professor Quirrell, clad in a turban and exuding an unpleasant odor, abruptly burst into the Great Hall, collapsing onto the floor. The hall erupted into chaos, prompting Professor Dumbledore to conjure a few bursts of purple fireworks from his wand to restore order. At that moment, Regis had stealthily exited the Great Hall, making his way to the dungeon. Surely, Hermione had not encountered the troll. Who then had? Or perhaps this time, no one had crossed paths with the troll? Regardless, Regis intended to investigate. After all, he had vanquished numerous spiders. A mere troll was but a trifling matter. Reyes has cast an illusionary spell upon himself. Reyes, drawn by the commotion caused by the behemoth, found himself at the entrance of the women's restroom. The creature, wielding a wooden club, swung open the stall doors one by one, seemingly in search of something. Towering at approximately 3.5 meters, its skin was dull and devoid of luster, while its grotesque, oversized body was topped with an unsightly small head. Its legs were as thick as tree stumps, exuding an unbearable stench. Reggie was reluctant even to make contact. He hurried past the giant, pinching his nose. At that moment, in a nearby stall, a golden-haired girl leaned tremulously against the restroom partition, clutching her wand. Faced with the terrifying visage of the giant, her heart was overwhelmed with fear. She now resembled a fragile maiden, in stark contrast to her previous demeanor as an arrogant noblewoman. It was unexpected to witness such vulnerability in Malfoy. A sudden voice startled Malfoy, nearly causing him to lose his grip on the wand. Regis dispelled the illusion spell and smiled at her. He crawled over from the door, unnoticed by DeLacy, revealing just how frightened she was at that moment. How did you get here? I merely came to see which fool was trapped in the restroom by the troll. Come on, I'll take you out. No, there's a troll outside. We cannot contend with it. Regis shook his head helplessly at the sight of her shedding tears. Do you truly believe you know how I arrived here? You are indeed foolish beyond redemption. Regis lifted DeLacer and cast an illusion spell upon the two. Do not move. Regis hoisted DeLacy onto his shoulder, firmly grasped the restroom door with one hand, and with a mighty effort, leaped out from the confines of the lavatory. Ah, what a cacophony. Regis struck the troll with his wand, eliciting a cry from Draco that alerted the not-so-bright creature to their presence. Although Regis remained unseen, the troll began to lumber in their direction. Malfoy, remember that you owe me a life. As the disillusionment charm was still in effect, Regis cast another spell. Invert the bell. The troll was suddenly suspended in midair as if lifted by a mightier giant, its wooden club falling from its grasp. The bell came crashing down. The troll plummeted to the ground, its head striking the earth and spilling a pool of green blood. The impact rendered the creature dazed, its skull fractured. We must depart swiftly. Regis, bearing Draco on his shoulders, had scarcely stepped outside when he encountered Professor Snape and McGonagall. The tremendous commotion they had just witnessed rendered it impossible for them to feign ignorance. Regulus held his breath, moving slowly, yet Snape's cold, piercing gaze remained fixed upon him. Regis could only helplessly unravel the incantation. Greetings, Professor. Reggie patted DeLacy's backside. Malfoy, come down and greet the Professor. Snape trembled with fury, his lips quivering. Granger. And you too, Malfoy, do you find this amusing? Why don't you both remain in the common room? Professor, it is my fault. I was the one initially trapped in the restroom by the troll, and Granger came to my rescue. DeLacy lifted his head, tears still glistening on his cheeks. A mere troll, I could handle it with one hand. Regis had just needed one hand to support Delacour, yet he managed to vanquish the troll with remarkable ease. Snape approached to examine the unconscious creature. A first-year wizard is capable of defeating a troll. Granger, your magic is quite commendable. Slytherin, you earn additional points. With just a glance at the troll, Snape discerned that it had been subjected to some form of magical assault. The hanging bell, a spell of his own invention, was something he understood better than anyone else. Granger, come with me, and you too, Malfoy. Regis and Draco followed Snape closely, exposing their mastery of his magic, which was entirely within Regis's expectations. In due time, he would boast about his prowess in front of Snape regarding the Half-Blood Prince, confident that it would not enhance Snape's regard for him. After all, he was unaware that Snape was indeed the Half-Blood Prince, and he speculated that Snape might not acknowledge his own identity either. After all, the notebook contained some of Snape's youthful bravado. The moniker of the Half-Blood Prince revealed that Snape, in his younger days, was also a rather pretentious youth. Snape's office was situated in the dungeons of Hogwarts Castle, at opposite ends of the same corridor as the potions classroom. The entire office was constructed from large slabs of dark gray stone. Malfoy exited first. Draco cast a glance at Regis before obediently following suit. Where did you learn the magic to deal with trolls? Professor. I found a notebook belonging to the Half-Blood Prince in the cabinet of the potions classroom. It contained several spells that I deemed quite powerful, so I decided to learn a few. The Half-Blood Prince's notebook? Snape appeared unaware of what that was. Indeed, Professor, the Half-Blood Prince was truly a genius, capable of inventing such formidable spells even during his student days. I believe his magical talent rivals that of Headmaster Dumbledore. Moreover, his understanding of potions has greatly benefited me. I can only lament that I never had the opportunity to meet the Half-Blood Prince. Regis's extravagant praise left Snape feeling a wave of embarrassment. It was the first time someone had so unabashedly lauded him without knowledge of his true identity. All right, enough now, Regis. Should you have any inquiries regarding potions in the future, feel free to consult me. Professor, may I bring friends along? Perhaps Harry and Hermione? Of course. Addressing students' queries is my duty. Upon hearing Harry's name, Regis seemed to notice a slight twitch in Snape's ear. I shall take my leave now, Professor. Very well. Inform Malfoy that she need not come in. Understood. Snape felt a surge of excitement within. He no longer harbored thoughts of punishing Malfoy. After the door closed, he paced around his office several times to mask his inner exhilaration. He, Severus Snape, Master of Potions, was a composed individual. His excitement was understandable, as Harry frequently avoided him, causing him considerable distress. Come now, Professor, it's all good. All good. Draco thought you would punish her, yet you let her off. The journey back was quiet for Draco. Malfoy, why were you hiding alone in the restroom? That's uncharacteristic of you. My apologies. Malfoy. You're not apologizing because I saved you, are you? The ones you owe an apology to are Harry and Neville. If you wish to befriend me, you should apologize to them. All right. Will you still call me Draco from now on? Of course. Afterward, Draco indeed approached Harry and Neville to apologize. Her actions led others to perceive her as a false Malfoy. Nevertheless, her temperament remained largely unchanged. When ridiculed, she would fiercely retaliate. Those Gryffindors who mocked her believed she had cowered. Some Slytherins also derided her, asserting she should not have apologized, claiming it brought shame upon Slytherin. You believe it or not, I will write to my father and tell him you insulted me. Few in Slytherin could stand against the Malfoy family, known for their considerable influence within the Ministry of Magic. Meanwhile, the 8-eyed spider venom that Regis supplied to Crabbe and Goyle had sold out, fetching over 5,000 galleons for the entire batch. Regis suddenly found himself in affluence. Are your parents aware of the vows you have made? Crabbe and Goyle's father is a Death Eater. Without the weight of the oath, Regis would hardly trust in their honesty. Indeed, we were soundly reprimanded by our father. After all, I am my father's only son. What could he possibly do to me? This child is certainly entering his rebellious phase. Young Master Granger, we aspire to forge an unbreakable vow with you. Oh, are you certain? An unbreakable vow is not to be entered into lightly. Young Master Granger, we wish to follow you. The two knelt simultaneously, presenting their wands. Thus, Regis acquired his first group of loyal followers in life. Although, in the original narrative, these two were antagonists. Since you desire to follow me, you must not be mediocre. From this day forth, you shall diligently practice your magic, for I shall be evaluating your progress. Yes, young Master Granger. Regis certainly did not wish for his subordinates to be mere layabouts. After potion class, he intercepted Hermione and Harry. Hermione, you are aware of this. I shall not yield. Hermione, do not sulk. Regis intercepted Hermione, naturally seeking to copy her homework. Hermione was the only person he knew who diligently completed her assignments. It had always been this way. Just let me borrow a bit. Growing up, Harry gazed enviously at Regis, realizing only now how delightful it was to have Hermione as a friend. One need not worry about homework at all. Although she initially refused, with persistent effort, she would ultimately lend her assignments to her friends. Regis has been clandestinely copying Hermione's assignments since childhood. How effortless it must be for him. Regis. Such actions are not acceptable. They contravene school regulations. Just because no one has discovered it does not mean it is not a violation of the rules. It is akin to your secret nocturnal escapades. Do not deny it, Hermione. I have witnessed you and Harry together. In truth, Regis has never seen it. For Harry's ancestral invisibility cloak is indeed one of the Deathly Hallows. Regis was unaware that at that moment, Harley had yet to receive the gift. Hermione's expression shifted. She did not wish for anyone to be privy to this matter. Here you go. Thank you, Hermione. Here, these are for you. Consider them a token of brotherly affection. Regis presented Hermione with a wallet imbued with the undetectable extinction charm, containing 500 galleons. What is this? You shall examine it upon your return. I must take my leave now. Upon returning to the dormitory, Regis requested Black to assist him with copying his homework. What is this? Regis pointed to a long rectangular box on the ground, significantly larger than the one typically used for wands. Mr. Granger, this is a gift from Miss Malfoy, Gaul responded, indicating that he had helped bring it back. A gift from her? Indeed, Miss Malfoy mentioned it was an apology for her previous rudeness. A peculiar expression crossed Gaul's face. He was astonished that Malfoy had actually apologized to Regis. She wouldn't dare. However, upon observing Regis' expression, Gaul suddenly comprehended the situation. He was unaware that Regis had previously rescued Draces from the clutches of a troll. Well, let me see what is inside. Regis opened the box to reveal a Nimbus 2000, the most advanced broomstick available on the market. Nimbus 2000? He exclaimed. This broomstick far surpassed those used for instruction at Hogwarts. The Nimbus 2000 is akin to a Ferrari in the realm of broomsticks. Such a precious item, simply given away? Indeed, one cannot help but admire Malfoy's generosity. However, Regis had a preference for flying carpets over broomsticks. Unfortunately, in the British magical community, flying carpets are prohibited. During the Quidditch match, the debuting Harry captivated the audience as he soared on the Nimbus 2000 gifted by Professor McGonagall. Thank you for the Nimbus 2000. But I must confess my fondness for flying carpets. Could you possibly assist me in acquiring one? Draco's icy gaze swept over Regis. So, you have given my gift to Potter, have you? Harry has had a Nimbus 2000 for quite some time now. You must be aware of that. Regis tapped Draco's head with his wand. The flying carpet is a prohibited item. I trust in the Malfoy family's influence within the Ministry of Magic in Britain. Don't you think? Just wait. Draco gazed enviously at the Quidditch match, her eyes fixed on Harry. She longed to participate. Yet first-year students are not permitted to join the Quidditch team. However, Harry found a way in through the back door. Even her family, being Hogwarts board members, did not resort to such means. What do you think would happen if I were to play? Nothing significant. Gryffindor would still emerge victorious. At that moment, the Quidditch match concluded with Harry catching the golden snitch with her mouth. With Harry in the game, how could Gryffindor possibly lose? Do you think I cannot measure up to Harry? Draco bit her lip, her tone shifting slightly. Not necessarily, it is merely that individuals possess unique strengths. Harry's talent on a broomstick may slightly surpass yours. In what aspects do you believe I excel beyond her? Draco looked at Regis with anticipation. Regis pondered for a moment. How should he articulate his thoughts? Should he assert that you were more insidious than she? That would certainly not suffice. It would likely cause Delacour to explode in indignation. You possess greater wealth than she does. Delacour's smile faltered. Was she indeed wealthier than Harry? Could this be considered an advantage? Your aptitude for potions surpasses that of Harry. This is undeniably true. Delacour's performance in potion class indeed eclipsed that of Harry. Most importantly, you have loving parents, whereas Harry does not. Do you comprehend? I believe you need not constantly compare yourself to Harry. In your opinion, who among us is more suited to be a friend? What do you mean by that? You are both my friends. Delacour found Regis's response somewhat unsatisfactory. Regis gazed intently at Delacour, and upon closer inspection, it was evident that she possessed remarkable beauty. Although merely 11 years of age, her lips were a vivid crimson and her teeth gleamed white. Her proud demeanor was apparent in her features, albeit accompanied by a hint of youthful innocence. Yet, within the confines of Hogwarts, few girls could rival her allure. Why are you staring at me like that? Delacour inquired, a blush creeping onto her cheeks under Regis's gaze. You are blushing. Are you feeling shy, Delacour? Who is shy? I have encountered many who are far more beautiful than you. How could I possibly feel shy? Despite her words, Regis harbored a profound confidence in his own appearance. In all of Hogwarts, no one, regardless of gender, could surpass his striking looks. Rags averted his gaze, yet Draco misconstrued the gesture. I never claimed you were unattractive. I merely, Draco, Hermione is calling for me. I must take my leave. Before Draco could articulate her thoughts, Rags had already departed. Wait, please don't leave me, cursed Draco. Damn Hermione, you are obstructing your brother's momentous affairs, do you not realize? At the tender age of 11, Draco had already developed feelings for another. Of course, this may not entirely be love, but rather gratitude intertwined with various emotions, leading Draco to believe she had fallen for Rags. Furthermore, Draco frequently dreamed of Rags, which solidified her conviction that she was indeed in love with him. I am so strikingly beautiful, surely Rags will love me in return. Draco reassured herself. Rags. I must tell you, Professor Snape seems to be a nefarious character. His kindness towards Harry is merely a fade. Hermione recounted the events that had just transpired. During the Quidditch match, Harry's broom had exhibited a momentary lack of control. By chance, Hermione had observed Snape's eyes fixed on Harry, his lips muttering incantations. Hermione. That is implausible. Snape would never harm Harry. I too believe Professor Snape would not inflict harm upon me, Harry interjected, sensing the genuine concern Snape harbored for her. Is it possible that someone else is casting malevolent curses, and Professor Snape is in fact safeguarding her? Yet, they had previously witnessed Snape entering a secret chamber on the 4th floor. Prior to this, the two had conversed with Hagrid, who had informed them of a treasure secured within. Hagrid's loyal creature guarded it. Harry, what we witnessed was on the eve of Halloween. Hermione remained steadfast in her belief of what she had seen. Professor Snape could never harm Harry. If you doubt this, you may consult Professor Dumbledore. Were you eavesdropping outside? Regis seized one of Dracy's ponytails. It was not intentional. I merely happened to overhear. I told you to wait for me. It is you who were too hasty. Do you have a justification for eavesdropping? I reiterate, I merely passed by. What is your purpose? Reyes gently pinched DeLacy's face, feeling its softness. A light reprimand was issued, advising against eavesdropping on others' conversations in the future. Regis left DeLacy, her cheeks flushed, to wander alone. Oh, my wretched charm. He felt elated. Yet DeLacy began to spiral into thoughts. What did his touch upon my face signify? Does he harbor feelings for me as well? As Christmas approached, all the wizards returned home, save for Harry, who was reluctant to go back. Farewell, Harry. Hermione and Regis observed Harry's solitary figure. I had invited Harry to celebrate Christmas at our home, but she declined. However, she mentioned that she could come next Christmas. Is that so? Very well then. In truth, Harry's hesitation to visit Hermione's home stemmed from her discovery of a wondrous place. On Christmas Day, she received an invisibility cloak, a relic of her father's. The gift-giver remained anonymous. That night, clad in the cloak, Harry ventured out for a nocturnal escapade, inadvertently stumbling upon an extraordinary mirror within a classroom. In its reflection, she beheld a man and a woman standing behind her. The woman, with flowing crimson hair, possessed striking green eyes, mirroring her own. Beside her stood a tall, slender man with unruly black hair, who tenderly embraced her. The man wore glasses, and a rebellious tuft of hair jutted defiantly from the back of his head. In an instant, Harry recognized them as her long-lost parents. The following day, she shared this revelation with Hermione, who accompanied her, eager to glimpse Harry's parents. However, Hermione beheld something entirely different within the mirror. We can see within the mirror what our hearts yearn to behold. This was Hermione's reflection after gazing into the enchanted glass. Thus, did Harry wish to spend the holidays with her parents? Regis also recalled the mirror of Erist. Upon our return, take me to see that mirror. Dumbledore ultimately placed the Philosopher's Stone within that mirror. Of course, only those who do not wish to obtain the stone from it can truly possess it. That might disappoint you, Regis. Why? Because when we last encountered Professor Dumbledore, he advised us not to dwell in a false reality, hence he concealed the mirror of Erased. What a pity that is. So, Hermione, what did you see in the mirror? Hermione blushed and stammered. I saw myself as the Minister of Magic. It has nothing to do with me, Hermione. I am rather displeased. Reggie held Hermione's face gently. You are my secretary. Secretary? You are not behaving, Hermione. Mom, Dad? We are back. Darling, let me hug you. How is life at Hogwarts? The Granger couple had arrived at King's Cross Station to greet them. Mom, I've learned several spells. The teachers all like me, except for the potions master. He prefers Reggie, but Reggie isn't even his favorite. Hermione was eager to share her experiences at Hogwarts with her parents. Upon returning to her long-missed home, Reggie unusually refrained from practicing magic and instead took a good nap. Hermione did the same, but not out of desire for rest. Rather, her ungraduated little wizard's wand contained traces of magic, prohibiting her from casting spells in Muggle territory. Hermione had always been law-abiding, hence she did not practice magic. The next morning, as soon as she woke up, Hermione glared at Reggie in annoyance. She had seen him using magic. Reggie, how could you do that? Hermione, look closely, I am not using a wand. Regis boasted to Hermione about his skill in wandless magic, a technique he mastered from the very beginning, albeit with somewhat diminished power. However, with sufficient proficiency. The absence of a wand posed no hindrance to him. For instance, his expertise in the disarming charm was unparalleled. Wandless magic? Goodness. This is a skill that even many upperclassmen scarcely possess. Hermione was once again awed by Regis's remarkable talent. I suppose I will never surpass you, she lamented. Her hopes of having Regis as her assistant dashed. No, Hermione, there is one thing I cannot do. What is it? Become pregnant. Regis, what nonsense are you spouting? Hermione exclaimed, hurling a pillow at him. Yet, the pillow floated in midair. Hermione, your parents are out working. What do you intend to do? As she gazed at the wicked grin on Regis's face, Hermione instinctively took a few steps back. And you know you cannot use magic right now. Regis pointed a finger at Hermione. No, Levi Corpus. The levitation charm may not affect the human body directly, yet it can be applied to garments. Naturally, Hermione could not be unclothed, though she found herself suspended in midair by Regis. The levitation charm? Isn't it ineffective on living beings? Hermione, you are rather foolish. You are indeed wearing clothes. Have you considered removing them? That way, I would be unable to capture you. Pervert, Regis. I shall certainly inform my mother. Still daring to complain? It seems I must teach you a proper lesson. Stay away, stay away. Tears welled in Hermione's eyes as she felt humiliated. At her age, it was outrageous that Regis would strike her behind. Call for your brother. I shall teach you the art of wandless magic. Just wait. The day will come when my magic surpasses yours. Hermione, your defiance mixed with reluctant submission is quite endearing. Reggie forcefully rubbed Hermione's face. And she was utterly incapable of resistance. All right, quickly change into your outer garments. I shall escort you to Diagon Alley. Really? Of course. How many galleons do I still owe you? I haven't used much. I haven't yet inquired where you acquired such an abundance of galleons. I raided Gringotts. You must be jesting. The vaults of Gringotts are guarded by dragons, making it one of the most secure places in the world. Regis retrieved a copy of the enchanted newspaper that had been stolen from Gringotts. The indistinct figure depicted was Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort. Even a half-dead Voldemort could breach the defenses of Gringotts, and yet it dares to claim the title of the safest place in the world? Is it truly you? Hermione, you are quite foolish. It is evident that this is not my doing. Had I orchestrated the heist at Gringotts, my name and likeness would undoubtedly grace the pages of that paper. And where did your galleons originate? They were gifted to me by our neighbor. Neighbor? Clearly. Hermione would not suspect that the neighbor referred to by Regis was the Acromantula of the Forbidden Forest. The Acromantula, our entire family extends our gratitude to you. Come, Hermione. I cannot afford to wait for you indefinitely. Upon entering the leaky cauldron, Regis and Hermione attracted little attention, merely two young wizards. Arriving at Diagon Alley, Regis led Hermione straight to Ollivander's wand shop. What brings us here? Is your wand broken? Naturally, we are here to purchase a wand. Do you not wish to practice magic? If your original wand contained a trace, then acquiring a new one is a simple solution. There is no rule that states a wizard may possess only a single wand. Hermione, inspired by Regis's words, became animated. Good morning, Mr. Ollivander. Good morning, young witch. I recall you both. A vinewood wand, with a dragon heartstring core, measuring 9 3/4 inches, if I am not mistaken. Mr. Ollivander smiled at Hermione. Yes, Mr. Ollivander. Your wand is made of ebony, with a phoenix feather core, measuring 14.5 inches. Your memory is remarkable, Mr. Ollivander. So, you have come to procure that wand? Yes, and I would also like to purchase another one for Hermione. Mr. Ollivander. You know that young witches are not permitted to use wands in the Muggle world. Regis openly stated his intention. In principle, I cannot sell you a second wand. It is not permitted in theory, which implies that it is indeed possible. Reggie comprehended his meaning. Mr. Ollivander, I find the process of crafting wands to be exceedingly arduous. Thus, I believe your wands are priced too modestly. Shouldn't you increase the price? I currently possess ample funds. Truly, he is a discerning little wizard. You are absolutely correct. Ollivander beamed, for who would not relish the prospect of earning more? As for the potential discovery of such a transaction, he could always claim ignorance, asserting that it was Reggie and his companions who complained about their wands being defective and sought to purchase replacements. Much like the Muggles say, the customer is king. In his realm, the customer is Merlin. Reggie and Hermione departed with great satisfaction, their wands in hand. Their next destination was the Lycan bookstore. Hermione had a profound affection for books. Let us see if there are any titles that pique our interest. If so, we shall procure a few. Regis also wished to purchase some books here, yet the titles he sought were not those displayed upon the shelves. In truth, if he desired such volumes, he ought to venture to the alley. However, he was still too young to do so, as his tender age rendered him susceptible to trouble. While Hermione sought out her preferred reads, Regis approached the proprietor of Lycan bookstore. The owner, an elderly gentleman, inquired, "Young wizard, what brings you to me?" Regis replied, "I wish to acquire certain books, ones that cannot be found on the shelves." The old man furrowed his brow, responding, "I possess no such volumes that cannot be displayed." These young wizards, so naive at such a young age, do they truly believe they are capable of handling those perilous tomes? Regis sighed. Indeed, being so young was not an advantage. If he were an adult wizard, perhaps the proprietor would have acquiesced. "Sir, you misunderstand me. The tomes I seek are those belonging to the once magnificent wizarding families who have fallen into decline and are compelled to liquidate their estates. I believe you might possess some of those, do you not?" Money is no object. Regis observed a flicker of indecision on his employer's face. He indeed possessed certain artifacts. For within the lineage of wizarding families, unexpected treasures often arise. It was a matter of liquidating ancestral properties to sustain a livelihood. There were even some descendants of wizards who were utterly inept. "Boss, I do not require the original. I merely seek a copy. 100 galleons for a single volume." "What say you?" 100 galleons. This amount equates to the monthly wage of some official employees within the Ministry of Magic. For many, purchasing a book at such a price is exceedingly extravagant. Yet, to Regis, it hardly seemed exorbitant. Knowledge is indeed the paramount pursuit. "Very well. Pray tell. Which family tomes do you possess?" "Follow me." The proprietor of Lycan bookstore, leaning on his cane, guided Regis to his repository of books. Lycan bookstore has been engaged in this trade for 5 centuries, during which it has amassed a vast collection of tomes from various wizarding families, including those that have produced many notable figures, such as the Gaunt family. The proprietor of Lycan bookstore pushed open a door, revealing a shadowy interior. He reached into the obscurity and retrieved a tome, The Secrets of Parseltongue. It is said that wizards can acquire the ability to speak in Parseltongue through this book. I shall take it. However, whether it proves useful remains to be seen. Parseltongue is a hereditary ability of the Gaunt family. Yet this does not imply that those devoid of Gaunt blood cannot possess the skill. The infamous Herpo the Foul, one of the earliest cultivators of serpents and a pioneer in the crafting of Horcruxes, also wielded the power of Parseltongue. Of course, one cannot wholly dismiss the possibility that he too bore the blood of the Gaunt lineage. Regis has purchased this book merely as an experiment. Moreover, the ability to control snakes through Parseltongue appears to be a form of magic. If it is magic, then there exists the potential to learn it. Many have acquired this, yet I have not encountered anyone who has succeeded. Are there alternatives? Certainly. This is the essence of swordsmanship from Gryffindor. The relics left behind by Gryffindor indicate that he did not follow the conventional path of a typical wizard. He seemed to prefer dueling with a sword, though this does not imply that his magical prowess was any less formidable. Gryffindor was renowned as a master duelist. Well, I might as well purchase it. In the future, when I become the headmaster of Hogwarts, Gryffindor's sword will surely come into my possession. Unbeknownst to Regis, this book is also available in the Hogwarts library. It encompasses the principles of magical contracts, the genesis of curses, guidelines for the creation of magical artifacts, and much more. Regis has acquired a plethora of such texts, many of which were pilfered and subsequently sold to the Leaky Cauldron by thieves. It remains uncertain what connections exist between the Leaky Cauldron and those rogues. The proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron dares to sell these books to Regis precisely because the descendants of those families have either vanished or fallen into decline, rendering them incapable of causing him any trouble. Furthermore, when did he sell these books to Regis? The Leaky Cauldron conducts legitimate business. It is certified by the Ministry of Magic. This book has an impressive provenance, priced at 1,000 galleons. The owner of the Leaky Cauldron presents a pristine volume, seemingly fresh off the press. 1,000 galleons? Why not simply steal it? Regis was overwhelmed with disbelief. Surely, there must be a limit to greed. This tome was acquired from the illustrious alchemist, Nicholas Flamel, the very same master who created the Philosopher's Stone. Indeed, for 1,000 galleons. One cannot procure a book penned by Nicholas Flamel himself, who is still among the living. It is said that Nicholas Flamel once had students. The proprietor of the Lycan bookstore paused at this juncture, leaving his statement unfinished. Are you certain that the contents within are of great value? Certainly. Though few possess the understanding to comprehend this book. Regis gritted his teeth and ultimately made the purchase. Acquiring these books nearly depleted his savings. Boss, Having bought so many books, could you offer me some discount? The books chosen by your sister shall be considered my gift to you. What a shrewd merchant. The proprietor of Lehan Bookstore certainly did not sell these rare volumes solely to Regis. He remained oblivious to the substantial profit earned from these tomes. Fortunately, there was still a considerable amount of venom from the eight-eyed spider. Selling a batch would replenish his funds. This box, imbued with the spell of seamless expansion, is a gift for you. Hermione, we must take our leave now. Reggie called out to Hermione, who was engrossed in her reading. It was remarkable how she could devote so much time to her books day after day. Truly, she was an academic prodigy, effortlessly surpassing her peers at Ravenclaw. Her achievements were the result of sheer dedication. The Christmas holiday swiftly came to an end, and Reggie and his companions returned to school on the eve of its conclusion. Upon their return, Reggie frequently ventured into the Forbidden Forest late at night, where the forest denizens warmly welcomed his presence, except for the Acromantulas. Each time Reggie arrived, their colony suffered. They had realized they were being used as venom extractors. After the initial encounter, the malevolent wizard only targeted the larger Acromantulas, sparing the smaller ones. This indicated that the wizard had begun to domesticate them. They had contemplated sending the smaller spiders out to hunt and bring prey back to their lair. But the vile wizard had invaded their home, slaughtering a number of the larger spiders before departing. Aragog, that is your name, is it not? Regis perched upon the back of an ancient spider, diligently extracting venom from the creature known as Allegor. It was the sole spider from which Regis had not drawn venom after slaying. How do you know my name? Allegor inquired, as if emptied of all hope. You need not concern yourself with that. Simply understand that I harbor a profound disdain for your kind. Your lawlessness in the Forbidden Forest is intolerable, and your penchant for cannibalism is abhorrent. We have never consumed the wizards of Hogwarts. Allegor retorted, I am indifferent to whether you have or not. My singular desire is for your demise. Perhaps one day, I shall no longer rely on you for gold, and I will choose to eradicate your kind entirely, or perhaps truly confine you. Then, you will exist solely to produce venom for me. The surrounding spiders trembled in fear. They had attempted to resist Regis, but the consequences had been dire. You cannot do this. We have the right to live. Hagrid will stop you. Regis scoffed with contempt. Hagrid? Merely a muddled half-giant. Farewell. Venom manufacturers. As Regis departed from the Forbidden Forest, he passed by Hagrid's hut. I recall that during this period, Hagrid was in the process of incubating a dragon egg. Ultimately, it would be sent away, so why not allow me to care for it? Reggie intends to assist Hagrid in raising a dragon. At this moment, Hagrid is patrolling the Forbidden Forest, guiding his faithful companion Fong, and the burden of his duties has increased significantly due to Reggie's excessive extermination of Acromantulas. Within Hagrid's humble abode, a large, blackened egg lies nestled in the glowing embers of the hearth. It is quite astonishing that, with the fire burning, no one is present to guard it. Such a lack of safety awareness is truly alarming. Regis extinguished the fire and then removed the egg, for the time being. He had no intention of hatching this Norwegian Ridgeback. He planned to wait until he procured a suitcase akin to that of Newt Scamander before proceeding with the hatching. Like Newt, he aspired to keep magical creatures within his own suitcase. As for who would acquire such a case, Regis had already formulated a plan. Wasn't T. Delacour a friend of his? With the influence of the Malfoy family, obtaining such a suitcase should pose no challenge. Regis left Hagrid 500 galleons, accompanied by a poignant remark. This dragon is exceedingly perilous. I cannot allow it to endanger the young witches and wizards of Hogwarts. Draco, I wish to request your assistance with a matter. What matter? The carpet will require some time. It is not that matter. Are you familiar with Newt Scamander? I have heard of him. That is fortunate. I desire a case akin to the one he possesses. Absolutely not. Draco turned her head away defiantly. Why not? That item is contraband. Are you certain the Malfoy family is concerned about such regulations? What do you mean by that? Nothing, but we are the best of friends. Are we not? The best of friends? Gazing at Regis's expression, Draco felt an overwhelming urge to acquiesce, yet she forced herself to avert her gaze. At that moment, they were seated together in class. Regis placed his head directly upon Delicie's lap, gazing up at her lowered visage. Just help me out a little, Delicie, she thought to herself in dismay. After class, Delicie wore a frown as she regarded Regis. If only he were a tad less handsome, her distress would be alleviated. Ensnared by his allure, she had acquiesced to his plea. How shall I explain this to my father? If he discovers that I purchased a Nimbus 2000, a flying carpet, and a crate for nurturing magical creatures solely for Regis, I would be in dire straits. And you still laugh, unable to contain herself. Delicie playfully struck Regis on the shoulder. This insufferable fellow had thrust the dilemma upon her. Cursed be his visage, for it rendered her incapable of even feeling anger. Delicie could only sulk over her own weakness, so easily beguiled by beauty. It seems I must trouble my mother instead. Surely, she will be more amenable than my father. As Regulus flirted with Draco and playfully teased the young girl, Hagrid wept inconsolably in his small hut, clutching the cold stove. I do not want galleons. I want my dragon. It is my child, and will not harm the young wizards of Hogwarts. Hagrid cried like a child weighing several hundred pounds, disturbing Harry and Hermione with his lamentations. Yet, Hagrid was their friend, and the two could only offer him comfort. Hagrid, I believe the person who took the dragon is benevolent. He even left you galleons, did he not? Perhaps he merely wished for the dragon to return to where it truly belongs. Keeping a dragon at Hogwarts is against the rules. Fool, you cannot even handle a three-headed dog. You are truly a simpleton. My great master, forgive my ineptitude. But have we gleaned from Hagrid a method to deal with that three-headed dog? Quirrell trembled, kneeling on the ground, having removed the scarf that concealed his head. His scalp was devoid of hair, revealing a haunting face with no nose at the back of his head. He was the most malevolent dark wizard of the past century, having once plunged the wizarding world of Britain into chaos. Yet at that moment, he was merely a frail remnant, surviving by leeching off his servant. Tonight, we must venture into the Forbidden Forest once more. I require the blood of a unicorn to regain my strength. Yes, my great master. Quirrell was filled with dread. It was he who drank the unicorn's blood. It was he who was cursed, yet the one who benefited was the terrifying visage on the back of his head. He could only hope that Voldemort, upon restoring his power and resurrecting, would possess the ability to free him from the curse of the unicorn blood. There was no turning back for him. Since the moment he had encountered Voldemort and succumbed to his allure, he was no longer the exemplary graduate of Hogwarts. Thanks to Regulus's presence, that night Hermione and Harry roamed freely without being caught, and thus they were spared punishment in the Forbidden Forest, as was Draco. Hagrid, bearing a massive crossbow and quiver, led his dog Fong into the Forbidden Forest to patrol. Recently, besides the Acromantulas, unicorns had also been hunted. Regis and Voldemort both possessed clear objectives, yet the unicorn and the eight-eyed spider inhabit different realms, thus the two have never crossed paths. Is it Hagrid? Has Voldemort made his move within the Forbidden Forest, or is it due to my influence? Regis followed closely behind Hagrid, knowing that if they were to encounter Voldemort, Hagrid would be there to shield him. At this moment, it could be said that Voldemort was at his most vulnerable. Not long ago, he had infiltrated Gringotts, depleting all his amassed strength. Otherwise, he would not be struggling against a mere three-headed dog. Quirrell's body, too, had been ravaged by Voldemort's dark influence, leaving him on the brink of collapse. He would not survive for much longer. Who is there? Step forward quickly. Regis believed he had been discovered. Hagrid, armed with a crossbow, pointed in a certain direction. A tall centaur emerged, his mane a vibrant shade of red. You aim a weapon at me, Hagrid. Do you intend to shoot me? I am quite distressed. His voice bore a tinge of sorrow. I apologize, Ronan. I did not recognize you. You know, dangerous creatures have recently invaded the Forbidden Forest. The eight-eyed spiders and the unicorns are facing persecution. I must exercise caution. Ronan's forehooves uneasily disturbed the soft earth. Hagrid, those eight-eyed spiders ought not to inhabit the Forbidden Forest. The creatures residing here detest them. Ronan cast a discontented glance at Hagrid, fully aware of the origin of those spiders. No, Ronan, they are rather charming, were it not for our friendship. I would have employed my host to convey to Hagrid what centaur wrath truly entails, the very essence of war's trampling. Ronan gazed intently at the spot where Regis was concealed, blinked, and then looked skyward. The Mars is exceptionally bright tonight. Hagrid was perplexed by his words. Centaurs were always thus, adept at celestial observation, often discerning truths hidden from others. Yet, they seldom divulged their insights to outsiders, often speaking in peculiar, cryptic phrases. Centaurs were born seers. He has seen me. So, Ronan, have you spied any unicorns? One of them is injured. I regret to inform you, Hagrid, that you should search elsewhere. Hagrid sensed an unusual quality about Ronan today, but the unicorn's welfare took precedence. Thus, he led Yaya deeper into the woods. Once Hagrid had departed, Ronan approached the place where Regis was hidden. Greetings, young wizard. Hello, Ronan. Ronan's blue eyes shimmered with brilliance. Regis dispelled the illusionary spell. What brings you to me? Nothing. I merely wish to see you and express my gratitude for your kindness towards the creatures of the Forbidden Forest. Just ensure that Hagrid remains oblivious. Otherwise, he will undoubtedly confront me fiercely. Are you afraid of him? No. I am merely concerned that if he were to be harmed, it would displease others. Then I shall take my leave. The unicorn is in that direction. Ronan gestured towards a path and then dashed away. The sound suggested that more than just Ronan, a centaur, was racing through the woods. Was he urging me to rescue the unicorn? Swift as the wind, Regis cast a spell upon himself, enhancing his speed remarkably. Regis leapt from one tree to another with remarkable swiftness, vanishing in the blink of an eye. In a shattering explosion, a curse erupted from Regis's auxiliary wand, striking the back of the cloaked figure's head. His skull burst open, oozing dark blood. However, his body appeared to be augmented, for the curse did not claim his life. A strange, eerie cry escaped the cloaked figure, abruptly silenced. Who could it be? Your father. Avada Kedavra. Voldemort despised any mention of his father, for he was a muggle. Within him flowed the tainted blood of the filthy mud blood. Thus, enduring excruciating pain, he exerted control over Quirrell to unleash a killing curse. Regrettably, whether due to his weakened state or Regis's foresight, the deadly spell failed to reach its mark. Regis leapt gracefully, ascending to a height of 5 meters atop a tree. From his elevated vantage point, he gazed down upon Chilo, Voldemort. This forest is my domain. Have you hunted here with my permission? Regis perched upon a branch, ever ready to flee. Yet, in this moment, Voldemort found himself at his most vulnerable state, and Regis felt a mischievous inclination to provoke him. Moreover, Dumbledore would surely not permit his demise. Avada Kedavra! The Madman exclaimed as Regis leapt to an adjacent tree. Voldemort had succumbed to a state of utter incoherence, consumed solely by a desire for unicorn blood. However, it seemed that such elixirs were presently beyond his reach. Dumbledore, you have arrived. Damn it, await my return. In this moment, Voldemort resembled a startled creature, fleeing at the mere mention of Dumbledore's name. Even at the zenith of his power, he would have struggled to contend with Dumbledore, let alone now. Had he possessed the audacity, he would have already stormed into Dumbledore's presence, demanding the whereabouts of the Philosopher's Stone. One could only hope that Quirrell's purse would hold sufficient funds. Voldemort contemplated a visit to Knockturn Alley, a notorious haven for dark wizards to conduct their transactions. While unicorn blood was indeed scarce, it could still be procured for a price, provided one was willing to pay generously. Reyes, having assured himself that he was sufficiently distanced, approached to gently caress the unicorn lying on the ground, awaiting its demise. It emanated a faint glow, its pure white form sprawled in the mud, presenting a truly pitiable sight. Perhaps I can save you. Regis pressed his hand against the wound of the unicorn and channeled his magic. Within his magic resided a formidable vitality, which should be capable of healing this majestic creature. The magic of Regis flowed into the unicorn, and the white light enveloping the unicorn began to spread over Regis. Regis felt a warm breath enveloping him, as if his very being were undergoing a transformation. Beneath the dark robe, his ebony hair gradually transformed into a pristine white. Even his wand underwent a change in hue. As the radiant light slowly dissipated, Regis's hair returned to its original shade, and his wand reverted to its former color. Try to stand up for a moment. Regis could sense the unicorn's elevated emotions. Do you wish to accompany me? Not at the moment. Please wait for a while, and I shall return to fetch you. Regis gently caressed the head of the unicorn, which gracefully bent down, inviting him to mount. Regis, unreservedly, mounted the unicorn. The unicorn galloped through the forbidden forest with a velocity akin to a tempest, leading Regis to believe he was racing. The unicorn delivered Regis to the entrance of the forbidden forest. Farewell for now. I shall seek you out when time permits. Reyes returned to his dormitory, feeling quite accomplished this evening. It seems I can draw strength from these wondrous creatures. A wave of joy washed over him as he recalled the sensation of being enveloped by the unicorn's radiant light. The unicorn had amplified his magical prowess. Tomorrow, he would visit Fawkes again. Regis, having skipped class, boldly made his way to Dumbledore's office. After such an audacious act, he was the sole student in all of Hogwarts who would dare to approach the headmaster. He uttered the password, Fizzing Whisby. The door creaked open, revealing the portraits of all the former headmasters of Hogwarts. They gazed at Regis with curiosity, yet one particular portrait unleashed a torrent of scorn upon him. Damnable mudblood. How dare you enter Slytherin? You tarnish the honor of our house. Phineas, hold your tongue. It is individuals like you that give rise to dark wizards such as Voldemort. Fortunately, the other headmasters were more sensible, rising in condemnation of Phineas, the headmaster hailing from Slytherin, who was notoriously disdainful of muggle-born wizards. Even hanging on the wall. Your tongue is foul. Beware lest I incinerate you. Regulus was utterly ungracious, declaring, when I become headmaster in the future, I shall assign all muggle wizards to Slytherin and all purebloods to Gryffindor. It will infuriate you, old man. Phineas, rendered speechless by anger, could only vacate the frame. With Dumbledore absent and Fawkes peacefully slumbering, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Regis took down the cage of the phoenix. Fawkes, why is there no reaction? Must I infuse it with magic? Fawkes, awakened by the disturbance, pecked at Regis's hand in annoyance. Regis, Fawkes does not desire that. Do not force him. At some point, Dumbledore returned. Headmaster Regis, skipping class is not a commendable habit. Sir, I believe the first-year curriculum poses no challenge for me. I know, but one should at least show some respect to the teachers, shouldn't he one? Did you never anger your teachers in your youth, sir? Dumbledore smiled awkwardly. In his youth, he too had been quite ambitious. His magical talents had inevitably led to a certain degree of arrogance. Well then, Regis, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Headmaster, you are friends with Nicholas Flamel, correct? I have some inquiries related to alchemy, and I wonder if you could assist me. Alchemy? Just ask me. He has lived long enough, and it is best not to disturb him. Nicholas Flamel has lived for centuries, and his Philosopher's Stone is indeed the most precious alchemical creation in the world, capable of granting immortality. However, this form of immortality comes with a dire flaw. It does not ensure the health of the body. Both Nicholas and his wife have been decaying over time. Presently, their bodies have lost all sensation and are exceedingly frail, often requiring magic to mend their forms. His gift of the Philosopher's Stone to Dumbledore signifies that he has relinquished his quest for eternal life. Then I shall not hold back, Mr. Dumbledore. Throughout the morning, Regis posed numerous questions regarding alchemy to Dumbledore. As a friend of Nicholas Flamel, Dumbledore possessed considerable expertise in the field. As they parted, Dumbledore smiled at Regis. If Harry seeks your help, I hope you will not decline her. Of course, Harry is my friend. Dumbledore desired to cultivate Harry's abilities, but he did not wish to endanger her life. With Hermione by her side, Harry was not as reckless as before. She had sought Dumbledore's counsel, yet he was a man of riddles. Additionally, he intended to test Harry, offering her only a few hints. Regis is trustworthy, Harry. Regis, something is terribly wrong. Hagrid. Harry's frantic voice abruptly ceased as she observed Draco, seated beside Regis, being fed by him, momentarily rendered speechless. What happened? Is there a grave matter at hand? Harry glanced at Draco in silence. Regis, come with me for a moment. Harry attempted to pull Draco away, but he blocked her, like a hen protecting her chicks. He would not allow her, the eagle, to take Regis away. Is there something you wish to keep from me? While it is not anything shameful, you are a Slytherin, and I cannot let you know. Do not forget, Regis is also a Slytherin, while you are a Gryffindor. All right, Harry, if there is something to discuss, let it be said here. But, Harry, trust me, Draco would never betray her closest friend, would she? I trust you, Regis. I believe in you. Not only because of Professor Dumbledore, but also because you are my friend. Professor Snape may have intentions regarding the Philosopher's Stone. We must protect it. The Philosopher's Stone is at Hogwarts? And Professor Snape? I must have misheard. Professor Snape is so biased towards you. Yet you suspect him of wanting to steal the Philosopher's Stone? Draco's scornful expression did not deter Harry. She continued to voice her recent discoveries alongside Hermione. I do not wish to believe it, but what I see cannot be denied. I cannot allow Professor Snape to stray from the path. Nor can I allow Voldemort to resurrect. If Voldemort returns, Hogwarts will cease to exist. Wizards will be oppressed by him. Harry was filled with urgency. She longed to bind Snape immediately. If that is the case, why do you not seek the invincible Professor Dumbledore? The professor is not at Hogwarts, and Professor McGonagall does not trust us. Though our actions may be perilous, we must secure the Philosopher's Stone first to save Hogwarts. Harry, you are increasingly resembling a savior. You speak as if it were true. Draco regarded Harry with disdain, believing her to be delusional. Even if these events were factual, she felt it impossible for a handful of first-year wizards to thwart either Snape or Voldemort. I'm not joking. Harry was at a loss for whom to turn to. She felt utterly helpless, with only Hermione believing in her. If that is the case, Harry, I will accompany you tonight. How does that sound? Regis, you truly trust her. Harry would not deceive. I have faith in her. Then I shall go too. I must see if our savior is a fraud. Draco exhibited no fear of the potential appearance of Voldemort, for she did not consider it a reality. It was widely known that Voldemort had perished, vanquished by a defenseless infant. All right. Harry did not object to Draco's participation, as she felt uneasy about her, instructing Regis to keep an eye on her to prevent any betrayal. In haste, Harry departed, needing to prepare for the evening's endeavor. Do you truly believe her? Are you not afraid of Voldemort? Regis retorted, he is already dead. What is there to fear? However, the prophecy foretells his return. Yet, that prophecy may not necessarily hold truth, and I have never heard of anyone resurrecting from the dead, especially someone who has been deceased for several years. By the way, I have prepared the box you requested, but how do you intend to express your gratitude? How much? The Malfoy family lacks for nothing. Would you like to be invited to my home for a visit during the summer? Is that all? What other requests do you have? I don't know. I haven't thought it through yet. Then let us discuss it once you have made up your mind. As night fell, Harry and Hermione quietly rose after their roommates had fallen asleep. Cloaked in invisibility, they made their way to the entrance of the Slytherin common room, awaiting their rendezvous with Regis. Regis, we are here. Regis reached out and seemed to touch someone's chest. Ah, Harry, what is the matter? Hermione inquired with concern. It's nothing. You all startled me with your sudden noise. Regis gazed upon the silhouettes of Hermione and Draco, his fingers brushing against the invisibility cloak. Such a remarkable artifact, far more concealing than his disillusionment charm. After all, it bore the mark of death itself. There was yet another individual. Let us wait a moment. Draco arrived fashionably late, seemingly still in a haze of slumber. Rags gently pinched her cheek, urging, wake up, or I shall not take you along. Why would he want to take her? Hermione cast a dissatisfied glance at Draco. In the past, Rags would lightly pinch her cheek to bring her to her senses. If you don't take me with you, I shall inform on you, and you shall be furious. Enough of the bickering, let us depart swiftly. But won't we be discovered in this manner? We have the invisibility cloak. Come on. The four of them shared a single invisibility cloak, which felt somewhat cramped. Reyes inhaled 3 distinct fragrances, a smile involuntarily gracing his face. The four of them squeezed their way to the secret chamber on the 4th floor of the castle. As the door creaked open, a series of eerie sounds echoed. A low growl emanated from Louis's throat. Although it could not perceive Reyes and the others, its 3 noses were fervently twitching. It likely did not catch a whiff of any scent. Rather, the sound of the door opening had piqued its interest. If the invisibility cloak crafted by the Grim Reaper could not even mask a scent, then perhaps the Grim Reaper ought to reconsider its vocation and hasten to the afterlife. At Louis's feet lay a harp, which had now ceased its melodious strains, thus rousing Louis from its slumber. Hallie took out a flute and casually played a few notes, causing Louis to nod off once more. Reggie removed the invisibility cloak and opened the hatch. The stench of the 3-headed dog was overwhelming. We can descend now. However, the music must not cease, lest Louis awakens. It's quite simple. Reyes extracted a wooden stick from his pocket. With 3 resounding taps, Louis succumbed to a deep slumber. Harry and the others gazed in astonishment, unable to fathom how Reyes could so precisely render the 3-headed dog unconscious. Had his force been any lighter, they would have been exposed. You nearly frightened me to death. Reyes, what if you had awakened Louis? Fear not. I have mastered the art of administering a blunt strike, he replied. Initially, when Reyes had approached Louis for a trial, he frequently caused the creature to awaken. However, after numerous attempts, he learned the exact force required to subdue it. Furthermore, after each experiment, Reyes would employ a memory-erasing spell, ensuring that the dog would forget the events of that time. I always knew Reyes would succeed. How could you doubt him, being his sister? Draco approached, only to be met with a foul stench. Disgusted, she remarked, how revolting. Indeed, Hagrid had neglected to bathe the creature. What a performance, Hermione muttered. Since when did Draco and Reyes become such close allies? I shall take my leave now. Reyes gazed at the darkened opening and leaped into the abyss. Upon landing safely, he discovered a layer of foliage beneath him, one he recognized but chose not to disclose to the others. This was a trial. If he were to do everything himself, it would lose its significance. Come down, I shall catch you. With proximity to the edge, Draci was the first to take the plunge. Reggie caught her in a princess carry. How amusing. Hurry and come down, or be wary of Harry and Hermione sitting atop your head. Draco certainly did not wish to be crushed beneath Harry and Hermione. Soon, both Hermione and Harry leaped down, and Reggie caught them effortlessly. Indeed, Reggie proved to be a dependable individual. Reggie caught her, greatly enhancing her sense of security. What lies beneath is so soft. Draco pressed down a few times, and in the next moment, she found her feet ensnared by those soft tendrils, with Harry and Reggie similarly trapped. What is this? In their panic, Draco and Harry began to struggle, but the vines tightened their grip. It's Devil's Snare. We learned about it in Professor Sprout's herbology class, Hermione recognized, yet in her haste, she was uncertain how to respond. Devil's Snare, a name that sounded quite menacing. How does one combat it? Harry regained his composure and turned to Hermione. Devil's Snare thrives in dark, damp places, Hermione shouted. Burn it. Fire, fire. Draco was on the verge of tears, unable to produce her wand. We have no firewood. Fool. You are a wizard. Draco's voice trembled as she reminded Hermione. Right. Hermione's wand ignited with blue flames, illuminating the 4 of them. The Devil's Snare recoiled from the heat of the flames, loosening its grip on Harry and the others. Only the vines on Reggie had long been torn away by him. They posed no threat to him whatsoever. Hermione and the others stared at Reggie, questioning why he had not assisted. Am I not merely training you? Reggie remarked. Draco. You actually cried from fright. Regis shook his head and scoffed at her mercilessly. Let us go. Hermione shot a glare at Regis, then took Draco's hand. And the 3 of them abandoned Regis and departed first. Could this be considered ostracism? Hey, the 3 of you? Are you really that petty? Yet. Perhaps this was for the best, as it might ease the tension between Draco and the 2 of them. Reggie was reluctant to be caught in the middle of them. Hermione, you are far more formidable than Reggie. Without you, we would have been utterly defeated. No, had you not reminded me to use my wand, I would still be standing here foolishly. Reggie is the most useless. Indeed, he is the least useful. Countless birds, shimmering like gemstones, flitted about the room, their wings fluttering in a mesmerizing dance. Opposite them stood a heavy wooden door. Surely these birds won't attack us? I wonder, shall we test it? Harry cautiously stepped forward a few paces toward the door, and to her relief, the birds did not assail her. Let us proceed. They are not mere birds. They are keys. Harry twisted the doorknob, but it would not budge. With hundreds of keys, how shall we find the right one? Draco gazed helplessly at the keys swirling above. We must search for an antique key, possibly silver, shaped like a doorknob. Harry, being the youngest seeker in a century, was not without merit. She possessed an extraordinary skill in locating flying targets. After weaving through the whirl of colorful wings for a minute, she spotted a large silver key with drooping wings, as though it had been forcibly shoved into a keyhole. That's the one. You all help me catch it. Each of the 4 took a broom and approached the true key. Harry timed her leap perfectly and lunged to seize the key, but she fell from her broom. Just as she thought she would crash to the ground, Reggie caught her. Harry, you're safe now. Thank you. Harry felt a flush rise to her cheeks as she hurriedly descended, inserted the key into the lock, and turned it gently. The second room was shrouded in darkness, obscuring all visibility. Yet, as they stepped inside, the light suddenly illuminated a shocking scene before them. A colossal wizard's chessboard loomed, with black and white pieces towering above them. What do we do now? This challenge clearly tested their wizard's chess skills, but neither Hermione nor Harry had ever encountered such a game. Draco, do you know how to play wizard's chess? Me? Draco pointed to himself, his expression one of disbelief. I do not know how to play wizard's chess. Allow me to take the lead. Regis let out a sigh. But you, aren't you also unfamiliar with wizard's chess? Hermione understood Regis. He had never engaged with such a pastime. Who said that lacking proficiency in wizard's chess would preclude one from advancing? Our esteemed chess master has imparted to us how to triumph even when our skills do not match those of our opponent. Regis, you cannot possibly be suggesting that we as wizards should not attempt to employ our magical prowess? This chessboard is the creation of Professor McGonagall, crafted through her transfiguration skills. Yet, Regis had no desire to compete with her in the art of transfiguration. Reyes drew a two-handed broadsword from his pocket. In truth, to call it a broadsword would be a misnomer. It resembled more a door panel. Behold. For today, I shall impart to you the essence of what it means to be a true sorcerer. Reyes ascended the chessboard, brandishing a door panel. He was oblivious to the intricacies of wizard's chess and lacked comprehension of its rules. Unbeknownst to him, he had already committed a transgression. The pieces encircled him, intent on forcing Reyes off the board. Surely, nothing disastrous would ensue. In the next moment, Hermione and her companions stood agape, their mouths agape enough to accommodate an egg. Before their astonished eyes, Reyes wielded the door panel with a ferocity akin to that of the legendary warlord, Xiangyu. Although his stature was modest, he confronted the towering chess pieces with an unwavering resolve, dispatching each one with a single blow of the door panel. The chess pieces were cleaved in twain, reduced to mere rubble. Regis wielded the door panel, transforming it into a grand windmill that swept across the entire chessboard. Regis is certainly not an ordinary wizard. This is hardly wizardly, nor does it exude any semblance of elegance. The battles of a wizard ought to be fought with a wand. A wand is merely a tool to assist the wizard. It should not confine the wizard's prowess. After all, I have flawlessly triumphed in this game of wizard chess. Have I not? Regis tucked away his broadsword, reminiscent of a door panel. Such a diminutive figure wielding such a grand weapon creates an astonishing contrast. Come on. Stop standing there foolishly. We have already navigated through Sprout's mechanism. The cursed net that enchanted those keys was undoubtedly transformed by Professor Flitwick, animating them. Now, only Chilo's magic and Snape's remain. As the door swung open, a nauseating stench assailed their senses, causing Regis and the others to wince in discomfort. The air was fresh. Regis could hardly endure the foul stench, reminiscent of flesh that had festered for days. Before them lay a colossal beast, larger than the one that had trapped DeLacy in the restroom. It lay motionless on the floor, unconscious, with a gruesome, bloodied lump upon its head. The creature had been dealt with, and now only Snape's magic remained. In the next chamber, there was but a single table adorned with 7 bottles of various shapes. As the 4 crossed the threshold, a violet flame ignited behind them, sealing the entrance. A black flame rose at the doorway to the next passage. Upon the table appeared a piece of parchment. Danger looms ahead. Safety lies behind. Among us are 2 that can assist you. Drink them. 1 will guide you forward. The other will return you to your original place. 2 contain nettle wine. 3 are lethal poisons, all awaiting your choice. Select wisely, unless you wish to remain here indefinitely. Here are 4 clues to aid your decision. First, regardless of how cunningly the poisons conceal themselves, they all stand to the left of the nettle wine. Second, the contents of the bottles at either end differ, and if you wish to advance, they will be of no use to you. Third, you will note that the bottles vary in size, and neither the giant nor the dwarf harbors the reaper. Fourth, while the second from the left and the second from the right may differ in appearance, they share the same taste. This trial of logic is yours, Hermione. Our lives rest in your hands. Hermione pondered over this, and Regis' statement inadvertently heightened her pressure. Silence, I am contemplating. After several mental deliberations, she opened her eyes. The smallest bottle contains the potion to proceed to the next room. The largest holds the potion for our return. The 2 farthest to the right contain the wine. This riddle posed little challenge for Hermione. Thus, had they decided who would advance into the next chamber and confront Voldemort? Regis gazed at the smallest vial of potion. This trial tested Harry's courage. Goodness. Harry's eyes sparkled with determination. Harry, are you certain? Voldemort is likely in the next room. It is precisely because of him that I must proceed. I have defeated him once. I can do so again. Moreover, I am the one foretold in the prophecy. Am I not? I recognize that I may not match your prowess. Hermione is more intelligent and diligent, and Regis possesses superior magical talent. Draco. Harry found herself at a loss for words regarding Draco's merits. After all, Draco had always been the antagonist in her eyes. Why have you stopped speaking? Draco glared at Harry, wondering if she truly had no redeeming qualities. Are you more beautiful than I? The question lingered in the air, and had the moment been different, Draco might have engaged Harry in a fierce confrontation. I shall spare you for now. Draco clenched her jaw, her expression darkening as silence enveloped her. She began to introspect, questioning whether she was indeed lacking. In any case, confronting Voldemort is my destiny. I can sense him within. Harry revealed the lightning-shaped scar on her forehead. Hermione and Draco, each of you must return and write to Dumbledore. Hurry and summon him back. Regis, you must remain to protect the other one. Just in case. I'm saying just in case. There is no just in case. Harry. Reggie grasped Harry's hand. You are truly courageous. You have not disappointed anyone's expectations. Let this be our decision. Draco, you may return now. No. Reggie, do you think I'm afraid of death? I am aware that my father was once a Death Eater, but he is no longer. Many harbor disdain towards him. They all say that if Voldemort returns, he will revert to being a Death Eater. He fears Voldemort. yet I cannot succumb to fear. If I too cower before him, the Malfoy family is indeed beyond redemption. I refuse to let the Malfoys bear the stigma of being Death Eaters indefinitely. Perhaps the old me would not have felt this way, but Reggie has profoundly influenced me. Over time, I have undergone considerable transformation. Furthermore, the Malfoy family has never truly been loyal to Voldemort. It is more a matter of fear. The Malfoys prioritize their family above all else. Hermione, I implore you to grant me the opportunity to cleanse the Malfoy name of its Death Eater association. From this day forth, we shall be friends, Malfoy. Hermione nodded. You must exercise caution. Hermione drank the largest vial of potion, feeling a chilling sensation coursing through her, and she traversed the flames. I shall also proceed. Harry consumed the potion, moving through the fire ahead, confronting Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort. Draco, what troubles you, Reggie? Malfoy will take pride in you. Certainly, the you of now possesses far greater bravery than your father. It is possible, however, that Draco has yet to witness Voldemort's true terror. Lucius Malfoy is undoubtedly a cunning individual. After Voldemort's downfall, he managed not only to redeem himself, but also to preserve the Malfoy family's stature within the British wizarding community. Though it may sound disrespectful, I am determined to surpass my father. Old Malfoy will find solace in the fact that young Malfoy excels beyond him. So, do you possess the courage to confront Voldemort alongside Harry and me? What do you mean? Indeed. Do you trust me? I shall protect you. Take my hand. You shall witness a feeble, grotesque, and pitiful Voldemort. Piercing through the Dark Lord's facade, he is merely an ordinary wizard. However, he is driven by madness and malice beyond measure. A radiant white light enveloped Regius, imbuing him with an aura of unparalleled sanctity. Without thinking, Dracis grasped Regius's hand. Then let us go and meet Voldemort, she declared, suppressing the tumult of anxiety within her as she stepped forward. The flames posed no harm to her. The killing curse. Reyes severed the ropes binding Harry and Hermione. Professor Quirrell, I never anticipated you would conspire with Voldemort. Suddenly, two young wizards appeared. Quirrell's pallid visage betrayed a cruel delight. Granger, at your age, you are indeed remarkable, yet you still fall woefully short in comparison to me. Crucio. Dodge. Protego. This was no ordinary shield charm. It was fortified with the unique magic of a unicorn. The Cruciatus curse struck the protective enchantment without a hint of effect. How did you gain entry? Quirrell sneered. Dumbledore will return shortly. You still have a chance if you surrender now. I have lured Dumbledore away. He shan't return today. And you, three insignificant young wizards, ought to beg for my mercy. Enough of this prattle, Quirrell. Eliminate them. Seize the Philosopher's Stone. Yes, my magnificent master. A pained yet ecstatic expression spread across Quirrell's face. Who speaks? Quirrell unraveled the turban encasing his head, revealing a grotesque and terrifying visage, devoid of a nose, its shape reminiscent of a serpent. Quirrell approached the mirror of Ariste, where Voldemort's face loomed before them. Draco, frightened by the sight, cowered behind Reyes. Regulus grasped her hand, offering solace. Harry Potter, you have transformed me into this. Potter, you exhibit great bravery, much like your father. He perished in his quest to protect you. Your mother did as well. Come now, assist me in retrieving the Philosopher's Stone, or else your parents' demise will be rendered meaningless. Never. I shall not aid you. You had best pray for your inability to resurrect, for if you could, I would end your life once more. Harry's visage was devoid of color, yet she could not yield before Voldemort. So, you care not for your friends? Assist me in obtaining the stone, and I may spare them. Otherwise, they shall meet a fate akin to your parents, perishing before your very eyes. You shall once again find yourself alone. Voldemort's laughter rang out, chilling and harsh. Ah, that little girl. You are of the Malfoy lineage, are you not? Your father, Lucius, is my most devoted servant. Do you dare to defy Lucius's wishes and oppose me? Seize Harry Potter at once, for when I am resurrected, I shall make your parents suffer to their last breath before your eyes. Draco quivered in fear, his courage but a fragile facade. Fear not, Draco, he cannot achieve that. He is but a lost dog, barking futilely before us. Even when he was alive, he dared not confront Dumbledore. As long as Dumbledore draws breath, he shall remain in hiding. Am I mistaken, Voldemort? Even now, without a body, you inhabit another's form. Whose vessel did you possess before encountering Quirrell? The muggle you despise? A mindless troll? Or did you merely dwell within a rat, siphoning its life force to gain the power to manipulate Quirrell? Rage coursed through Voldemort as he was mercilessly mocked by Regulus. In those days devoid of a corporeal form, where his minions were captured en masse. Where else could he take refuge but within the bodies of animals and ordinary humans? My master, I am at a loss. I have seen the Philosopher's Stone and offered it to you, yet I cannot retrieve it. Fool, capture Harry Potter. She surely possesses the means to obtain it. Quirrell turned to face Regulus and his companions. Perhaps you wish to engage us in a duel of wizards. Do not blame me for overwhelming you with numbers. A thunderous explosion erupted. A beam of light shot forth from Regulus's wand. Armor up. Granger, your spells are commendable. Allow me to demonstrate what true combat entails. Avada Kedavra. Quirrell raised his hand to cast the killing curse. Quirrell's combat prowess was not to be underestimated. He had excelled during his schooling and even took a year off to gain first-hand exploration experience. He was the kind of student who would not neglect either theory or practice. As for the original text where Harry vanquished him, that was merely attributable to the protagonist's aura and Voldemort's own circumstances. It is decided then, Jerry. Regis opened his pocket, and a multitude of mice surged forth, floating before him, forming a protective shield. The killing curse struck one of the mice directly. Chilo, I must inform you. There are times when the killing curse proves less effective than certain malevolent jinxes. Although the Avada Kedavra is indeed terrifying, its countermeasures are remarkably straightforward. It can only claim a single life at a time. Even a mouse can thwart the impact of an Avada Kedavra. Attack him, Harry and Draco. Stupefy. Disarm. Disarm. Without needing Regis's reminder, Harry and Draco launched their assault on Chilo simultaneously. Coincidentally, they both employed the disarming spell. Chilo had not anticipated that Regis would resort to such a method to deflect the killing curse. The sudden onslaught of 3 spells shattered his protective charm. Go. Regis kicked a rat, sending it crashing into Chilo's face, interrupting his incantation. Now is the moment. The unseen blade. Chilo's arm, clutching the wand, was severed, blood gushing forth, the wound worsening by the second. Master, oh master, do not forsake me. Chilo's skull suddenly swelled, as if Voldemort were about to emerge from within. Fiendfire. A serpent of flames erupted from Regis's wand, seeking its target, racing towards Voldemort's soul. Damn the mudblood, I shall slay you. Return. The fiery serpent, born of the fiendfire, obediently returned to Regis's wand. Fiendfire is notoriously difficult to control. If one can dispel it, all is well, but if not, the flames devour everything in their path, growing ever more potent with time. Yet, Regis's fiendfire returned obediently to its master's grasp. An exceptional display of magic. A voice whispered in Regis's ear. Yet no one was present. Reggie was acutely aware that Dumbledore had always been nearby. He could not genuinely feel at ease with Harry and Voldemort in close proximity. Had we truly vanquished Voldemort? Indeed, he was not nearly as formidable as one might have imagined. To incite her to resist Voldemort, it was imperative to dismantle the terrifying image he had cultivated in the hearts of the populace. Draco's body trembled slightly, were it not for Reggie's support. She would have collapsed to the ground. Harry, please assist Draco, while I tend to Professor Quirrell. After Voldemort vacated Quirrell's body, the latter's form began to wither. Voldemort, in his departure, had drained him of every last vestige of worth. He had perished at Voldemort's hands. Had he survived, he would likely have faced imprisonment in Azkaban. Although the wizarding world had the death penalty, it was seldom enacted. Otherwise, one could not fathom the multitude of Death Eaters confined within Azkaban. Those Death Eaters had once perpetrated heinous acts against numerous wizards, most infamously the deranged Bellatrix. Neville's parents still resided in St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. Quirrell's current transgressions paled in comparison to the atrocities committed by those Death Eaters of yore. They were merely trifles. Regis has picked up Chilo's wand, which has been in use for a considerable time. It is evident that Chilo holds his wand in great esteem. What is it that I desire most in my heart? Regis approached the mirror of Eriste with determination. Within the mirror's depths, the grown-up Regis sat in Dumbledore's chair, wielding the Elder Wand with confidence. Behind him hung a portrait of Dumbledore, a silent witness to the unfolding scene. The image shifted, transporting him to the Ministry of Magic, where Hermione had ascended to the esteemed position of minister. With an air of authority, she reprimanded her ineffectual subordinates, only to later express her grievances in solitude. Closing the office door behind her in search of solace, Regis hastily stepped away from the mirror, well aware of his own reflection. What was about to unfold was decidedly inappropriate for children, and he certainly wished to avoid Dumbledore's gaze. What perplexed him was the singular presence of Hermione. Was it because the others had yet to make their entrance? It was rather hasty. He ought to have taken the mirror back for a more leisurely viewing. Mr. Dumbledore, you have returned? Have you received Hermione's letter? The venerable Dumbledore appeared, his countenance perpetually adorned with a benevolent expression. In truth, I must have missed the owl, he mused. Something felt amiss, prompting my return. I nearly believed I would be too late. Fortunately, you were here. Sir, had it not been for Regis and the others, the Philosopher's Stone would have fallen into Voldemort's hands, someone remarked. Dumbledore shook his head. Children, the stone is of little consequence. You are far more significant. Moreover, it has been destroyed. Destroyed, exclaimed Harry and Draco in unison. Then what of your friend, Nicholas Flamel? Oh, you are aware of Nicholas? Dumbledore inquired, his tone reflecting delight. You have grasped the matter quite well, haven't you? Indeed, Nicholas and I had a discussion, and we reached a consensus that this was the most prudent course of action. Immortality is not a gift to be desired. When you witness your friends perish one by one, and the familiar world around you shifts beyond recognition while you remain powerless, joy eludes you. My friends, Nicholas and his wife, have grown weary of the sensation of living. Furthermore, death is not to be feared. It is merely another grand adventure. Speaking of which, I do wonder what the afterlife holds. Perhaps I might reunite with familiar friends or loved ones there. Of course, should I encounter Potter. I would inform him of his brave daughter. Mr. Dumbledore, should you perish now, who will lead us in the fight against Voldemort? He will inevitably return, will he not? Rages interrupted Dumbledore, exclaiming, "Haha, it seems I have underestimated the situation. However, I have faith in you all. Even in my absence, I believe you can vanquish Voldemort." With a wave of his wand, Dumbledore made Quirrell's lifeless body vanish. Simultaneously, Rages felt a weight in his pocket, as if something had mysteriously appeared. Reggie glanced at Dumbledore, who offered him a subtle smile. Everything was understood without the need for words. Regis naturally would not disappoint Dumbledore's expectations. From that moment onward, the Philosopher's Stone ceased to exist in the wizarding world. When everyone returned, they found the heads of various houses and many students present. Hermione, upon exiting, would not merely relay the events to Dumbledore. She rushed to embrace Regis, overwhelmed with emotion, genuinely fearful of any misfortune befalling anyone. Was it not late enough for everyone to be awake? Could their excitement over exam results be the reason for their insomnia? Professor, we are all aware now. Is it true? Children, it is quite late. At this hour, you should be returning to your dormitories to rest. Additionally, Harry and the others are weary and require their repose, do they not? Soon enough, the gathering dispersed. Regis, come with me, Snape beckoned. Before she returned to her dormitory, Draco cast a worried glance at Regis. Ever since the last incident involving Snape's punishment concerning potion mishaps, her opinion of him had soured. In the dim light of Snape's underground office, they exchanged glances in silence, with Regis feeling increasingly uneasy under Snape's scrutiny. Had he inadvertently offended him? Harry seemed unscathed. Did he not? Ultimately, it was Regis who could no longer endure the peculiar atmosphere and spoke first. Professor, perhaps you should consider donning a more stylish attire and a fashionable hairstyle. That way, Harry might take a liking to you. Granger, do you not find yourself rather presumptuous? How dare you engage in a magical duel with Quirrell? Underestimating others is a perilous flaw. Professor, I am aware you have been observing us discreetly, which emboldened me to act as I did. Then why could you not keep your hands to yourself? Is that truly what vexes you? Was I not merely executing normal movements? Moreover, how old are we? Are you genuinely concerned about such trivialities? Do you see yourself as Harry's father? She is Harry Potter, not Harry Snape. Of course, Regis understood that uttering such words would prevent his departure from the office that day. Professor, I do not believe I have acted inappropriately. Why do you care so much about Harry? It is none of your concern. If you are so invested in her well-being, why not become her godfather? I believe she could greatly benefit from familial affection. Leave. Regis discerned that Snape appeared genuinely enraged. He seemed to have uttered words that should never have crossed his lips. The death of Lily Evans bore Snape's involvement, and all his current actions were a means of atonement. Perhaps in his eyes, he deemed himself unworthy of being Harry's godfather. Though initially disheartened by being expelled from Snape's office, Regis swiftly gained clarity and recognized his own persistent flaws. It seemed he had shown him a modicum of disrespect. His knowledge of certain matters had fostered an unwarranted sense of arrogance. Snape was a real individual, not some mere NPC. Harry too was real. If she were to discover that he had contemplated appointing her adversary as her godfather, it would surely sadden her. The current version of her was not the one who would someday forgive Snape. Regis realized he had been excessively presumptuous. He ought not to meddle in the relationship between Harry and Snape. As Harry had not succumbed to unconsciousness, she managed to attend the Gryffindor Quidditch match. Consequently, Gryffindor did not fall to Ravenclaw, but rather triumphed in the game. At the year-end feast, the hall fell into a hushed silence. The entire hall was adorned in Gryffindor's colors, with no dragon hatching to incur penalties. And considering that Snape's deductions from Gryffindor's points were not substantial compared to the points he failed to award Harry, Gryffindor ultimately secured the House Cup. Many believed that the head of Slytherin, Snape, had lost his sanity. At the Gryffindor table, all eyes were on Harry and Hermione. Conversely, at the Slytherin table, Regis and Draco were similarly under scrutiny. Despite the tumult of emotions stirring within them, Draco, Harry, and Hermione feigned composure under the gaze of so many. Everyone awaited Dumbledore's address. Another year had passed, and Dumbledore cheerfully commenced his lengthy discourse. One might wonder, is this a requisite for every headmaster? Even Dumbledore could not evade it. Regis absent-mindedly played with Draco's hand. This gesture was, of course, remarkably discreet. Aside from the blushing Draco, perhaps only Dumbledore was aware of it. In the entire academy, he was the only one audacious enough to act so boldly. Now, as far as I know, we must first conduct the award ceremony for the House Cup, with the specific scores of each house as follows. 4th place, Hufflepuff with 352 points. 3rd place, Ravenclaw with 426 points. 2nd place, Slytherin with 511 points. And 1st place, Gryffindor with 519 points. A thunderous cheer erupted from Gryffindor's table, accompanied by enthusiastic stomping. The Weasley twins embraced, ecstatic, their limbs flailing in joy. The House Cup had finally been claimed by Gryffindor. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the Slytherin table grew somewhat somber. Yet no one dared to voice their discontent. This scene was largely attributed to their head of house, who frequently found reasons to award points to Harry Potter. Indeed. Well done, Gryffindor. You have exceeded my expectations, Dumbledore remarked. However, several recent events must also be taken into account. The hall fell silent once more. First, Miss Draco Malfoy, in defense of Slytherin's honor, bravely faced the evil dark wizard and stood against him. For this, I award Slytherin 50 points. A stir erupted at the Slytherin long table. Yet they maintained their composure, striving to appear as elegant pure-blood wizards. Second, Miss Hermione Granger, who confronted the flames with calm logic. I shall award Gryffindor 50 points. Hermione buried her face in Harry's hair, overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears by her contribution of 50 points to the house. The Gryffindor students breathed a sigh of relief, having almost feared they would lose the house cup. Third, Harry Potter, Dumbledore announced, causing an immediate hush to fall over the hall. He demonstrated extraordinary bravery and exceptional courage. For this, I shall award Gryffindor 60 points. Fourth, Mr. Regis Granger, Dumbledore paused, recognizing his ability to adapt in the face of adversity. Reggie observed the darkening countenance of Professor McGonagall. Even in the face of imminent peril, he maintained a clear mind, rallying his comrades to confront evil head-on, declaring, I shall award Slytherin an additional 70 points. It was calculated that with these extra points, Slytherin seemed to surpass Gryffindor. Before Gryffindor could even warm up to the prospect of the House Cup, they were poised to relinquish it to Slytherin. This necessitated Professor Dumbledore raising his voice. As the other three houses lamented Slytherin's potential victory, we must make a few minor adjustments to our decorations, he proclaimed, with a clap of his hands. The vibrant red streamers transformed into green, and the gold morphed into silver. The formidable Gryffindor lion was replaced by a massive serpent's head. Snape was engaged in a handshake with Professor McGonagall, whose face bore a strained smile. The bitter loss of the House Cup cast a shadow of sorrow over our beloved Elder Cat Lady. Now, let us indulge in the culinary delights. Harry, you simply must visit our home during the summer. Do not refuse. Reggie's intentions were entirely benevolent. Returning to her aunt's house was far from a fortunate turn of events for Harry. Her aunt had wholly redirected her jealousy towards Harry's mother onto Harry herself. Moreover, being merely a child added to Harry's woes. Naturally, I shall certainly do so. Regis beheld Harry's Uncle Vernon, flanked by Aunt Petunia and her cousin Dudley. Upon spotting Harry, their faces contorted with a palpable sense of alarm. It seemed that Hagrid had indeed instilled a measure of fear in their family. You are Harry's relatives, I presume? One might say so, Uncle Vernon replied briskly. We cannot afford to linger all day. Professor Snape has entrusted me with a message for you. At the mention of this long-unheard name, a flicker of trepidation crossed Petunia's eyes. He conveyed a wish for you to take good care of Harry. Harry had long harbored suspicions regarding Snape's connection to her parents, and it appeared that even her aunt was acquainted with him. They must be quite good friends. One would assume. Let us depart, Vernon declared, ushering his family away hastily. What exactly is the relationship between Regis, Professor Snape, and Harry's parents? I am uncertain. Yet I surmise that Snape maintains a cordial relationship with Harry's mother. I may have overstepped, and I hope Snape does not take offense. Mom and Dad have arrived. Let us hurry over. Regis, do remember to visit me during the summer. I shall. Regulus responded to Draco in the distance. However, he noticed a couple beside Draco. Lucius Malfoy, with his pale golden hair, cold gray eyes, and a sharply defined face, emanated an air of arrogance and cunning, skilled in manipulation. Beside him stood Narcissa Malfoy, tall and slender, her fair skin making her stand out amidst the crowd. One could perceive in her the semblance of Draco's future. Draco, have you befriended a mudblood? Lucius cast a disdainful glance at Regulus, his expression darkening. He was taken aback that his meticulously raised daughter would dare to associate with a mudblood. Father, you cannot speak of Regulus that way. He is not a mudblood. He is my friend. Draco lifted her gaze to meet her father's. Staring into his eyes filled with fury, she did not flinch. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? We are a pure-blood family. It is our duty to preserve our lineage. We must not allow those filthy mudbloods to taint our bloodline. He could distinctly sense his daughter's growing affection for that mudblood. Father, lineage is inconsequential. Strength is paramount. Lucius was taken aback, astonished that his daughter could utter such words. He had never taught her this notion, as the Malfoy family was sufficiently powerful within the wizarding world of Britain. If Regulus is stronger than Voldemort, would you still hinder our friendship? Silence. Do not utter that name. The wretched mudblood had corrupted his daughter. Daring to speak Voldemort's name, Lucius felt the dark mark on his arm burning ominously. He maintained an expression of anger, unable to fathom that a mere mudblood could surpass Voldemort. A mere mudblood, father. You are unaware. Voldemort is the offspring of the Gaunt family and a muggle. Be silent. Lucius was grateful that he had only inquired about his daughter's friendship after returning home. Had it been overheard outside, trouble would have surely ensued. Lucius was privy to some knowledge regarding Voldemort's lineage. After all, he bore the Malfoy name. Why must we remain silent? Father, I have encountered Voldemort. He is now less than a stray dog, devoid of a body, reduced to mere. Lucius struck his daughter across the face, a gesture he had never before committed against her. Tears streaming down her face, Draco fled, leaving Lucius momentarily stunned as he gazed at his own hand. At this moment, Regis finds himself enclosed within a box, a contraption meticulously procured for him by Delacy. The interior has been enchanted with a seamless expansion spell, creating a surprisingly spacious environment. Regis is currently delving into the mysteries of the Philosopher's Stone. He can sense the immense magical power contained within it, yet he remains uncertain of how to harness it. It is known that the Philosopher's Stone can transmute base metals into gold and create elixirs of immortality. However, these are not the aspirations of Regis. He is still young and lacks for nothing in terms of wealth. It seems he must first immerse himself in the study of alchemy, as well as the ancient language of Parseltongue, to ascertain whether he can master it. Parseltongue and the ability to converse with snakes are two distinct concepts. One allows for control over serpents, while the other merely permits communication. The thought of the basilisk left behind by Slytherin fills Regis with a fervent desire to acquire the skill of Parseltongue. With this ability, he could easily seize the basilisk before anyone else does. To slay it would indeed be a grievous waste. Regis opened the book he had purchased from the Lehan bookstore. A tome related to Parseltongue. A significant portion of this volume appeared to be inscribed in a peculiar script, distinct from any known language. Perhaps these were symbols derived from the language of serpents. As he meticulously examined the text, it felt as though serpents were hissing in his ear. How strange. Could there be magic within these pages? Merely a copy, and yet it allowed me to perceive the language of snakes. Does this imply that the enchantment of Parseltongue is somehow entwined with the script crafted by Slytherin? If I can comprehend it, does this signify that I am worthy of mastering Parseltongue? Regis has departed from this realm to procure a non-venomous snake from the market. Since he seeks to master the art of serpent language and attain the ability to converse in the tongue of snakes, it is essential to have a companion for practice. Reggie acquired a corn snake, a species particularly well suited for companionship as a pet. Regis has named it Corn for its vibrant yellow hue. It rests upon Regis's hand, appearing somewhat lethargic. Clearly, having arrived in a new environment, it seems to be struggling with the adjustment. Hiss, hiss, hiss. According to the method described in the book, Legis emitted a sound reminiscent of a serpent. The corn exhibited subtle reactions, displaying a hint of confusion as it pondered why this human was capable of producing the voice of a snake. Some reactions, yet the meaning eluded understanding. Reggie wrapped Corn around his hands. Hermione, let us go. We must seek out Harry. Shall we go find Harry? Indeed. Reggie recalled that Harry could speak Parseltongue, albeit unbeknownst to her. Harry's aunt also resided in London, albeit at a considerable distance. In the afternoon, the two appeared at the doorstep of Harry's aunt's house. Harry now possessed her own bedroom and was no longer obligated to perform chores. However, she felt somewhat lonely in her aunt's home. Therefore, when she spotted Reggie and Hermione, her excitement was palpable. Harry, if we hadn't come to find you, would you have sought us out? I'm sorry, Hermione. My aunt wouldn't allow me to go. You are quite foolish. We are wizards, and your aunt cannot restrain you. While Hermione and Harry engaged in conversation, Reggie refrained from participating. He took a moment to check on Hedwig, the owl that had shielded Harry from a killing curse in a parallel world. Harry, do you like snakes? Snakes? Harry recalled the python she had encountered before attending Hogwarts and remembered that she seemed to possess the ability to communicate with snakes. Reggie revealed his wrist, where a charming yellow corn snake was coiled. I named her Corn. Hermione kept her distance, perplexed as to why Reggie would choose a snake as a pet. Harry and Corn locked eyes, and soon, an exchange began between them. Was Harry conversing with the snake? It was Parseltongue, a language said to be possessed by the founder of Slytherin. Thus, compared to Gryffindor, Harry seemed more suited to Slytherin. Corn slithered from Reggie's hand to Harry's. Then she noticed that both Hermione and Reggie were staring at her. Why are you both looking at me like that? Harry, do you realize you were speaking to a snake? Isn't that something everyone can do? Harry was unaware of the intricacies of wizarding abilities, let alone that Parseltongue was a rare gift, believing it to be entirely normal to converse with serpents, even among wizards. Mastering the languages of other creatures is no trivial feat aside from human languages. Professor Dumbledore could only communicate with fairies and mermaids. It was indeed peculiar for Harry, who had never engaged with magic before, to possess the ability to speak to snakes. Therefore, it would be wise for her to conceal this talent. Harry began to grasp the gravity of the situation. So, Harry, could you help me examine this book? Since Harry could speak Parseltongue, she would surely comprehend the text. What book? Hermione inquired, curious as to what required Harry's assistance. It wasn't that she looked down upon Harry, rather, she felt Reggie should be consulting her instead regarding literature. The three of them gathered around the book, with Reggie and Hermione flanking Harry. Hermione scrutinized the strange symbols, wondering if this was indeed a human-written text. Could it be that someone had deliberately scribbled nonsense? It was odd. Although she had never learned what these lines represented, she instinctively understood their meaning. This was a tome authored by the founder of Slytherin, intended solely for those fluent in Parseltongue. Hence, Harry might very well be a descendant of Slytherin. Hermione gazed at Harry in astonishment. A descendant of Slytherin had been sorted into Gryffindor. Harry began to question herself, for only she knew that the sorting hat had originally intended to place her in Slytherin. Could it be true that she was indeed a descendant of Slytherin? Setting those thoughts aside, Harry urged, please, tell me what this writing means. They spent the entire afternoon in Harry's room, with dusk approaching. "Harry, why don't you come to our house?" Although Harry had to reside with her aunt due to magical reasons, visiting Reggie's home for a few days each week posed no issue. "Wouldn't it trouble you to have me over?" "Not at all. It's a quick ride on a broom." Reggie retrieved his Firebolt 2000, and so did Harry. This was a gift from Delacour. Her family is truly affluent. Mine was bestowed upon me by Professor McGonagall, and fortunately, I helped Gryffindor secure the Quidditch championship, thus not disappointing her expectations. "Let us hasten, lest we miss dinner." Hermione and Reggie shared a broomstick. "Harry, remember to leave a note." The Granger couple warmly welcomed Harry, as she was their child's first friend brought home. "Good evening, Uncle and Aunt." "Good evening, Harry. Mother. May Harry and I share a bed?" Although there were indeed extra rooms in their home, Hermione felt it was perfectly acceptable for Harry to sleep with her. After dinner, Reggie brought out the corn again, feeling as though he was on the verge of mastering Parseltongue. "Why was it that I could converse with plants before, yet found myself unable to communicate with snakes? And those pigeons, I could talk to them effortlessly. Although, when conversing with the pigeons, it was akin to a novice attempting to communicate with foreigners, both parties merely grasping each other's meanings superficially. Was it because snakes were special? Or was it the emergence of Parseltongue? Regis has concluded that Parseltongue is a form of magic, one that can be inherited through bloodlines and souls. Perhaps it is due to the existence of this magic that he finds himself hindered in communicating with snakes. Mastering the secrets of Parseltongue may allow me to converse freely with other beings from this point forward. While Harry has passively acquired the ability to speak Parseltongue, Regis requires a more fitting mentor. At the age of 16, Voldemort serves as an appropriate teacher. At this juncture, he is not as deranged as he would later become. Rather, he is quite rational and capable of communication. Most importantly, he is not yet overwhelmingly powerful. He must resort to coaxing Ginny to gain her trust. And even then he faces suspicion. Regis did not believe that Voldemort could exert control over him through a mere diary. Instead, Regis could exploit the disparity in knowledge to deceive him, to keep him engaged, and to learn Parseltongue from him. Moreover, the 16-year-old Voldemort frequently visited the restricted section, which undoubtedly contained far richer content than it does now, allowing him to acquire even more from Voldemort. "Harry and Hermione, I will be stepping out for a while, so do not worry about me." Regis left behind a letter, expressing his desire for neither Hermione nor Harry to accompany him. The Malfoy Manor is situated in Wiltshire, England. The estate is enveloped by meticulously designed gardens, which feature fountains and freely wandering white peacocks, as well as exquisite wrought iron gates. Before Regis arrived, he had already pinned a letter to Delacour. At this moment, a house elf was waiting at the entrance. "Mr. Granger, please follow me," it said. This must be Dobby. Bearing numerous scars, likely a result of Lucius's recent outburst. In the wizarding world, house elves are considered slaves, and such treatment is regrettably all too commonplace. Regis followed Dobby, gazing at the opulent decorations of Malfoy Manor along the way. Truly, as an old aristocracy, they were exceedingly wealthy. That man must be Lucius. A figure peered through the window, locking eyes with Regis, the implicit threat in his gaze unmistakable. Reggie merely smiled, an old rascal. "I shall not be courteous regarding your daughter." After encountering Reggie, Draco felt somewhat furtive, aware that her parents disapproved of him. "Dobby, you must not divulge our affairs to my father." "Yes, master," Dobby replied, a flicker of trepidation crossing his eyes. It was impossible for him not to inform Lucius, for Lucius was the true master of the Malfoy estate. Moreover, everything in this abode had long been known to Lucius. In the home of a wizard, there could be no absence of surveillance, especially in a lineage as venerable as his. The portraits along the corridor were not mere decorations. "Draco, let us venture outside. Perhaps to your residence. I ought to pay a visit to Mr. Malfoy first." "No need, my father is not at home." Draco grasped Reggie's hand, only to find herself unable to pull him along. "Are you so fearful of my meeting Mr. Malfoy?" "Worry not, Draco. You should return to your chamber. I shall go and pay my respects to Mr. Malfoy." Reggie was aware that Lucius Malfoy awaited him. His current absence was merely an attempt to preserve his daughter's dignity, especially after the incident when he struck her, leaving them in silence for several days. In a vast courtyard, beyond the reach of Draco's sight, Regis gazed upon the towering figure before him, undeniably handsome. The Malfoy family is one of the most ancient and formidable lineages among the Sacred 28. Having endured since the 11th century, Regis let the words flow in one ear and out the other, emptying his mind completely. He found no necessity to comprehend such matters. Lucius, observing Regis's nonchalant demeanor, felt a surge of irritation. Were it not for the concern that this little brat might create a rift between him and his daughter at school, he would have been driven to the brink of despair. "You, boy, whether you are genuinely foolish or merely pretending, stay away from my daughter, and I shall reward you with 10,000 galleons." Ah, a classic scene revived, is it not? Despite the illustrious history of the Malfoy family, the vast wealth of galleons, and the high status they held, were they not also compelled to grovel at the feet of the half-blood wizard Voldemort? How can you be certain that I won't surpass Voldemort in strength in the future? Regis twirled the wand in his hand. Though he was merely a first-year wizard, he was far from an ordinary one. Lucius chuckled in disbelief. A first-year wizard truly did not know his place. He had already shown enough mercy, yet the boy dared to mock him and even proposed a duel. Just because he had learned a few spells, he thought he was exceptional. A mudblood is still a mudblood. Enraged, Lucius drew his wand and pointed it at Regis. Mr. Malfoy, please observe the etiquette of wizard dueling. This is not a duel to the death. In light of my daughter, I shall allow you to lose with a touch more dignity. There is no need for that. Mr. Malfoy, I too am curious to discover the extent of a competent adult wizard's combat prowess. The two grasped their wands in identical stances, aiming at one another. 1, 2, 3. Disarm. Disarm. Two brilliant beams of red light erupted from the tips of their wands, colliding and resulting in an explosion. Smoke enveloped the area. A cloud of mist billowed forth from Regis's wand, instantly shrouding both wizards. Mr. Malfoy, should I release toxins within this smoke, you would already be defeated. As the mist dissipated, Regis appeared behind Lucius. Protego. In shock, Lucius hastily cast a protective charm upon himself. Disarm. Were it not for his concern for his daughter and Dumbledore, he would have truly considered employing the killing curse. An identical spell struck Lucius's incantation. Once might be coincidence, but twice in succession compelled Lucius to believe that Regis had intercepted his spell. At that moment, a transformation occurred in Regis's eyes, resembling those of an eagle. The vision of an eagle is 8 times sharper than that of a human, magnifying Lucius's every movement several times in Regis's perception. Therefore, Regis could discern the target of Lucius's spells, enabling him to counter with appropriate magic. Mr. Malfoy, your movements are too slow. You cannot possibly hit me. Lucius's face turned ashen. He could not accept being bested by a mere child. Obstacles abound. This time, instead of countering with a spell, Regis retreated a few steps, causing Lucius's incantation to miss its mark. Lucius quickened the pace of his spellcasting, yet Regis seemed to anticipate each target with uncanny precision, effortlessly evading every attack. In a mere 10 minutes, Lucius had cast more spells than he had in the past year. His incantations were no longer limited to curses and disarming spells. He unleashed numerous dark magics, leaving the ground pockmarked, resembling terrain ravaged by beasts or corroded by acid. In stark contrast to the disheveled Lucius, Regis remained composed, his hair unruffled, as if the chaos around him were but a gentle breeze. Mr. Malfoy, shall we continue? Perhaps you might actually land a hit. Eagle vision was just one facet. Regis's nerve response speed had also significantly increased, though he could not quantify it precisely. Yet, witnessing Lucius, utterly exhausted and unable to land a single blow, underscored the extraordinary nature of Regis's reflexes. No matter how powerful a spell, it was of no use if it could not touch its target. Restoration. Reyes meticulously restored an extensive area of several hundred square meters, employing a simple spell that accomplished the task entirely. His reservoir of magical energy and proficiency in incantations surpassed that of an ordinary Hogwarts student. While some students on the verge of graduation struggled to cast spells fluently, Reyes had already outshone many professors at Hogwarts in terms of knowledge and the study of spells. After all, during his first year, he had dedicated himself to honing his combat and evasion skills in the Room of Requirement. He was keenly aware of the potential dangers posed by curses. A fatal spell could spell his demise. The world was rife with Voldemort and other dark wizards, making it perilous. Reyes did not wish to find himself defenseless should he encounter them. Surely, Voldemort at a similar age could not compare to me. You may become one of his Death Eaters, yet I find myself unable to even befriend your daughter as acquaintance. Is that not somewhat unjust? Lucius stowed away his wand. His previous ire dissipated. I believe Mr. Malfoy has already reached a conclusion in his mind, so I shall seek out Draco. I hope to one day address you as Uncle Malfoy. Lucius, having composed himself, also exited the room. During dinner, Reyes took his place at the Malfoy family table. Draco, perplexed by the situation, felt genuine joy upon witnessing the harmonious interaction between her father and Reyes. After the meal, Reyes discreetly excused Draco. Uncle Malfoy, I wish to see the Malfoy family's collection. Lucius nodded, viewing it as a preemptive investment. The Malfoy estate housed numerous invaluable magical artifacts, consciously amassed over time. There were cursed teeth, enchanting stones, and soul-sucking portraits, all seemingly tied to dark magic. Uncle Malfoy, I am eager to see that diary. What diary? Do you still regard me as an outsider, Uncle Malfoy? Of course, I mean the one entrusted to you by Voldemort for safekeeping. How did you come to know that? Lucius nearly suspected that Reyes was possessed by Voldemort. Not all Death Eaters are unwaveringly loyal to him, are they? Furthermore, it would be prudent for you to address these items associated with dark magic. Uncle Malfoy, lest trouble come knocking. When the Dark Lord entrusted the diary to me, no one else was present. Lucius fixed a penetrating gaze upon Reyes. When it came to Voldemort, he could not afford to be nonchalant. He could not bear the consequences of such an oversight. Regis's eyes underwent a remarkable transformation, as if imbued with a distinct magical potency. I have witnessed his demise. I am acutely aware of all matters pertaining to Voldemort. Gazing into Regis's eyes, Lucius contemplated a possibility. He might be a seer. It is said that Grindelwald was also a natural prophet, with the ability to glimpse into the future through his eyes. I shall entrust you with this matter. Whatever you desire, The Malfoy family can fulfill your requests, but you must ensure the safety of my daughter. Both he and Narcissa bear the dark mark, and as long as Voldemort remains alive, he can never truly sever ties with him. He does not wish for his daughter to share a similar fate. Once Voldemort returns, he will not spare the Malfoy family. Draco has already launched an attack against Voldemort. This is not solely due to you. Why must you involve my daughter in your confrontation with him? Lucius seized Regis by the collar, a manifestation of his disdain for him. Thus, for the sake of your daughter, you must join forces with us to subdue Voldemort, mustn't you? It is too late for words now. You ought to consider how to diminish Voldemort's power, perhaps by dealing with those Death Eaters and the like. Reggie took the diary, initially intending to leave. However, he realized that departing like this would surely sadden Draco. Thus, Reggie chose to stay and enjoy a few days of Quidditch with Draco. Though he held little interest in the sport, Draco was quite fond of it and expressed her desire to join the Slytherin team, aspiring to defeat Harry. Well then, I must return. Until we meet again at school, Draco. Regis mounted his glider 2000 and set off. He could hardly contain his excitement at the prospect of meeting the 16-year-old Tom Riddle. Eager to befriend this intriguing young man, Regis adopted the name Jerry. Jerry and Tom are friends. When Regeris returned home, Hallie had already departed. Reyes opened his diary and began to inscribe his thoughts upon its pages. Last year, I unexpectedly discovered my identity as a wizard and subsequently entered the hallowed halls of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I was sorted into Slytherin House. However, it appears that my peers harbor disdain for me due to my parents' lack of magical lineage. I find myself disenchanted with the students of Slytherin, and a longing for retribution stirs within me. With Reggie ceasing his writing, it seems that a bullied young wizard like Tom would be rather easy to manipulate. Reggie awaits Tom to assume the role of a caring senior, offering assistance to the bullied junior. Regis placed the diary into a secure safe, fearing that Voldemort might escape. The following day, Regis opened the diary, and a line of text appeared, indicating that Tom Riddle within the diary was indeed on the verge of driving him to madness. Hello, how may I assist you? Who are you, and how are you able to write in my diary? Regis has inscribed a line. I am this diary. A diary that can engage in conversation with me? Truly a remarkable artifact associated with magic. Tom, magic is fascinating, isn't it? I too have a deep fondness for the mystical arts. Reggie, however, I have heard that talking books like you can be quite perilous. Will you cause me harm? Tom, no, you misunderstand. Not all books are dangerous. Tom, I possess no capacity to inflict harm. Besides my ability to converse, I am merely an ordinary diary. Regis, my name is Jerry Barrows. What is yours? Tom, I am Tom Riddle. Perhaps we could become friends. Reyes, you are right. Perhaps we could become friends. Akin to the dynamic between the cat and the mouse. Tom, the cat and the mouse. Reyes, are you not aware? Well, it makes sense. You are a wizard. Tom, no, I am just like you. Initially, I too was oblivious to my own wizardry. Regis and Tom engaged in heartfelt conversations for several days, waiting for an opportune moment. At last, Tom began to entice Regis. Tom remarked, those individuals have truly gone too far. Back in my days at Slytherin, I endeavored to earn Regis's trust by sharing my own experiences from school. Reyes, since you are so remarkable, could you possibly teach me some powerful magic? I do not wish to be bullied by them any longer. Tom, however, the ordinary magic taught at school does not possess much strength. Reggie, so senior, are you proficient in dark magic? Tom, however, Hogwarts forbids the use of dark magic. Rios, senior, please teach me. I truly do not wish to be bullied by them any longer. Ultimately, Tom acquiesced, as he had initially intended to transform Rios into a dark sorcerer for his own purposes. Moreover, he unexpectedly discovered that Rios possessed considerable talent. Once he had asserted control over him, he could utilize him for numerous tasks. At the very least, he required a corporeal form. From Rios's descriptions, he had learned of his original self. Voldemort had already failed, and notably, he had succumbed to the hands of an infant, since the original form had been lost. Allow me to take its place. Tom devoted himself to teaching Rios the intricacies of magic, unaware that Rios harbored intentions to extract every last ounce of value from him before incinerating him. A few days later, Rios resolved to request that Tom instruct him in Parseltongue. Reggie, senior, I have heard that the founder of Slytherin is a Parselmouth. Tom, indeed. Regis, if I were to master Parseltongue, would my fellow Slytherins regard me as the heir of Slytherin? At that point, they would all revere me and would no longer torment me, would they? Tom, however, it seems that Parseltongue cannot be acquired through mere study. Reggie, so senior, are you familiar with the art of speaking in Parseltongue? Tom, indeed I am. Reggie, senior, are you perhaps a descendant of Slytherin? Tom, my mother is indeed a descendant of Slytherin, and I too am of Slytherin lineage. Reggie, senior, you are truly remarkable. Since you possess the ability to speak Parseltongue, might you impart your knowledge to me? Should I fail to grasp it, I am still eager to attempt. Voldemort acquiesced, though deep down he believed that Reggie could never master the art of Parseltongue. This language of serpents is an innate magic, not merely a skill one acquires through practice. This marked Reggie's inaugural entry into the realm of the diary, where he beheld Voldemort in his youth. In his younger days, he was indeed strikingly handsome, largely inheriting such allure from his father. It is easy to surmise how captivating Voldemort's father must have been, given that he could enchant a witch with a love potion. Senior, is this truly what you looked like in your youth? Greetings, Jerry, this is our first encounter. The two shook hands. Subsequently, Tom commenced the lessons in Parseltongue. Though termed as instruction, it was primarily Tom's own insights into the use of this serpentine tongue. He was curious to see whether one devoid of Slytherin lineage could indeed learn the language of snakes. A month of teaching elapsed. Reyes has also uncovered some secrets related to the serpent tongue. However, this past month has been quite taxing for Tom, as he has been persistently engaged by Reyes to utilize the serpent tongue each day. Were it not for the fact that he is merely a fragment of a soul, he would feel as though his mouth were cramping from the effort. It is precisely due to Tom's enthusiastic cooperation that Reyes has discovered an enchanting quality in Tom's voice whenever he employs the serpent tongue to articulate the word serpent fish. The sounds emanating from his throat are imbued with a certain magical essence. This process occurs effortlessly, requiring no deliberate control on Tom's part. It unfolds naturally and seamlessly. Reyes, Sr., could you please document the physical aspects of your body when you use the serpentine dialect? I am truly eager to learn this fascinating form of expression. Reyes, as long as you teach me, Senior, I will certainly heed your guidance in the future. If you have any unfulfilled wishes, do share them with me. I will surely assist you in realizing them. Tom, with a dark expression, gazed at Reyes. He wholeheartedly agreed with the former's initial statement. Yet the latter's mention of unfulfilled wishes bewildered him. After all, he possessed a Horcrux. How could he possibly face death? Never mind. I, Lord Tom, am magnanimous. Once I regain my corporeal form, I shall enlighten you on the art of discourse. Tom, Jr., your senior has truly exhausted himself for your sake. After assigning tasks to Tom, Rages returned to slumber, while the exhausted Tom could only hiss in fatigue. Meanwhile, the younger version of Voldemort, still laboring away in his diary, felt an unsettling sensation. When did I become so devoted to assisting others? That wretched mudblood still eludes my complete control over his mind. Could it be that his obsession with Parseltongue is too profound? Perhaps, if I teach him the art of Parseltongue, or rather, make him realize his inability to master it, I could finally dominate him. Although aware that Rages might be toying with him, what if it were true? Who knows how he has endured solitude in that diary for decades? Not a single soul to converse with. When Rages scribes in the diary, who can fathom the excitement he experiences? Initially, he even contemplated that if he could escape the confines of the diary, he would regard Rages as his most trusted subordinate. Knock, knock, knock. Regis opened the door to find Hermione standing outside. Hermione, why are you still awake? It is quite late. Hermione pushed the door open and climbed directly onto Regis's bed. What's wrong, Hermione? What have you been preoccupied with lately, always secluding yourself in your room? It's a secret. I will tell you once I succeed. Hermione's brow furrowed slightly, her expression tinged with displeasure. What secret are you keeping from me? It seems, ever since you became a wizard, you have grown increasingly enigmatic. Reggie climbed into bed, embraced Hermione, and playfully pinched her nose, saying, Did you not keep me in the dark when you were safeguarding the Philosopher's Stone? Had it not been for my assistance later on, I might still be oblivious to everything. Hermione, covering half her face with the blanket, reflected on how she had been the last to seek out Reggie, feeling somewhat remiss. By the way, Harry's birthday is approaching. What gift shall we present her? Celebrating Harry's birthday together would be the finest gift we could offer. Recently, Reges has indeed felt quite fatigued. Although he is endeavoring to master Parseltongue, he has not devoted all his energy to it. He is also immersed in the study of alchemy, learning to craft magical artifacts. However, at present, he can only create simple trinkets. I shall take my leave to rest now. Hermione, do not stir. It seems that since they turned 8, the two have been sleeping in separate rooms. Initially, Hermione wept and refused to comply, but after an unknown conversation with Mrs. Granger, she acquiesced. From that moment on, she has grown increasingly competitive, striving to surpass Reges in various pursuits. Yet, at this moment, nestled in Reges's embrace, she appears quite docile, seemingly reluctant to disturb his slumber. With a wave of her wand, she extinguishes the light and peacefully drifts off to sleep. The following day, the first to awaken, Reges gazed upon the adorable visage of the slumbering Hermione and could not resist bestowing a gentle kiss upon her cheek. Reggie was aware that Hermione had already awakened, as her eyelashes were fluttering uncontrollably. However, Hermione, feeling excessively bashful, chose to feign sleep. Reyes also spared her dignity, refraining from going too far. After Regulus departed, Hermione unleashed a flurry of strikes upon his pillow, evidently treating it as if it were him. Harry celebrated his birthday with great joy, for he was accompanied by friends. This marked the second occasion in which he had company on his birthday. During the festivities, they also received a letter from Hogwarts, informing them of the textbooks required for their second year. The list included standard spells, Level 2 by Miranda Goshawk, Break with the Banshee, Gilderoy Lockhart, Wanderings with Werewolves, Gilderoy Lockhart, Holidays with Hags, Gilderoy Lockhart, Giant Adventures, Gilderoy Lockhart, Vampire Encounters, Gilderoy Lockhart, and Year with the Yeti, also by Gilderoy Lockhart. Why were there so many books authored by someone named Gilderoy Lockhart? Harry pondered, noticing the name repeated multiple times on the list. This was because he would be our professor for defense against the dark arts. Clearly, this professor had a penchant for gold galleons, as evidenced by the plethora of his writings on the list. Gilderoy Lockhart was a renowned best-selling author in the wizarding world, the heartthrob of countless witches. His most significant attribute was his memory charm, a magic that even Dumbledore lauded. Throughout history, few have mastered the memory charm to such an extraordinary degree. Professor Lockhart was a celebrated figure in the wizarding community, with his adventurous exploits chronicled in his novels. Furthermore, he was a recipient of the Third-Class Order of Merlin, an honorary member of the Society for the Protection of Magical Creatures, and a 5-time winner of the Most Charming Smile Award from Witch Weekly. Reggie cupped Hermione's face and asked, "Hermione, how do you understand me so well? Have you perhaps taken Professor Lockhart as your idol?" Hermione replied, "Is it not permissible for me to look up to someone as remarkable as Professor Lockhart?" Regis stroked his chin and remarked, "It's not entirely impossible. However, your judgment appears somewhat lacking." "What do you mean? Are you suggesting that the works of Professor Lockhart are mere fabrications?" "You'll understand once you attend Professor Lockhart's class. Harry, when that time comes, let us thoroughly mock Hermione." Reggie, Hermione, and Harry ventured into Diagon Alley to procure books. In truth, Reggie initially intended to dispatch an owl to the proprietor of Flourish and Blots, requesting a delivery. However, Harry and Hermione were opposed to this notion. They preferred the experience of selecting their books in person. Reggie merely wished to express that they were oblivious to the joys of convenience, instead of indulging in online shopping. They insisted on purchasing items in a physical store. The narrow Diagon Alley was not vast, and it was there that Reggie and his companions fortuitously encountered the Weasley family. Mrs. Weasley's eyes sparkled with a subtle surprise upon seeing Harry. She was acquainted with Harry's parents, as they had once been members of the Order of the Phoenix, united in their fight against the Death Eaters. "You must be Harry Potter," she exclaimed. "Indeed, Mrs. Weasley," Harry replied. "This is Hermione Granger, and her brother, Reggie Granger. Greetings. I am Molly Weasley, and these are my children. You should recognize those boys. They are my sons, and this is my daughter, Ginny." Molly ushered her daughter forward. After the Weasley twins greeted Harry and his friends, they began to engage in their usual antics, while Percy regarded Reggie and the others with a dispassionate demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding scene. Ron also acknowledged Reggie, as his closest companions now were Neville and Seamus. Compared to his friends, Ron stood out as the most accomplished. "Hello, I am Ginny Weasley, and I will be attending Hogwarts this year." Having grown up hearing tales of Harry Potter, Ginny had always held him in high esteem. Now, standing before her idol, she felt somewhat flustered, anxious about leaving an unfavorable impression. "Hello, Ginny." Harry extended her right hand, finding an instant affinity for the shy girl before her, who, unlike others, didn't squeal upon their first encounter. "Mom and Dad, we should be off." The Weasley twins, ever assertive and clever, were eager to depart and explore new prank gadgets. "Don't wander off," Mr. Weasley cautioned his troublesome sons. In contrast to magic, Mr. Weasley harbored a keen interest in the Muggle world, aspiring to merge technological advancements with magic. His flying car stood as a testament to this ambition. "Mr. Weasley, what are your thoughts on the integration of magic and Muggle inventions?" Reggie inquired, catching Mr. Weasley off guard. The Ministry of Magic had enacted laws prohibiting such discussions. "I am aware. You were instrumental in drafting those regulations, Mr. Weasley. You even left loopholes for your own research into the fusion of magic and technology. Nevertheless, I believe that such a combination could yield unexpected outcomes." Mr. Weasley chose to remain silent. "Hermione, I spotted Draco. I shall greet him. You stay here." Diagon Alley was expansive, and given the animosity between Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Weasley, Reggie preferred to prevent any potential altercation from escalating. "Uncle Malfoy and Draco. It has been a while." "Indeed, Reggie. It has been far too long." "Ah, the Weasley family is over there. I presume you would prefer to avoid them." "You are correct. The Weasley family reeks of poverty, and I would rather keep my distance." It seemed that Mr. Weasley frequently visited Malfoy Manor during the holidays. The mention of Arthur irked Lucius, who was well aware of the matters at hand. "I have long advised Uncle Malfoy to manage those issues appropriately." Regis sighed. "I have already placed those items in the secret chamber. Regis, let us go and procure some books." "Father, please wait for us here." DeLacy, displeased with Regis's sole focus on conversing with his father, promptly seized him and departed. Regis cast an apologetic glance towards Lucius. How infuriating. Lucius clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on Arthur Weasley in the distance. He yearned to rush over and engage in a fierce confrontation. At this moment, the Leaky Cauldron was hosting a book signing event for Gilderoy Lockhart. Numerous witches, akin to Mrs. Weasley, were in attendance, and the wizard tasked with maintaining order felt utterly exhausted. These women were simply too fervent. "Ladies, please be quiet and do not push. Be mindful of the books." He had lost count of how many times he had repeated this phrase. Reggie observed the Weasley family queuing there, accompanied by Hermione and Harry. Why must they insist on signatures when merely purchasing books? Reggie could not comprehend their fervent behavior. Consequently, she took Draco by the hand and led her directly into the Li-Hing bookstore. Draco made a face at Hermione and Harry, implying, "See? Reggie has abandoned you in favor of me." This was essentially the message she conveyed. Despite their established friendship, Draco's insufferable nature persisted. One might wonder if Reggie had developed feelings for Draco. How could that be possible? What qualities does she possess apart from her beauty? She pales in comparison to you. Harry. Suddenly, Hermione felt as though Harry's gaze pierced her like a knife. Harry, what is wrong? What do you mean by saying she is inferior to me? Do you believe I am inadequate? No, that is not what I meant. Hermione stammered, feeling quite embarrassed. That was not her intention at all. Be careful, or Harry and Hermione might join forces to bully you. Regis gently nudged Lacey's arm. I am a Malfoy. How could I possibly fear the two of them? As long as you don't bully me, that is sufficient. DeLacy, uttering such words, felt a faint blush creep across her cheeks. Ever since Regis visited her home last time, her mother, Narcissa, had begun to share peculiar notions with her. She warned her to be wary of the girls around Regis. Even her own sister, given that there was no blood relation between them, and they spent every day in each other's company. Each time she considered fleeing, her mother would invariably thwart her attempts, leaving her with no escape. Rather than bullying you, I would prefer to contend with the three of you. Can you truly handle us all at once? DeLacy retorted with an air of arrogance. No matter how formidable you may be, it is impossible to confront us three simultaneously. Shopkeeper, please prepare the books for me, as you know I require. The proprietor of Lycan Bookstore noticed the smile that graced Regis's face. A new shipment has arrived. Would you care to take a look? No, thank you. Although I possess wealth, I am not a fool. What a pity that is. Regis and Draco awaited Harry and Hermione in the bookstore, casually reviewing their materials for the upcoming academic year. However, it was Regis who was engrossed in a book, while Draco merely observed him. Here we are, toiling away in line outside, and you two are just lounging about. Draco remarked. We don't even need Gilderoy Lockhart's autograph. Why are we accompanying you? Noticing the mountain of books in Harry's arms, Draco smirked slightly. Besides, didn't Lockhart gift you an entire set of collectible editions? If sold, that could fetch a handsome sum of galleons. It's not a loss, is it? The collection Harry possessed was a result of Lockhart leveraging her popularity for a photo opportunity before presenting her with the books. Lockhart resembled a contemporary influencer, resorting to any means for attention. Well, enough of the complaints. I have prepared your books. They are right over there. If it weren't for Draco's presence, Regis wouldn't mind spending more time with Hermione. Yet, the Weasley family was also present, and it seemed Draco and the Weasleys were destined to be adversaries. Furthermore, Lucius could not be kept waiting any longer. Draco had already spent enough time away, and if he lingered, Lucius would surely lose his temper. Regis took Delacour's hand. Soft and delicate, primarily because Delacour was exceptionally beautiful. Regis was undoubtedly entranced by her charm. Hermione felt a twinge of irritation. Delacour, in truth, was not entirely wicked. Although her initial impression had been unfavorable, she seemed to have transformed significantly. Moreover, the Malfoy family appeared to be quite affluent. If I had a wealthy friend who treated me well, I would also feel elated. Within the wizarding world, Harry was considered wealthy, yet in the realm of muggles, she was merely impoverished. Her aunt had not bestowed upon her any pocket money for several years. Thus, she empathized with Regis. Wait, money? Surely. Regis was not being financially supported by Delacour. Hermione suddenly recalled the sum of money Regis had previously given her, along with the time he had taken her to Diagon Alley to purchase books. When she had inquired about the source of his galleons, he had remained reticent. Although Regis had generously spent a considerable amount of his earnings on her, demonstrating his profound affection for his sister, she could not fathom why this did not bring her joy. Hermione confided her thoughts to Harry. Additionally, that Nimbus 2000, which was quite expensive, had also been a gift from Delacour. Harry rummaged through her pocket, discovering a multitude of galleons. She contemplated the heap of galleons amassed in her vault. Could I, too, support Regis financially? No. Harry, how could you entertain such a notion? Regis is my friend. I should not taint our friendship with galleons. Lost in her musings, Harry remained oblivious to the unease etched on Hermione's face. She feared that Delacour might lure away her brother with galleons. Yet, as a mere ungraduated young witch, where could she possibly earn galleons? Hermione felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Regis possesses remarkable talent, while DeLacy's enjoys considerable wealth. The two indeed appear to complement each other splendidly. Uncle Malfoy, I have returned DeLacy's. Reyes disregarded Lucius's somewhat sullen expression. He had yet to release DeLacy's hand. DeLacy, this is your 2001 light wheel, the latest model. Thank you, Father. Reyes, I'm heading back now. Remember to write to me. We'll see each other at school soon. So there's no need. Even if you don't write to me, I shall certainly write to you. As he departed, Reyes found himself clutching a stone capable of enchanting the hearts of men. Reyes was perplexed as to why Lucius had entrusted him with this object. Could its magical potency be exceptionally strong? Was he meant to use it to hypnotize others and engage in unspeakable acts? With such time at hand, he would be better off mastering a soul-stealing incantation instead. In his second year, Reyes set his own aspirations. Beyond the serpent creature, He owned to master both the art of mind-blocking and the skill of extracting thoughts. These two abilities represent offense and defense, respectively. Both Dumbledore and Snape are masters in these domains. If Snape were not proficient in such arts, he could never have assumed the role of a double agent. Although neither Snape nor Dumbledore would employ thought extraction on their students, Regis remained uncertain about others. The prospect of others uncovering his thoughts, especially those pertaining to Voldemort, filled him with trepidation. The fate of Voldemort's Horcruxes remains uncertain to him. At least for now, he has pinpointed the locations of all but one, Nagini. The remaining Horcruxes lie dormant, yet Nagini, a blood-cursed beast, has likely lost her humanity, reduced to mere primal instincts. Once a gentle and kind woman, her curse has rendered her existence profoundly tragic. Should he find her before Voldemort transforms her into a Horcrux, Regis would consider nurturing her. Furthermore, the study of blood-cursed beasts presents a fascinating avenue of research. If one could freely control the transformation between human and beast, a blood-cursed being would cease to be a curse and instead evolve into a form of animagus passed down through bloodlines. Such mastery of transfiguration requires an extraordinary level of expertise, and few in the wizarding world possess the ability to wield such magic. Regis returned home with a distracted Hermione, while Harry now resided there as well. With only a few days left before school commenced, Harry found no reason to return. Upon returning home, Regis found himself once again within the confines of his room. He pondered whether, after the passage of one night and one morning, Senior Tom had completed the task he had entrusted to him. He wondered curiously what enigmatic gift the mysterious DeLacy had sent him this time. Perhaps he should inquire directly? Yet, he dismissed the thought, fatigue weighing heavily upon him. He could only blame Lockhart for wasting their time. Turning to Hermione, who was voicing her grievances about Lockhart, Harry remarked, "Aren't you his admirer? He's far too ostentatious, and his tendency to use you as a topic of conversation is quite off-putting. I am beginning to doubt whether he has truly experienced those events himself," she responded. "Senior Tom, I have returned," he called out. "Have you deciphered how Parseltongue operates?" The spectral figure of Tom Riddle appeared to grow even more frail, clutching a diary filled with densely packed writing. Regis took it without hesitation and quickly scanned it. He was prepared to utilize his remarkable photographic memory to note it down first. "Senior, let me take a look." After a swift review of the rejected, Reggie noticed several instances where Voldemort's portrayal was rather vague. "Regis, Senior, what have you written here? Could you perhaps elucidate it in a more refined manner?" Tom forced a smile, realizing that his junior had only recently embarked on the journey of becoming a wizard, and certain specialized terms had indeed yet to be learned. "I shall rectify it at once. Little Mud, wait for me until the day I depart from this diary. Mother, we are leaving. Farewell, Father. Goodbye, Uncle and Aunt." Regis observed as Harry traversed platform 9 3/4. This time, there was no disruption from Dobby. She passed through with ease. Inside the compartment, Regis clutched his diary, engaging in conversation with Voldemort. He was now tasked with embodying the role of an enthusiastic junior, incessantly recounting the events of the past years to Voldemort. Perhaps it was the anticipation of returning to Hogwarts that altered Voldemort's demeanor. Today, he exhibited a newfound patience, tirelessly addressing Regis's inquiries. This was largely due to the fact that Regis had ceased to press him for further insights into the mysteries of Parseltongue. During the holidays, Voldemort's tutoring had proven to be exceedingly beneficial. Reggie sensed that he would soon fully acquire the abilities of Parseltongue. "Harry, what troubles you?" Harry's head rested upon Hermione's shoulder, appearing somewhat unwell. "I don't know. I just feel so exhausted today." "You aren't falling ill, are you?" Hermione said, anxiously caressing Harry's face. "Reggie, could you please check on Harry? She seems to be unwell." Regis is not a doctor. However, years of life have led Hermione to habitually rely on him. Reyes slipped the diary into his pocket, which had also been enchanted with an imperceptible stretching spell. Reyes gently touched Hallie's forehead, finding her temperature to be normal, suggesting she was not running a fever. She appeared to be restored to her former self. Regulus waved his wand and cast a healing spell upon Harry. However, it proved ineffectual, merely providing her with a slight sense of comfort. Harry was not unwell. Perhaps the cause lay elsewhere. She had succumbed to slumber. It was not a matter of physical ailment. Could it be a disturbance of her soul? Indeed, Harry was one of the Horcruxes. How could I have overlooked that? Perhaps the proximity to the diary had allowed Harry to sense Voldemort's essence, resulting in a disquietude within her soul, giving the appearance of illness. It seemed that Harry had not been sleeping well of late. All she needed was a restful slumber. Not long after Harry had drifted off, Draco knocked on the door and entered. Regis covered her mouth and lifted her onto the seat. Harry was asleep. Let her rest undisturbed. Dracis nodded, disregarding Hermione's eye roll, and then took one of Regis's hands, beginning to inscribe words upon it. "Regis, I shall join the Slytherin Quidditch team as a seeker, and I shall catch the golden snitch before Harry does." Dracis excitedly scribbled on Regis's hand. Reggie also began to write under Delacour's guidance. "You can become a seeker as soon as you join the team and even participate in the matches." Would they truly consent to that? Delacour pouted, seemingly displeased by Reggie's doubt in her abilities. "When I played Quidditch, Harry was still a muggle. Furthermore, my father is the most prominent governor at Hogwarts. This year, the Slytherin team has acquired new Nimbus brooms, all funded by my father. They wouldn't dare disregard my commands. Well, true to your nature, Malfoy. You remain the same haughty and imperious young lady. Under the pressure of financial influence, the Slytherin team had no grounds to refuse. Regis was suddenly jolted by a few kicks to his calf. Hermione placed a sheet of paper and a pen on the table. Draco, unfazed, took the paper and pen, resuming his conversation with Regis. For the first time, Hermione felt that Harry, leaning against her, was somewhat inconvenient. Even in his slumber, Harry seemed to sense something, murmuring in his dreams, "No, Regis. I'm so tired. Let me rest for a moment." Regis's smile faltered. "Did I do something to Harry? Young lady, your previous remarks were rather ambiguous." Delacy's face displayed an expression of disbelief as she glared at him in frustration. Meanwhile, Hermione wore a look of disdain, pondering how Regis managed to find opportunities to be alone with Harry when she was with him every day, leaving her so exhausted. "No wonder you mentioned she hadn't slept well. Were you sneaking out with Harry every night after I fell asleep? Please don't misunderstand. I have never coerced Harry into anything." At that moment, Harry awoke. Noticing the three of them staring at her, she sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat off. "What is going on? Why are you all looking at me like that? Harry, do you recall what you just dreamed about?" Regis was in urgent need of clearing his name. He truly hadn't done anything to harm Harry. Being wrongfully accused would be an unbearable injustice. "How could you possibly know that I was dreaming? You even spoke in your sleep. What did I say? You had better confess honestly." Faced with the relentless inquiries of Hermione and Draco, she could only recount her peculiar dream. "I saw Regis in my dream." Draco and Hermione exchanged knowing glances, then turned their attention to Regis. "Let us see what excuse you can muster now." They remained silent, yet Regis discerned the implication in their eyes. "He held a book and continuously urged me to make revisions. I kept on editing, unable to pause for even a moment." A flicker of fear crossed Harry's face. In the dream, it felt as though I had been caught in that cycle for many days. I was exhausted and wished for Regis to relent. Yet for some inexplicable reason, I couldn't find the words to express it. Regis exhaled in relief. "I knew it had nothing to do with me. Even if such matters arise, I would consult Hermione, wouldn't I? It seems I cannot bring out the diary in front of Harry any longer. I wonder if Voldemort has sensed Harry's presence. Perhaps he is perplexed, feeling an inexplicable allure. After all, he remains unaware that Harry was just beside him moments ago." Additionally, there are words left unspoken by Harry. Although Regis has consistently urged him to alter certain aspects, the Regis within his dreams is quite different from the one in reality. In his dreams, he even adopts an endearing demeanor, persistently referring to himself as senpai. In her heart, Reggie had always been a mature and composed individual, while in her dreams, he feigned a naive demeanor, which she perceived as an endearing act. That version of Reggie appeared undeniably charming. Now that the misunderstanding had been resolved, it was time to disembark. They had arrived at Hogwarts. For second-year students, entering Hogwarts was a different experience from that of the first years. They proceeded directly to the Great Hall, awaiting the conclusion of the sorting ceremony before indulging in the feast. This academic year at Hogwarts promised to be a tranquil one. With the diary securely in Reggie's possession, it was unlikely that anyone would venture into the Chamber of Secrets to unleash the Basilisk. However, the position of defense against the dark arts professor bore a curse. If all went as expected, Gilderoy Lockhart was destined for misfortune. It remained uncertain how Voldemort's curse would manifest this time. During the feast, the flamboyant Gilderoy Lockhart exasperated all his colleagues, particularly Severus Snape. They could not comprehend why Dumbledore would appoint such a buffoon to the role of defense against the dark arts professor, deeming it irresponsible towards the students. Once the banquet concluded, students from each house returned to their respective common rooms. Yet, as was his custom, Reggie ventured out for a nocturnal stroll. Naturally, he did not roam the halls of Hogwarts. Instead, he made his way to the Forbidden Forest. During the summer break, in his absence, the eight-eyed spiders had wreaked havoc upon many creatures within the forest. Reyes has once again harvested a considerable amount of eight-eyed spider venom. "That's enough. We are old friends now. No need for further gifts." Regis gently patted the large head of Allegor. The spiders now calmly bid farewell to Regis, having come to understand that he sought only their venom while imposing limitations on their numbers. Thus, they resolved to periodically offer a portion of their venom. Should Regis take a disliking to any particular spider, that spider would choose to end its own life. This predicament left Regis feeling somewhat embarrassed to inflict harm upon them. Upon departing from the spider's lair, Regis beheld a unicorn awaiting his return, the very one he had rescued previously. Reyes mounted the unicorn, which galloped through the Forbidden Forest, eventually arriving at a serene lake. This place was home to numerous unicorns, seemingly the ancestral territory of their kind. Regis observed a few centaurs in the vicinity. Among them was Ronan, a centaur whom Regis had encountered previously. "Greetings," he exclaimed. "It is rare to see a unicorn so intimately close to a person." Ronan cast his gaze upon the moon above. "This year may not unfold in tranquility," he mused. "There is no moment in this world that is devoid of turmoil." Regis did not inquire about what would transpire with Ronan. Perhaps it was due to the price once paid for revealing prophecies, or perhaps their abilities were insufficient. Hence, The centaurs never spoke of their visions in the presence of outsiders. Should you have the time, do visit the centaur's abode. We would gladly welcome you. Ronan departed. Regis dismounted from the unicorn, and a few curious little unicorns approached him. They were still young and had never encountered a wizard before. Reyes gently touched them, feeling no rejection. The unicorn that had been rescued by Reyes appeared to be biting onto something. Reyes extended his palm, and the unicorn delicately placed the conical object it had been holding in its mouth onto his hand. Is this the unicorn's horn? As a sacred and magical creature, the body parts of the unicorn undoubtedly possess unique properties. The horn of a unicorn is exceedingly precious, whether utilized for concocting potions or serving as an alchemical ingredient. Aside from the black market, unicorn horns are rarely available for purchase in the open market. Are you suggesting there are many? Reyes accepted the unicorn horn, stating, should the need arise in the future, I shall seek you out again. The hour was late, and it was time for him to depart. The unicorn, using its horn, gently lifted Reyes onto its back and transported him to the edge of the forbidden forest. I believe I ought to bestow upon you a name. Let us call you Celia, he mused, though regrettably, the moment is not yet ripe. Regis yearned to confine Celia within his suitcase. Until he resolved the matter with the serpent creature, it was inappropriate to harbor any other living being in his possession. The second-year curriculum did not differ significantly from that of the first year, aside from a few invaluable subjects, such as Snape's potions class, for not attending would surely incur his wrath, Flitwick's charms class, Professor Sprout's herbology, and Professor McGonagall's transfiguration. Regis had neglected the majority of his other courses, while the defense against the dark arts class held great significance. Attending under the tutelage of Gilderoy Lockhart would merely be a futile endeavor. Regis is currently delving into the arcane arts concerning the soul. By merging the knowledge gleaned from the restricted section of Hogwarts with the soul-related magic acquired from the Lyhon bookstore, he has mastered the soul-snatching spell. However, he has yet to wield this incantation upon another, leaving him unaware of its true potency or the extent of control it may exert over others. Nevertheless, mastering the soul-snatching spell is not his ultimate objective. Regis desires to master the arcane arts specifically pertaining to the soul. He finds himself in a predicament, yearning to obliterate Voldemort's Horcruxes while simultaneously wishing to preserve the cherished artifacts of Ravenclaw's diadem, Hufflepuff's cup, and Slytherin's locket. These items, steeped in magical significance, have unfortunately been tainted by Voldemort's malevolence. Furthermore, he has already acquired the ability to speak Parseltongue, rendering the diary containing Voldemort somewhat obsolete. Were it not for the fear that vanquishing the Voldemort within the diary might inadvertently alert him, Regis would have already set out to eliminate him. Until he has gathered the remaining Horcruxes, it is prudent to avoid provoking Voldemort unnecessarily. Should he be frightened into hiding, the challenge would escalate significantly. Reggie wishes to engage in the simple mode, eschewing the challenges of the difficult mode. Mr. Granger, Professor Lockhart has requested your presence tomorrow, expressing his displeasure at your absence from his class. Crabbe and Goyle returned to find Reggie somewhat anxious for in their eyes. Attracting the professor's ire is a most daunting affair. Regis held a contrary opinion. While Lockhart was a master of the forgetfulness charm, his other spells were utterly abysmal. If Regis were to launch a surprise attack, Lockhart would undoubtedly be caught off guard. Perhaps he could test the efficacy of the soul-sucking curse on him? However, executing such an act within the confines of Hogwarts was undeniably fraught with peril. After all, the soul-sucking curse is dark magic, should Dumbledore catch wind of it. The consequences would be dire. Furthermore, casting the soul-sucking curse on a professor was a transgression that even Voldemort refrained from during his youth. If discovered, he would certainly find himself incarcerated in Azkaban. Although he had mastered the Patronus charm, Regis was reluctant to engage with Dementors at this early stage. During the second class of defense against the dark arts, Lockhart entered with his usual beaming smile. However, upon spotting Regis, a flicker of irritation crossed his face. He was displeased that Regis had failed to arrive at his office as requested, leaving him to wait for an extended period. As for the points he deducted from Regis, the latter was completely indifferent. Reggie may return to other classes. There might be some issues on Snape's side, but it's of little concern. Reggie can leverage Harry to influence Snape. Regis promised Snape that she would teach her the art of magic and potion making. Despite Snape's ostensible concern for Harry, he remained aloof, avoiding any personal interaction. Each time Harry greeted Snape, he merely inclined his head slightly before hastily departing. Lockhart cleared his throat, urging everyone to take out their textbooks. Even when chastising unruly young wizards, he believed it essential to maintain an air of elegance, and it would be best for Regis to sincerely apologize. At that moment, another wave of excitement surged. I, Lockhart, pointed to my photograph in the book, winking as I proclaimed, Gilderoy Lockhart, recipient of the 3rd Class Order of Merlin, honorary member of the Dark Arts Defense League, and 5-time winner of the Wizarding Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, though I do not boast about it. I do not rely solely on my smile to vanquish banshees. I had previously administered a small quiz, the results of which were unsatisfactory. However, as a benevolent professor, I decided to grant everyone another opportunity. Therefore, we would have a retest, with a penalty for the last place. This was clearly aimed at Regis, although it could also be a tactic employed by Lockhart to expand his fanbase. A sheet of paper was placed on Rage's desk, inscribed with the following questions. 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? 2. What are Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambitions? 3. What do you consider to be Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement to date? And so forth. Spanning 3 full pages. The final question read, 4. On what day is Gilderoy Lockhart's birthday? What would be his ideal birthday gift? Half an hour later, Lockhart collected the papers, perusing them before the entire class. He was pleased with the early submissions, as the answers reflected what he had previously stated. It seemed they had taken note, although some students had not retained the information well. Yet, one paper was entirely blank. Mr. Rages Granger, might I inquire if you harbor any grievances against me? You were absent from the last class, and even for the quiz. You could not muster the courtesy to make an effort. Do you believe I am unworthy of being your defense against the dark arts professor? Lockhart approached Rages, casting a condescending gaze upon her. Reyes also rose to his feet, albeit needing to tilt his head back. Being young has its drawbacks, particularly his short stature. As he had to look up to see the adults around him, I genuinely believe that Professor Lockhart is unworthy of the position of defense against the dark arts instructor. All the students in the classroom held their breath, their eyes wide with astonishment as they regarded Reyes. Is he truly this audacious? As a Slytherin, he exhibits a reckless bravery that surpasses even that of Gryffindor. Before Lockhart could react, Reyes continued, I have heard whispers regarding Professor Lockhart's lessons with Gryffindor. It is said that he, in an effort to cultivate his students' practical skills, would endure harassment from a swarm of Cornish pixies without uttering a word. Even when his wand was snatched away by the mischievous creatures, steadfast until his students managed to drive them off. Lockhart's self-sacrificing spirit is indeed commendable. After all, the illustrious Gilderoy Lockhart is a wizard reputed for his amicable relations with werewolves and vampires. Who would believe he is a wizard incapable of properly articulating a spell? However, when it comes to the role of defense against the dark arts professor, Lockhart is far better suited to instruct us on how to pen an adventure novel. After all, his biographies often prove to be quite captivating, do they not? Providing wizards with enriching mental sustenance is surely more meaningful than merely teaching a class of young witches and wizards. Reges's remarks were a blatant mockery of Gilderoy Lockhart's insufficient magical prowess, rendering him wholly unfit for the position of defense against the dark arts professor. Moreover, he audaciously questioned the authenticity of the stories within Lockhart's published works. A man who had long basked in admiration, how could Lockhart endure such derision from Reges? Yet, at this moment, he managed to maintain his smile and embellish his own image, compelling Reges to admire the remarkable thickness of Lockhart's skin. Indeed, as Mr. Granger asserted, for the growth of my dear students, enduring personal grievances is of little consequence. However, I must express my disagreement with Mr. Granger's assertion that providing wizards with nourishing intellectual sustenance is more meaningful than nurturing young witches and wizards. It is you, the yet-to-bloom wizards, who represent the future of our magical community. Cultivating your talents is the most significant endeavor of my life. Lockhart seemed to have hypnotized himself, donning a sanctimonious expression as if nurturing young wizards were the most meaningful pursuit in the world. Though his performance was somewhat exaggerated, his acting skills cannot be dismissed lightly. However, Mr. Lockhart, I must interject. Perhaps you possess remarkable magical abilities and an outstanding command of language. Nonetheless, the task of nurturing students cannot merely be accomplished through the art of storytelling. I do not hold your teaching abilities in high regard. Reggie wandered alongside the werewolves. To describe this textbook, it would be more fitting to refer to it as a novel. The narrative unfolds a tale of aiding a village in liberating itself from the scourge of werewolves. The plot is rife with twists and turns, captivating the reader. However, it fails to adequately detail the perils posed by the werewolves and the manner in which they inflict harm upon humanity. The portrayal of werewolves seems to be extracted from peculiar folklore rather than grounded in reality. While I understand the necessity of captivating an audience for a novel, employing such a narrative as an educational tool may not be entirely appropriate. Mr. Granger, or perhaps Professor Lockhart, could enlighten us on the dangers of werewolves and methods of combating them without resorting to reference materials. But what wisdom could Lockhart possibly impart? He never prepared his lessons thoughtfully and was not known for his diligence in his studies. His incessant desire for attention often led him to engage in foolish antics. Lockhart stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. In comparison, I believe Professor Snape is far more suited to instruct the defense against the dark arts course. His research on such dark creatures as werewolves is profoundly comprehensive. Perhaps, Professor Lockhart, you might consider seeking tutoring from Professor Snape in your spare time, enabling you to contribute meaningfully during our lessons. That will suffice, Professor Lockhart. Reges is poised to exit the classroom when a remark drifts in. Of course, if Professor Lockhart could best me in a duel of magic, I would acknowledge you as our defense against the dark arts instructor. The room falls into a profound silence. Draco stands, declaring, Mr. Lockhart, I believe Reges is correct. Subsequently, she too absents herself from class. Nay, she brazenly skips in the presence of the teacher. Lockhart's visage now resembles that of a monkey's behind, flushed with embarrassment. These two display utter disregard for my authority as a professor. I shall deduct points from them. I must seek out Dumbledore. I shall have them expelled. Following this incident, Lockhart's reputation at Hogwarts lay in tatters. Conversely, Regis's standing within the school soared considerably. The older students, particularly those nearing graduation, were acutely aware of Lockhart's deficiencies in magical knowledge. Those aspiring to join the Ministry of Magic as Aurors or to work at St. Mungo's as healers needed at least 5 N.E.W.T. qualifications, encompassing potions, transfiguration, herbology, charms, and defense against the dark arts. While other instructors possessed genuine expertise, Lockhart excelled only in storytelling. As for his teaching, he often created chaos even in lessons for younger students. How could one depend on him? Consequently, an increasing number of students began to skip class, opting instead to self-study using materials from the previous defense against the dark arts professor in the library. Lockhart approached Dumbledore several times, demanding repercussions for Regis, even suggesting expulsion. Yet each time he found himself confronted by Dumbledore's penetrating gaze, he faltered. Although Dumbledore maintained a gentle demeanor, he never broached the subject of Regis. Lockhart even sought out Snape, but unlike Dumbledore, Snape showed him no courtesy. He merely fixed Lockhart with his cold, unyielding stare. Regis once articulated a sentiment with which Snape agreed. It would be preferable to have Regis as the defense against the dark arts professor rather than Lockhart. Thus, the man who had anticipated a resurgence of acclaim upon arriving at Hogwarts found himself shrouded in silence. If word of these events were to spread, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Others would deem him a fraud. And indeed, the truth aligned with that assessment. Lockhart could not help but harbor resentment towards Hogwarts, particularly towards Regis, who had publicly humiliated him. He longed to cast a memory charm upon this wizard who had sullied his name, erasing any recollection of his magical identity. What do you think, Hermione? Am I not correct? I previously warned you that Lockhart lacked substance, yet you were unwilling to believe me. In the cafeteria, Reggie encountered Harry and Hermione, but it appeared that they were accompanied by an additional individual, Ginny Weasley. Her adoration for Harry was unmistakably evident. Consequently, it was not uncommon for her to run into Harry and Hermione. I am merely fond of the tales he crafts, rather than the individual himself. Alas, even his narratives may not truly belong to him. It is quite possible they have been pilfered from elsewhere. Regis sat at the long table of Gryffindor, disregarding the hostility of those around him. Typically, no Slytherin would occupy a seat at the Gryffindor table, nor would Gryffindors venture to the Slytherin side. Reggie took a bite of his sandwich. I hardly believe he possesses the courage to confront ghouls and werewolves. It would be a feat if he didn't soil himself from fright. Harry and Hermione recalled the lesson where Gilderoy Lockhart had his wand snatched by a house elf. And they too doubted Lockhart's bravery. Professor Lockhart? Ginny suddenly exclaimed, startling Harry and Hermione. Speaking ill of a professor behind their back is one thing, but being caught red-handed is entirely different. Lockhart? Where could he be? Regis turned around, only to catch a glimpse of a hurried figure retreating. From the exquisite, specially crafted wizarding robes he donned, it was evident that the individual was Lockhart. Only he would attire himself as though he were to attend a grand gala at Hogwarts. I hadn't encountered him recently. It seems he is quite afraid of me now. After all, who could blame him for losing face in front of the students? You have yet to face any consequences for that. This implicitly suggests that the school also aligns with Regis's sentiments. Thus, it is understandable that Lockhart would seek to avoid Regis. Do you have class this morning? We have Professor Lockhart's class. What about you? Me? Ginny exclaimed in surprise. Aren't you all together? Yes, indeed. I have no classes this morning. Very well, then I shall take you to a certain place. But we still have class. Isn't attending Lockhart's lesson a waste of time? During what should have been class time, Hermione, the exemplary student, was skipping for the first time. All of this stemmed from the secrets of Hogwarts that Regis had spoken of. They arrived at the 8th floor, standing before the enormous tapestry depicting the troll. Regis traversed back and forth 3 times before the blank wall opposite the giant revealed a door. Regis opened the door. Would you like to step inside and take a look? Where's this place? It is the House of Wishes, which only manifests for those who truly need it. It can transform into corresponding rooms based on the desires of its occupants. Should you wish to practice magic or engage in private matters, you may come here. However, if it does not appear, it signifies that someone else is currently utilizing it. Regis cast a silent spell that shattered a swiftly moving target. How long have you been aware of this place? I discovered it shortly after enrolling. Why didn't you inform me sooner? Isn't it far more intriguing to uncover secrets on one's own? It is a pity that you all failed to notice this for an entire year. Reyes jestingly remarked. Very well, let us practice some magic. I am here to provide you with a little extra instruction. Feel free to unleash your attacks upon me. Regis leapt onto a wooden post, transforming the room into a veritable series of movable stumps. Beneath him lay a massive sponge for cushioning. 3 additional wooden stumps ascended, elevating Hermione and her companions. Do not regard me with such incredulity. Should you encounter a dark wizard in the future, the battlefield may not always be level ground. The stumps shifted, and Regis effortlessly repositioned himself atop them, while Hermione and Harry struggled to even aim at him, let alone cast spells. Both were challenged by this, and it was even more daunting for Ginny, who had yet to master several spells. Well, this may indeed be too formidable for you. Let us begin with fixed targets for practice. A spell that cannot strike its target possesses no efficacy. Most novice wizards find that casting spells requires them to remain utterly still. A moment's distraction can lead to failure. In truth, it is simply a matter of insufficient practice. If one were to cast spells 100 times daily, by the time of graduation, they would undoubtedly excel as an auror. While Hermione and her friends grew weary, Regis continued his rigorous training. Not only needing to unleash magical attacks on swiftly moving targets atop the stumps, but also to deftly evade the small spheres that sought to assail him. The training of Regis left Hermione and her companions in a state of astonishment and trepidation. They had never imagined that the chasm between themselves and Regis could be so vast. In this light, Regis appeared to embody the very essence of a savior. Very well. Let us consider this place our clandestine sanctuary, and be sure to refrain from divulging its existence to others. Regis extended his little finger. Hermione and Harry each linked their pinkies with him. Ginny, I shall not utter a word. Ginny also sealed the pact with Regis. Neither will the brothers. Before Harry. She would not speak a falsehood. Then let us return. Time swiftly elapsed. A month had already passed. Regis has completely sealed his diary. He has mastered Parseltongue entirely. And according to the mysteries of this serpentine language, he has also acquired the ability to comprehend the language of owls. Speaking of which, if a speaker of snakes is known as a parselmouth, what term should be used for one who commands the language of owls? Regis fed the corn some egg liquid. It is merely an ordinary snake, not a magical creature. Go play by yourself. Regis has tucked the corn into his pocket, where there is ample space for its sustenance. Furthermore, he has also placed the dragon egg within the pocket. Until he discovers a means to control the dragon, he has no intention of hatching it. The dragon possesses a fiery temperament and may not heed his commands. Perhaps I should devise a method akin to the dark mark, allowing me to imprint my mark on the newly hatched dragon to exert control over it. Ideally, it would be a mark that enhances our bond. There seems to be a similar magic in the restricted section. Perhaps I could study it. However, before that, I might seek out the Basilisk. Regis ventured into the Forbidden Forest to seek out Hagrid, where he procured a rooster. As a precaution, should the Basilisk refuse to heed his commands, he would have no choice but to employ the rooster. It was a dark and stormy night. Regis cast a layer of illusion upon himself and then proceeded to the restroom where the myrtle had met its demise. He opened the door. Reyes discovered a faucet intricately carved with a small serpent, and he spoke to it in the language of serpents. Instantly, the faucet emitted a brilliant white light and began to spin rapidly. Subsequently, the basin also stirred, gradually vanishing from sight to reveal a remarkably thick pipe, wide enough for a person to crawl through. The interior of the pipe was slick and convoluted, featuring numerous forks. Among them, one pipe was noticeably broader than the others. This was the conduit through which the serpent creature traversed. By following this particular pipe, one could reach the chamber where the serpent dwelt. Regis emerged from the conduit, standing upon the damp ground. Before him lay a shadowy stone tunnel, shrouded in darkness. Despite the inky blackness within, Regis chose not to wield magic. His eyes possessed the ability of nocturnal vision, rendering the distinction between day and night irrelevant. This must be the shed skin of the Basilisk. The serpent molt measured over 6 meters in length. Such a specimen could fetch several thousand galleons on the market. Regis gathered the serpent's shed skin, remnants from the creature that had inhabited this place for centuries. After navigating through a series of twists and turns, Regis arrived at the tunnel's end. Before him stood a formidable wall, adorned with engravings of 2 serpents entwined around one another, their eyes set with large, glistening emeralds. These gems, infused with magical essence, appeared strikingly lifelike, resembling genuine eyes. Unlock. Regis conversed with 2 serpents in a hissing tongue, causing them to part ways as the stone wall fissured down the center, gradually sliding apart and vanishing into the void. Within the shadowy chamber, numerous stone columns, intricately engraved with entwined serpents, rose majestically to uphold the ceiling, which dissolved into the obscurity above. These pillars cast elongated, enigmatic shadows across the entire room, suffused with a mysterious green haze. Regis glided past the stone columns, arriving before the pillar of Salazar Slytherin. At this moment, Salazar Slytherin appeared exceedingly aged. Speak to me, Slytherin, the greatest among the 4 founders of Hogwarts. Rags emitted a hissing sound, a sound only the serpent's tongue could summon the Basilisk. Slytherin's mouth gaped wider and wider, revealing a dark, cavernous opening. A rustling noise emanated from the mouth of the statue, while Rags stood ready to draw a rooster from his pocket. A colossal creature crashed onto the stone floor, and Rags could distinctly feel the tremors beneath him. Obey Slytherin's command. Do not move. The Basilisk, yet to unfurl its body, halted its advance. Tell me, who is your master? Hissed Slytherin. I am the new heir of Slytherin. You shall obey my commands. The Basilisk, cloaked entirely in green, seemed lacking in intellect. Perhaps it was due to Slytherin's previous assertion that it must heed the commands of those who could communicate with it, allowing the still student Voldemort to easily exert control over it. The former heir of Slytherin was already deceased. I am the new heir, and you must follow my commands. Obey your commands. You are my master? Indeed, I am your master. I can lead you away from here. You need not remain any longer. Regis believed that no self-aware being would relish the prospect of residing alone in such a place for centuries. Even if the Basilisk possessed a limited intellect, it surely would not embrace solitude. I cannot leave. I must fulfill my master's task. What does Slytherin require of you? The Basilisk stirred, not casting a glance at Regis, but instead guiding him as it slithered at distance. At the deepest point, there was a wall inscribed with several phrases. No Muggleborn shall enter my chamber. Any betrayal of my pure blood shall be punished by my Basilisk. Do you comprehend the meaning of this? No, I do not. Regis let out a sigh of relief. Fortunate that this serpent was illiterate, otherwise, it would have been quite challenging to deceive it. The inscription commanded obedience to the one who awakened you, which is me. You must heed my commands, for I am your new master. The serpent nodded, acknowledging the previous intruder also proclaimed the same. Yet he had only encountered me a few times. How audacious of you, with your prominent brow and piercing gaze, to deceive a serpent lacking in worldly wisdom. Indeed. That is the essence of it. You ought not to linger here. You were forged by Slytherin's legacy, and you are destined to serve Slytherin. Regis placed his hand upon the cold scales of the serpent creature. Can you wield the magic within your eyes? Although the serpent possesses formidable lethality, failure to control the magic in one's gaze may inadvertently harm allies. Furthermore, the creature's combat prowess would significantly diminish if it were to lose its eyes. What does it mean to control the magic within one's gaze? It refers to ensuring that beings meeting your gaze remain unharmed. I have not attempted it. Have you ever locked eyes with a Slytherin? My master shall not be harmed by me. Reyes gently patted the serpent creature's scales and said, from this day forth, you must learn to control your gaze. If you can achieve that, I shall take you away from this place. By the way, I have also brought you a gift this time. Regis took a bag from his bosom and rummaged within it, eventually extracting a sheep by its hoof. Regis surveyed the imposing stature of the serpent creature, realizing that a single sheep would undoubtedly prove insufficient for its hunger. Thus, he brought along 50 live sheep, each bound by their hoofs. Surely, you have never tasted such a thing, have you? Regis stood atop the serpent's head. You may open your eyes now. The serpent did not meet the gaze of the sheep. Thus the sheep continued to bleat. What is this? This is your sustenance. The serpent, having been born in the confines of a chamber, likely had never encountered sheep before. Perhaps the only companions it had known throughout the years were the rats of the sewers. It remains uncertain whether it had ventured to the Black Lake, where it might have had the chance to feast upon fish. However, such an occurrence seems improbable, for the Black Lake harbors great squids and merfolk. Should the serpent have ventured there, it might have clashed with the colossal squid. In such a case, the serpent would have long been discovered, leading to the exposure of the chamber. Legends suggest that the great squid may be an embodiment of Gryffindor. Next time I return, I shall lead you away from here. Reyes instructed the serpent creature to close its eyes, measuring the dimensions of its gaze, for he intended to craft a mask for it. The serpent exhibited little reaction to Reyes's departure, for the last visitor had also promised to take it away, yet after leaving, he never returned. The serpent nudged the terrified sheep on the ground with its head, herding them together, before opening its enormous jaws and devouring them whole. 50 sheep were but a mere morsel to it. Regis retraced his steps, and upon returning to the entrance, he re-enveloped himself in the cloak of invisibility. The entrance to the secret chamber sealed once more, and in the darkness, Regis made his way back to his dormitory. The matter of the serpent creature had reached a temporary resolution. Once he took it away, it would remain undiscovered, with the diary in his possession. The creature's disappearance would go unnoticed. As long as Dumbledore did not maintain constant vigilance over him, it was unlikely that this incident would come to light. In fact, as long as he refrained from allowing the serpent to create chaos, Dumbledore would likely turn a blind eye. At present, Dumbledore was solely focused on nurturing Harry into a capable savior. The next objective was to master the art of mind shielding. Yet, how could he possibly learn this skill alone? Mastering mind shielding required the clearing of distracting thoughts, concentration, and the construction of a formidable mental barrier. A skilled master of mind shielding could even fabricate false memories within their own mind to deceive others. To expedite the learning process, it would be most advantageous to have a partner. If someone were to invade Regis's mind with the legilimency spell while he practiced mind shielding, he could swiftly grasp the technique. However, Regis harbored a deep mistrust of others. Consequently, each day, he devoted a significant amount of time to meditation, striving to enhance his mental control. He often found that meditating in the presence of the unicorns yielded the most beneficial results. At times, Regis would conclude his meditation only to find that dawn had already broken. Yet, he never felt fatigued. Rather, he discovered a notable enhancement in his magical prowess. Is that Lockhart? One morning, as Regis emerged from the unicorn's habitat, he caught sight of a furtive figure. Lockhart, with his distinctive attire, was instantly recognizable, like a peacock poised to display its feathers at any moment. What could possibly bring him to the Forbidden Forest? Regis stealthily trailed behind him. Lockhart appeared to be in a rather poor state, with pronounced dark circles under both eyes. Even his usually meticulously styled hair seemed disheveled. His overall demeanor exuded a considerable gloom. Lockhart continued walking until he reached a towering tree, over 10 meters high and quite stout. A large hole was present in the tree stump. From his suitcase, Lockhart dragged out a goat and tossed it into the hole. Soon after, the goat let out a few agonizing bleats before falling silent. A creature resembling a wild man emerged from the tree hollow, clad in what appeared to be tattered rags. You are Lockhart, the renowned author? Not quite impressive, I must say. The wild man's lips were stained with fresh blood, and his eyes were obscured by untamed hair. Yet a distinct sneer played upon his lips. Lockhart felt a surge of indignation, yet he remained silent, deeply frustrated. If not for the revelation of his secret, he would not find himself in such a humiliating position. This is what you desired, and what of my request? Lockhart produced a bundle of wands from his case, evidently meant for the wild man before him. Isn't it rumored that you are a master of magic? Do you still require such items? The wild man retrieved a parcel wrapped in rags from his own bosom. Contained within is the means to acquire formidable power, though caution is advised. With that, the wild man took the wands and departed, leaving Lockhart to gaze at the ragged bundle on the ground. He unfolded it to reveal a ring set with a black gemstone, adorned with peculiar runes and embellishments. The ring possessed an ancient and enigmatic design, harboring potent and malevolent forces. Merely holding it made Lockhart feel as if his magical prowess had significantly intensified. As he slipped the ring onto his finger, a shadow flickered across the gemstone, seemingly forming a face. What on earth was this entity? Regez lurked in the shadows, observing. The ring obtained by Lockhart was undoubtedly no ordinary trinket. The malevolent aura emanating from it was palpable even from a distance. However, once Lockhart adorned the ring upon his finger, that sinister presence seemed to dissipate, though its true nature remained shrouded in mystery. Regez was certain that the ring was intrinsically linked to Voldemort. The narrative had spiraled into chaos. Originally, Voldemort had not orchestrated any scheme against Harry. Yet the world had shifted. Had Regez not preemptively seized the diary, Tom Riddle within its pages and Voldemort himself might have conspired against Harry this very academic year. Thus, the ring could very well be a Horcrux, perhaps the ring of Marvolo Gaunt. A Horcrux in the guise of a ring is indeed rare. Therefore, the gem embedded within it could likely be the Resurrection Stone. Yet, it seemed implausible that Voldemort, in his madness, would dare to bring the Resurrection Stone to Hogwarts. Such an act would be tantamount to a lamb entering a den of wolves, which would not reflect well on Dumbledore. It is more likely that the Resurrection Stone has been secured away, and the gem in question might merely be a stone imbued with magical properties. Regez momentarily disregarded Lockheart. He mounted the unicorn and pursued the wild man. The unicorn's swiftness was remarkable. The wild man had scarcely traveled a distance when Regez caught up to him. With a single hoof, Celia trampled the wild man's back, sending him crashing to the ground, leaving him no time to draw his wand. Regez seized the bundle of wands and tucked it away. Who are you? What brings you here? Are you a student of Hogwarts? Answer my questions. And refrain from unnecessary chatter. Reyes held the sword poised against the savage's neck. Do not make any unnecessary movements, lest I cannot guarantee that my hand will remain steady. Regez exerted force, and the sword sliced through the skin of the neck, leaving a trail of crimson. With just a bit more pressure, the savage's throat would be severed. The barbarian, paralyzed by fear, felt his limbs turn cold. Was there truly a Hogwarts student capable of such bloodshed? How could one so young possess the audacity to kill? This is the mark of an innate dark wizard. He ought to be confined to Azkaban. I am a werewolf. I merely followed orders to complete a transaction here, knowing nothing else. A mere envoy tasked with a trade, and a werewolf at that. Could hardly be deemed a pivotal figure. He likely possesses no true knowledge. It appears that you hold little value. Then, wait, Before the werewolf on the ground could utter another word, a surge of black flames erupted from within him. Soon, his body was reduced to charred remains. Was there a curse within him? Regis mounted Celia and departed from the scene. A mere werewolf was inconsequential, merely needing to keep a watchful eye on Lockhart. After all, the basilisk in the hidden chamber had long been removed by him. Lockhart, under Voldemort's control, was significantly easier to manage than the basilisk. Since that incident, Lockhart had reverted to his former self, yet he exhibited some changes. He no longer boasted as he once did. Moreover, his lessons began to take on an engaging quality, imparting knowledge that was remarkably practical, as if he had undergone a transformation. Had he been completely subjugated by Voldemort? How could this happen more swiftly than with Ginny? Or was this Voldemort somehow more formidable than the one contained within the diary? After all, the Voldemort within the diary had not yet reached maturity. And the diary used for crafting Horcruxes was rather unremarkable. In contrast, the Voldemort within the ring was the adult version, likely created at the height of his power. Furthermore, the Gaunt ring was inherently a potent magical artifact. It was hardly surprising that Lockhart, carrying it closely, fell under Voldemort's influence so rapidly. Regis refrained from entering the chamber again, fearing that Voldemort might have laid a trap within or that he might encounter him once more. Voldemort had likely already realized that the basilisk was no longer in the chamber. In the original narrative, at this juncture, the basilisk would have emerged and petrified a young wizard, presumably that photograph-loving wizard who hailed from a non-magical background. Who is this, I wonder? Our illustrious Mr. Granger. Did you not assert that I was unworthy to instruct you? What brings you to my class? Upon noticing Regis's approach, Lockhart's face contorted into a comical expression. Could it be that Mr. Granger has come to acknowledge his mistake and seeks to apologize? No. Regis shook his head and produced a stack of papers, distributing a sheet to each student. I merely wish to ascertain whether there has been any change in Professor Lockhart's teaching prowess. Additionally, I would like everyone to evaluate his performance. Should the consensus be one of dissatisfaction towards Professor Lockhart, I shall petition Mr. Dumbledore for a change of professor. Therefore, Professor Lockhart, please commence your lesson. The quality of your instruction today will determine your continued tenure at Hogwarts. Regis assumed the role of the inspection team, evaluating Professor Lockhart's course improvements. This was a mischievous prank devised by Regis to deliberately unsettle him. The other Slytherin students, gazing at the form before them, felt a surge of excitement. The idea of grading a professor was unprecedented. For some inexplicable reason, the mere thought of it thrilled them. Lockhart, with a flourish of his cloak, remained unabashedly flamboyant, despite being under Voldemort's influence. Just you wait and see. With Voldemort's support, Lockhart managed to conduct his class fairly well. Moreover, in his quest to satisfy his students, he exerted every ounce of his charm. By the end of the lesson, Lockhart's throat felt almost scorched from his enthusiasm. As the class concluded, applause erupted in the classroom, spearheaded by Regis. Professor Lockhart, I owe you an apology. It seems this is your true caliber. If only you had revealed this sooner, we would not have misjudged you. Lockhart, receiving Regis's apology, felt a profound sense of contentment, akin to a long-suppressed soul finally finding liberation. Of course, I am Lockhart, he exclaimed. By the way, dear students, I have requested Mr. Dumbledore to establish a dueling club. I hope you will all participate enthusiastically. While Lockhart basked in the glow of admiration, the true orchestrator behind the scenes was none other than Voldemort, concealed within his ring. Lockhart was responsible for the defense against the dark arts classes for the entire year, and he simply could not handle the advanced curriculum alone. Thus, Voldemort had to take the reins personally, leaving him too exhausted to indulge in mischief. After all, he was merely a fragment of Voldemort. Fortunately, the Christmas holidays were approaching, promising him some well-deserved time off. What are you doing here? Why shouldn't I be? Regis retorted. He promised me. Initially, Hermione had arranged to spend the Christmas holiday at Harry's home. However, to her surprise, Draco had tagged along, sporting a scarf identical to Regis's. The necklace adorning Reggie's neck is the very one that was taken from DeLacy last time. We are all friends, during my previous visit to DeLacy's home. I believe it is only fitting that we invite DeLacy over to our residence, this time for a visit. Reggie gently took Hermione's hand and placed it around his neck to keep her warm. I never said I didn't welcome you. It's just that you didn't consult me first. It's settled. This is for you. Draco produced 2 scarves that matched the one around her neck. However, she had a clever twist. Hers and Reggie's were the same color, while Harry's and Hermione's were of another hue. Thank you, Hermione said, feeling a bit embarrassed as she accepted the gift, having just been resistant to others' gestures. Her mother's teachings certainly proved useful. Draco felt a surge of pride as she observed Hermione's reaction. Humph, too easy to win over. The Grangers left home early and returned late each day, leaving only the 4 children at home. They were unaware of the Malfoy family's status in the wizarding world, knowing only that they were nobility. The Grangers were not surprised by their son-esque charm. Their only concern was what the future held for their 2 children. During the Christmas holidays, they could clearly sense the rivalry for affection between Draco and Hermione. That noble young lady evidently had feelings for their son. Yet, their daughter had no blood relation to him, and they worried about potential conflict arising between them because of Reggie. They would undoubtedly support their daughter, but they were uncertain if they could afford to offend that young girl's family. Moreover, they were unaware of Reggie's feelings. Master, the serpent has hatched according to your instructions. However, due to the special method of incubation, it may possess certain flaws. A man cloaked in black knelt before a jar stained with fresh blood. No, that is not a flaw. A serpent devoid of reason, solely driven by slaughter, is precisely what I require. There is still time. I need you to spare no expense in nurturing its growth. Do you understand? Yes, my esteemed master. The man in black retreated with the jar, arriving at a dungeon filled with bound individuals. Judging by their attire, they were ordinary people devoid of magical abilities. It was deceptively simple for wizards to abduct muggles, especially in times of poor societal surveillance. Each day, individuals vanished without a trace. It was merely that the frequency of disappearances had increased recently. Life energy, soul allure, all shall be offered here. Dark blood sacrifice, reveal your power to me. The jar was placed upon the altar, surrounded by ordinary people with cut wrists. They were conscious, and their fear served as the perfect ingredient for this sacrificial ritual. A terrifying serpent slithered out of the jar. How could such a large creature emerge from such a small vessel? Those who dwell in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. I will say of the Lord, He is my refuge, my fortress, my God, in whom I trust. Some had begun to recite passages from the Bible in silent prayer. Alas, the Lord would not protect them. Their blood was drained as if siphoned by a pump, absorbed by the serpent. The eerie green scales were stained with a bizarre hue, compared to the original serpent. This one, nurtured by Voldemort through dark magic, resembled a creature of the dark arts, though it was not as large as the one Reggie had taken. Its appearance was far more menacing. I do not require it to possess a robust physique. Merely a magical capacity strong enough to deliver a lethal blow will suffice. A faceless figure ascended the altar, caressing the grotesque serpent and laughing maniacally. Dumbledore, can you protect those sheep within Hogwarts? Though my Christmas gift has arrived somewhat late. I hope you will appreciate it. The serpent flicked its black tongue, coiling around the faceless figure. Such a massive, terrifying serpent. Harry awoke with a start. Drenched in cold sweat, her eyes wide with fear. Was that just a dream? Why did I dream of such a thing? Harry, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Hermione, awakened by Harry's distress, rubbed her eyes. I had a nightmare. I saw a gigantic serpent. A man-eating serpent. It devoured so many people. Harry trembled, haunted by the vision of so many terrified faces. The most disturbing part was that the dream felt so vivid. Especially the moment she tenderly stroked the serpent as if it were her lover. Harry, calm down. It was just a nightmare. Hermione embraced her, feeling her clammy face. I'm so scared, Hermione. I can still see that serpent with my eyes closed. I fear I might become like that. Do not be afraid, Harry. I am here. And so is Reggie. You have nothing to fear. Hermione could distinctly feel Harry's body trembling. Yet, that dream was undeniably real. Someone was raising snakes, feeding them with human blood. At her tender age, Harry was unprepared for such horrifying imagery, leaving her in a state of unease. Harry, if that is the case, let us draw the serpent. What? Let us draw the serpent. We will decipher what it truly is together. It's just a serpent, after all. You are someone who has defeated Voldemort. No serpent could be more terrifying than him. Hermione held Harry's face in her hands, gazing intently into her eyes. All human fears stem from the unknown. Since you fear it so much, we must seek to understand it, to devise a solution, so that we will no longer be afraid. Harry stared at Hermione in a daze. Why are you looking at me like that? This is all Reggie's wisdom. As Gryffindors, we cannot be defeated by fear. Harry nodded, beginning to recall the scenes from her dream. As she reminisced, she began to draw. Although Harry had never practiced drawing, her hand moved fluidly as she captured the terrifying scene from her dream. She produced one drawing after another, her skill resembling that of a master artist. Harry sketched, while Hermione observed. Though she felt discomfort after looking, it was nowhere near as intense as Harry's response. Using a pencil, Harry did not add color, so Hermione's experience was far less visceral than Harry's encounter. Once finished, Harry felt a wave of exhaustion. Finished? Then let us get some rest. Tomorrow, we shall investigate what that serpent truly is. Hermione firmly pressed Harry onto the bed, embracing her. If we do not rest well tonight, we shall lack the energy for tomorrow. If you are frightened, I shall stay with you. I can only sleep when you do. If you remain awake, I shall keep you company throughout the night. You wouldn't wish for me to lose a night's sleep on your account, would you? As dawn's light began to gently illuminate the sky, Regulus awoke. He opened the window to savor the brisk air, which invigorated him momentarily before he dressed and rose from his slumber. Last night, he had rested his head upon Voldemort's diary. Practicing the art of mental occlusion alone proved to be a sluggish endeavor. He required a sparring partner, and the feeble Voldemort contained within the diary served as a suitable candidate. Since Regulus had roused it from its slumber, the diary had absorbed not a single ounce of life energy. Instead, it had been drained of its vitality by Regulus. Its continued existence relied solely on its nature as a Horcrux, rendering it difficult to annihilate, or else it would have long since perished. Furthermore, its ability to invade thoughts had been severely diminished. Initially, Regulus focused intently, preparing to fend off Voldemort's encroachments. If he sensed his mind being violated, he would promptly incinerate the diary with fiend fire. After months of practicing mental occlusion, should he fail to detect an invasion of his thoughts, he might as well hang himself with a strand of spaghetti. Each attempt by Voldemort to invade was effortlessly thwarted by Regulus, and upon realizing it could not breach his defenses, the diary simply surrendered. Now, regardless of how Regulus taunted it, it remained unresponsive. Even when Regulus proactively delved into the diary, it would not manifest. In an attempt to seduce it, Regis let down his guard and even slept beside it. Alas, it has now become exceedingly cautious, determined to preserve its strength in hopes of deceiving others. It yearns for the moment when Regis might become careless, perceiving it merely as an ordinary dark magical artifact. Perhaps, at times, Regis may grow weary of it and discard it. Little did Voldemort anticipate that one day he would entertain the notion of being cast aside by another out of boredom. Regulus opened his diary and began to write. Tom, why have you fallen silent? Is it because I deceived you that you have forsaken me? If you continue to remain mute, I shall resort to the fiend fire to incinerate you. The ink on the diary began to fade, as Voldemort hesitated to wager whether Regulus would truly unleash the fiend fire upon him. You have betrayed me, and we are no longer friends. It was you who deceived me first, young Voldemort. Would you prefer that I deliver you to Dumbledore, or shall I simply burn you to ashes with fiend fire? Voldemort panicked. What do you mean? How could I possibly be Voldemort? Horcruxes, Myrtle, Hagrid, and the Chamber of Secrets. Do I need to provide further hints? Regis inscribed several keywords. Therefore, hasten to inscribe all the magic you have mastered. Should you satisfy me, perhaps I shall choose to retain you. However, should you resort to any treachery, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. Contemplate this carefully. You possess only 7 Horcruxes: the diary, the ring from the Gaunt residence, the diadem of Ravenclaw, the golden cup of Hufflepuff, and the locket of Slytherin. I am well aware of these Horcruxes and, naturally, their locations. Weigh your options wisely. Having confessed, it is time to instill a sense of fear within it. What Regulus truly desired was the method for crafting soul vessels. Of course, he never contemplated the fragmentation of his own soul. Rather, he sought to glean magical knowledge pertaining to the soul from the process of soul vessel creation. In the realm of wizardry, magic associated with the soul is exceedingly scarce. There exist only a few spells such as the mind-blocking charm, the soul extraction charm, the soul-snatching curse, and the soul vessels themselves. The Patronus charm could also be included in this category. It was already 8 in the morning, and it was quite unusual that Harry and Hermione had not yet risen. Rages knocked on their bedroom door, but received no response. The door swung open. Upon entering, Rages beheld Hermione and Harry entwined in slumber, utterly oblivious to her presence. Their feet were exposed, and Rages gently pulled the covers over them. She noticed a piece of paper on the table, adorned with a drawing of a basilisk. Had the basilisk vanished, prompting the creation of another? Or was it cultivated from humans? Rages did not doubt the authenticity of the image depicted on the parchment. Although the appearance of the serpent-like creature had undergone some alterations, Rages was still able to recognize it. Furthermore, it was evident that such a striking resemblance could only have been captured by someone who had witnessed it firsthand. It seems that Voldemort is indeed in London. Otherwise, it would be implausible for Harry to have dreamt of it. Consequently, have even more lives been lost due to my presence? Should I summon Dumbledore to confront him? At the very least, he must be driven away. Regis began to compose a letter to inform Dumbledore, hoping he would arrive soon. After a brief interval of 10 minutes, Hermione stretched languidly, emitting a soft sound of relaxation. It was then that she noticed Regis seated at her desk. Regis, why did you enter my room without so much as a greeting? She inquired. Regis? Harry instinctively tugged at his blanket. Look at the time, both of you. Why are you still in bed? There is nothing to hide. You are merely young girls. Regis exited the bedroom just before Hermione hurled a pillow at him. By 8:30, the three of them finally commenced their breakfast. Draco had long since returned home. It was inconceivable for her to remain away during the entire Christmas holiday. Harry, did you draw that snake? Well, I had a nightmare last night. Regis, do you know what that snake is? That snake is known as the Basilisk. The origin of the Basilisk can be traced back to ancient Greece. Initially conjured by the dark wizard, the despicable Herpo. Herpo was a parselmouth, and his primary purpose in breeding the first Basilisk was to control it and wield it according to his own desires. However, the Basilisk is notoriously difficult to control, and many unprepared breeders ultimately fell victim to their serpents. Those who meet the gaze of a Basilisk are killed by its stare. It is a perilous creature of dark magic. I have already written to Dumbledore, and if he receives the message, he should arrive promptly. Perhaps he will even join us for breakfast. Upon hearing that Dumbledore might come, Harry felt somewhat flustered. Isn't this merely a dream? Am I overreacting? Harry, there are very few parselmouths in this world. You and Voldemort are among the rare few. I surmise that a magical connection may have been established between you and Voldemort, enabling you to perceive what he sees in your dreams. Otherwise, how could you possibly have drawn the Basilisk without ever having seen one? And you executed it quite well. Wait, are you suggesting that the snake was bred by Voldemort? Hermione exclaimed. Who else could it be? He is a parselmouth, a masterful dark wizard, and has a connection to Harry. Who else could it possibly be? Anything related to Harry that involves dark wizards must be connected to Voldemort. Even if it isn't him, it would be a Death Eater. Only they would wish for Harry's demise. In any case, we can easily pin the blame on Voldemort. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and Regis opened the door to reveal Dumbledore, a layer of snow dusting his hat. Good morning, Mr. Dumbledore. Have you had breakfast? Children, it is already quite late. During the holidays, one must rise early and retire early. Breakfast at 8:30 is indeed rather tardy. Mr. Dumbledore, please take a look at this. Regis presented the serpent monster drawn by Harry. Dumbledore polished his glasses, his expression no longer radiating the warmth it once did. It was shocking that someone had sacrificed so many Muggle lives to nourish a serpent monster and had resorted to dark magic. Mr. Dumbledore, I suspect this serpent monster was fostered by Voldemort. It seems this is no trifling matter. Dumbledore let out a sigh. It appeared that on that fateful night, Harry had indeed forged a connection with Voldemort. Currently, Harry could see into Voldemort's domain, but one could not rule out the possibility that Voldemort might someday sense Harry's presence. Professor Dumbledore, we must devise a strategy to address this issue. Although this situation has escalated earlier than anticipated, learning the technique of mind shielding would be beneficial for Harry. So, Regis, have you conceived any methods? Mind shielding, sir. I encountered it in the library. Mind shielding? What is that? Hermione and Harry had never heard of this term. Let Regis elucidate this for you. I believe he has mastered the art of mind shielding. Harry, upon your return to school, seek out Professor Snape. He will instruct you in mind shielding. As for now, I must find that serpent monster and prevent it from causing further harm. Dumbledore disapparated from the scene. Mind shielding is a form of defensive magic. It prevents others from intruding into one's thoughts and memories through magical means, offering protection against spells like legilimency that can read another's mind. It took me quite a long time to master it, to guard against Voldemort's prying into your innermost thoughts. Harry, you must learn mind shielding as swiftly as possible. Regis, could you teach me? I can certainly teach you. But having Professor Snape's assistance will expedite your learning of mind shielding. Why? Regis took out a book. This brings us to another enchantment, the art of mind reading. You will understand upon examination. Regis returned to his chamber. Within the suitcase, there now resided numerous other creatures. However, the majority consisted of cattle and sheep, all of which were intended as sustenance for the serpent beast. Yet, it seemed that the beast's appetite was rather modest instead. It treated those cattle and sheep as mere playthings, chasing them about in a daily frolic. The cattle and sheep now lived in a state of constant anxiety, fearing the serpent beast's sudden appearance. Fortunately, Regis had refrained from placing a rooster inside. Otherwise, the serpent beast would surely have gone into a frenzy. Approaching, a sheep promptly hurried over upon hearing Regis's command. Reyes inscribed a symbol upon his forehead using his own blood, then placed his hand atop the emblem. After a surge of magical energy, the symbol faded away. He lay down, rolled over, and opened his mouth. It seemed that success was within reach. Reyes has created a stigmata modeled after the dark mark. He refers to his dark mark as the stigmata. However, his stigmata is merely a preliminary version, still in the experimental phase. Its current ability is solely to control creatures bearing the stigmata. The sheep in question is indeed a subject of experimentation, having undergone numerous modifications to its stigmata. Once the first phase of the stigmata's development is fully realized, he intends to hatch a fire dragon. Given the considerable assistance you have provided, I am inclined to let you off the hook. Regis gazed at the docile sheep before him, sensing the fear that lingered within his heart. Very well, I shall return you to your pasture. Regis has erased the holy mark within him, so let him be just an ordinary sheep. Set the pot and boil the egg. The hatching method of the fire dragon egg is remarkably unpretentious. All it requires is to be placed in a pot and heated. After burning it for a total of 49 days, a monkey will emerge from within. Ashi, do not let me consume this egg. Regis feared that in a moment of distraction, the serpent creature might consume the fire dragon egg, which was of immense value to him. The serpent circled the egg several times, its pale yellow vertical pupils gleaming with desire. Alas, Regis had already issued his command. The creature was bound to obey its master. I understand. Before the conclusion of the Christmas holiday, the fire dragon hatched. It was not particularly impressive in appearance. Yet it was still a fire dragon, and one would have to make do. The newly hatched dragonling exhibited a tempestuous temperament, so much so that even Regis felt the urge to bite it. However, after Regis employed an iron rod to discipline it once, the dragonling calmed down. Regis has left his sacred mark within it. The existence of the fire dragon in this box is far from pleasant, for in addition to its master, there dwells a most fearsome creature. Each time the little fire dragon beholds that immense form, it cannot help but bury itself in the ground. Alas, each attempt is thwarted as the serpent creature unearths it with its tail. Moreover, the serpent occasionally flicks its tongue at the little fire dragon, seemingly intent on devouring it. Although the serpent's antics may be excessive, Regis does not intervene. The fire dragon's temperament is far too volatile and requires correction. By the way, has Dumbledore replied? Has the serpent been captured? No, Dumbledore mentioned that by the time he arrived, both Voldemort and the serpent had vanished. He managed to apprehend a few dark wizards, yet none bore the dark mark. Such a pity, indeed. Regis had long been mentally prepared for this. Voldemort was as elusive as an eel, difficult to capture. However, there was no urgency in apprehending him just yet. Once all of Voldemort's Horcruxes were gathered, he would have nowhere to flee. It seemed that upon returning to school, that serpentine creature would soon emerge to inflict harm. Regis harbored a persistent belief that the serpent creature might first target him. As a Muggle-born wizard, this fact alone was not significant, for there were many Muggle-born wizards like him at Hogwarts. What truly mattered was his affiliation with Slytherin, which rendered him a thorn in Voldemort's side. The Dark Wizard sought to utilize the relics of Slytherin to eliminate Muggle-borns from Hogwarts, and Regis stood out as the most conspicuous target. Moreover, Gilderoy Lockhart harbored a personal grudge against him. Harry and Hermione, upon your return, it is advisable to refrain from wandering the grounds at night. It would be prudent to avoid solitary excursions and to remain in the company of your peers. Regis, have you uncovered something of import? The serpent creature is likely to manifest within Hogwarts. Reggie reclined on the sofa, gazing vacantly out the window. With the Christmas holiday drawing to a close, Hogwarts had resumed its usual bustling atmosphere. In an effort to dispel the rumors of his ineptitude, Lockhart sought permission from Dumbledore to establish a dueling club. Such an initiative was deemed beneficial for the students of Hogwarts, prompting Dumbledore to acquiesce. It was rumored that Professor Flitwick had been the champion of a dueling competition in his youth. Undoubtedly, he was the head of Ravenclaw House. Although Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw, may not possess striking looks, his prowess in spellcasting was indeed formidable. The sole perplexity of Regulus lies in the question of who would bear offspring with a goblin. It remains a mystery which of Professor Flitwick's parents is a goblin. Within the confines of the Dueling Club, Gilderoy Lockhart ascended the stage, resplendent in his crimson robe, his assistant none other than Severus Snape, clad in his customary black attire. Lockhart raised his hand to beckon silence and proclaimed loudly, "Gather round, gather round. Can everyone see me? Can you all hear my words?" He continued. "Professor Dumbledore has graciously permitted me to establish this modest dueling club, aimed at thoroughly training each of you in the event that self-defense becomes necessary. Additionally, it serves to showcase my own magical prowess. I am aware that some of you have misconstrued my intentions due to recent misunderstandings. Hence I am here today to demonstrate my true abilities." Lockhart then introduced his assistant, Professor Snape, with a broad grin, stating, "He possesses a modicum of knowledge regarding dueling and has generously agreed to assist me with a brief demonstration before our lesson. Truth be told, Professor Snape's expertise lies predominantly in potions, and I harbored a genuine fear of inadvertently causing him harm. After all, my experiences post-graduation have involved numerous adventures and fierce confrontations with dark creatures. Should you desire further details, do keep an eye on my works. Returning to the matter at hand, I assure you I shall return your potion's master to you unscathed, so fear not." Snape narrowed his eyes, finally seizing the opportunity to teach this arrogant fool a lesson. How dare he speak so boastfully and deceive others? Lockhart and Snape turned to face one another, bowing. At the very least, Lockhart bowed with flourish, his hands performing an array of gestures, while Snape merely rolled his eyes in irritation. They then raised their wands before them like arrows. "As you can see, we hold our wands in the standard dueling stance," Lockhart addressed the silent crowd. "On the count of 3, we shall cast our first spell. Of course, neither of us intends to take the other's life. I assure you, I shall not harm your life, but you must face the consequences of your actions." Snape had already devised how he would humiliate Lockhart. 1, 2, 3. Both raised their wands sharply over their shoulders. Snape shouted, "Expelliarmus!" Suddenly, a dazzling red light flashed. "Protego!" Lockhart unexpectedly reacted, leaving Snape taken aback. Based on his observations in the preceding days, he had been certain that Lockhart was nothing more than a charlatan. Why had he responded now? Though puzzled, Snape, a wizard seasoned in combat, did not allow himself to be distracted. Regis meticulously observed the ring upon Lockhart's hand. At that moment, the ring appeared to have penetrated Lockhart's flesh, merging with him as if they were one. This peculiar detail was perceptible only to Regis, whose eyes could transform into a combination of a telescope and a magnifying glass. Presently, Lockhart resembled a mere vessel controlled by Voldemort. "It seems I have underestimated you." Severus Snape's eyes burned with lethal intent, feeling a sense of humiliation. Although he typically remained indifferent, he was aware that Harry was watching from below. If he could not even defeat Lockhart, how could he claim the right to be her instructor? Reverse the bell. Petrify them all. Harry's gaze bestowed a surge of confidence upon Snape. With his full power unleashed, Snape employed every ounce of his skill, albeit refraining from utilizing any particularly potent dark magic. Lockhart, even with Voldemort's assistance, found it challenging to withstand the onslaught. After all, Lockhart's innate abilities were rather lackluster. Even Voldemort, formidable as he might be, was merely a fragment of a soul, and Lockhart's body was ill-suited for such power. Thus, it wasn't long before Snape ensnared Lockhart, suspending him from the ceiling with the reverse bell. Snape exhaled in relief, feeling as though he had released years of pent-up resentment. The bell fell. He gently lowered Lockhart, realizing he could not leave him hanging indefinitely. The magical duel between the two professors proved to be a spectacle of great interest. Various hues of magic whirled about, satisfying the students' fantasies of magical combat. Particularly Lockhart, though he faced defeat, showcased his skills. Yet, it was Snape's prowess that left the audience in awe. They had not expected him to be such an exceptional duelist, surpassing the renowned Lockhart. Lockhart adjusted his attire, aware that despite his recent loss, the admiration in the students' eyes indicated he had achieved his goal. Losing was merely a trivial matter. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, "Ahem. The demonstration concludes here. I trust my splendid duel with Professor Snape has provided you all with great entertainment. I am certain you wish to take the stage yourselves." He continued, "Next, Professor Snape, and I will divide you into pairs." Snape approached Regis and Harry, stating directly, "Harry and Regis shall be one team." "But, Professor Snape, they are not from the same house. I should be paired with Regis instead." Draco interjected, gripping Regis's hand as he met Snape's cold gaze. However, in Snape's mind, Harry was of utmost importance. Reggie is an exemplary student, possessing a keen sense of discernment, and he is capable of guiding Harry. As for Malfoy, I'm truly unfamiliar with him. Professor, I would prefer to be in a group with Hermione. Professor Snape, Hermione is also remarkably adept. You must have faith in both of them. With Harry's intervention, the matter becomes significantly more manageable. Even Dumbledore's input may not hold the same weight as Harry's. Snape slowly nodded and proceeded to assist others with their group arrangements. "Harry, Professor Snape certainly shows you a certain favoritism," Draco remarked, glancing resentfully at Snape's retreating figure. "Apologies. Draco, I am equally perplexed by this. Well, let us not dwell on such disheartening thoughts. Instead, let us indulge in some enjoyment. In Reggie's eyes, engaging in magical duels with peers is akin to play. Face your partners, Lockhart announced as he returned to the stage, bowing. Raise your wands and prepare yourselves. Lockhart proclaimed loudly, when I count to 3, cast your spells. We aim to disarm our opponents without any unfortunate incidents. 1, 2, 3. Regis stood before DeLacy, amused by her fidgeting demeanor. DeLacy, pay no heed to Lockhart's words. You are free to employ any other magic against me, as long as you are capable of it. This is your own assertion. With that, she exclaimed, Tarantaligra. DeLacy launched a surprise attack, hoping to embarrass Regis before the onlookers. Stupefy. DeLacy's spell struck Regis. Yet it bore no effect. It was merely a prank spell, devoid of significant power. Reyes chose to return the favor in kind. The Tarantella. DeLacy's legs began to twitch uncontrollably, as if engaged in a lively dance. No, Reyes, please make me stop. DeLacy, you must take this seriously. Consider the consequences of failure. Regis waved his wand, halting DeLacy's movements. However, her cheeks remained flushed, having just embarrassed herself with such a ludicrous dance. Regis, your time is up. A blunder has emerged. A long black serpent erupted from DeLacy's wand, landing on the ground and raising its head, poised to launch an attack on Regis. The onlookers recoiled in terror at the sight of the snake. DeLacy, you surely do not intend to frighten me with this little creature. Although the serpent was rather unimpressive, it was undeniably more endearing compared to a basilisk. Regis merely waved his wand, and the serpent floated in the air, struggling as if it were a fish out of water. Who gave you the right to transform my scarf into a snake? I endured several days of nightmares. Can you fathom the torment inflicted upon a girl when her scarf suddenly metamorphoses into a serpent? Recalling that moment ignites a spark of indignation within DeLacy. Regis is truly devoid of any gentlemanly demeanor. Do you wish to relive that initial sensation? Regis seized the black serpent and hurled it towards Dracy. Fortunately, the snake was conjured by Dracy herself, rendering it harmless to her. Now it was time for my assault. With a firm incantation, I cast the leglocker curse. Dracy was struck, her legs bound together, rendering her immobile. As she watched Regis approach step by step, an instinctive urge to flee surged within her. But her inability to move resulted in a loss of balance. Had it not been for Regis, she might have knocked out a tooth in the process. All right, you've lost. Please release my legs. This is quite uncomfortable. You really need to practice more, Dracy. Don't become too engrossed in Quidditch. TCH, mind your own business. Oh, when will that strange serpent come looking for me? It has been a week since school commenced, and it still has shown itself. Regis deliberately concealed his snake-like voice during his last encounter in order to confront the serpent creature that had yet to appear. Had he revealed himself, Voldemort would undoubtedly refrain from unleashing the Basilisk upon him. Perhaps I ought to grant Voldemort this opportunity. Reyes ventured towards the secluded corners of the castle. The conduits within the wall should be passable, I presume. Regis walked along the wall, his ears attuned to any signs of life within its depths. Upon reaching the innermost sanctum of the castle, he suddenly heard a distant sound drawing nearer from within the wall, accompanied by the hissing of a serpent-like creature. Kill him. I must slay that human. Regis pretended not to notice and continued on his way. However, his pace suddenly quickened, as if a thought had struck him. The interior of the pipes was not entirely unobstructed, thus the serpent creature's movements were not particularly swift, a detail Regis had observed. Whenever the sounds he heard grew faint, he would reduce his speed. Fortunately, the serpent lacked intelligence, it merely followed commands and did not perceive anything amiss. It relentlessly pursued Regis through the walls. After a winding journey, Regis led the creature to the vicinity of the principal's office on the 8th floor. Reggie had no intention of risking a confrontation with the serpent. In the event that Voldemort had tampered with the creature, he could not be certain that he would withstand it in his current state. Thus, it was essential to rely on someone capable of facing such a challenge. Harry, are you also here to seek Professor Dumbledore? Reyes was taken aback to encounter Harry at the door of the principal's office. Reyes? Dumbledore mentioned he wished to see me, so here I am. Your timing is rather inconvenient, he replied. On second thought, perhaps it is fortuitous. In any case, let us proceed inside. Reggie possessed a far keener sense of hearing than Harry. The office door swung open, yet there was no sign of Dumbledore within. Only Fawkes was present, meticulously preening its feathers. Beside it lay a tattered sorting hat. Why was Dumbledore absent? Harry was equally perplexed. After all, Dumbledore had summoned her, so she ought to be here. Dumbledore has gone to the Ministry of Magic. There seems to be a situation, remarked Armando Dippet, the former headmaster depicted on the wall. Perhaps you will require the assistance of Fawkes and the sorting hat, Dumbledore had suggested. With that, Armando Dippet departed from the portrait. Dumbledore was undoubtedly intentional in his absence. Regis was acutely aware that Dumbledore undoubtedly possessed a wealth of knowledge. His departure at this juncture was certainly intended to further test Harry. Harry, perhaps we are about to embark on an exhilarating adventure. Are you afraid? Although Harry had yet to fully comprehend the situation, as a member of the intrepid Gryffindor, fear was not an option. Fawkes, let us proceed. Regis waved his hand, and the phoenix soared over, perching gracefully upon his shoulder. They also took the sorting hat with them. Harry grasped the sorting hat and followed Regis to the location where the myrtle was slain. Regis disregarded the weeping myrtle, effortlessly unlocking the entrance to the hidden chamber. Did you just use Parseltongue? Indeed. Is there a problem with that? Are you also a descendant of Slytherin? How could that be? Do I appear to have any connection to Slytherin? Regis possesses a visage that is distinctly Asian. How could he possibly be associated with Slytherin? If his Parseltongue is a result of bloodline inheritance, he should exhibit some characteristics of Western descent, wouldn't you agree? This knowledge has been acquired through diligent study. Harry and Regis traversed the sewers, cloaked in invisibility. Regis supported Hallie, his gaze undisturbed by the encroaching darkness. The hissing of a serpent echoed through the dimly lit pipe, instilling a sense of dread within Hallie. What is that sound? Do not utter a word. Regis swiftly lifted Harry onto his back, hurrying towards the Chamber of Secrets. It was there that they would find ample space to confront the serpent creature. The voice echoed from the serpent haunting her dreams, sent by Voldemort to infiltrate Hogwarts. Ah. This matter should certainly be reported to Dumbledore. Harry, nestled against Regis's back, exhaled softly into his ear. Despite being carried, the mounting tension within her caused her breaths to quicken. Thus, I sought out Dumbledore's office, only to discover he was absent. His irresponsibility was astounding, leaving the two of us to handle the serpent creature alone. Perhaps Dumbledore was preoccupied with urgent matters. Perhaps, from the original narrative, it seems Dumbledore might indeed be unaware of certain circumstances, or perhaps he was aware but indifferent to the sacrifices of others. As long as Harry could fulfill the prophecy and vanquish Voldemort, that was sufficient for him. To accomplish this prophecy, he would not hesitate to sacrifice even his own life. Hey, it's me doing the running, yet you appear more fatigued than I am. Not far ahead lay the entrance to the chamber, and Regis felt a sense of relief wash over him. Yet, uncertainty lingered regarding whether Lockhart would be present. I don't know. I just feel an unsettling anxiety. We've arrived. Reyes took Harlie out through the exit, then with a powerful push, soared into the sky. Suddenly ascending into the heavens took Harlie by surprise. Regis, with one hand imbued with mystical power, forcefully plunged it into the depths of the stone pillar. Regis grasped a crevice in the stone pillar with one hand, while in the other, he wielded his wand to reshape the stone. A hollow large enough to accommodate two individuals emerged atop the pillar. Hush, do not speak, whispered Regis. Reyes clamped his hand over Harlie's mouth, fixating his gaze on the pipe's exit. From within, a serpent-like creature, nearly 10 meters in length, slithered forth. Having emerged only moments after Reyes, avoid its gaze at all costs. As long as one does not make eye contact, peril can be evaded. However, should one be fixated solely on its eyes, and its stare happen to meet yours, there would be no salvation. Fox, it is your moment to shine, swiftly. Go and peck its eyes out. Fox possesses the ability to alter its size, and at this juncture, it resembled a sparrow perched upon Reyes's shoulder. Fox fluffed its feathers, shedding its invisibility cloak, and rapidly expanded in size. Naturally, Fox's emergence in the sky caught the serpent's attention. With remarkable swiftness, Fox soared to the creature's head. Could Fox prevail? Undoubtedly, for it is a phoenix. Fox's agility far surpassed that of the serpent, rendering it untouchable. The serpent's venom could not inflict harm upon Fox. In no time, Fox had the serpent disoriented, and with a coordinated assault of sharp talons and a pointed beak, it blinded the creature. The serpent emitted a wretched scream, writhing in agony like a worm. Well done, Fox. After blinding the serpent, Fox paid it no further mind. Now it is my turn. Reyes leaped from the towering stone pillar, standing 8 meters high. Reyes, don't go. The sorting hat exclaimed, please help him. I am but an ordinary hat, it replied, with a crooked smile. Then why did Dumbledore insist we bring you? Harry questioned. Her curiosity piqued as she grasped the hat and felt something solid within. What is this? She wondered, as her hand delved deeper, encountering a chilling object. As she withdrew it, she unveiled a magnificent sword, its hilt adorned with rubies, and the blade inscribed with the name of Godric Gryffindor. Is this Gryffindor's sword? Harry's gaze was captivated by its beauty. Grasping the sword, she steeled herself. She could not bear to watch Reyes face the battle alone. The frenzied basilisk was perilous, its tail thrashing against the ground, leaving cracks in its wake. Harry shuddered at the thought. If Reyes were struck by the creature's tail, would he be reduced to mere pulp? I have always known my strength exceeds the ordinary. Yet I have never truly tested my limits. Perhaps today will reveal the truth. Reyes faced the serpent's tail without flinching, grasping it firmly with both hands. Reyes, no, don't. The remaining words from Harlie were lodged in her throat, caught in a dilemma of expression. What should she truly say? The serpent's tail lashed forward, and there was no retreating from its grasp. Regis firmly embraced the serpent's tail, assuring himself that he had it under control. Regis exerted immense strength from his core, lifting the serpent creature effortlessly before pivoting his body at an angle and hurling it with all his might. You truly are heavy. The serpent creature was flung across the room, crashing against the wall. However, with its tough skin and resilient flesh, the impact did not inflict significant harm upon it. Regis took out a steel rod from his pocket and struck the serpent monster heavily on the head. In pain, the creature opened its mouth and lunged at Regis. Although it was currently blinded, the The blow to its head allowed it to discern the direction of the attack. Regis leaped backward with great agility, narrowly evading the serpent's jaws. Yet he could not escape the foul stench that emanated from it. Surely, Voldemort would not assist the creature in dental hygiene. This rod proved ineffective against its defenses. Despite Regis's considerable strength, capable of tossing the serpent, its scales offered formidable protection, rendering a mere iron rod insufficient. Even the use of the stunning spell inflicted wounds that, in proportion to the serpent's massive size, failed to strike at its vital points. Regis, use this, Harry exclaimed, aware that his past actions might hinder their progress. Yet confident that the sword of Gryffindor would prove invaluable. Perhaps this was precisely why Dumbledore had insisted they bring the sorting hat along. Reyes caught the sword hurled by Hallie. This sword, a relic of Gryffindor, can only be wielded by those possessing true courage. A Slytherin student has acquired the sword of Gryffindor. Regis gently caressed the blade, affirming that it was indeed a fine sword. Regis has never practiced swordsmanship. Yet with his remarkable speed and strength, coupled with the unparalleled weapon in his grasp, dispatching a blind serpent monster poses no challenge for him. Regis kicked the stick on the ground, producing a cacophony of noise. The serpent monster, drawn by the sound, extended its snake-like head and lunged towards the iron rod to bite it. Seizing the opportunity, Regis leapt into the air, landing upon the serpent's head, and thrust his sword down with great force. Like slicing through tofu, the blade penetrated the creature's skull. However, it appeared that the strike did not reach the serpent's brain. As the beast let out an anguished howl, the serpent began to thrash upon the ground, attempting to crush Regis beneath its weight. With a powerful kick from Regis, the serpent creature was propelled forward, as if struck by a train, crashing against the wall once more. How impressive! Harry watched the serpent creature soar through the air again, harboring serious doubts about whether Regis was a reincarnation of Hercules. Taking advantage of its vulnerability, Regis aimed a strike at the serpent creature's neck. The creature's head was severed, yet it continued to writhe, seemingly still intent on biting. Suddenly, a discordant applause echoed through the vast underground chamber. Remarkable, Granger. I never anticipated that a mere human could possess the strength of a dragon. My curiosity about your true nature continues to grow. He paused, a sinister smile replacing his once radiant demeanor. Of course, I must also express my gratitude for bringing Harry Potter here. Professor Lockhart's smile had transformed into something cold and malevolent. What could you possibly be, Lockhart? Do not be deceived, Harry. He is not Lockhart. He is Voldemort. Regis pointed his sword at Lockhart. Voldemort? Granger, how could you possibly think I am Voldemort? It is rather easy to deduce, is it not? How many parcel mouths exist in this world? Moreover, that ring on your hand is one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Is it not the Gaunt family ring? Surely. You do not believe Dumbledore is unaware of your creation of Horcruxes. Tom Riddle is your true name. Your mother is a descendant of the Gaunt family. She fell in love with a muggle and used a love potion on him, resulting in your unwarranted existence, correct? The wizarding world is rather small, with diligence. Nothing remains hidden. Silence, you filthy mudblood. Voldemort loathes any mention of his lineage. The self-proclaimed purist Voldemort regards his muggle heritage as a disgrace. What, has this enraged you? What emboldens a wretched rat like you to show yourself at Hogwarts? Regis signaled for Harley to conceal herself, prompting her to don her invisibility cloak and stealthily ascend the stone pillar. How much power can you truly wield in Gilderoy Lockhart's body? Perhaps, before the Basilisk meets its demise, you might even best me. But now, you stand alone. How will you confront me? A piercing red curse erupted from Lockhart's wand, as he harbored no desire to directly slay Regis. For so long, Regis had been the first to genuinely provoke him. He yearned to torment Regis thoroughly. Lockhart's raised hand did not escape Regis's keen gaze. Unless Lockhart's spell could curve, it would be challenging to strike Regis. Lockhart's reflexes could not possibly outpace Regis's. What is the matter? Are you unaccustomed to Lockhart's physique? Would you prefer I procure a mouse's body for you, one you could surely master with ease? After all, you both are creatures that can only survive in the shadows, are you not? The invisible blades of the spell surged towards Lockhart from every direction. Shielding charm. Lockhart was exceedingly familiar with the shielding charm. Yet, despite his swift incantation, it failed to fully protect him from Regis's onslaught. His shield shattered partially, resulting in the loss of one of Lockhart's fingers. The excruciating pain jolted the true Lockhart back to consciousness. He had been ensnared in the illusory realm constructed by Voldemort, yet he could still perceive the pain coursing through his body. Where am I? My hand. Silence. Be quiet. Lockhart suddenly commenced a cacophony of self-dialogue. Professor Lockhart, remove the ring from your finger. It has ensnared you. Do not heed him, without me. Would you possess such formidable power? Listen to me. Defeat him with your most adept obliviate spell. If only he forgets what transpires here, you shall remain the same Lockhart. It was merely a finger lost. He was caught unprepared and misjudged Regis's prowess. Lockhart's magical reserves were dreadfully low. He needed to conserve his strength, for he could not withstand Regis's relentless assault otherwise. Surrender control of this body to me. Quickly, you fool. Do you truly believe you can vanquish him on your own? As Regis approached with increasing speed, Lockhart, clearly alarmed, hastily relinquished control of his body to Voldemort. Yet, it was too late. Voldemort recognized the magnitude of Regis's strength. In the moment he seized control, he retreated with great urgency. Basilisk, move. Voldemort cast a transformation spell upon the basilisk, reuniting its body and head. Attack him. Utilizing the basilisk's form with transfiguration altered little, it merely animated the creature, incurring minimal energy expenditure. While the basilisk may not defeat Regis, it could buy enough time for Voldemort to devise a strategy against him. Get out of my way. As the basilisk's head lunged toward him, Regis firmly planted his foot atop its skull, propelling himself swiftly toward Lockhart. Avada Kedavra. Have you not learned your lesson, Voldemort? Suddenly, a multitude of mice materialized before Regis, one of which perished midair. Regis swiftly kicked the wand from Lockhart's grasp, then landed an uppercut squarely upon Lockhart's chin. My apologies, Lockhart. Regis wielded his sword, slicing through Lockhart's right hand. A bloodied palm fell to the ground as Lockhart collapsed, his eyes rolling back. It matters not. It can be reattached. Indeed. With the presence of magic, regeneration is entirely feasible. However, Lockhart may soon find himself imprisoned in Azkaban. The theft of another's memories and collusion with dark wizards are sufficient charges, in contrast to the original loss of all memories. The prospect of a life spent in the company of Dementors may prove even more unbearable. Regis removed the Gaunt ring from Lockhart's possession, his gloved hands ensuring he did not come into direct contact with the dark magical artifact. It was certainly not the Resurrection Stone. Such a powerful magical object would never be relinquished so easily. Fawkes, has Dumbledore not yet returned? Regis carelessly discarded the sword aside. Although this blade was quite effective, it felt somewhat insubstantial. Regis lay on the ground when an elderly man with a white beard came into view. Mr. Dumbledore, is it not somewhat irresponsible of you to entrust such matters to us two young wizards? Reggie closed his eyes, feeling not so much physical fatigue, but rather an overwhelming weariness of the heart. Harry removed her invisibility cloak, observing the elderly and the young below. For some inexplicable reason, she felt it prudent to refrain from descending for the time being. In this world, there will always emerge exceptionally gifted wizards, much like yourself at present and Voldemort in the past. I appreciate your compliments, Professor, she replied. However, I must clarify that I am far superior to Voldemort. Dumbledore chuckled softly. Confidence is indeed a virtue. You certainly surpassed Tom at your age. Yet, Tom's circumstances were markedly different. His childhood was far from idyllic, leaving him with a profound darkness concealed within. It was my failure to guide him properly that led Tom to become Voldemort. Now that he has chosen his path of perdition, let him descend into hell. Regis entrusted Voldemort's Horcrux to Professor Dumbledore. Professor, what shall we do with this Horcrux? How did you come to know about Horcruxes? Every individual harbors their own secrets, do they not? You need not inquire further. In any case, I shall not become the next Voldemort. Dumbledore pondered for a moment. Perhaps I should place my trust in you. Professor, do not dwell too much on this. Rather, consider how to confront Voldemort. We have no idea how many Horcruxes he has created. Harry, we must depart. Oh, I am coming. Within the chamber, only Dumbledore and a solitary bird remained. Have you heard the news? What news? Professor Lockhart has allegedly conspired with dark wizards and even attempted to harm Harry. I am unaware. It seems the Ministry's orders took Professor Lockhart away this morning. The academic year had not yet concluded, and Professor Lockhart's predicament naturally sparked considerable discussion. Consequently, Harry and Regis, entangled in this affair, also became the subjects of speculation. While the dark wizard's intent on Harry was comprehensible, the reason behind Regis's involvement remained a mystery. Regis, what secret do you share with Harry that you conceal from me? In class, Draco clung to Regis, persistently asking about the events of that fateful night. Their relationship was expected to be more intimate. There are no secrets. We simply ventured on an adventure and encountered certain circumstances. Thus concluded the tale of the chamber. Though Regis felt it had unfolded rather hastily. The Basilisk could be described as having met its demise prematurely. It could never have anticipated the prowess of a young wizard. Voldemort likely had never encountered a being like Regis. One might argue that Regis resembled a giant, yet he bore no discernible traits of any other species. An adventure. You did not include me. Under the table, Draco kicked Regis's foot. Do not fidget. We are in class. Regis grasped DeLacy's leg, pressing it against his own, occasionally pinching it. Clad in form-fitting tights, DeLacy's legs were perfectly showcased, their length accentuated by her active lifestyle, revealing well-defined muscles, albeit not overly pronounced. Regis, stop that. It's a bit ticklish, she protested. I'm merely ensuring you remain still. Pay attention in class. He retorted. With your behavior, how can anyone focus on the lesson? After Lockhart's departure, the position of defense against the dark arts professor was assumed by Snape, a master of dark magic. Snape's sharp tongue and surly demeanor were offset by his exceptional teaching acumen, making him the ideal candidate for the role. Furthermore, the curse had already manifested in Lockhart, allowing Snape to teach without concern. As for the following academic year, new misfortunes were bound to arise. Around midnight, Regis set forth from the Slytherin common room towards the Forbidden Forest, once again on a quest to collect tributes, but this time accompanied by his two loyal underlings, Crabbe and Goyle. As his subordinates, they must be equipped for battle. The small spiders in the Forbidden Forest served as adequate sparring partners, their fearsome appearance also aiding in fortifying Crabbe and Goyle's courage. Though still under 13, there was no alternative. Voldemort would inevitably return, and he must return. Without his return, Regis could not fulfill his ambitions. To realize the world he envisioned, he needed to establish considerable prestige within the wizarding community. It was not necessary for the entire world to heed him. It sufficed that the British wizarding realm fell under his dominion. Once he amassed sufficient power, other nations that failed to align with him would face absorption into his growing empire. The reformation of the wizarding world and the fusion of magic with technology would commence with him. However, to achieve all this, formidable strength was essential. His own prowess was insufficient. He needed to forge a faction to propagate his mark. The ultimate version of his mark would not merely serve to control subordinates. It would function similarly to Orochimaru's cursed seal, enhancing the wielder's abilities. From now on, both of you must join me here weekly for training. If you find it unbearable, speak up early. I will not make it difficult for you. Crabbe and Goyle trembled at the sight of the menacing eight-eyed spider before them. They had never encountered such a terrifying creature. We can do it, Mr. Granger. We certainly can, they declared, albeit with trepidation. Then why are you not attacking it? Do you expect to slay it with mere glances? Facing a spider larger than both of them combined, they knew that with Regis present, no mishaps would occur. Yet the internal fear was not so easily vanquished. Hey, old spider, what are you thinking? Regis gazed into the eyes of Allegor, overwhelmed by the multitude of them. Unsure of which to focus on. Close your other 6 eyes, lest I be compelled to blind them, he warned. Allegor complied, leaving only the smallest 2 eyes open, not wishing to provoke this formidable human child at that moment. Look at me. Reyes and Aragog exchanged glances before initiating the mind control technique. This technique is complementary to the brain shielding method. Shortly after mastering the latter, Reyes began to practice the former. He was eager to discern the scheming thoughts of the old spider. It was not that Reyes was overly suspicious, but rather that he found it difficult to trust such a creature as the eight-eyed spider. So, it was true planning to collude with dark wizards. Intending to kill me upon my next visit? Before long, Reyes discerned Aragog's intentions from his mind. Dumbledore's control over the Forbidden Forest was considerably less than that of Hogwarts, making it quite normal for dark wizards to infiltrate. Moreover, the forest was already home to werewolves, who had long-standing connections with dark wizards. Observing Crabbe and Goyle's clumsy attempts to deal with the eight-eyed spider, Reyes could not help but cover his eyes. Since Aragog was disobedient, Reyes decided it was time to part ways with him. Regis cast a glance at the surrounding eight-eyed spiders and selected the largest among them, aside from Aragog. He did not wish to exhaust their resources but merely sought a new leader for the group of spiders. Aragog, being the eldest, had long commanded this faction, and it was time for it to step aside gracefully. Well then, Crabbe and Goyle, it is time for us to return. Crabbe and Goyle appeared relieved, as if granted a reprieve. You two, muster a bit more courage. With my presence, there is no need for such trepidation. Aragog, we shall take our leave. Until next week. And you, dear spider, accompany us for a short distance. At Regis's command, the spider, which was nearly the size of a car, visibly panicked. Despite its numerous legs, it nearly stumbled in its fright. It glanced at its father, Aragog, who had closed his eyes, seemingly in slumber. Its siblings merely cast looks of pity or schadenfreude in its direction. With no other choice, it shook its legs and cautiously followed suit. Do you realize why I summoned you? And no, I do not. Please spare my life. I can divulge something crucial to your survival, faced with its own imminent demise. The spider had little concern for the fate of its cold-blooded kin, even if they were to perish, as long as it remained alive. The eight-eyed spiders would not vanish from the Forbidden Forest. Regis shook his head and let out a sigh. You spiders truly have no understanding of wizards. Do you believe you can conceal your secrets before a wizard? I have long seen through your intentions. Upon hearing these words, the spiders felt not a shred of fear, but rather a surge of delight. Since Regis was aware of their motives, it was evident that he had summoned them with the intent of enlisting them as his own spiders. Oh, great wizard, my kin are indeed ungrateful, foolishly plotting against your interests. They truly deserve their fate. Ungrateful? Surely, I owe you nothing. Regis sat atop the great spider, producing a piece of parchment, which he meticulously wiped upon a segment of the arachnid's hardened exoskeleton. It was a tremendous favor that the esteemed wizard had chosen not to exterminate that wretched brood of malevolent spiders. The creatures trembled at the thought of Regis attempting to bore a hole into their cephalothorax. Why else would he be so concerned with cleansing that particular area? Yet, I shall never conspire with them. My loyalty to the esteemed wizard is unwavering. Ever since I beheld the wizard's magnificent prowess during our last encounter, I have been utterly captivated by his valor and yearned to serve him faithfully. As the spider waxed increasingly fervent in its declarations, Regis could not refrain from tapping its head with his wand, signaling it to maintain its composure. Very well, to prove your allegiance to me, you shall eliminate Aragog and his ilk. Me? The spider halted, for although it considered itself the mightiest among the remaining few, there were others scarcely less formidable. Could it truly venture forth alone, assured it would not be torn asunder? What? Are you afraid? My esteemed wizard, Enough. I shall not press you further. Regis has inscribed the stigmata upon the spider's head. This serves as both a gift to you and a means of exerting control over you. The next time I arrive, you shall take action against Aragorn. At that moment, you will assume its position. Thank you, my master. The spider chosen by Regis returned safely to its lair, which puzzled Aragorn, as it should have met its demise. What did it convey to you? That sorcerer requires more venom, preferably from your own being. He asserts that the venom of older spiders is far more potent. Spider number 1, the one selected by Regis, speaks without hesitation. To facilitate its own actions, it had to deceive Aragorn, lest it falter and be abandoned by Regis, leading to dire consequences. That insatiable sorcerer. Indeed, my decision to eliminate him was astute. In a fit of rage, Aragorn plunged its legs into the soft earth, as if confronting Regis himself. However, what if he were to perish here and be discovered by the denizens of Hogwarts? Fool. Such deeds are the work of dark wizards. What concern is it of ours? We merely chanced upon what was brought back. You ancient relic, dare you insult me? Wait, just a few more days and I shall feast upon you. A glint of malice flickered in spider number 1's eyes. To survive, it had no alternative. When did Slytherin adopt the custom of nocturnal excursions? As Regulus and his companions returned to the Slytherin common room, they unexpectedly encountered Professor Snape. Professor, are you still awake at such a late hour? It was improbable that Snape would chance upon them at this time. He must have gone to the dormitory searching for Regulus, only to discover that the trio was absent, prompting him to await their return here. Are you part of that foolish pride of lions? How dare you venture into the forbidden forest at this hour? Crabbe and Goyle cowered behind Regulus, embodying a complex mix of admiration and trepidation towards Snape. Professor, there are matters I wish to discuss with you. Regulus did not directly respond to Snape's inquiry. Regarding the assertion that all Gryffindors are foolish lions, I believe this matter is open to debate. As Regulus spoke, he made his way towards Snape's office, oblivious to his surroundings. Snape cast a fierce glare at Crabbe and Goyle before following suit. He was uncertain why. In the face of certain matters, his aura seemed to weaken inexplicably. Inside Snape's office, Regulus produced a portion of fresh venom from a venomous spider. Professor, fresh for you. Although the venom from the eight-eyed spider was indeed valuable, it did not sufficiently entice Snape. Tell me everything you know about Harry. Snape discerned from subtle clues that Regulus appeared to possess knowledge of some significance. Whether it was Dumbledore's warnings, information gleaned from teaching Harry about mental occlusion, or Regulus's demeanor, Snape began to suspect that Regulus might have the ability to foresee events. Professor, some matters are best left to fate. Knowing too much can be detrimental. If Snape were to discover that Harry was also a Horcrux of Voldemort, it was uncertain how he would react. Granger, I am far from a mere child. Professor, while you may generally maintain your composure, I doubt you can remain detached when it comes to issues involving Harry. If you genuinely wish to assist Harry, perhaps you could help me gather some magic related to souls, ideally including the methods for creating Horcruxes. Regis concealed the venom of the eight-eyed spider, as Snape appeared rather reluctant to accept it. Horcrux? What is your intention? Naturally, it is to vanquish Voldemort. What else do you think I desire? I have no intention of descending into madness like Voldemort. Snape had never considered that Harry could be turned into a Horcrux, for in his view, if Voldemort had the opportunity, he would have long since eliminated Harry. He harbored greater suspicion that Regis, much like Voldemort, was driven by a desire to survive. Hence his quest to create Horcruxes. However, it is equally plausible, as Regis claimed, that he was seeking a means to combat Voldemort. Regardless, he resolved to follow Regis's guidance. If it ensured Harry's happiness, what did it matter if another Voldemort emerged in this world? At least this Voldemort would not harm Harry. Time swiftly passed, and it was once again the moment for Regis to collect the venom, everything transpiring as it had previously. However, this time, Regis did not bring Crabbe and Goyle along. My lord, this venom has been extracted from me as per your request, Aragog said, bowing submissively before Regis, truly too exhausted to stand. It seems you were quite perceptive. Let us commence, Black Spider. The Black Spider, having long awaited behind Aragog, lunged ferociously. Its sharp fangs and lethal spider legs quickly tore Aragog into pieces. The dark wizard buried within the pile of spiders had yet to comprehend the situation. Were we not to slay a mere wizard? Why are you turning against one another? What have you done? I merely found a suitable master. The black spider extended a leg towards the spider it usually clashed with the most. Basilisk. Why not join in the fun? Regis opened his suitcase, and a colossal serpent-like creature slithered out. Do not think of fleeing. I have sealed off the exit. He commanded. Those who wish to live, turn over and lie on the ground, exposed. The serpent was the most feared creature among the eight-eyed spiders. The moment it appeared, many spiders froze in terror. Run, cried a spider, and chaos ensued as they scattered, not wanting to face the serpent, which they feared far more than Regis. This fear emanated from the depths of their souls. Now, it is our turn to play. From where do you black wizards hail? Care to enlighten me? The eight-eyed spiders scurried about, and the black wizards hiding behind them could no longer conceal themselves. No wonder these spiders fear you. It is because of your serpent. But now that the serpent is not at your side, do you still dare to be so brazen? The black wizards aimed their wands at Regis, ready to unleash the killing curse at the slightest provocation. This group of black wizards was a gang of magical creature poachers from America. Their nefarious business extending beyond magical creatures to include roles as assassins and robbers when necessary. Their primary objective in the Forbidden Forest was the unicorn. But they had fortuitously accepted a contract from the eight-eyed spiders. Hand over whatever allows you to control the serpent, and perhaps we will spare your life. A serpent is such a rare magical creature, and one that can be controlled is even rarer. Why do you not come and seize it yourself? Are you afraid of a mere child? Fiendfire, Regez declared. Since you choose not to attack me, I shall take the initiative. The incantation sent a shiver through the black wizards. Could this be madness? He opens with Fiendfire. Can he truly control it at such a young age? Careful not to incinerate yourself. Fiendfire, a cursed flame, relentlessly consumed everything around it, including the caster. We cannot let the Fiendfire spread, or we will all perish. I won't counter the curse. Neither will I. They were accustomed to causing destruction, and the one who cast the Fiendfire would flee without concern for its aftermath. Were it not for their confinement in this enclosed space, they would have long since escaped, fully aware of the Fiendfire's destructive power. The Fiendfire devoured the carcasses of the eight-eyed spiders, expanding and splitting into 5 fiery serpents akin to the original creature. The fire serpents roared as they surged towards the black wizards. Clear water, like a spring. The black wizards attempted to combat the Fiendfire with this basic spell. But their conjured water evaporated before it could extinguish the flames. You madman, do you not fear perishing here as well? The 5 fire serpents remained far from Regez, posing no threat to him. Those of you unable to control the Fiendfire cannot possibly comprehend my power. Look at your pitiful state. Go reflect in hell. Stop. Do you know who we are? We are from America. Their final words were swallowed by the Fiendfire. I apologize. I have no interest in your identities. You do not mean to claim to be from the American Ministry of Magic, do you? Even if you were, it would not concern me. Dumbledore is still alive. The American Ministry would not dare to trouble me, unless they have forgotten the disgrace Grindelwald brought upon them. In the hands of Regez, the Fiendfire, which ordinary wizards viewed as a dire threat, remained obedient. Come back. The fire serpents returned to Regez's wand, and the serpent dutifully slithered back into the suitcase. Eight-eyed spiders. Keep your distance and behave yourselves in the Forbidden Forest. Your territory is already vast enough. Regis departed from the spider's lair with an air of indifference. The black spider gazed at the remaining kin with a heavy sigh. Although only a few remained, it was still the leader, after all. Within the Forbidden Forest, the eight-eyed spider occupied the apex of the food chain. Thus, this leader held considerable authority. From this moment forth, I shall be the leader, aside from the master. You must all heed my commands. The surviving eight-eyed spiders dared not defy the orders. During this period, you must remain compliant. And we must ensure the proliferation of our kin. Compared to the past, our numbers have dwindled to a mere 10th, and the losses are indeed grievous. As the leader, the black spider was compelled to undertake the monumental task of expanding the clan. It resolutely advanced towards a female spider. With summer approaching, Regis felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of leaving Hogwarts. Within the confines of Hogwarts, the use of apparition was prohibited, save for Dumbledore, the headmaster, who enjoyed certain privileges. He yearned to encounter wizards from other lands and, naturally, to collect some magical creatures along the way. He had scoured the Forbidden Forest for wondrous beasts, acquiring a portion of those that piqued his interest. For instance, he had a fondness for the shimmering niffler, which was undeniably adorable. Though its strength was limited, it possessed a treasure-seeking ability and an irresistible charm. He also collected various other creatures, such as the Occamy, the Snallygaster, the venomous Tentacula, and the Erumpent. Capturing them required considerable effort on his part. Aside from a unicorn named Celia, which he summoned with a mere flick of his finger into his suitcase, all the creatures he captured were remarkably obedient. Moreover, Regis discovered that as his bond with these magical creatures deepened, he would acquire a unique form of magical energy from them. Utilizing this extraordinary power, it seemed he could harness certain traits from them, with the majority of this magic serving to enhance his own physical prowess. Regis has neatly packed his belongings into the interior of his suitcase. All right, stop glaring at me. Regis could hardly endure Hermione's mournful gaze. You are still too young. It would be best for you to remain at home. I shall take you out next time. If you find yourself bored, you may seek out Harry, but remember, he cannot reside with us indefinitely. Hermione perched herself atop Regis's suitcase, yearning to join the adventure. No, I want to go too. You cannot leave me behind. Regis gently caressed Hermione's head and placed a tender kiss upon her forehead. He had stated that he was off to seek magical creatures, a venture fraught with peril. I apologize, Hermione, but you must remain safely at home. Suddenly, Hermione's garments sprang to life, guiding her body back to her room. You scoundrel, Regis. I shall never forgive you, she exclaimed. Release this enchantment at once. Upon her return to her sanctuary, she glimpsed Regis waving at her through the window. How infuriating. She had initially believed Regis would take her along for an adventure, which had prompted her to feign innocence to her parents, claiming that a teacher would accompany them. Yet, Regis had abandoned her to languish at home alone. She resolved to report this betrayal to her parents. After Regulus departed, Hermione's attire returned to its original state. Apparition allows one to travel to any location in the world. However, one must have previously visited the place and possess a profound impression of it. Or else dire consequences may ensue. A miscalculation could prove fatal. Reyes intends to borrow the flying network from the Broken Pot Tavern. The speed of the flying network far surpasses that of a broom. Reyes plans to directly use apparition to reach the cauldron bar when suddenly a dark cloud drifts across the sky. Within it, faint flashes of lightning emerge, followed closely by the resounding roar of thunder. Could it be that misfortune has struck? Is it really going to rain at this moment? Fortunately, Reyes carries an umbrella, alleviating any worries of getting drenched. However, the unexpected downpour right after stepping outside dampens Reyes' spirits. Apparition. Reyes took out his wand, for he had yet to master wandless apparition, requiring utmost concentration to achieve it. However, at that moment, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky toward Reyes. Before his body could vanish, Reyes was struck by lightning, leaving only a charred umbrella in his place. In Tokyo, Japan, at Sakurabayashi Girls' High School, after enduring yet another harrowing day of bullying, Nagatani Yuka, weary in both body and spirit, trudged home beneath her umbrella, struggling academically and devoid of friends. She worked tirelessly after school to earn pocket money. Orphaned, her father having abandoned her mother and her mother having passed away on the day of her birth. She was taken in by her uncle, who became her stepfather solely to inherit her mother's estate. Unfortunately, her stepfamily treated her poorly, and since childhood, she had endured relentless torment from her stepsister. Even at school, her sister conspired with classmates to bully her, slashing her backpack and hiding her shoes and socks. The money she earned yesterday, intended for a new backpack, was stolen. As Yuka walked along an overpass, snow fell gently around her, and in a moment of distraction, she fell from the bridge to her death. However, within minutes, she opened her eyes anew, though they seemed unearthly, entirely white without pupils. This was but a fleeting glimpse, as her eyes quickly returned to their human form. Rising from the ground, Yuka remained oblivious to her previous demise, believing she had merely fainted. She retrieved her umbrella and continued towards her workplace. As she passed a bridge, she noticed something floating in the river, a boy clad in a black robe, charred at the edges, clutching a suitcase tightly. He appeared younger than her yet was nearly her height. Despite her own unhappy upbringing, Yuka's heart was inherently kind. It was winter, and with the snow still falling, she could not abandon the boy adrift in the river. Without hesitation, she leapt into the water, swimming towards him, unaware that her fatigue had suddenly dissipated. Grasping the boy's shoulder, she pulled him towards the shore. "Wake up. Are you alive?" Once out of the water, the biting cold made Yuka shiver uncontrollably. She dialed the emergency services. Soon, a police car arrived, taking both Yuka and the still unconscious Reyes away. Reyes had not sustained severe injuries. The lightning had merely stunned him, compounded by his passage through a peculiar realm, leaving him in a state of unconsciousness. Having never committed any wrongdoing, Reyes could not fathom why he was struck by lightning. Yet, even in his unconscious state, he clung to the suitcase, aware that if its contents were released or taken, chaos would ensue. Inside were not merely magical creatures, but also wands and enchanted stones that had been confiscated. "Officer, how is he?" Dressed in new clothes and having taken medication, Yuka cast a worried glance at the boy on the bed. "He is physically unharmed, but he continues to hold onto the suitcase, making it difficult for us to change his clothes. We have no identification for him, but judging by the suitcase, he must have run away from home. Miss Nagatani, please do not worry too much. We will take good care of him." Detective Zekamura recorded Yuka's contact information before sending her home. Run away from home? Is it due to family issues like mine? Yuka pondered as she took out her phone to share with her online friend, Kitaro, that she had saved someone today. Encouragement from Kitaro soon followed, offering a rare warmth in her otherwise bleak world. That evening, lying in the hospital bed, Reyes opened his eyes and silently retrieved a fresh set of clothes from his suitcase. Due to his position, those who had attacked him could only slash his garments, rendering him unable to change, leaving him to sleep unclothed. Reyes could not confront the scene, thus he remained in a state of slumber. Reyes picked up the note from beside his bed, which contained information about his savior. "Nagatani Yuka, was it? I see. But what does this mean for me?" Standing on the terrace, Reyes wore a perplexed expression. Having never set foot in Japan himself, he pondered how he might have ended up here, even if there was an issue with the phantasmagoric teleportation. Nevertheless, he consoled himself with the thought that surviving was fortunate enough. Thankfully, he had taken the time to learn several languages beforehand. Otherwise, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to ask for directions. At this moment, Reyes has yet to realize that he has arrived in an entirely different realm. Reyes walked through the streets of Tokyo when suddenly an advertisement on a billboard caught his attention. A woman donned in a blue leather skirt and matching gloves, her eyes adorned with heavy eyeshadow, presented a charming facade. The familiarity of her appearance, coupled with the smart brain logo on the advertisement, led Reyes to a profound realization of his whereabouts. Am I traversing through time once more? Surely, I should be able to return. Reyes does not wish to remain in this world indefinitely, for ultimately, it lacks his family and friends. Since he is here, he might as well find a sense of stability. Although he possesses no official status in this realm, this is hardly a concern. Can a sorcerer be hindered by such trivial matters? First, he shall seek to acquire some funds to spend. Reyes possesses only gold, devoid of yen. However, he also carries pounds. Yet, it remains uncertain whether the pounds from these two realms differ, as he certainly wishes to avoid counterfeit currency. Navigating this world without an identity proves to be rather challenging. Reyes discovered the coffee shop where Qianxiao had once worked in the original text. Shortly thereafter, the proprietor fell victim to an unforeseen calamity, meeting his demise at the hands of Ofi Ino. The reason for his death was rather straightforward. It was a consequence of Huda Aichi's intention to instruct Kabara Yuji and Nagata Yuka on the appropriate actions for Ofi Ino, leading to his murder. This also included Haidang Nao, who, however, survived and, as a result of this assault, acquired the abilities of Ofi Ino. Reyes entered the coffee shop just as the proprietor was preparing to close. At that moment, another patron unexpectedly arrived. "It's rather late today. Perhaps you could return tomorrow?" suggested the owner, a bespectacled middle-aged man whose establishment, due to poor management, was on the verge of shutting down. "I'm not here for coffee. I have taken a liking to your establishment," Reyes declared. To avoid any unnecessary complications, he cast a soul-binding spell upon the owner, transforming him into his obedient servant. Reyes indeed requires a local individual to assist in concealing his identity. "Yes, master. The proprietor of the CAF is named Yasushi Taijima. Taijima, please prepare a room for me and replace the items with new ones, as I shall step out for a while." Reyes opened the suitcase, and a sniffle scurried out from within. "You truly are disobedient." The sniffle nestled into Reyes's pocket, finding the outside world far more comfortable than the confines of the suitcase. Could it be that Nagata Yuka is the same person? The holder of the crane-shaped Ophion met her demise due to her own naivety and kindness. Nonetheless, she was ruthless when it came to vanquishing evildoers. Among the trio, she was indeed the top performer. Reyes arrived at Yuka Nagata's residence following the address on the note. At that moment, he encountered Yuka, along with her stepfather and stepmother, who emerged in a state of distress. It turned out that Yuka, endowed with the ability of Ophion, had heard her sister's cries for help and rushed out to rescue her, while her stepfather and stepmother expressed gratitude for her bravery. Her rescued sister unjustly accused Yuka of having pushed her, resulting in her injury. Consequently, Yuka was cast out of her home, sitting despondently on a park bench. Yuka pondered why her sister, who had always tormented her, would go so far as to frame her today. "Hey, young lady, why are you sitting here alone so late?" Unbeknownst to Yuka, Reyes took a seat beside her. "Who are you? Have you forgotten me so quickly? You saved my life today." "Ah, it's you, little brother. Why are you still out so late?" A smile returned to Yuka's face as she realized that the person she had saved was unharmed, and her heart swelled with joy at the thought that her efforts had not been in vain. "Miss Nagata, you saved me, and I must offer you a chance to repay your kindness. I witnessed what transpired earlier. If you have nowhere to go, why not come to my home? And I must clarify, I am no mere little brother. I merely possess a youthful appearance. Given my past life, I must be over 30. Reyes sat cross-legged on the chair, cradling a box in his arms, his hands resting atop it, intently gazing at Nagata Yuka. "Thank you very much. But am I imposing on you?" Yuka felt a surge of emotion. He was the first person in this world to treat her with such kindness. "Not at all. After all, I have no family in this world." Reyes speaks the truth, for his family resides in another realm. However, it is inevitable that others will fabricate their own narratives. Take Nagata Yuka, for instance. She believes that Reyes fled home due to a tragic incident involving his family, or perhaps even contemplated ending his own life. He is still young, and I cannot allow him to harbor such thoughts of despair. Allow me to care for him in place of his parents. As an orphan, Nagata Yuka understands all too well the hardships of living without parental guidance. She wishes to spare Reyes from experiencing the same plight. "Come now, let us return home together." Reyes summoned a taxi, aware that the fares in Japan are steep. Yet he remained indifferent to the cost. He possessed ample gold, which he intended to have Taijima sell when the time was right. Conversely, Nagata Yuka, who often found herself short on funds, felt a pang of sympathy for the expense. "The bedroom lay upstairs, and Taijima, an employee of my household, could be approached should you have any requests." Reyes accompanied Yuka Nagatani to the CAF. "Taijima, please prepare another guest room," he instructed. "Yes, young master. By the way, take these and attend to the matters of the establishment." Rajesh withdrew a pouch of gold, sufficient to sustain the CAF's losses for an extended period. Accompanying Rajesh to the CAF, Yuka Nagata felt somewhat apprehensive, as it was, after all, someone else's abode. "Well then, Miss Nagata, good night, and see you tomorrow." "Wait. Just call me Yuka. By the way, I still don't know your name." "Me? You can simply call me Rajesh." The name from his past life had long been discarded, and he likely would never use it again. "Then, Rajesh, good night." Yuka Nagata beamed sweetly. For today marked her most fortunate day. Though cast out by her stepfather and stepmother, she had made her very first friend. Fuise, Kaiksa, and Delta Kanzaki Takumi, Kasaka Yado, and Kabaka Yuji were names she eagerly anticipated encountering. Kanzaki Takumi, with a cold exterior but a warm heart, awkwardly proud, feared his identity as an Ophion and the potential betrayal of others, which kept him from forming close bonds until the arrival of Kikuchi Keitaro. Kabaka Yuji, known as Little Brother, was once a wealthy heir with a girlfriend, but following a tragic accident that claimed his parents, his family fortune was sold off by an uncle, and his girlfriend was taken by a cousin. After being reborn as an Ophine, he continued to fight perilously to protect humanity, only to be betrayed, which led him down a dark path. Ultimately, in the final battle, he attained enlightenment and sacrificed himself. Kusaka Yato, the king of the beach, was an invincible master of jealousy, a rather peculiar character with a rather healthy smile, skilled in sowing discord. Were it not for his meddling, the narrative would lack its melodramatic twists. He harbored an Oedipal complex, uttering words such as, "She could be the woman who becomes my mother." Anyone fond of Mariko Sonoda, or who received her affection, would find themselves the target of his relentless schemes. Despite having made a few missteps as a human and facing failure, he proved to be a commendable warrior. For every Ophine, even their adoptive fathers were not exempt from death. Kusaka Yato's misdeeds included mockingly attacking Kanzaki Takumi, little brother, and Haidang, bullying the injured little brother, falsely accusing Kanzaki Takumi to isolate him, and inciting discord between Kanzaki Takumi and little brother, knocking Kanzaki Takumi unconscious to steal Frieza's belt, then framing little brother for the theft and claiming to retrieve it. In the presence of Kusaka Yato, one must adhere to 4 cardinal rules. 1. You do not like Mariko. 2. Mariko does not like you. 3. You are not an Ophine. 4. You do not sympathize with Ophines. Thus, he shall appear as a normal individual before you. Upon witnessing the moment when Zymage vanquished Tsukasa, Leges could not help but applaud with fervor. Damn it, that despicable individual is truly infuriating. As the thought swirled in his mind, Leges' ire only intensified. For the sake of his former self, he was resolute in his determination to teach Tsukasa a lesson this time. Although the 3 belts demanded the presence of the Ophianor mark for activation, Leges believed he could be an exception. While not an Ophianor himself, he possessed magic. With magic at his disposal, it posed no issue. Leges had no intention of utilizing Fois. He preferred the capabilities of Qiao Yi. As for Kaiksa, he would leave that to Tsukasa, for after all, it was far too mundane to assault an ordinary person. Regis intends to utilize Delta to transform Yato Keiga currently. The Delta belt is presumably still in the possession of Saya Kimura, yet locating her appears to be quite a challenge. Saya Kimura, a girl of exceptionally gentle demeanor, is suspected to be the most suitable bearer of Delta. Merely her imposing presence is enough to intimidate one of the fortunate 4-leaf clovers, Itar Timura. Unfortunately, her physical capabilities are lacking, and her transformation is sluggish, leading to her demise at the hands of her own classmates. As the sun and moon cycle, a new day dawns. Yuka Nagata dons her school uniform, preparing for another day of classes. Good morning, Yuka. Good morning, Regis. You look lovely in that outfit. By the way, here is something for you. If you ever find yourself in need, hold onto it and call my name. Regis presented Yuka Nagata with a keychain resembling a small creature known as Shoshio. This charming trinket is infused with alchemical properties, enabling Regis to perceive the surroundings of the keychain. What an adorable animal it appears to be. However, Yuka Nagata is unaware of what a Shoshio truly is. You may refer to it as Shoshio. It is my beloved pet. Reyes gently touched the creature nestled in his pocket, where it clutched a gallon as it slumbered. After Yuka Nagata departed for school, Reyes ventured out as well. He carried several articles of clothing to the Western Laundromat, the very heart of the protagonist's daily lives. Welcome. Rest assured, dear guest, I shall ensure your garments are impeccably clean. Thank you very much, Kikuchi. Akira and Mari were absent. Regis could hardly fathom that at this very moment, Qianxiao had ventured into his CF. The 2 crossed paths just barely. Taijima extended yet another invitation to Qianxiao, urging him to come and enjoy a cup of coffee here. Qianxiao, however, wore an expression of indifference, even tinged with a hint of irritation. He dreaded the kindness of others. Nagata, do remember to attend the club activities today. After seizing Nagata Yuka's shoes and socks, her tormentors strutted away, including her own sister. Although she was taken aback that Nagata Yuka still came to school after being cast out of her home, to her, it merely represented the acquisition of a new plaything. Lying on the ground, Nagata Yuka could not hold back her tears. She retrieved a keychain from her pocket, gently caressing it. On the other hand, Regis sensed the turmoil. Have you been bullied again? It might be time to transform into Ophanor and vent your frustrations. Continuing to endure is not a path to take. While Regis yearned to rescue Nagata Yuka, he knew he should at least wait for her to signal for help. Perhaps today he would finally meet Xiaoma. Following that would be the new Shinjo team members and the rookie Ophanor instructor. Unfortunately, the Shinjo team members' cameo was fleeting, as they met an untimely end shortly after their appearance. Also making a brief appearance would be the adept Chikusa Rei from the Nexus series, along with the summoner of the bee from Kado, Inagami Shun. After school, during the basketball club's activities, the tardy Nagata Yuka faced another round of derision from her classmates. Unable to bear it any longer, she transformed into Ophanor. In her crane-shaped form, she spared no one, reducing all 13 of her longtime tormentors to ashes. What have I done? Have I committed murder? No, this is not who I am. Overwhelmed by the realization that she had become a monster, Nagata Yuka broke down in tears. Of course, this was merely her first act of violence, and she was still adjusting to the reality of it. In later encounters, Anyone who crossed her path would meet a similar fate. Fleeing the basketball gym and escaping the school, she felt too frightened to return to the CAF, terrified of transforming into a monster once more. Just as she wandered aimlessly, Mikaba Yuji appeared, recently awakened. He had been summoned by the secretary of the president of Intelligence Brain Corporation to welcome their new companion. Hello, there is no need to be afraid. We are all the same. I am your ally. Come with me. In light of this, she decided to visit the Intelligence Brain Corporation to meet Murakami Kyoko. Murakami Kyoko, the acting president of the Intelligence Brain Corporation, was a rose-shaped Ophanor. In the narrative, aside from the king of Ophanor in the flower form, he was considered the most formidable. Regrettably, he had been relegated to the role of a mere tool by the flower form, discarded when not in use. Unable to accept the inevitable doom of the Ophanor, he resigned himself to being a supplement for the king of Ophanor. At the Intelligence Brain Corporation building, Rajesh strode in, carrying a briefcase. Approaching the receptionist, he locked eyes with her. I wish to see your president, Murakami. I'm sorry, sir. Do you have an appointment? I have made a reservation. Reyes blinked, and the receptionist's gaze flickered momentarily. Very well, sir. I have located your appointment. The president is awaiting you in the reception hall on the 53rd floor. Thank you kindly. Reyes was unaware of whose appointment the receptionist had assigned to him, but he paid it no mind. On the 53rd floor, the bodyguard from the Intelligence Brain Company was already awaiting him in the reception lounge. Sir, please come this way. Reyes sat upon the sofa as the maid presented him with a cup of coffee. Rajesh leisurely sipped his coffee while awaiting Murakami Kyoji. The former president had vanished, and Murakami had expended considerable effort to secure his position as president. Although I am unaware of your identity, it is evident that you do not possess an appointment with me. Reyes was sipping his coffee when a middle-aged man clad in a sharply tailored suit approached with an air of elegance. It matters not that you do not know me. Once we have met, we are acquainted, are we not? As the president of the Intelligent Brain Corporation, not everyone is deemed worthy of knowing me. Murakami Ko beckoned, and two men dressed in black suits appeared at his side. I sensed that matters would not be so straightforward. As Rajesh snapped his fingers, the two men approaching him suddenly sank downward, becoming ensnared between the 53rd and 52nd floors. The abrupt turn of events startled everyone present. In a state of panic, the two individuals trapped between the floors hastily transformed into Ophanor, struggling to extricate themselves from their predicament. Yet, for reasons unknown, their limbs felt incredibly heavy, as if burdened by several tons of iron, rendering their escape impossible. President, save us. Please help us. Upon witnessing Rejez's formidable abilities, Murakami Kyoji chose to sit across from him. Indeed, one should not judge by appearances. It seems I have misjudged you. I never expected you to be an Ophanor, and a superior one at that. The Intelligence Brain Company greatly welcomes formidable individuals like yourself. The skill of transformation is not exclusive to Shu Province. There are many adept practitioners worldwide. Among them, President Murakami stands out as a paragon. Regis did not elucidate his abilities, since he considers himself to be Ophiuchus. So be it. The formidable Ophiuchus possesses immense power even without transformation. There is no need for pleasantries. I require your assistance in resolving my identity issue. Furthermore, I am eager to join the Mind Company, as I harbor a profound curiosity about all that pertains to Ophiuchus. Reyes added a touch of sugar to his coffee, for he could not endure even the slightest hint of bitterness. We are all kindred spirits. This is merely a trifling task. Should you wish to join the Mind Company, I wholeheartedly welcome you. However, once you become part of the Mind Company, you will be required to contribute in certain ways. Assisting the Mind Company essentially entails two responsibilities: the retrieval of 3 belts sent out in floral packaging and the eradication of those Orpheans reluctant to assault humanity. Ah, so you possess some understanding of our Mind Company. Murakami leaned back on the sofa, his eyes narrowing. Do not bother me with such matters. I have never harmed an ordinary person. Are you truly considering turning against me as well? Reyes reclined languidly on the sofa, exuding an air of unwavering confidence in his own abilities, utterly unconcerned about Murakami's potential aggression. You jest, my lord. If that is the case, why not assist us in reclaiming the belt? Naturally, I hold a profound interest in the belt. However, any belt I reclaim must be entrusted to my possession. The peak of the registrum reveals its dagger. This is not a conundrum. Thus, we warmly welcome you to join the Intellect Company. Reyes received his identification badge and a bank card. In addition, there was a locator for the Delta Belt. Well, it seems there is quite a bit of money. The Delta Belt can wait. It cannot escape my grasp. I must first deal with the little tail that is following me. The sudden emergence of such a formidable Ophine cannot possibly put Murakami-kyo in a state of ease. Most importantly, he is unable to ascertain the identity of this Ophine, as if it materialized out of thin air. Thus, he dispatched a subordinate to follow Reyes, fully aware that he might lose the subordinate in the process. After all, Reyes is likely of the same caliber as himself, an Ophine. Reyes purposefully entered the underground parking garage, accompanied by the shadow trailing behind him. There was no need for that one to follow any longer. The individual tailing Reyes was a robust man, not clad in the uniform of the Intelligence Brain Corporation. Upon revealing himself, he transformed into a form reminiscent of Ophine, sporting a pig-like snout and tusks protruding from the corners of his mouth. A wild boar incarnation of Ophion. Perhaps he appeared to be a formidable adversary. So why not launch an attack? Is he gripped by fear? Regis stood with a suitcase in one hand and the other casually tucked into his pocket, exuding an air of disdain towards the opposing Ophinor. How dare you look down upon me? The transformation had rendered the burly man even more formidable, charging forward like a diminutive giant, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure from Regis's perspective. After all, he was only 13, standing at a mere 1.60 meters, a height that, while not short, felt insignificant in the face of such might. The boar-like Ophinor swung a massive fist towards Regis's face, seemingly poised to flatten the boy's delicate features. Yet, astonishingly, a slender hand intercepted the blow. How could this be? The boar Ophinor's pupils widened in disbelief. A casual punch from him possessed a force of 1 to 2 tons. And yet it was halted by a seemingly delicate youth, who appeared no more than a pretty boy. Remarkably, he had used only one hand, not retreating an inch, as if he were merely toying with him. Witnessing the slight, playful smile at the corner of Regis's mouth, an unfamiliar emotion named fear began to stir within the heart of the boar Ophinor. Yet, this fear soon morphed into humiliation and rage. How could he, a chosen one of the heavens, an evolved new human, be intimidated by a mere child? In a fit of fury, the boar Ophinor unleashed another powerful punch. But, are you out of your mind, you fool? Regis grasped the fist of the wild boar Ophano and, with a gentle yet assertive motion, hurled the creature away. Has your transformation into Ophano rendered your intellect as primitive as that of a wild boar? No. To liken you to a wild boar is to bestow an undeserved honor upon you. Even the most mindless of beasts, when confronted with an insurmountable foe, instinctively choose to flee. Yet you, driven by a meager sense of pride, have opted to remain and meet your demise. Regis approached Orpheus, who was hurriedly scrambling up from the ground. Though Regis was not particularly large in stature, the wild boar Orpheus was visibly intimidated, retreating in fear. The disparity between them was indeed immense. Ah, go to hell. I shall not be defeated by you. The wild boar Orpheus felt a surge of anger, fueled by the terror that welled within. I shall crush you. As Orpheus's body began to swell, he transformed into a small beast. His lower half morphed into that of a wild boar, with 4 robust legs and a powerful boar-like torso. Remarkably, he exhibited a unique form. It appeared that even within Orpheus, there lay a certain strength. Shall we see who is greater? Hiss, hiss, hiss. Regis's visage abruptly transformed into that of a serpent, his form swiftly morphing from that of a human into a colossal snake. His body was adorned with menacing, dark green scales, complemented by piercing yellow eyes. Those indifferent orbs revealed a chilling disregard for life itself. Now, who is greater? In his serpentine form, Regis acclimated to his newfound physique, a power seemingly awakened after being struck by lightning. This bestowed upon him the ability to metamorphose into animals, albeit only those he had encountered and comprehended to a certain extent. Hiss. Regis, in his serpentine form, moved with remarkable swiftness. His elongated body ensnared the wild boar, Orpheus, coiling around it with his tail, which he constricted relentlessly. Reyes was reluctant to use his own teeth to bite into the wild boar. He simply could not bring himself to do it. Thus, he resolved to strangle the creature, Ophion, with the body of a serpent. Moments later, Reyes transformed back into his human form, leaving behind only a pile of ashes and a few indentations in the ground as evidence of the earlier events. However, the underground parking lot was devoid of surveillance, ensuring that no one would ever suspect that 2 colossal beasts had fought within its confines. No, it had been a one-sided annihilation. At the CAF, novice instructor Ophion, guided by Hada, arrived with his companions, Ko and Yuka Nagata. Nagata? You're back. Is this your friend? Taijima greeted them warmly. Nagata nodded with difficulty. She had originally intended to leave this place, fearing that Reyes might uncover her monstrous identity. However, she had not anticipated that Hada would bring them to the CAF. Hello, I am Yuji Kabara, a friend of Nagata's. I am Taijima Ryu. Feel free to visit here for coffee anytime, Taijima offered amiably. Thank you, I certainly will, Nagata responded, her gaze cast downward as she peered inside. Is Reyes not here? She inquired. He left this morning and has yet to return, Taijima replied just as Reyes descended the stairs. Taijima, who said I wasn't home? Regis yawned, as if he had just awoken from slumber. Alas, look at my memory. Indeed, age has rendered me somewhat inept. As a servant, Taijima could not possibly contradict Regis. Regis approached the table occupied by Nagata Yuka and Kabana Yuji. Hello, I am Regis. Nice to meet you. Hello, I am Kabana Yuji. I look forward to your guidance. Yuka, why did you return so late today? Before Nagata Yuka could articulate her explanation, Regis turned his attention to their manner. Hello, sir, you look strikingly familiar. You resemble a fighter pilot I know named Shinjo. However, the man opposite Regis was not Shinjo, but Tadaka. Ignoring Regis's cheerful demeanor, Tadaka declared, Now, I shall teach you your second lesson. As Orpheon, we must continuously augment our ranks. You all are aware of the methods to increase our companions. In an instant, Tadaka transformed into an octopus-like Orpheon, wielding his specially crafted weapon aimed at Regis. No, you cannot harm him. Nagata Yuka interposed herself protectively in front of Rages. Senpai. You mustn't do this. Kabana Yuji also reacted swiftly, grasping Tadaka's arm. You all must flee. Meanwhile, the neighboring table's Kaido was bewilderedly observing Tadaka's sudden metamorphosis into a monster, mistakenly believing that Rages was filming a special effects scene. Where are the cameras? Did they capture my grandeur? Nagata Yuka clutched Rages' arm. You must run. Yuka. What is happening? What is Orpheon? Are you also an Orpheon? No more questions, we must leave. Without hesitation, Nagata Yuka lifted Rages and dashed out. Her Orpheon form granted her considerable strength, and even in her human state, she exhibited remarkable enhancement. With a graceful leap, she easily vaulted several meters, ensuring their escape without difficulty. Taijima had already concealed himself under Rages' guidance, leaving only Kaido, who was now smeared with the remnants of the octopus Orpheon. At that moment, Kaneko and Sonoda Mari arrived at the CAF, witnessing the gruesome scene of the Orpheon attacking. This is bad, run. Quickly call Kitaro and have him bring the Foe's belt. Kaneko and Sonoda Mari, pursued by the Orpheon, fled into a small grove. Just in time, Kitaro delivered the belt. Kaneko donned the belt, retrieved his phone, and pressed the secret button. 555. Standing by. Henshin. Complete. Red photon blood vessels enveloped Kaneko, transforming him into Kamen Rider Fleece. Fleece? Just in time to reclaim the belt. The octopus Orpheon swung its weapon at Kaneko, who, now transformed, experienced a tremendous boost in physical prowess, becoming akin to a small superhuman. Though the octopus Orpheon donned a cloak, not every cloaked figure is a sovereign. The relentless pursuit of the octopus Orpheon was met with Kaneko's counterattacks. When fatigue set in, Kaneko nonchalantly shook his hands, embodying a rogue demeanor. Seizing the Orpheon's leg, Kaneko hurled it skyward, delivering a powerful kick to its midsection. It is time to conclude this. Kaneko removed the Fui's pointer from his waist and affixed it to his right leg. He then activated the Fui's phone, pressing the enter key. Energy charge. Energy fully charged. The Fui's pointer locked onto the Orpheon. After executing a decisive rider kick, the Orpheon ignited in pale flames before vanishing. As an Orpheon's mentor, Shinjo proved to be competent. Even in the face of demise, he felt compelled to return and impart one final lesson to Kabana Yuji and Nagata Yuka. So, it is true. Both of you are Orpheons. The sorrow in Nagata Yuka's eyes was unmistakable. She had anticipated the disdain that would accompany her identity as an Orpheon. Kabana Yuji wrestled with confusion. Could humanity and Orpheons truly coexist peacefully? As an Orpheon, he yearned to survive as a human, believing in his essence as one. Beyond the pursuit of vengeance, he had never harmed an innocent soul. Yet, with the existence of the intelligent corporate entities, could this dream ever be realized? I understand now. I shall leave this place. Nagata Yuka wiped away her tears. Leave? Where will you go? Besides here, do you have another place to reside? I do not disdain your identity as an Orpheon. Taken aback, Nagata Yuka looked up, convinced she had misheard. I'm a monster? The true nature of Orpheons remains undetermined. Furthermore, did you not all become Orpheons only after experiencing death once? Perhaps you are the evolution of a new humanity. If that is the case, then are you not still human? The concept of Orpheons is that of an evolved human, though sadly, the evolution has proven unsuccessful. Or perhaps, the human form cannot sustain the evolution into an Orpheon, leading to a gradual demise due to physical inadequacies. Those who transform into Orpheons experience a significant reduction in lifespan. The more transformations, the quicker the approach of death. Unless aided by the Orpheon King, achieving immortality remains elusive. Among humans, many harbor malevolence. Yet they continue to exist in this world. Regis is not Duan Muyen. He is not so extreme as to wish death upon all Ophion. Furthermore, Ophion, as an evolved being of humanity, possesses intriguing qualities, does it not? The ability to resurrect the deceased is indeed a rarity. The Intelligent Brain Company could even harness the Ophion factor to revive individuals who have been dead for several days, and they can be resurrected at least twice. In every regard, Ophion represents a remarkable life form. What transformations might occur when it reaches its complete evolutionary state? Therefore, do stay. Makiba, you too. You all may remain in the CAF. However, you cannot reside here without contributing. You shall assist me in my endeavors. Of course. I would be immensely grateful for your hospitality. Mokiba Yuji currently resides in a place arranged by the Intelligent Brain Company, and those who refuse to heed their commands are at risk of being expelled at any moment. Thus, Mokiba Yuji feels deeply appreciative of Regis's shelter. As for Nagata Yuka, she is so overwhelmed with emotion that she can scarcely articulate her thoughts. No one in this world has ever shown her such kindness. Now, do not weep. Rages gently patted Yuka Nagata's back. At that moment, a member of the Shinshu team, on the brink of death, returned to the CAF in his car. His complexion was ashen as he leaned against the table, coughing a few times. Now, I shall impart to you my final lesson, the death of Ophanor. With those words, the entirety of the Shinshu member's body disintegrated into sand and fell to the ground. Is this the death of Ophanor? Witnessing the demise of one of his kind for the first time, both Yuka Nagata and Yuji Kabara felt a twinge of fear in their hearts. Is that pile of sand their own fate? Suddenly, The mound of sand began to coalesce, autonomously entering a porcelain jar. I forgot to mention, I am not an ordinary human. Therefore, you need not worry about me fearing you. Since we are to coexist, I have no intention of concealing my true self. In fact, I am a magician. Regis took out a wand and lightly tapped a coffee cup, which then transformed into a niffler. Is this a niffler? Yuka Nagata recognized the peculiar creature, identical to the keychain Regis had gifted her. Indeed it is. Isn't it adorable? How remarkable. Before long, the niffler reverted back to a cup. A magician? Could it be true that magicians exist in this world? Yuji Mukaba harbored little doubt regarding Regis's identity as a magician. After all, if one could return from the dead, the emergence of a magician seemed hardly astonishing. By the way, it appears someone is missing. Now Yakaido has also vanished. He had won a prize, and after being killed by Afinor, he was transformed into one. Is he the one dressed so stylishly? Yes, as an artist. Now Yakaido certainly put effort into his appearance. Unfortunately, his left hand was destroyed by his own teacher, rendering him unable to play the guitar again. Without his clothing here, he too would likely become an Afinor. I shall go find him. Yuji Makaba promptly left. He was a kind-hearted individual. Soon, he discovered Naoya Kaido lying by the roadside. Nearby stood a small villa that Regis had purchased. The CAF was too cramped for comfort. Naoya Kaido was assigned a room, and Yuji Makaba kept watch over him, while Regis and Yuka Nagata busied themselves in the kitchen preparing dinner. Regis is the head chef, while Takeda Yuka merely assists. She possesses limited experience in the kitchen. Clutching a cookbook, she diligently follows its instructions to the letter. However, Regis's culinary techniques diverge entirely from the prescribed recipes. For a seasoned chef, there exists a unique methodology. Just help me wash the vegetables. Practice more on your own in the future, and you need not adhere strictly to the recipes, he advises. Understood. With admiration sparkling in her eyes, Takeda Yuka gazes at Regis, recognizing his youth yet marveling at his extensive knowledge. Mr. Muba, dinner is ready. Oh. I shall be there shortly. At the round table, the three gather together. Cheers to our newfound acquaintance today. Reyes and Nagata Yuka are both minors and, naturally, do not indulge in alcohol. Is that individual still unconscious? His body may not yet have acclimated to the powers of Ophion. It would be best not to disturb him. I shall leave some dinner for him later. Speaking of which, Makaba, what are your plans moving forward? Although Reyes intends to take him in, Makaba Yuji has also consented to remain. However, as a man, it is inconceivable for him to stay confined within a small CAF indefinitely. I intend to fight for the protection of humanity. Makaba Yuji has consistently upheld his stance as a human, and upon learning that the Intelligence Brain Corporation would dispatch Ophion to attack humanity, he, too, being an Ophion, resolved to utilize his powers to safeguard humanity. The Intelligence Brain Corporation has been relentlessly creating Ophion, yet their success rate remains lamentably low. Their actions will lead to the loss of countless innocent lives, and I cannot allow this to continue. Makaba Yuji clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury. However, should you obstruct the actions of the Intelligence Brain Corporation, you may be regarded as a thorn in their side. Nevertheless, do not worry about this matter. Reyes produced his identification card from the Intelligent Brain Company. My family had connections with the Intelligent Brain Company previously, so I shall extend my greetings to them. However, you must remain vigilant regarding your safety. Could this situation not pose any complications for you? Fear not. I hope you can steadfastly uphold your original intentions. In the dead of night, Reyes released the fire dragon from its enclosure. It has now grown considerably. Regis retained the name bestowed upon it by Haig, Nober. Regis stood atop Nobu, employing an illusion spell to conceal both their forms. Let us proceed to find the Delta Belt. The intelligence company can pinpoint the locations of the three belts, enabling us to relentlessly pursue the members of Meteor Academy. At this moment, the Delta Belt remained with Kimura Saya, who had yet to reunite with her classmates from Meteor Academy. By seizing the Delta Belt, I could also avert potential conflicts among the Meteor Academy members regarding its ownership. In a sense, one could say I was performing a commendable deed. Among the three belts, the Delta Belt boasts the most superior performance and the most lenient usage conditions. However, it is not without significant side effects. It tends to awaken the user's latent aggressive instincts. Those lacking a resolute mindset may find themselves ensnared by the allure of Delta's power. Within a small inn, Kimura Saya lay wide awake, clutching the Delta Belt. The memory of the monstrous apparition from earlier haunted her dreams, provoking a cascade of nightmares. Despite having vanquished the creature using the power of the Delta Belt, an unsettling premonition lingered within her. This was merely the beginning. Thus, she resolved to seek out her father and her fellow students from Meteor Academy to unravel the mystery at hand. In the stillness of the night, even the faintest sound resonated with amplified clarity. To her astonishment, the door, locked from the inside, swung open from the outside. Kimura Saya anxiously scrambled from her bed, only to inadvertently drop the box containing the Delta Belt. Ah, so you are aware of my intentions and have come to present it to me? Reyes contemplated this as he entered through the front door, retrieving the box from the ground. Return that to me, young lad. It is a perilous object. Reyes opened the box and retrieved the Delta within. The Delta Belt exuded a strong metallic quality and was far from lightweight. I apologize, dear lady, but I am here to collect this item. Reyes tapped on the inscription of Smart Brain emblazoned on the box. This belonged to the Smart Brain Company, and by taking it, I would be returning it to its rightful owner. Moreover, dear sister, are you not cold? At this moment, it was winter, and Sayaka Kimura emerged from beneath the covers, clad only in a thin nightgown. When Regis spoke, a chilling gust of wind swept in through the door, penetrating into Kimura Saya's clothing. You are from the Intelligence Brain Company. Kimura Saya was aware that her adoptive father was the president of the Intelligence Brain Company, yet she remained oblivious to the fact that Hanagata had gone missing. The current president was someone else entirely. Indeed. So, you are referring to the former president, Hanagata, who has vanished. The present president is Murakami Kaikeo. Vanished? How could my father possibly be missing? That I cannot clarify. Kimura Saya, if you find yourself without a place to go in Tokyo, you may come to my home. It could be considered a form of compensation for safeguarding the Delta Belt. Kimura Saya held deep gratitude towards her father. However, with his current disappearance, it was evident that he had entrusted her with the belt before his absence, intending for her to keep it safe. Although this individual claimed to be associated with the Intelligence Brain Company, he was not to be trusted. I cannot hand over the belt. Return it to me. It is something my father asked me to safeguard. In a fit of agitation, Kimura Saya fell from the bed. With her body lacking sufficient Afinoran factors and having used the Delta Belt during the day, it placed considerable strain on her system. Contrary to her expectations of crashing to the ground, she found herself floating, as though an unseen force grasped her clothing. It seems you perceive me as a villain. What can I say? It's unfortunate that I have taken a liking to you. Consider yourself fortunate to be an attractive woman. Had you been a man, I would have shown no concern. Regis is acutely aware of the reason he did not simply take the belt and depart. Judging by your appearance, if you were to indulge in Delta a few more times, you might meet an untimely demise. Reyes seized Sayaka Kimura's delicate foot, pulling her down from the air. Given her frail constitution and the thinness of her attire, it was inevitable that she would succumb to illness. Let me go. Though Sayaka was a woman of gentle disposition, the intimate contact with a boy stirred her emotions. However, her strength was insufficient to resist Reyes's grip. Such restless movements are ill-advised. I must apologize. Suddenly, the blanket on the bed stirred, enveloping Sayaka completely. At that moment, she resembled someone ensconced within a sleeping bag, with only her face exposed. Now, do take a restful slumber. Reyes pinched Kimura Saya's face, and she subsequently fell into a deep slumber. Regis left behind the money for the blanket in the room, then carried Sayaka Kimura away. Nober, let us return home. Once back at their abode, Regis administered a small dose of potion to Sayaka Kimura and unceremoniously tossed her onto his bed. His bed was spacious enough to comfortably accommodate two individuals without feeling cramped. In the early light of dawn, Sayaka Kimura awoke from a nightmarish slumber. She had experienced a restless night, plagued by dreams in which she was transformed into a mummy. No matter how fiercely she struggled, the bandages ensnared her tightly. This tormenting dream persisted throughout the night. Upon awakening, she realized that reality was hardly more benevolent. She found herself lying on a strange bed, her body ensnared by an enchanted blanket. Alas, the excuse she once employed to feign sleeping in had now become a grim reality. She truly was imprisoned by the blanket demon. What was more alarming was the presence of another person beside her. It was the very individual from the previous night. Sayaka Kimura remained silent, cautiously shifting her body as she turned over in bed. She could not risk waking him. Gritting her teeth, she exerted herself once more and rolled off the bed. Fortunately, the bed was not high, and the layer of blanket cushioned her fall, sparing her from significant pain. On the floor, Sayaka crawled forward, lacking the use of her arms. She could only inch along like a caterpillar. Regis has awakened, gazing down at Kimura Saya, who is playing the role of a caterpillar on the ground. Are you truly intending to depart in such a manner? Your belongings remain with me. The quilt that seals Kimura Saya has whisked her back to the bed. All her efforts have proven futile. Hey, do not act recklessly. I shall report this. You are rather delusional. Whether you choose to stay here or seek out the individuals from the Meteor School, it matters not to me. However, Dilat will no longer belong to you from this moment onward. By the way, here is my contact information. Feel free to reach out should you encounter any difficulties. Regis presented a business card to Kimura Saya. Downstairs, Nagata Yuka had prepared breakfast. Kaido Naoya was also at the dining table, hunched over with his hands on his stomach. He had only awakened this morning, having skipped dinner the previous night. Hey, it was you, this little brat, who saved me, right? Kaido exclaimed. That is quite rude of you. What do you care? This is just how I am. Although he acknowledged the help, he had no intention of repaying her at that moment. If you need anything in the future, just call for me. Kaido Naoya was indeed the kind of person, though his pride as a grown man bordered on the ridiculous. Help yourself, resolve your own troubles first, he said. Breakfast consisted of porridge accompanied by vegetables and fish. Yuka, could you please bring another set of chopsticks? Kimura Saya was about to come down as well. Surely, she wouldn't consider jumping from upstairs. Huh? Are there others? Just then, Kimura Saya slowly descended the stairs, dragging a suitcase behind her, yet she couldn't find the Delta Belt. Who is she? An inconsequential woman. She distinctly remembered there were only 4 people in this house. When did this woman appear? Only Kaido Naoya stole a glance at Kimura-saya, then at Regis, sporting a vaguely understanding expression. Impressive. I didn't expect you to be so mature at such a young age. I admire you. Kaido Naoya gave Regis a thumbs up, clearly misunderstanding the situation. Kaido, how could you speak so thoughtlessly? However, despite his reprimand, Mukai Yuji's gaze suggested he somewhat believed Kaido Naoya's words. Nagata Yuka remained silent as she fetched another set of utensils. Regis, you're still young. You ought to take care of your health. If you're truly uncomfortable, enough. Stop overthinking. Kimura-saya interjected. It's not as you imagine. I simply took her in for a night out of pity. Silent. Kimura-saya had initially thought she was the only one here. Naturally reserved, she found it difficult to speak with so many eyes upon her. Return the belt to me. I've said it before, it's safer in my hands. A young girl like you holding it will eventually lead to your downfall. Hand it over. And I'll leave at once. If you wish to stay here, I have no objections, as long as you remember to pay the rent. If you lack funds, it's no issue. I own a CAF where you can work. Room and board are provided, along with a salary. Faced with Regis's indifference, Kimura-saya felt utterly helpless. Yet, she could not simply walk away. Her father had sent her the belt for a reason. She couldn't just abandon it. She must remain, find the belt, and take it with her. All right, I'm finished eating. You all take your time. Regis wiped his mouth. The sun was shining outside, creating a splendid day. Reggie donned his helmet and mounted his motorcycle. Along the way, he encountered a traffic officer conducting checks. Although Reggie was still a minor, thanks to his connections with the Intellect Brain Company, all necessary legal documents had been arranged for him. Thus, the officer could only gaze at Reggie's credentials in bewilderment. Are you truly 16? He inquired. But, officer, does it not state so on the document? Considering the fact that many individuals possess youthful appearances, the officer did not press the matter further. Upon returning to the Intellect Brain Company, Reggie found that Kurumada Kia had not come out to meet him. Instead, he was greeted by the smart lady, the woman frequently seen in advertisements, and the secretary to the president. Hello, adorable young boy. What brings you to see the president? She exclaimed. What a pity. The president is currently unavailable for a meeting. The tone and demeanor of the smart lady were excessively theatrical, leaving Reggie feeling somewhat unaccustomed to such a manner of speech. Regis retrieved a suitcase containing the Delta belt. I require the Intelligence Brain Company to recommence their research on the belt. The accessories accompanying this belt are woefully inadequate. The enhancements provided by the Delta belt are not as significant as he had anticipated. Not to mention Freeze's explosive mode. Even the acceleration mode is absent. Aside from the panel, there is nothing of substance. Regrettably, this request cannot be fulfilled in the near future. The researchers responsible for developing the belt perished on the very day it was stolen. Thus, we find ourselves powerless at this juncture. Are they truly deceased? If so, this poses quite a dilemma. How long would it take to assemble a new team? It would likely require about a month. Then I shall return in a month. I have previously discussed this matter with Murakami Kyo. Upon departing from the Intelligence Brain Company, Regis encountered a woman adorned with a beguiling smile. Dressed in a sharply tailored suit, she deliberately tantalized him with her gaze. So cute, boy. Akiya Masiko has a penchant for younger men, particularly those troubled adolescent boys. Could you enlighten your sister as to why you possess the Delta belt? I found it as a toy on the roadside. Why do you wish to have it? Reyes tapped on the suitcase, as if the Delta belt were nothing more than a mere toy in his eyes. Haha, dear sister. I do not concern myself with who possesses the belt. I am merely intrigued. Why would Murakami place such a significant item in your possession? Well then, stow away your curiosity, dear sister. Since upgrading the belt is not feasible at the moment, let us delve into the study of Ophanor instead. Reggie recalls that the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department established a specialized division dedicated to the study of Ophion. In later stages, this division indeed investigated certain methods that could strip Ophion of its power. However, such an outcome would ultimately lead to a brief existence thereafter. Yuka Nagata, for instance, was subjected to experimentation that resulted in her losing the powers of Ophion, ultimately transforming into a feather and vanishing. Regis has procured information about Nanyahan from the database of the Intelligent Brain Company. With shoulder-length hair, he is an elite officer of the Metropolitan Police Department. As the frequency of the attacks by the entity known as Ophion escalates, the police have begun to take this monster seriously and are preparing to establish a dedicated research institute for Ophion. Nanyahan is set to become the director of this institute. This is the information collected by the Intelligent Brain Company. Furthermore, Murakami Kyo is planning to fund Nanyahan. He certainly does not intend to betray Ophion. Rather, he perceives Ophion as an adversary to humanity. He requires insight into the intentions of the human government, as understanding both oneself and the enemy is critical for success in conflict. Nanyahan possesses a notably cold demeanor and is resolute in his mission to eradicate Ophion entirely. He is willing to eliminate any individual who obstructs his objectives without a trace of remorse. Although he may be portrayed as an unsavory character in the narrative, from the perspective of an ordinary person, his actions could be deemed justifiable. Those who are not of my kind will surely harbor different intentions. Even among humanity, There is incessant discord, how much more so with a different species like Ophion, as Nan prepares to drive to the secretly established research institute. He suddenly catches a glimpse of Regis in the rearview mirror. Without a hint of alarm, he discreetly draws his pistol from his waist, disengages the safety, and swiftly turns to aim behind him. However, there is nothing in the back seat. All right, officer, why not put away your little toy? Upon turning, Nan realizes that Regis has somehow taken a seat in the passenger side. The barrel of the gun in his hand has inexplicably become limp, as if it had exhausted all its ammunition and fallen into a state of tranquility. Who are you? Nan inquires. No need to be so tense, Mr. Nan. I am your master, do you not remember? As the soul-binding spell activates, a look of reverence fills Nan eyes as he gazes upon Regis, his master. Reyes caressed the soft barrel, and it regained its firmness. Now, remember to diligently fulfill the task I have entrusted to you. Regis took the handgun as well. After all, with Nan identity, losing a handgun is of little consequence. Thus, the Jinao Corporation focuses on the research of the belt, while the human government delves into the study of Ophiiner, delineating clear divisions of labor. Attention must also be paid to the king of Ophiiner. The king, who has yet to awaken, remains merely a child. Reyes recollects that the temperament of this child was rather irksome. Hiding Naoya, along with Kikuchi Keitaro, rescued him from the flames, yet he responded with punches and kicks directed at Haitang, lamenting, "Why didn't you save my parents?" In the presence of his savior, he displayed not an ounce of gratitude. What is even more perplexing is that Haitang Naoya, with an audacious demeanor, continued to express concern for him and to care for his needs. Had it been Reyes in that situation, he would have swiftly dispatched the child with a kick. However, as the king of Ophion, Suzuki Teruo is destined to meet an unfortunate fate. Rages intends to extract the power of the king of Ophion from within his body. As night falls, he returns to find Yuji Makiba injured. How did you get hurt? It was Fleece. Yuji Makiba had bravely endured a rider kick from Fleece, even managing to force Cayman to revert to his original form, though he was gravely wounded, a remarkable feat in itself. He had only recently acquired the power of Ophion. Given time, he might yet grow to the level of Ryuzaki. However, my greater concern lies with Kaido. He is unable to discern his true feelings, and I fear he may make a grave mistake. At this moment, Kaido has gained the power for vengeance, yet he is engulfed in confusion, contemplating revenge as dawn approaches. Yuji Makiba is deeply worried about Kaido, yet Kaido callously abandons the injured Yuji by the roadside, which is truly heart-wrenching. Do not worry, focus on your recovery. I will keep an eye on him tomorrow and perhaps teach him a lesson. Kika, you should also retire for the night. Reyes moved a lounge chair and reclined in the small courtyard in front of the villa. Yuka Nagata also brought a chair and sat beside him. Yuka, do you have any dreams? The concept of dreams was utterly foreign to Yuka Nagata. She harbored no aspirations of her own. Her life did not permit her the luxury of such beautiful notions. I do not. Try to see things in a different light, Yuka. Rages extended his hand to grasp Nagata Yuka's. You have embarked on a brand new life. Cast aside the misfortunes of the past. Your life is just beginning. How can you proceed without aspirations or dreams? Upon hearing Rage's words, Nagata Yuka found herself lost in contemplation. Yet, do I truly deserve this? Rages, I have taken lives. I have killed many people. Just 13, my dear girl, that is not an excessive number. Moreover, they were all scum who thrived on bullying. Their demise was warranted. They remain oblivious to the countless lives they have ruined. But you have only eliminated the wicked, have you not? Nagata Yuka still struggles to overcome this mental hurdle. Yet that is of little consequence. These wretches, once accustomed to the act of killing, become numb to it. Nagata Yuka originally reached a point where she was even considered a potential member of the Lucky Four-Leaf Clover. Her accomplishments could only be rivaled by Satsuda, that utterly merciless Ofino. This individual deliberately targets crowded locations, unwilling to linger unless there are fewer than 10 people present. Rages, what is your dream? My dream? Perhaps it is to become invincible, to achieve immortality, and to mold the world to my desires. Is that truly attainable for humanity? Hence, it qualifies as a dream. Furthermore, I possess the confidence to realize it. Enough of that. By the way, how is Kimura Saya today? Saya is a wonderful person. She worked diligently at the CAF today. Indeed, she is ill-suited to be a Cayman Rider warrior. However, she mentioned that you took something of hers. Might that not be somewhat inappropriate? You may find it hard to believe, but I took that item for her benefit. The individuals from Smart Brain are searching for the item she possesses. Do you think she can safeguard it alone? Nagata Yuka had briefly encountered the people from Smart Brain, but at that time, she was engulfed in a state of confusion. What I took from her was a weapon known as Delta, specifically crafted to combat Ofino. If she were to wield that, she would constantly face assaults from Ofino, and each use of Delta would impose a significant burden on her body. She would not survive many applications. Of course, I do not refer to you, but rather to the Ofino under Smart Brain's command. Nagata Yuka herself is an Ofino, albeit one who enjoys freedom. If that is the case, how did Saya come to possess such a perilous item? Because her adoptive father was the previous president of Smart Brain. However, a new president has since taken over, seeking to reclaim the weapons distributed by the former president. Should you encounter any peculiar armored individuals in the future, be sure to conceal your identity as an Ofino. If you run into Inui Takumi, it is manageable. He shows leniency towards Ofino who mean no harm. Yet, Kazuma Sk is entirely different. He harbors a relentless determination to eradicate all Ofino and has rigorously trained himself. He is proficient in wielding Kaiksa, making him a formidable adversary. An Ofino like Nagata Yuka, lacking in fighting spirit, might find it challenging to evade him. Well then, you should retire for the night. Yamate Music University. Kaido Naoya has transformed into an Ofino. Wandering the corridors. It is currently school hours, thus the hallways are devoid of students. Kaido Naoya excitedly dashes forward, opening one empty classroom after another. He seeks revenge. Revenge for his left hand. Does Mr. Kaido seem a bit foolish? Does he not? Regis has articulated the thoughts harbored by Yuka Nagatani. We ought not to speak ill of Mr. Haitang behind his back. Now, let us observe what he intends to do. Regis utilized the illusion spell to render both himself and Takata Yuka invisible. As the spell necessitated physical contact, Regis boldly clasped Yuka's hand. Suddenly, the melodious sound of a guitar emanated from a nearby classroom, causing Haitang Naoya to pause. He reverted to his human form, listening intently until the music concluded, then pushed open the classroom door to enter. The male student inside was playing a piece that was most familiar to Haitang Naoya, a melody for which he had garnered numerous accolades. Regrettably, due to a tragic car accident, he could no longer perform the piece flawlessly. Haitang Naoya grasped the young guitarist's left hand, exploring it with care, even placing it against his own face to feel its warmth. Do your utmost, Junior. Your hands are akin to mine. You shall undoubtedly create the most enchanting music. Senpai, could you teach me to play the guitar? It was indeed a twist of fate that this guitarist had come to this university because of Haitang Naoya. Alas, by the time he arrived, Haitang Naoya had already withdrawn from his studies. Perhaps another time. Although Haitang Naoya internally acquiesced, he wished to conceal his elation from others. He had entrusted his aspirations to this junior, intent on cultivating him into a guitarist of equal prowess. Is this your form of vengeance, Haitang Naoya? Reyes and Nagata Yuka suddenly appeared, startling Haitang Naoya. You, how did you come to be here? Haitang Naoya leaned against the wall, his legs trembling. Nagata Yuka offered an apologetic smile, unsure of why Reyes had abruptly cancelled his invisibility. Do not concern yourself with such trifles. However, shouldn't you return to apologize to Kabara? He saved you, yet you left him gravely injured by the roadside. Uncaring. Ungratefulness is precisely what defines the earlier Haitang Naoya. I never asked for his help. And I've already stated that I had matters to attend to. Haitang Naoya felt a pang of guilt. Yet the hatred and the exhilarating sensation of gaining power swiftly drowned out that flicker of remorse. Since you remain so obstinately blind, I shall awaken you. Come with me. Regis grasped the shoulder of Haitang Naoya, and in an instant, the trio vanished from their original location, reappearing upon the rooftop. Haitang Naoya and Nagata Yuka experienced a fleeting sensation of dizziness, a common occurrence for those encountering the art of phantasmic translocation for the first time. However, with Regis supporting her, Nagata Yuka remained steady, while Haitang Naoya succumbed to the ground. Come on, rise, Regis urged. The body of Ophion is not so feeble. With a sudden surge, Haitang Naoya sprang to his feet, adjusting his hat as he directed a fierce glare at Regis. You little brat, you're truly infuriating me. Haitang Naoya transformed into Ophion, flicking his small braids with a flourish. What is the matter? Are you scared? Apologize to me now. And perhaps I shall grant you my forgiveness. I never anticipated my first transformation would be against you. Regis produced the Delta belt from an unknown source, fastening it around his waist. Henshin, standing by. Reyes inserted the Delta phone into the drive at his waist, and then blue photon veins enveloped his entire body. Complete. The Delta armor, predominantly black with silver embellishments, enveloped Reyes. Regis extended his right hand, making a gesture as if to charge forward. How dare you look down upon me? Although Regis, transformed into Delta, emanated an immense sense of pressure upon Haitang Naoya, his pride would not allow him to succumb to fear. Furthermore, he was still unfamiliar with the Delta armor. Having previously fought alongside Makabe Yuji against Fuis, he believed that Delta could certainly handle the situation alone. Haitang Naoya adjusted his leather attire, steeling himself, and then charged forward with a loud shout. Lacking any combat skills, Haitang Naoya relied solely on his brute strength to throw punches at Regis. Your punches are utterly feeble. Regis deftly caught Haitang Chia's fist with one hand, then forcefully pulled him backward. As a result, Haitang Chia's body was abruptly yanked into the air. Regis delivered a powerful knee strike to the chest of Haitang Chia. Hitting him felt akin to being struck by a massive hammer, causing a surge of blood and energy to rise within him, compelling him to kneel. Hey, is this all you can do? Haitang Chia managed to push himself up, though he had already exited the state of Ophanor. As a non-original Ophanor, he was inherently weaker by a tier. One should not presume that transformation into Ophanor grants them the license to act recklessly. Otherwise, they may find themselves unaware of their own demise. Reyes has also relinquished his transformation. Not a trace of a combative impulse has emerged within him. Delta is a quintessential creation of technology, impervious to his influence. By the way, it was not your classmates who tampered with your motorcycle. Be cautious not to misdirect your ire towards them. You are aware of my circumstances? This is hardly a secret. If you wish to discern who meddled with your motorcycle, you might observe your junior in the coming days. Pay attention to who may tamper with his motorcycle. Huidang Zhizha lies on the rooftop, gazing vacantly at the sky. Will he take action against Kazuhiko? Who could it be? Are we truly departing without consequence? He is an adult and does not require our concern. Kimura. Please bring me a cup of coffee. Rages waved his hand, and Sayaka Kimura rolled her eyes but prepared a cup of coffee for him nonetheless. As a mere worker, she was obliged to cater to his whims. Hello, your clothes have been cleaned. Saya? Mariri Yamada entered the CAF holding a bag of clothes wrapped in plastic. Spotting a familiar face. Both she and Sayaka were children adopted by Hanagata. What are you doing here, Saya? Mariri? Since you are friends, come in for a cup of coffee. Thank you, manager. Mariri Yamada was a charming girl with a round face, aspiring to become a hairstylist. Mariri, come over here. Sayaka, encountering a classmate from Meteor School, rarely smiled. How did you end up in Tokyo? I came to find my father. What about you, Saya? Me too. My father sent me a belt. Sayaka glanced at Rages, noticing he was not paying attention, and continued, I came with the belt to find my father. But it was stolen from me. Stolen? Mariri recalled her encounter with Orphanok along the way. Had she not chanced upon Takumi Inui, her belt might have met the same fate. We must retrieve it quickly. It belongs to my father. Mariri, do you have a belt too? Yes, but I can't use it. Fortunately, I met someone on the way. Though his personality is unpleasant, he is fundamentally a good person. If he hadn't protected me, my belt would have been taken as well. Mariri felt a chill. The one who took my belt is that person. Sayaka discreetly pointed at Rages. Him? He doesn't look much older than I am. It truly is him. He seems to be no human, but an evil sorcerer. Sorcerer? Saya, have you been reading too many fairy tales? How could there be a sorcerer in this world? Even if there were, it would be Orphanok. Wait, Orphanok? If he is Orphanok, then his motive for taking Sayaka's belt becomes clear. Saya, did he take your belt and do anything else? Please, do not continue to slander me. I did not take her belongings. I merely reclaimed what belongs to Smart Brain. Impossible. Our father is the president of Smart Brain. If he wanted the belt back, there would be no need to send it to us. Forgive my interruption, but President Hanagata has been missing. The current president is Kyo Murakami. If you wish to know the truth, I can take you to meet him. In fact, after arriving in Tokyo, Mariri had visited Smart Brain, but without an appointment. Even claiming to be the president's daughter did not grant her access to meet Kyo Murakami. The opportunity is yours. Make good use of it. It's up to you whether you can recover the Foi's belt. It depends on your abilities. Just a few young people, Kyo Murakami scoffed. Indeed, in the original story, he had merely used verbal manipulation to persuade Mariri to hand over the Foi's belt. That evening, Kyo Murakami received Mariri, Takumi, and Sayaka with great formality, even preparing dresses for the three. I sincerely apologize. I was unaware that you two were the daughters of President Hanagata. It's all right. We are here to learn about our father and the belt. In that case, let's get straight to the point. We too do not know the whereabouts of President Hanagata. He has been missing for quite some time. We have searched extensively without success. As for the belt, Kyo Murakami smiled, slowly speaking. The belt was developed by Smart Brain as a weapon against Orphanok. It is not a personal possession of President Hanagata, which is why we wish to reclaim it. Kyo glanced at Takumi, who was busy brewing coffee. He found the young man intriguing. Takumi had already used freeze to eliminate several Orphanok. Help this gentleman with his coffee. No need. I can manage myself. Takumi was not accustomed to being treated like a child. The frequency of Orphanok attacks on humanity is increasing. Therefore, I hope you can return the belt to us. We needed to defeat Orphanok and protect humanity. Had Rages not been aware of Kyo Murakami's true nature, he might have genuinely believed his words. Kyo finished speaking, gazing sincerely at Mariri. After a moment of hesitation, Mariri decided to relinquish the feast belt. It had never truly belonged to her. Mariri. As she pushed the suitcase forward, Takumi pressed down on it. Although he had merely used freeze, he felt a sense of ownership over it. Yet, recognizing it did not belong to him either, he ultimately let it go. Well, now that the matter is resolved, we should return. Rages observed the exchange of the belt with a knowing glance. I told you long ago that the Delta belt is not for you. Do you believe it now? Once outside Smart Brain, Sayaka and the others changed back into their original clothes. Kyo Murakami was indeed stingy. The dresses were only for a single wear. I still do not believe you are a good person. I will remain vigilant. Should you misuse the Delta belt, I shall not let you off easily. Suit yourself. Reyes shrugged nonchalantly, dismissing the threat posed by Sayaka Kimura. Apart from the minuscule trace of the Orphanor mark within her, she was utterly ordinary. Let us not forget who currently provides you with employment and where you reside. One is beholden to those who offer assistance, and one's words may soften in the presence of such indebtedness. The remuneration offered by Reyes is quite generous, and Kimura Saya truly does not wish to depart from this place. Primarily, the CAF seldom attracts patrons, and she harbors concerns about the possibility of its closure one day. Oh, it has been a few days since your last visit. Welcome back. As Rages descended the stairs, he spotted Haidang Chiya waiting for him below. Upon seeing Rages, Haidang immediately performed a traditional kneeling gesture. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, Kanzuya's hand would have suffered the same fate as mine. What has become of your teacher? He escaped, and I implore you to assist me in dealing with him. I cannot bear the thought of him causing further harm. His jealousy over his students' talents drives him to ruin their hands. Hiding Chia's teacher was truly deceptive in appearance. Are you unable to confront him alone? I can hold my ground, but should he choose to flee, I cannot stop him. Hiding adjusted his cap. Coincidentally, Nanyahan's research institute required study materials. So it would be fitting to send that useless old man there as a resource. At Yamate Music University, an elderly gentleman, having just concluded his lecture, was preparing to ride home on his bicycle when he was unexpectedly confronted by Hiding Chia. Hiding, are you intent on becoming a monster here? The old man adjusted his glasses, trusting that Hiding would not resort to such measures in public. No, but I shall not spare you, you old beast. This time, I have brought allies. Hiding clenched his fist, though he was unaware of Rage's plans. Come with me, old man. As Rages casually brushed past the elder, a touch of his hand on the old man's clothing caused them both to vanish in an instant. All that remained was a fallen bicycle and a bewildered Hiding Chia. Did we not agree to act together? Hiding lamented, yearning to vent his frustrations. Near the research institute, Rages and the old man materialized abruptly. Nanyahan, having long been in ambush with armed special forces, was prepared. Enjoy yourselves, he remarked. Reyes suddenly appeared beside Nanyahan. The sound of the gun being cocked startled the old man, prompting him to transform into the owl-like Ophion. Indeed, he was not human. Open fire, eliminate this monster. Nanyahan commanded with a cold demeanor. The crack of gunfire erupted as the special police unleashed a barrage of flames from their weapons, all of which Nanyahan had specifically requested for their considerable power. Even Ophion would be wounded by these arms. Furthermore, there was no cover for the owl-like Ophion to shield himself. The black mist he released to confuse his enemies was rendered ineffective, as he was completely enveloped by gunfire. With Reyes on standby, escape was impossible. Each time he leapt, a massive hand made of earth would emerge from the ground, dragging him back down. After being targeted for 10 minutes, Ophion was forced out of his transformed state. First, administer a tranquilizer dart to him. Nanyahan refrained from recklessly sending someone to check on the situation. Regardless of whether the old man was feigning, a tranquilizer dart would incapacitate him. Capture him, but ensure he remains alive. Within the research facility, personnel clad in protective gear were already eager and prepared. They had never before encountered such an extraordinary specimen. I need you to obtain results in the shortest time possible. You may conduct your experiments freely. The subject's demise is inconsequential. Do you understand? Nanyahan gazed at the carefully selected researchers, his heart brimming with anticipation. This endeavor was not only for humanity but also for their master. In the following days, Reyes frequently visited the research facility. He feared the researchers might let the old man escape due to their inexperience. With him there to suppress the old man, the researchers were thoroughly engrossed in their work. They marveled at the peculiar anatomy of Ophion, each one appearing almost deranged in their fascination. The scene was gruesome, and for several days Reyes struggled to eat. However, after a few days, he became nearly immune to the horrifying sights. Yet, should the test subject perish, he would need to seek out a new one. Reyes, are you feeling better? Nagata Yuka observed Reyes savoring his meal with great delight. Just days prior, he had appeared pale and malnourished, causing her considerable concern. She had worried that her cooking was unpalatable. Indeed, I am well now and eating more. Makaba, I heard that Hiding recently found a job. Hiding Naoya had few friends, with Reyes among the few he could converse with. And he shared the closest bond with Makaba Yuji. Yes, but I fear he may have been deceived by Smart Brain, having lost his dream and taken vengeance. Hiding Naoya now finds himself mired in confusion. At that moment, Smart Brain approached him, and after some persuasion, Hiding Naoya became the new Foiz. However, the current Foiz was merely a weapon employed by Smart Brain to eliminate individuals like Makaba Yuji. Makaba, I remember you wish to fight for humanity's protection, correct? Yes. I have always believed that even if we become Ophion, we are still human. Wait, you are Ophion? Kimura Saya exclaimed, slapping the table before covering her mouth. She had initially thought that only Reyes was a nightmare. After all, Makaba Yuji was a very gentle person, and Nagata Yuka was exceptionally kind. She never expected that everyone here was a monster in human guise. Reyes? Her? Makaba Yuji was taken aback. He had assumed everyone living here were Ophion who were reluctant to harm humans. Come back, sit down. Kimura Saya, who had yet to escape through the front door, was summoned back by Reyes's command. Although she hesitated internally, her clothing obeyed Reyes's orders. Unless she stripped herself bare, she could not resist him. Do not disclose the secrets of this place. I know your name and the addresses of your friends. You see, even if you never harm humans, you cannot be accepted. Even so, do you still intend to protect humanity? Makaba Yuji sighed. I had long anticipated this outcome. However, as long as we remain undiscovered, does it not suffice? I believe I understand your intentions now. Consider this as a loan. Reyes handed the Delta Belt to Yuji Mukahara. Inside the box lay the instructions for use. Remember, I am merely lending this to you. Just as Saya Kimura was about to speak, a spoon was thrust into her mouth. Indeed, Reyes had employed a transformation technique to elongate and enlarge the spoon in Saya's hand, effectively silencing her. Mukahara accepted the belt with immense gratitude. With it, he could more conveniently protect humanity. In contrast, Yuka Nagata did not harbor such grand aspirations as Mukahara. She merely wished to live joyfully alongside those around her. Yuka, how about we go out and have some fun today? Mukahara was set to confront criminals, and the CAF was closed for the day, having little business during usual hours. Therefore, Yuka had no tasks at hand today. Go out and have fun? But I still need to clean. Yuka Nagata felt as though she was becoming a caretaker. She was primarily responsible for the daily meals and cleanliness of the villa. Regis only cooks when he feels inclined to do so. Indeed, I have yet to properly explore Tokyo. I'll take the opportunity to purchase some clothing for you. I have already compensated you, so why wear these tattered garments? Regis is rather indifferent when it comes to money. The funds in the card provided by the Intelligence Corporation are ample enough for him to last a lifetime. Clothing? Yuka Nagata glanced at her own pilled attire and then at Regis. Her outfit indeed seemed rather unappealing. She had not yet moved on from her past life, habitually donning inexpensive, stain-resistant clothing. Sayaka Kimura, you should join us as well. At that moment, Sayaka Kimura was in her room, contemplating various methods to convey information. However, she found that whenever she attempted to mention Yuji Makiba and his association with the Ophion group, words failed her, and she was unable to write. In this lifetime, I may never escape the grasp of that devil. Upon hearing Regis's words, she could only respond weakly. Fortunately, this devil does not consume humans or covet their souls. In the bustling commercial streets of Tokyo, Regis and Yuka Nagata strolled through a shopping mall with delight. Initially, Yuka felt somewhat restrained. The garments she encountered were ones she typically dared not behold due to their exorbitant prices. Yet, Regis remained unfazed, purchasing anything that piqued his interest without a second thought. As for Sayaka Kimura, she seemed to have taken on the role of a mere bag carrier. Wait for me. I can't carry any more. Is it typical for devils to lack gentlemanly decorum? Forcing a young lady to bear the burden of clothing. Yuka intended to assist her, but was halted by that devil. He remarked, I came out to enjoy myself, not to witness her morose countenance. In truth, Sayaka was quite beautiful, but her constant gloom rendered her presence uninviting. I thought you had lost your voice? He teased. If you manage a smile, I might just let you be. At this, Sayaka broke into a sweet smile. She was no fool. When presented with an opportunity to lighten the mood, she seized it. After all, merely smiling did not equate to selling her body or soul. Exactly. See, you look much better when you smile. Reyes took the bag from Sayaka Kimura and placed it inside his coat. This scene was one that Yuka Nagata and the others had become quite accustomed to. Yuka once entertained the notion that Reyes had sewn a pocket reminiscent of a robotic cat into his clothing. Meanwhile, Sayaka was increasingly convinced that Reyes was a demon. I've already told you, I am a sorcerer. If that doesn't suffice, simply regard me as a magician. Given that he was in a rather good mood today, he continued. Sayaka Kimura, feel free to choose any clothing you desire. Here, take this card. I have some matters to attend to. Although Reyes had previously exerted a cold and forceful control over her, Sayaka could not help but acknowledge the elegance with which he offered the card. For a fleeting moment, she found herself thinking of Reyes as a good person, or rather, a benevolent demon. After all, he merely urged her to refrain from speaking recklessly, while also providing her with work and shelter. Could this not be considered the mark of a good person? Regis' abrupt departure was undoubtedly prompted by his discovery of a solitary wild Ophion. Moreover, it appeared that he was tracking another individual, intent on pursuing nefarious deeds. Reyes walked past the individual he had been following, and as he did so, a look of surprise crossed his face. Lian Yubingrum, I remember you. How is it that you no longer recognize me? The sudden enthusiasm of Regis, coupled with his seemingly innocuous visage, left Orphanor, who was poised to engage in nefarious deeds. Utterly bewildered, he had perceived the absence of any potential murderers in the vicinity, only to be met with the unexpected presence of a youth. However, this was of little consequence, as the allure of youthful vitality was not to be underestimated, rivaling that of women. Coincidentally, both were drawn to each other's physicality, embarking on a mutual pursuit. Yet, the fervent embrace from Regis soon illuminated the truth to Orphanor. He was not the hunter, but rather the prey. Where have you been developing your ventures lately? Why didn't you bring me along? The two appeared as though they were long-lost friends reunited after an extended separation. Reyes opened his arms instinctively, but the hands that struck his back bore an immense force, overwhelming him and rendering him unconscious in an instant. Such fragility. Regis, tugging at his collar, escorted him to the research institute. Thus, being alone in the world, even a boy must learn to safeguard himself. Nanyahiro, the new courier. Please sign for this. Nanyahiro instructed his associates to administer a sedative to the individual before dragging him inside. Have any new developments emerged recently? Indeed, Master. We have formulated a solution capable of suppressing the abilities of Ophanor. By submerging Ophanor in it, he will become immobilized. Is there anything else? No, Master, time is limited, and our achievements are confined to this. No matter, let us expedite the research process. I require knowledge of Ophanor's vulnerabilities, as well as methods to rectify them. Understood, Master. In Nanyahiro's heart, Regis held the utmost priority, with the nation trailing behind. By the way, Master, the president of SmartBrain has recently reached out to us, wishing to collaborate on research concerning Ophenor. Agree to their proposal. It would be foolish to turn down financial backing. Please provide me with a portion of those solutions. Regis departed with the solution in hand, while Nanya Yuan returned to his diligent work. Meanwhile, Haidang Jia encountered Qian Xiao, and the two exchanged disdainful glances. Haidang harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Qian, having been attacked by Qian's transformed form, Foes. Conversely, Qian regarded Haidang as nothing more than a petty thug, feeling that he was unworthy of being Foes, thus finding him equally distasteful. Their eyes locked, igniting a palpable tension between them, leading to an exhilarating street race. However, Qian's motorcycle was merely an ordinary vehicle, while Haidang rode the formidable machine known as the Pegasus, a battle robot far superior in performance. Haidang lifted the front of his bike and rammed it into Qian's, swiftly bringing him to a halt. With a haughty sneer, Haidang dismissed Qian and sped away, leaving Qian seething with frustration as he slammed his fist against the handlebars before giving chase. Haidang's departure was prompted by a call from his company, alerting him that someone had transformed using the Delta Belt and was attacking the Orphanok, necessitating his immediate assistance. The culprit behind this transformation was, of course, Mikasa Yuji, who, now wielding the belt, no longer risked exposing his identity as an Orphanok while defending humanity. This defiance was intolerable to SmartBrain. Meanwhile, Murakami Kyoko was aware that the Delta Belt had slipped from Regis' grasp, providing him the opportunity to reclaim it. He had never trusted this enigmatic figure, Regis, and had only temporarily entrusted the belt to him due to his lack of capable subordinates. The Lucky Clover were not under his command, preventing him from giving them direct orders. Otherwise, he would have long since dispatched them to deal with Regis. On that day, the Orphanok, who had been set to cause harm, was merely a bait, and the intended victim was also an Orphanok. The plan was to retrieve the Delta Belt using two Orphanoks. But Mikasa's strength exceeded expectations, leading to the swift demise of one of them. As Haidang rushed to the scene, he witnessed a figure clad in black and white armor mercilessly assaulting an Orphanok. Is that the one? He swiftly removed his goggles and helmet, fastening the belt with determination. Henshin, stop. Without hesitation, Haidang lunged forward, enveloping Mikasa in an embrace. Who are you? Mikasa struggled against the hold, but found himself restricted from exerting his full strength. Fire. Buster model. As they grappled, Mikasa drew the Delta pistol and fired at the Orphanok, sending it flying backward. He then aimed the gun at Haidang, pulling the trigger at close range. With no time to evade, Haidang absorbed the full brunt of the attack. Qian, arriving late to the fray, could only find refuge behind cover, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Why was Fies engaged in battle with an unfamiliar adversary when the Orphanok had yet to be defeated? Mikasa resolved to eliminate one opponent first, extracting the chip from the belt and inserting it into the pistol, with a portion of the barrel extending. He activated the lethal mode. Check. The Delta Belt operated via voice recognition, requiring verbal commands even to initiate its devastating techniques. Exceed charge. The targeting system locked onto the critically injured Orphanok, which had no means of evasion and was forced to endure Mikasa's powerful rider kick, disintegrating into ash. With the Orphanok vanquished, Mikasa remained vigilant, aware of the potential threat posed by Fleece. Yet, why did the voice of this assailant sound so familiar? Who are you? Why did you attack me? Haidang rose from the ground, enraged. You bastard. You killed him right before my eyes. As a fellow Orphanok, Haidang felt a pang of sorrow for his fallen kin, grappling with his identity. Should he align with humanity or embrace his nature as an Orphanok? You are Haidang? Why would you assist the attacking Orphanok? Mikasa questioned. But aren't we Orphanoks meant to attack humans? Orphanoks and humans are enemies. Haidang drew the Fies blade from Pegasus, still stinging from Mikasa's earlier strike. Haidang, regain your senses. We are humans. Have you forsaken your humanity along with everything else? What remains of you? Haidang's strikes became erratic under the weight of Mikasa's words. Enough talk. If you can, defeat me first. Mikasa seized the opportunity, charging his weapon. Charge. With the Delta pistol reloaded, Mikasa unleashed a barrage of 12 shots at Haidang, sending him crashing to the ground, gravely injured, his belt flying from him. The fallen belt landed at Qian's feet, who picked it up just as Mikasa reverted to his untransformed state. It's you? Though they were acquainted through a past incident, Mikasa inquired, how have you been? Are you taking care of yourself? As a man, you must shoulder your responsibilities and stop allowing your sister to suffer. Shut up. For reasons unknown, Qian found Mikasa's concern irksome. Perhaps it stemmed from their initial misunderstanding or simply a clash of personalities. Qian harbored feelings for Sonotomari, who seemed to favor Mikasa's gentleness instead. I am your senior. As Fies, I protected humanity before you. Since Mikasa was of the same kind, he felt no need to conceal his past. Protecting humanity as Fies? Indeed, but SmartBrain took the belt back. They claimed it belonged to them, and that they would use its power to safeguard humanity. Qian cast a disdainful glance at Haidang, incredulous that he would choose to protect such an Orphanok. So that's how it is. Mikasa recalled the night when he and Foise had been evenly matched, both sustaining severe injuries. Then take this belt. I hope you will join me in protecting humanity. No matter what, Foise must not fall into the hands of Smart Brain. Protecting humanity is enough for me alone. Qianxiao, with a haughty demeanor, took away Foise, unable to face the likes of Yuji Mikaba with composure. Mikaba lifted the unconscious Haitangshi from the ground, assisted him into his car, and drove him away. Meanwhile, Rages returned to relax with Nagata Yuka and Kimura Saya. At Rages' insistence, Yuka and Saya donned their newly purchased outfits. Yuka adorned her head with a beret, wearing a dark red turtleneck on top and a cream-colored skirt below. Kimura Saya paired a white sweatshirt with a matching white skirt. Yuka, be confident. You are beautiful. Hold your head high. Yes. Yuka responded, obediently following Rages' command as if she had undergone military training. Let us head to the amusement park. The group, now completely at ease with one another, shed their earlier reservations. On the roller coaster, Yuka and Saya clung tightly to Rages' shoulders, as if he were their lifeline, though the ride was far from thrilling for him. After disembarking, the pale-faced Yuka and Saya required Rages' support to regain their footing. Ah, the roller coaster was such fun. We must do this again. Inside Lucky Clover, bartender Kageyama Siko was leisurely mixing drinks. At the bar sat a burly black man cradling a pet dog and a bespectacled gentleman, who appeared quite gentlemanly, holding a collection of poetry. Shortly thereafter, Murakami Kai entered, having dealt with some unruly subordinates. Greetings, everyone at Lucky Clover. I am Murakami Kai, now the president of Smart Brain. What brings you here? We are not your subordinates. Besides, shall we recount the unethical deeds you committed to attain this position? Despite their mockery, Murakami remained unfazed. Is Mr. Kataki not present? He just left, came the reply. Suddenly, a glass transformed into sand within Murakami's grasp. Such power Mr. Kataki possesses, to turn everything he touches into grains of sand. He mused. Even Murakami did not consider himself superior to Kataki. Just state your purpose for being here, said Takuya, flipping through his poetry book with indifference. The interests of Smart Brain and Lucky Clover align. You are all among the elite of Orpheon, and I would like to enlist your help in reclaiming the belts and eliminating this individual, he stated, presenting a photo of Rages. They were all aware of the belts, designed to protect the king. However, the traitorous Hanagata had sent the belts to the children he once adopted. We must retrieve them to restore their value. As Orpheon members, aside from Murakami and Hanagata, they only understood the king's existence but not his significance or the flaws of Orpheon. As for this person, I am unsure if he is Orpheon or some other creature, but I sense he will bring us trouble. Kageyama glanced at the photo of Rages. Wasn't the Delta Belt entrusted to him? Is he not one of us? Miss Kageyama, you are aware of him? He has indeed joined Smart Brain, yet he does not share our objectives. He protects those Orpheon who refuse to expand their ranks, and even uses the Delta Belt to eliminate Orpheon. I cannot allow him to continue living. Only your strength can assist me in resolving this predicament. Murakami turned to the man playing with the pet dog, Mr. J. Why not retrieve the belts? Mr. J possesses 3 lives. Even as Orpheon, he is quite extraordinary. Then I shall deal with this boy, Takuya declared, closing his poetry collection. Typically, Kageyama needed to remain at the club, while the erratic Kataki left much of the work to him and Jay. I look forward to your favorable news then. I must take my leave. I am to meet with my classmates from Meteor School. Rages has not paid attention to Qianxiao and the others for several days. During this time, he has been immersing himself in modern biotechnology, which, to be frank, is rather challenging to grasp. Despite his remarkable memory, certain concepts remain quite abstract. It seems we are nearing the time when the beach dweller, SGA Yato, will make his appearance. Very well, but I wish to accompany you, as I am quite curious about your classmates from the Meteor Academy. The Meteor Academy is, in fact, an orphanage. Hanagata initially took in these children with the aim of identifying the king of Ophine. Regrettably, the king is not among them. Are you planning to go as well? Indeed. I am intrigued by your other belt. The individuals at the Meteor Academy possess a Kaiksa belt, but unfortunately, those gathered there are unqualified to wield it. If one were to forcibly use it, they would face petrification once the transformation concludes. Several individuals from the Meteor Academy have already lost their lives after transforming into Kaiksa to combat Ophine. It can be said that these transformers are mere disposable commodities. Except for SGA Yato, who can utilize it multiple times. However, he is not Ophine and ultimately met his demise while using the Kaiksa belt. Rest assured, I hold no interest in those individuals. Kimura Saya nodded. Through their interactions during this period, she has sensed that Rages is not a malevolent person, merely possessing a peculiar sense of humor at times. The people of the Meteor Academy are currently hiding in their caravans to evade the assaults of Ophine. Rages and Kimura Saya arrived slightly later than Sonotamaki, perhaps due to the prolonged assaults by Ophine. The members of Meteor Academy harbored a strong aversion towards the 2 outsiders, Kaido and Rages. They truly are a group devoid of wisdom. Should you face another attack from Ophine, it is Kaido, capable of transforming into Foise, who could safeguard you. When the inevitable assault occurs, do not lament and plead for Kaido's assistance. A casual remark from Rages ignited a furious reaction among the members of the Meteor Society. Hey, I see you must be Ophine. How dare you curse us so? One man charged forward, perhaps underestimating Regis due to his youth, intending to seize him by the collar. Regis would not show him any leniency. Seizing the outstretched hand, he forcefully threw him down. The man, now sprawled on the ground, clutched his wrist in agony. Qianxiao, witnessing this scene, felt a sense of relief. He too was displeased by the unwarranted exclusion he had faced. Were it not for the pursuit of truth, he would have paid no heed to such individuals. Shindao, are you all right? I am fine. He is certainly not human. At such an age, who possesses such immense strength? Just then, Jay, who had previously crossed paths with Qianxiao, reappeared. The last time, he had lost a life when attempting to reclaim his belt, snatched away by Kaixa. However, that was of little consequence, for even Kix's shapeshifter had met his demise. Look, the troublemakers have arrived. Reiji sat atop the vehicle, gazing at Jay as he transformed into the crocodile Ophion. It was he. Was he not vanquished? Despite the doubts that plagued his mind, Qianxiao resolutely morphed and charged forth. The crocodile Ophion bore two armaments resembling crocodile heads, and coupled with his own, perhaps this was the reason for his 3 lives. Qianxiao trembled in confrontation with the crocodile Ophion, yet he distinctly sensed that the creature's strength and speed had significantly amplified since their last encounter. Each time the crocodile Ophion perished, he returned stronger than before. His formidable claws scraped against Flea's chest armor, igniting a shower of sparks. It seemed that Fleas alone could not contend with him. Are you not going to assist? We can safeguard ourselves. Shindao, unable to withstand Reiji's pressure, promptly opened Kix's box and secured the belt around his waist. Shindao, don't. You will perish. Step aside. Disregarding the protests, Shindao pressed the button marked 913. Henshin. In that moment of transformation, Shindao felt a profound discomfort within his body. He was acutely aware that his time was limited. He must vanquish the monster immediately. The two of them, now united against one, swiftly gained the upper hand. Recognizing the dire situation, the crocodile Ophion resolved to flee, pretending to fight desperately. He seized the moment when the two were on guard and crashed through the obstructing wall, making his escape. Regis attentively observed the situation over there. How could he possibly allow the subject to escape? This was a rare specimen indeed. Reyes's primary objective for approaching was him. Thus, Reyes directly pursued in his vehicle. However, as he drove, his car unexpectedly took to the skies. Subsequently, a car descended from above, colliding with a fleeing African-American man on the ground. Jay had never witnessed such a spectacle. He could only continue transforming into Ophinor, bracing himself for the impending airborne vehicle. Upon witnessing the situation, Regis merely pressed the accelerator, propelling his vehicle to its maximum speed as he charged forward. Even death held no consequence. He could always resurrect once more. With a resounding crash, the crocodile Ophinor was forcefully driven underground, leaving only its head exposed. A dent manifested on the front of the vehicle, while Ophinor reverted to its human form, albeit unconscious. Have you heard? Jay has gone missing, murmured Murakami Kyo, swirling his drink with a somber expression. The prowess of Jay was unparalleled, far beyond that of ordinary Ophinors. Furthermore, his ability to resurrect rendered his disappearance anything but simple. Seiko Inagami extended a non-alcoholic beverage to a young man who appeared lost in thought. Perhaps he simply seeks solitude and is hiding away from you. No, I found Chuck, but Jay was not with him. Chuck is Jay's pet, always by his side. The fact that Chuck appeared alone indicates that something has indeed befallen Jay. Is Jay dead? The young man, who had been daydreaming, was the last member of the Lucky Clover and the most formidable among them. Who could possibly have slain him? Rather than mourning the loss of a comrade, he felt an exhilarating thrill. His ability to disintegrate and manipulate everything rendered his life exceedingly mundane. Thus, he wandered aimlessly each day, in search of something to ignite his interest. Perhaps it was this individual. Murakami Kyo doubted that the group wielding belts could have taken Jay's 3 lives in such a short span of time. The photograph of Rage is transformed into mere grains of sand in Beiki's hands. The situation has taken an intriguing turn, as Beiki wore a maniacal grin. Both Ayaka Inuyama and Kyo Murakami mirrored his amusement, while Tsumuji Itaru appeared visibly uneasy, as if surrounded not by companions, but by ferocious beasts. Tsumuji, what is it that you hold in your hands? Is it amusing? Tsumuji instinctively closed the book he was holding, unable to meet Beiki's gaze. Hey, Tsumuji. Why won't you answer me? Beiki pressed his hand against Tsumuji's face, grains of sand cascading down. Mr. Beiki, please refrain from this. Tsumuji pushed Beiki's hand away. He harbored an overwhelming fear of Beiki. His abilities were simply too formidable. How cowardly, Tsumuji. How can you possibly qualify as a member of the Lucky Clover? Kyo Murakami rapped the bar to capture everyone's attention. Speaking of which, the club requires 4 members to be deemed complete. Do any of you have recommendations? I happen to have one in mind. Within the confines of the research facility, the missing Jay was confined to the operating table. As the most powerful Ophion captured to date, his utilization demanded utmost caution. At that moment, within the research institute, another Ophion was under examination. All captured by Rages during his leisure hours, commencing the 129th experiment of separating Ophion from humanity. A cadre of individuals clad in white lab coats observed the unconscious figure on the operating table and activated the machine. The specialized separation beam struck the unconscious form like a bolt of lightning, causing a flickering alternation between human and Ophion forms upon his body. Regis sat outside, observing the condition of the experimental subject on the monitoring devices. Indeed, the abilities of Ophion were being stripped away. Yet it was evident that the subject would not survive the experiment. Ophion had irrevocably fused with its human form, resulting in a mutation at the genetic level. To separate Ophion from its form was tantamount to assaulting its genetic chain. However, Regis had never contemplated the complete annihilation of Ophion. He decided to suspend this experiment and requested to be taken to observe the project aimed at facilitating Ophion's evolution. Within another laboratory, a vial of golden liquid was being injected into the experimental subject. This liquid was derived from Ophion and had been enhanced by Regis through the application of alchemical magic. Should the experiment prove successful, Regis would likely acquire the coveted results he sought. The self-destruction of Ophion was primarily due to the inability of the human body to keep pace with the rate of evolution. With a catalyst for the evolution of the human physique, the assurance of complete transformation would be attainable. Once the golden liquid was injected, the subject uncontrollably transformed into the Ophion form, erupting into frantic screams. They were instructed to withdraw. The powers of Ophion had been amplified, causing the shackles that bound it to contort and warp. Upon entering, Riaz immediately seized a hefty iron hammer and struck down with tremendous force. "What's the matter? Have your wings hardened?" Such a loud outcry is surely a plea for mercy. Ofino was left dazed by the blow from Riaz's hammer, stars dancing in his vision. "It appears you have lost track of how you arrived here." After several more strikes, Riaz reduced Ofino back to his human form, resembling someone who had just feasted on a few dragon fruits. He should be equipped with a more suitable set of shackles, and a straitjacket should also be fitted upon him. Ensure that he does not escape. Reyes could sense that Ophion was beginning its evolution. Now, he needed to initiate the evolution of Delta. Although there were merits to Ophion's power, Reyes had no intention of becoming like it. The Delta armor was his means to harness the power of the Ophion driver. It appeared that Murakami had dismissed him, and it seemed he would have to gather the development materials for the belt on his own. Additionally, there were several semi-finished belts under Smart Brain. With those, perhaps he could accelerate the pace of his research. Upon entering Smart Brain, Reyes swiped his identity card in front of the elevator, only to find, as expected, that his card was no longer valid. Reyes gently tapped the camera beside him and exclaimed, "Hey, Murakami, don't be so stingy. Was it not merely a careless misplacement of the Delta belt?" Murakami, who was observing the surveillance footage in the office, could only think to himself, "I can't believe a word you say. That Kiba Yuji is in your employ. Do not attempt to convince me that he stealthily took the belt while you conveniently neglected to inspect it, thus allowing him to eliminate so many Ophiners outside. What a scoundrel." Seeing that the elevator doors remained closed, Regis drew his wand and tapped it lightly against the doors. Alohamra. The doors swung open. Yet the elevator had not arrived at Regis's floor. Reyes was indifferent, for his destination lay beneath Smart Brain. There, concealed, were the ruins of Meteor Academy, unfinished belts, and that old man with the flower motif. Perhaps there were also a few unfortunate souls who had been subjected to the experiments on the belts. Reyes leaped directly from the elevator shaft, allowing his body to plummet freely. He only slowed down upon reaching the bottom. "Is anyone there?" The voice of Regis reverberated within the Meteor Academy. "Help, help." A figure clad in mining attire lay prostrate on the ground, a belt encircling his waist. He extended his hand towards Regis in a plea for salvation. Alas, there was no hope for him now. The belt around his waist was a defective creation. "Alas, it is not that I wish to abandon you. Resign yourself to your fate. However, I shall endeavor to avenge you." Upon the conclusion of Regis' words, the miner transformed into sand. Regis picked up the belt he wore and surveyed the layout of the Meteor School's laboratory. Was the belt there? It was a rudimentary lab, originally intended for students to conduct minor experiments, now repurposed for the creation of belts. However, the performance of these belts paled in comparison to that of Delta, Kaixa, and Fois, as they were merely mass-produced items. "Do not touch those. They are incomplete and hazardous." An elderly man, wearing a hat and holding a flashlight, appeared behind Regis. "You are Huashing?" The strongest being, second only to the king of Ophion. Even against Baki, he could effortlessly prevail. Unfortunately, he was too advanced in age. With little time remaining, even without transforming into Ophion, he would not survive for more than a few months. "It is I. Thank you for taking care of that child." "Saya, there is no need for excessive gratitude. Let us be practical. Just provide me with all the production data for the belts." Huashing did not acquiesce. "I wish to understand your position. You cannot be Ophion." "Of course, I am not Ophion. I am merely a human, slightly stronger than the average person. I shall remain silent regarding certain games. Regardless, my purpose aligns with yours. I do not wish for the king of Ophion to roam freely in this world." The king of Ophion, prior to awakening, required Ophion as sustenance. Yet, Regis speculated that even after awakening, he would still consume Ophion. Otherwise, Huashing would not harbor intentions of eliminating the king. It was precisely this realization that led to the shift in the belts from protecting the king to eradicating him. Why else would he seek to destroy the king? He himself was an Ophion, the highest grade of Ophion. Feeding the king with a common Ophion to facilitate his awakening would suffice. The king's power was not easily controlled. A single misstep could lead to the annihilation of this world. The king must be eliminated. Huasheng had no intention of engaging rages. His time was limited. For him, the only adversary was the king of Ophion. At that moment, two individuals descended in the elevator, a man and a woman. It was indeed Kageyama Siko and Takuma Ichiro. Kageyama Siko remarked, "I did not expect such a place beneath Smartbrain." Takuma Ichiro replied, "That man is hiding much from us. Without further ado, let us deal with him first." Reyes tucked away the 6 semi-finished belts. 2 men descended. "You handle the situation, and I shall take my leave." Reggie exhibits no intention of respecting the elderly or cherishing the young. By the way, should you find yourself on the brink of death without a suitable successor, do not hesitate to seek me out. I hold a keen interest in the position of president at Smartbrain. Hanagata has achieved complete control over Smartbrain. Even if Murakami Koji were to ascend to the presidency, one word from Hanagata would compel him to pack his belongings and leave. In the original narrative, Brother Ma was chosen by Hanagata to assume the presidency. Entrusting Smartbrain to him might indeed be a prudent choice. I have little time left to live, so why fret so? However, before I depart, I wish to see my children one last time. Hanagata harbors a sense of guilt regarding those children, as many lives have already been lost due to the belt incident. Regis appeared at the Research Institute, joyfully brandishing his belt. "Nanyuhiko, please summon another group of researchers." Nanyuhiko felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Master, the higher-ups have expressed some dissatisfaction with us. Our recent expenditure has been rather excessive, and furthermore." Regis waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You need not concern yourself with these matters. Simply proceed with the application." Dealing with ordinary individuals was a trivial task for Regis. This time, he intended to exert his influence directly over the Prime Minister of Japan, compelling him to summon the nation's finest scientists to assist. "How is the research on the evolution of Ophion progressing?" Nanyahan inquired, lowering his head as he retrieved a document. "Master, we have successfully managed to slow the deterioration of the Ophion gene sequence." Reyes arrived at the laboratory where Jay was confined. At this moment, his hands had transformed into the form of Orpheus. However, the crocodile gauntlets on his arms had been removed. Regis picked up the armor, noting its commendable quality. Suitable for the creation of a shield. After all, it could withstand the kicks of a Fui's knight. Yet, he must locate King Ofino. Studying him would undoubtedly yield far superior insights than those derived from these ordinary specimens of Ofino. Within the confines of the Smart Brain President's office, Sayaka Kageyama and Ito Takuma returned in a state of disarray. "You did not inform us that the former president, Hanagata, was below," they exclaimed. "I apologize. I was not aware of that either," Murakami Koji replied nonchalantly. He believed he had fully mastered Smart Brain, rendering him unafraid of Hanagata's potential return to reclaim power. "Hanagata instructed us to convey a message to you. It is time for you to awaken from your dream." Murakami's expression darkened at this proclamation. "I am the president." Once Sayaka Kageyama and Ito Takuma departed, Murakami Koji began making calls. "Now, I must exert all efforts to reclaim the belt." Indeed, the source of the magical stone's power stemmed from the life force and souls of other beings. Regis seized a life from an Ophion using the Philosopher's Stone. Both the life and soul of the Ophion were extracted by the magical artifact in Regis's possession. The principle of alchemy is equivalent exchange, and Nicholas Flamel, utilizing the Philosopher's Stone, has prolonged his existence for several centuries. It is not surprising that the ingredients for the elixir of life are drawn from the lives of others. Furthermore, in a world infused with magic, it is entirely plausible that during the medieval European plague, many perished due to the machinations of sorcerers. This is not merely a malicious conjecture from Regis. Otherwise, why has Nicholas Flamel been the sole alchemist to successfully create a Philosopher's Stone for so many years? With a clearer understanding of another use for the Philosopher's Stone, Regis found himself increasingly eager for the emergence of the King of Ophion. Perhaps, at that time, he could harness the power of the King of Ophion along with the Philosopher's Stone to transform Delta. Regis plans to transform the King of Ophion into a biological armor, ideally merging it with the Delta Belt. Furthermore, he intends to use a magical stone as the energy source. Both the King of Ophion and the magical stone possess the ability to absorb life. When the Delta is employed in battle, it will also afflict enemies with a debilitating life-draining debuff. Regis has departed from the Research Institute, intending to return to confront Yuji Mukaba and reclaim the Delta Belt. However, he encountered an obstruction on his path. The individual, with his exposed shoulders, unmistakably revealed himself to be Kitaki. Acknowledging his identity, Regis had no intention of halting. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the modified vehicle roared toward Kitaki. It is worth noting that I have yet to experience the impact of a vehicle. A smile graced Kitaki's face as he transformed into his Ophion demon form. The Ophion prototype is dragon-like, possessing 2 distinct forms. In his demon form, he is clad in heavy armor, with a dragon-headed gauntlet on his arm that boasts remarkable offensive and defensive capabilities. allowing him to simultaneously withstand the finishing moves of Fuiz and Kaiksa and even mount a counterattack. In his dragon form, he can shed his armor, akin to the technique of the shadow clone in Naruto, enabling him to escape effortlessly. Moreover, in dragon form, he can execute high-speed maneuvers, far surpassing even Fuiz's acceleration mode. In his demon form, Kataki effortlessly absorbed the impact of the vehicle, leaving a substantial crater in the ground at the point of collision. Reggie exited the vehicle and patted its hood, observing the regrowth of the sand-eroded sections. How fascinating. How did you manage this? Could you teach me? Bei-Chi, resembling an inquisitive child, spoke with an air of wonder. Teach you? Certainly, but first, you must pay the tuition. Suddenly, the ground beneath Bei-Chi caved in, and countless hands emerged, attempting to pull him into the depths. Indeed, employing such trivial tricks against you is rather juvenile. Fiendfire. Regis cast forth the formidable flames generated from his hands. The flames rapidly expanded in midair, transforming into a pack of wolves. The wolf pack surged through the air and descended into the pit, tearing at Bei-Chi. Previously, Bei-Chi had relied on his formidable defenses, dismissing those colossal hands. However, the moment these fiery wolves began their assault, an immense agony coursed through his body. His strength was waning, and flames began to engulf him. Those flames clung to him like a relentless parasite, impossible to extinguish. Bei-Chi shed his outer armor and swiftly extricated himself from the pit. The flames that engulfed him were extinguished by this maneuver, akin to a golden cicada shedding its shell, transitioning into his dragon form. Bei-Chi activated his acceleration state and delivered a powerful punch aimed at Regis's abdomen. In his hyperspeed state, Bei-Chi covered 100 meters in merely 0.005 seconds. Thud. Bei-Chi's punch failed to connect with Regis, who had already summoned a defensive spell around himself. Your speed and strength are indeed astonishing. The armor of Regis was shattered by a single punch from Bei-Chi. As Regis ascended into the air, Bei-Chi conjured spheres of electric energy in his hands, relentlessly hurling them towards Regis. The power of these energy spheres could reach an astonishing 10,000 volts. Naturally, he would not typically unleash such a high-powered assault. Fiendfire Protector. Regis summoned the fierce fire, transforming it into a colossal protective shield. The serpent beast, Nobur, a massive serpent creature, emerged from the ground. Its orange-yellow slit eyes fixated intently on Bei-Chi. Nobur unfurled its gigantic wings and soared into the sky, unleashing a tremendous fireball from its mouth. What is this? Instinctively, Bei-Chi gazed into the serpent's eyes, only to realize that his legs were beginning to petrify. My legs. A mere mortal would have succumbed to death upon meeting the serpent's gaze. Yet Bei-Chi, being an exceptional figure among the Ophanor, merely experienced a slow petrification. However, the serpent possessed not only its piercing gaze but also a formidable physique. It maintained its eye contact with Bei-Chi, then lashed out with its enormous tail. Unable to evade, Bei-Chi could only raise his arms in defense. He was swiftly sent flying by the serpent's tail, while Nobur, hovering above, caught the legless Bei-Chi and ascended into the sky. Nobur, use that move. Nobur nodded, its body beginning to spin. After reaching a certain velocity, it released Bei-Chi into the heights, simultaneously gathering a terrifying breath of dragon fire, aiming at the plummeting Bei-Chi for an explosive release. Boom. Reyes has synchronized a soundtrack to the aerial explosions of fireworks. The timing is impeccable. A delightful addition to tonight's feast. Reyes gently patted Norbert's head. From several hundred meters above, the fiery descent of Bei-Chi had culminated in a death that could not be more final. Reyes kicked at the debris on the ground, collecting it and placing it into a box. He intended to send this to Murakami Kyoji, though he was uncertain if Murakami would recognize it. Perhaps he should include a photograph. He hoped the president of Murakami would appreciate this gift. It is rather unfortunate that Bei-Chi met his demise in such a manner. Yet he feared that those individuals would be unable to contain Bei-Chi. With that passive ability of his, it would be all too easy for him to escape. Thus, it was better for him to be gone. The lucky four-leaf clover was now only half intact, if Smart Brain did not manage to release the King of Ophion soon. Reyes would indeed find himself quite bored. On another note, he could always amuse himself by toying with Sakagaya Hito. Sakagaya Hito, prepare yourself for the blissful life that awaits. When it comes to provoking Sakagaya Hito, it is quite a simple task. Reyes gazed upon the photograph in his hand with immense satisfaction. It captured a moment of intimacy between him and Mari Sonoda, sharing a tender kiss. Reyes does not possess PS skills. These images were crafted through the art of transformation. Let us send these photographs to Kazuto Suga. One night, upon receiving a package from an unknown sender, Kazuto Suga tore the photographs into shreds and descended into madness. I must kill you. Kill you. Boss, please summon someone to assist me with my hair. Reggie arrived at the barber shop where Mari Sonoda was interning. Very well. Please wait a moment, dear customer. No need, boss. Just her. Regis pointed at the intern, Mari Sonoda, who was sweeping the floor by the side. She is merely a trainee and has yet to complete her training, he remarked. The owner felt somewhat embarrassed, concerned that any dissatisfaction from the guest might adversely affect his establishment. It's perfectly fine. We are acquainted, he reassured. ISNT that right, Mari Sonoda? Regis sits in a chair, his hair having grown somewhat long. Mariri Sonoda feels a surge of eagerness. She came here to acquire skills. Yet each day has merely entailed menial tasks, devoid of practical experience. Now that someone is willing to allow her the opportunity, she is naturally delighted. Very well, esteemed guest. Should you find yourself dissatisfied, we shall offer a discount. With the proprietor's consent, Mariri washes her hands and then picks up the scissors. Regis, please express your preferences. I am committed to ensuring your satisfaction. No, the manner in which it should be cut is for you to determine. Me? Mariri points to herself. A slow sense of confusion settling in her mind. As a competent hairstylist, you must learn to make appropriate choices based on the client's characteristics. Do you aspire to be the kind of stylist devoid of individuality, merely adhering to the client's demands? In my view, such a person is a mere amateur. You must wield your talent to captivate the hearts of your clients. Ideally, you should inspire them to voice dissatisfaction while secretly cherishing the results. So, proceed according to your vision. Mariri appears to be moved by Regis's words. She crouches before him, studying his appearance. As she observes, she imagines herself as the world's foremost hairstylist in the future, a smile unconsciously gracing her face. Coincidentally, Masato Kasaka, who had sought her out, appears outside the salon. He gazes through the glass door at Mariri, who is smiling foolishly at Regis. In a fit of anger, he removes his helmet and strikes his fist against the motorcycle with force. What a coincidence. I need not fabricate an opportunity. Reyes gently tapped Marissa Sonoda's forehead and said, Enough with the daydreaming. Let us commence without delay. The strike from Rages not only awakened Mariri Sonoda but also shattered the psyche of the external, twisted Vinegar King. Were it not for a lingering fragment of rationality, he would have stormed in to deliver a beating to Rages and interrogate Mariri Sonoda on why she rejected his confession, only to engage in flirtatious banter with another man. Mariri, you harbor feelings for Makaba, do you not? Ah, Mr. Makaba? He is indeed quite gentle. However, it seems he has no interest in me. Makaba Yuji, having been betrayed by his girlfriend, has little inclination for romance. Do not be disheartened, Mariri. Makaba has experienced emotional turmoil, thus he desperately requires a sweet romance to mend his heart. If you persevere, he will undoubtedly acquiesce to your feelings. Kasaka Masato. The one you cherish most will marry an Ofano. Does this not cause you anguish? Well then, the task is accomplished. What do you think? Mariri Sonoda tidied her excess hair. It appears quite satisfactory. I shall take my leave now. When I have the time, I will treat you all to a meal. Makaba will join us then too. After following me for so long, it is time for an appearance, I suppose. Reyes seated himself upon a park bench, carelessly tossing an empty bottle which inadvertently struck the head of Sayaka Yado. Embarrassment washed over Sayaka as he withdrew his hand. Yet a deeper sense of anger simmered within him. How could he possibly fail to catch even an empty bottle? Who are you? I do not believe we have met before, he retorted, though the sentiment should have been directed at Reyes. In a fit of frustration, Sayaka hurled several photographs, hastily affixed with tape, before Reyes. What exactly are these photographs about? Reyes stands with his hands in his pockets, attempting to project an image of a delinquent youth. Oh. What you mention, can't you discern the obvious in the photograph? Yet, I must inquire, how did you come by these images? Were they captured surreptitiously? Alas, this is quite unfortunate. I had no inkling that I was being photographed without my knowledge. Regis scratched his head, feigning a look of regret. So, that photo was secretly taken at that time? As he uttered these words, Regis covered his face, as if it were an exceedingly intimate matter. This, of course, was misinterpreted by Kusei Yado. What have you done to her? Kusei Yado's expression contorted, veins protruding from his neck, his face flushed with anger. Hey, what does this have to do with you? Do I need to report what transpired between her and me to someone as irrelevant as you? Could it be that you have feelings for her? Regis let out a hearty laugh. Did I hit the nail on the head? No matter, I am merely toying with her anyway. Had it not been for the financial support she provides, I would have kicked her to the curb long ago. Since you have affection for her, it's quite simple, offer me 100,000, and I shall end my association with her. What say you? Regis is somewhat disgusted with himself. If all of this is indeed true, he wishes to take his own life, let alone deal with the perverse Kogasa Masato. How could you treat the truth in such a manner? I shall never forgive you. Kogasa Masato stormed forward in fury, throwing a punch aimed at Regis's face. Hey. With such a feeble and powerless blow, are you here to give me a massage? Reyes seized the fist of Sasaki Yado, pulling forcefully, causing Yado's body to uncontrollably lurch forward. What awaited him was the fist of Reyes, which had long been poised in preparation. Reyes delivered a powerful blow directly to SGA Yado's abdomen. Clutching his stomach in agony, SGA Yado collapsed to the ground. Hey, do you really overestimate your own abilities? Reyes taunted. Considering your infatuation with that woman, I suppose I shall abandon her once she becomes pregnant. At that time, you will be responsible for taking care of her and the child in her womb. To mock SGA Yado was merely a pastime for Reyes in this world. As for SGA Yado revealing these matters, it is not merely a question of whether anyone would believe him the moment he speaks of it. Any hope of a future with Waitani Mari would vanish. Unless, of course, he were to engage in the same barbaric acts as his parallel self. Ding ding ding. The phone rang. It was Nanya Han. Reyes answered the call. Master, the individual you instructed me to monitor, Suzuki Teruo, has now taken residence in the orphanage established by Smart Brain. Understood. Rejez hung up the phone. The world was nearing its conclusion. The King of Ophine? You no longer have the opportunity to mature. You are Ophine, are you not? In a dimly lit alley at night, a small boy clad in pajamas appeared behind a man. Before the man could utter a word, the boy's shadow began to expand, transforming into a locust Ophine. This was indeed the King of Ophine. It extended several antennae from its head, petrifying the man before devouring him. Oh, the King of Ophine truly resides within you. Reyes appeared behind the young boy, while at that moment, the King of Ophinos had once again concealed himself within the boy's body. Suzuki Teruo gazed at Reyes with confusion, tinged with fear. He was oblivious to the meaning of Reyes's words and puzzled as to why he found himself in this situation. Do you think that hiding within the body of a mere child will spare you from my wrath? Help! Suzuki Teruo began to scream desperately. Yet no one around would come to his aid. Fear not, it shall not be too painful. Reyes resembled a benevolent older brother, placing his hand gently upon Suzuki Teruo's head. In the next moment, the two found themselves within a box constructed entirely of steel. This box comprised 3 layers, each formed from 5-meter-thick steel plates. Inside this enclosure, a solution brimming with the capacity to suppress the abilities of Ophinor filled the space. Reyes is shielded by a protective bubble, completely avoiding contact with these solutions. Meanwhile, Suzuki Teruo thrashes about in the water like a child choking on water. Reveal your true form, O King of Ophine. If you do not emerge soon, your demise is imminent. At the moment Suzuki Teruo succumbs to asphyxiation, the King of Ophine appears and takes control of his body. How formidable could one become after consuming just a single Ophine? Reyes has harnessed the flow of water to form chains that ensnare the King of Ophine. In this environment, the weakened king is rendered nearly powerless. The solution not only suppresses Ophine's abilities but is also infused with a plethora of anesthetics and neurotoxins. The longer he remains submerged, the slimmer his chances of escape become. Do you wish to flee? Alas, I shall not permit your escape. Within the liquid, the formless fluid, under Reyes's command, transforms into various octopuses and sharks. They commence their assault on the King of Ophine. Tentacles extend from the king, piercing through the creatures formed from the solution. However, in the next moment, they revert to their original state. They are, after all, merely liquid and can regenerate regardless of the circumstances. The phantom needle array of the shadowless divine blade has been reimagined. Reyes employs a modified version of the shadowless blade, transforming the originally intangible dagger into a multitude of invisible steel needles. Reyes requires greater efficiency in inflicting wounds upon the King of Ophine, in comparison to a knife. A steel needle proves far superior in penetrating defenses. An ethereal array of phantom needles surrounds the King of Ophine, incessantly producing a dull thudding sound. This shell is truly formidable. In that case, Nanyahiro, activate the machinery. Reyes emerged from the box in a phantasmal manifestation, subsequently instructing Nanya Yin to activate the device designed to sever the power of Ophine. Unique rays emanated from every corner of the box, causing the previously vigorous movements of the Ophine king, who had been relentlessly hammering the box, to gradually decelerate. Even the tentacles unfurling from its body involuntarily retracted. Increase the power. Play dead? Activate the heating mechanism and cook it for me. Reyes cannot fathom that the King of Ophine would be vanquished so swiftly. He intends to weaken the King of Ophine to the point of utter helplessness. As the heating apparatus activated, Reyes extracted a magical stone and affixed it to the iron box. The soul extraction ritual is now underway, a dual assault on both body and spirit. You shall obediently transform into a mere plant driven by instinct. The immense magical force sent the nearby staff flying. The fusion of the power of the legend of the magic stone in the steel box, which is gradually heating up, has begun to struggle incessantly. Will it fight desperately? Alas, it is already too late. Reyes raised his wand and thrust it forcefully into the steel chest. Intricate and resplendent magical patterns began to emerge upon its surface. Simultaneously, he began to chant an incantation. Let all return to silence. Unyielding souls. The turmoil within the chest began to subside. Yet, in the next moment, the magical stone began to shimmer with an ethereal glow. Reyes gazed through the magical stone, witnessing the soul of the King of Ophine within. The soul of the King of Ophine departed from its corporeal form. Yet, it is not over. Bring forth all that I have requested. A peculiar contraption was wheeled forward, and Reyes placed the magical stone within it. It would be wise for you to transform into pure soul energy. The Regis does not require any form of self-awareness. A rhythmic current flows through the machine, continually infusing the magical stone. Concurrently, the magical stone begins to activate, as it inherently possesses the ability to absorb and assimilate all external energies. However, the soul of King Ophinor proves to be more resilient than that of an ordinary human, or even many sorcerers, thus rendering it temporarily incapable of full assimilation. The process of breaking down the soul of King Ophinor persisted for a duration of half an hour. Reyes placed his hand upon the steel coffin, shifting it to another location. I now require a rejuvenating slumber. The magical stone is not easily manipulated, particularly when one forcibly extracts souls, employing some forbidden soul magic in the process. Had he been in his original world, he would not have dared to wield it so recklessly. The commotion he had just caused would be exceedingly difficult to conceal. Reyes has returned to the villa, only to find Yukika Nagato alone. Yukika, please prepare dinner for me, with plenty of meat. I shall take a short nap first. Reyes did not return to his room. Instead, he reclined upon the sofa. Reyes? Yuka Nagata softly called out, and upon receiving no response, she gently draped a blanket over him. When Yuka emerged from the kitchen with a prepared meal, Reyes remained in slumber. Was he fatigued? Perhaps so. He was still quite young, burdened with the responsibility of inheriting his family's business, which must be quite challenging, given that Reyes had spent a considerable amount of time at the research institute. Yuka naturally assumed he was preoccupied with family affairs. After all, as the housekeeper, she was well aware of the monthly expenses. Yuka lifted Reyes's head and rested it upon her lap, beginning to massage him to ensure his comfort. Such movement could not fail to elicit a response from Reyes. He opened his eyes to observe Yuka's actions before promptly closing them once more. Reyes gently pinched Yuka Nagata's thigh, remarking that she would feel better in stockings. Yuka, feeling somewhat embarrassed, had thought Reyes was asleep. So, should they continue, or would it be better to change into a different pair of stockings? The following morning, Reyes released the pillow he had been holding, choosing not to disrupt her pretense of slumber. It was only after Reyes had departed that Yuka awoke. Bewildered as to why she had spent the night beside him at his request, she found it impossible to decline the wishes of someone so significant to her. Throughout the night, her sleep was restless. She had anticipated that Reyes might engage in something more, yet he merely treated her as a pillow. Returning to her room, Yuka deliberately sought out a pair of stockings that Reyes had previously purchased for her, which she had been too shy to wear. After adorning herself, she exited her room only to discover that Reyes had already left. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, Reyes placed the plant specimen on the experimental table, where it lay still, exhibiting no movement. Nevertheless, its body still exhibited some instinctive responses. Reyes placed the defenseless Ophion upon itself, and tendrils sprouted spontaneously from its head, penetrating the body of Ophion. Before long, the creature transformed into mere sand. Throughout this process, the energy levels of the botanical entity steadily increased, although it remained in its juvenile form. Reyes had already manipulated it in such a manner. Let the proceedings commence. At the command of Reyes, all the personnel on site sprang into action. At the very center lay 3 items: the King of Ofino, the Enchanted Stone, and the Delta Belt. Reyes is endeavoring to amalgamate these 3 elements. Although Reyes has yet to master the crafting of magical stones, he has conducted numerous experiments on their utilization. The Delta Belt has now been dismantled, revealing a newly added slot for embedding a magical stone. The next focus is the King of Offinor. The realm of magic is replete with spells that transmute living beings into magical artifacts, particularly within the domain of alchemy. Presently, the soul of the King of Offinor has been extracted, rendering it utterly defenseless. Several cutting machines have commenced the disassembly of the King of Offinor's corporeal form. Soon, the outer armor of the King of Offinor was severed, leaving only its core intact. How's the belt faring? Master, the data from the belt is exceedingly unstable. Had it not been for the data from the belt you previously provided, it would have already failed by now. Proceed. Increase the power to stabilize the belt. Reyes took out a magical cauldron and began to brew the materials. Finally, he cast the King of Offinus into the cauldron. The cauldron began to shake violently. Steady now. Reyes pressed a massive steel plate atop the cauldron, intensifying the flames. After a continuous day and night of simmering, the commotion from the cauldron finally subsided. Norton, sensing the moment, extended his paw. One paw shielded his eyes while the other reached out. Was it merely a matter of borrowing a little blood? Was there truly cause for such trepidation? Celia, I shall borrow a few of your hairs. Additionally, Reyes had previously plucked a few feathers from Fox. The next step was to gently reduce the mixture. As it simmered, Reyes seemed to catch a whiff of a delightful aroma. Thus, a fortnight passed, with Reyes sharing every meal and slumber with the cauldron. It was time for the pot to boil. Reyes lifted the steel plate, revealing what was once a large pot full of materials, now condensed into a bead the size of half a fist. Reyes extracted the orb, a crystalline energy fragment derived from the King of Ophion. It remains uncertain how much of the original power of the King of Ophion can be harnessed from it. With this, the transformation of the belt can commence. The current Delta Belt has reached a state of considerable instability. However, upon the proximity of the Ophion crystal, the Delta Belt began to regain its stability. The belt's power has always emanated from Ophion itself. Reyes has harnessed the dual forces of magic and technology, merging energy blocks with the belt. Now, the Delta Belt has truly become the most formidable of its kind. However, it remains incomplete, as its core, the King of Ophion, has yet to reach maturity. It still possesses the potential to evolve by absorbing the powers of other Ophions. Additionally, there is a recess in the center of the belt designated for a magical stone. The immense magical energy contained within this stone can further enhance the belt's strength. Reyes embedded the magical stone, and immediately the power of the stone began to permeate the belt, thoroughly assimilating even the innermost strength of the King of Ophion. It was time to test the power of the new belt. Henshin. The appearance of the new Delta armor had only subtle changes. The position of the eyes had transformed into a magnificent golden hue. The original white lines had also shifted to a resplendent gold. Furthermore, a skirt had been added at the waist. A skirt? This is a symbol of strength. The power of the King of Ophion had been inherited by the Delta armor. Super speed. The figure of Regis vanished instantaneously within the confines of the research facility. His ultra-high-speed state enables him to traverse 100 meters in a mere 0.001 seconds, sustaining this velocity for an impressive duration of 10 minutes. Furthermore, this extraordinary ability possesses the potential for further enhancement. Additionally, various components of the Delta armor are capable of emitting whips of light, effortlessly severing steel. His hands can concentrate energy into spheres exceeding 100,000 volts. The power of the belt is truly formidable. Naturally, as a belt modified by magical stones, it can also harness magical energy. Mastery over the elements of nature is well within its capabilities. My apologies, dear Ophinor, but my belt requires sustenance, and thus, I must impose upon you. The figure of Regis began to weave through the interiors of Tokyo. The Ophion were caught off guard, their bodies torn asunder. In less than 10 minutes, scarcely a few Ophion remained in Tokyo. Regis stood armored before the flower-shaped figure, which appeared to face an imminent threat. The power of the king? The oppressive aura emanating from Regis only evokes thoughts of the King of Orpheus. The king is no more. In any case, your time is limited. Why not bestow your power upon me? Behind Regis, a whip of light emerged, binding the flower shape tightly. Is this truly my fate? A few grains of sand fell from the flower shape. On the bright side, this world shall not be claimed by Ophinox. Is that not a silver lining? Damn. The old man met his end so swiftly. If Regis continues to play for a while longer, the floral shape will inevitably transform into sand. Truly, he is a top-tier Ophion, worth the equivalent of 10 ordinary Ophions. Now, only the few of you remain. Regis from Smart Brain has no intention of devouring the Ophions. Having a few of them is hardly a burden. However, you cannot escape from this predicament either. In the next moment, the bartender Siko Anayama and the bookish Itart Sumira appeared before Kyo Urakami. How did you end up here? Kyo Urakami exclaimed, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. Is it haunted? I have no idea. You saw it yourself. I was just mixing drinks, Siko Anayama replied, setting down her bar tools. Meanwhile, Itart Sumira began to tremble. For Regis loomed ominously behind him. 3 luminous whips ensnared the trio. Kyo Urakami and the others were unable to contain their transformation into Ophions. What? Do you wish to oppose me, the one who wields the power of a king? Regis has relinquished his transformation, yet the whip of light remains unwithdrawn. The power of a king? How is that possible? How could you possibly be a king? Murakami Kyoko yearned to transform into a petal and flee. But his abilities were suppressed, rendering him utterly incapable. To attempt escape before me is truly absurd, is it not? Submit or perish, choose one. Tsuruma Itaru knelt the fastest. Yet his body remained suspended in midair. Thus, he could only bend his legs, kneeling in the air as though upon the ground. O king, I submit. I submit. Regis gently set down Sumira Iroh, who transformed into human form and remained kneeling on the ground. What about you two? I too submit. Ever since she learned that Ophino must find a king to escape the clutches of death, Sayaka Kageyama had resolved to protect the king. Now that the king was so powerful and in human form, a charming young man at that, how could she possibly resist submission? I too submit. In that case, you 3 come forward. Rest assured, I shall not demand your lives. Regis extended his right hand. Siko Kageyama licked her lips and then proactively stepped forward, kneeling before Regis. She lifted her head obediently, resembling a little puppy. Reyes placed his palm upon her forehead, leaving behind a mark akin to a stigmata. A surge of newfound strength coursed through Sayaka Akiyama's body, and in her excitement, she playfully licked Reyes's palm. I recall that you are not a dog, are you? Reyes disdainfully wiped his hands. As long as the master is willing, I can be your little pet. Leave, and cease your provocations here. Next, Murakami Kyoji approached upon seeing that Yamaguchi Siko was unharmed. Then came Tokumaru Itaro. The powers I bestow upon you shall enable your bodies to keep pace with the evolution of the Ophinor. However, your lives remain firmly within my grasp. It would be wise not to allow me to discover any acts of betrayal on your part. Furthermore, remember to reign in your subordinates among the Ophinor. Do not engage in indiscriminate attacks against humanity. I do not believe you would survive the onslaught of humans once you are fully exposed. Murakami Kyoji looked up and said, My lord, if we do not proceed this way, how can we Ophinor hope to conquer the world? Do not dwell on such villainous ambitions of world domination. What you need to focus on is the study of the Ophinor, perfecting the technology to transform humans into Ophinor. This approach is far more efficient than your current method of killing one by one. Moreover, the number of Ophinor should not become excessive. With power comes the challenge of management. Regis only needs to timely supplement the quantity of Ophino. The matter on the smart brain side has been resolved. Next, it is time to reclaim the belts. Aside from Kazuga Masato, Regis harbors no ill feelings towards the main characters. Reyes arrived at the Kikuchi laundry and happened upon Masato Soga and Keitaro Kikuchi. Hello, I'm looking for Mari Sonoda. Masato Soga, throwing a rag onto the ground, stood before Reyes with a glare of fury. What business do you have here? Regis gently pushed, causing Kazuka Yato to nearly lose his balance and fall to the ground. I did not come here to seek you out. Besides, what relevance do I have in your presence? Rages sat on the sofa, and soon, Mariri Kuramoto returned with the clothes. Mariri, have you given any thought to what I mentioned last time? Sure. How about we go to the park this weekend? Mariri Kuramoto had already begun to envision winning the heartfelt affection of Yuji Kabaka. All right, it's settled then. After Leijis finished speaking, SGA Misato followed closely behind, this time clutching a belt in his hand. What, is this meant to confront me, a mere mortal? Do not feign innocence. You cannot possibly be an ordinary person. You must be Ofine. SGA pressed 913, yet before he could insert his phone into the belt, Leijis delivered a swift kick, sending him flying. In the next moment, the Kaiksa belt automatically detached from SGA's body and landed in Leijis' grasp. How dare you transform before me? Who granted you the audacity? Regez's disdainful tone left Kasaka Misato both astonished and infuriated. Without his belt, it was even more impossible for him to contend with Regez. This belt is taken away. After all, it will be of no use to you in the future. Reflect on your actions here. Suddenly, the clothing on Kasaka Misato transformed into a robe, suspending him aloft. May a kind soul come to your rescue. In the park's lush grass over the weekend, Regez and his companions were enjoying a delightful picnic alongside the protagonists. Everyone appeared to be in high spirits, save for Kasaka Misato, who occasionally cast glances at Kichida Kitaro, who was fixated on Nagata Yuka. However, Nagata Yuka remained utterly oblivious to Kichida Kitaro's presence. In the present moment, she was diligently assisting Regez with the grilling, cooking one skewer for herself, which Regez promptly devoured. Mukiba, what do you think? Regez observed Yuji Mukiba returning with a forced smile. Miss Mari Sonoda is indeed a wonderful person, but we are simply not suited for one another. After all, he is an Ofine, while Mari is human. Moreover, he currently harbors no such intentions. Mukiba, you need no longer concern yourself with matters pertaining to the Ophions. It is time for you to save her life. Look, they are approaching. Murakami Kyo arrived with Akigawa Siko and Takuya Itzer, and the protagonists felt a palpable tension. Takashi Inui and Masato Kasaka were acutely aware of several aches in their bodies. What brings you here? Takashi Inui inquired, retrieving his belt in preparation for transformation. Masato Kasaka instinctively reached for his belt, only to remember that it had long been taken from him. Everyone, there is no need for such alarm. They are my invited guests. For now, please refrain from speaking. Allow me to express my thoughts. Upon the conclusion of Regez's remarks, they discovered, to their astonishment, that they were indeed rendered speechless. Smart Brain is now under my command, and they shall henceforth restrain Ophion, prohibiting any assaults on humanity. Should you find it difficult to trust, you are welcome to join Smart Brain. Furthermore, it must be noted that the human form is incapable of sustaining Ophion's evolution. Should you wish to address this issue, you may seek my assistance, with the cost being your allegiance as my subordinate. Of course, if this does not concern you, that is entirely acceptable. Reyes snapped his fingers, and the crowd regained control over their bodies. We are not Ophion, nor can we ever join Smart Brain. Do not even think of deceiving us. Suga Yato hurled an iron spear towards Reyes. What are you doing, Suga? No one anticipated Suga's sudden ambush. Yuka Nagata instinctively positioned herself in front of Reyes. Having only transformed into Ophion once, she had forgotten to transform beforehand. It appears I have been too lenient with you. The iron spear in midair suddenly accelerated, hurtling towards Suga Yato, and then embedded itself in his arm. Furthermore, are you not half an Ophion yourself? You are merely a failure, incapable of truly obtaining the power of Ophion. Not just Suga Yato, but all of you from Meteor Academy, you are all remnants of a failed experiment. The only difference is that your memories of the experiment have been erased. I have no desire to explain this matter to you. Murakami Kyo will elucidate it for you. Murakami Kyo produced a videotape. Kain, would you care to join Smart Brain? Rages extended an olive branch to Qianxiao. By joining Smart Brain, you can continue to safeguard humanity as you did before. Otherwise, I shall reclaim Fuis. Moreover, as an Orphanok, after so many battles, how much longer can you endure? The revelation that Qianxiao, who has fought alongside Fuis and the Orphanok, is indeed an Orphanok himself is astonishing news. This information is not only unknown to Mariri Yoden, but even to Murakami Kyo. Why are you also surprised? Not only Qianxiao, but even Kabaka and the others are Orphanoks. The belt is not something that ordinary individuals can wield. Regez snapped his fingers, and under his influence, Qianxiao uncontrollably transformed into the very aspect he despised the most. Qianxiao was a wolf-like Ophion, and his Ophion form surpassed even the likes of Sayako Inayama and Itsuro Takuma from the Lucky Four-Leaf Clover. How could this be? How could Qianxiao be an Ophion? Masato Kasaka also roused from his agony. Although he held a disdain for Qianxiao, he had never doubted Qianxiao's humanity. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him. The sky had fallen, and humanity was doomed. Qianxiao was an Ophion, untrustworthy, and so was Yuji Makaba, who was in league with him. His own belt had been stolen. The human government would surely dismiss the words of an inconsequential figure like himself. The number of Ophions would inevitably increase, heralding the end for humanity. Sensing Masato Kasaka's inner turmoil, Regez could only remark that he was worrying needlessly. Once you have made up your mind, come find me. I shall grant you but a week's time. However, Before that, please return the belt. Regis has returned to his villa, yet the woman, Seiko Kageyama, shamelessly followed him. What are you doing here? He inquired. You are my master. Wherever you go, I shall follow, Seiko replied, drawing closer. Yuki, please, restrain her. Regis has extricated himself from the entanglement with Ayaka and Ayama. Do you have something to convey to me? Yukihiro Makiba remains in a state of unconsciousness. The events of today have been nothing short of surreal. The once invincible smart brain is, in fact, the possession of Regis. You need not overthink it. As I mentioned earlier today, it is time for you to embrace a new life. Extend your hand. Although Makiba does not comprehend Regis's intentions, he nevertheless reaches out. This mark will ensure your survival against the evolution of Ophion. Moreover, consider joining Smart Brain. There exist numerous wild Ophions in this world. Aligning with Smart Brain will be far more advantageous than facing them alone. By the way, this is for you. Regis handed the Kaiksa belt to Yuji Makaba. Master, would you care for a drink? Seiko Kageyama produced the wine utensils. Regis is a king, and naturally, a king ought to have a queen. However, given Chotion Yuka's disposition, she is ill-suited to bear such a weighty responsibility. Moreover, she has yet to encounter a woman more exceptional than Ophina. Let us set that aside for today. By the way, Yuka, I intend to embark on a journey for a while. During this time, you shall accompany Akagama Seiko. A journey? Master, might I accompany you? Akagama Seiko stealthily approached Regis from behind, embracing him. You are being rather audacious. Reyes seized Seiko's arm, pulling her from behind the sofa and pinning her down onto it. So, Master, are you going to punish me? Regis gave a forceful tap on Akiyama Seiko's head, causing her to lie rigidly on the sofa. Truly, she was never at rest. Nagata Yuka moved Akiyama Seiko aside and took a seat beside him. Nagata Yuka, are you truly intending to leave? Regis, indeed. Nagatana Yuka, can't you take me along? Regis, you might find it difficult to acclimate to that place. Reyes, extend your hand. I shall leave you a few things. I hope you can safeguard yourself and no longer be bullied by ordinary people. A week later, Reyes departed from this world. He transformed into Delta as he left, for he was uncertain of where he would find himself upon returning. Moreover, he was unaware of how much time had elapsed in that realm. Reyes has once again employed the cross-border variant of the Phantom Shift. Before Regis stood a towering edifice, shrouded in darkness, resembling a prison. At the entrance of the tower was inscribed a phrase, "For the greater good." Is this in Minor? Reggie never anticipated that he would find himself here, in Numenor, Austria. At this time, it seems that the only prisoner confined in this place is likely Grindelwald. Regis harnessed his extraordinary speed, ascending to the rooftop. At that moment, the tower's warning enchantments had detected an intrusion. The guards were thrown into disarray, hastily grasping their wands as they rushed toward the rooftop, where the world's most perilous criminal was confined. Should he escape, chaos would soon engulf the magical realm. The cell that imprisoned Grindelwald was exceedingly austere, lacking even a window. Sunlight could only penetrate through the crevices between the stones, casting its feeble rays upon Grindelwald. It had been a long time since anyone from the outside had visited me. Who are you? Regulus made a hole in the wall and beheld the frail and aged Grindelwald within. At that moment, he resembled a decrepit old man, devoid of any trace of his former grandeur. Greetings, Mr. Grindelwald. I am a student of Hogwarts, though I prefer to keep my true identity concealed for the time being. Grindelwald chuckled softly. I have no interest in who you are. The affairs of the outside world have long ceased to concern me. If you wish to avoid being pursued, I suggest you depart swiftly. Reyes crushed a stone, and the powder fell from his fingertips. I do not believe they can do anything to me. I shall speak with you once I have dealt with those individuals. In the blink of an eye, Reyes vanished, leaving Grindelwald unaware of his departure. Was this prison fortified against apparition? Could it have failed? Grindelwald attempted to apparate and soon realized the spell was indeed intact. What a terrifying little fellow. Even with a wand in hand, I found myself unable to react. The guards of Nurmengard were still laboriously climbing the corridors, panting heavily. Damned, without the ability to apparate. Climbing is exhausting. Be quiet. You should conserve your strength. We do not even know who has the audacity to present themselves. I sincerely hope we do not encounter him. Anyone bold enough to approach Nurmengard must be a formidable wizard. The speaker paused momentarily. Reflect for a moment. Since our arrival here, how long has it been since we engaged in magical combat? Elvin, just look at you, your belly resembling that of a pregnant woman. Dick, your wand is even held backwards. In our current state, can we truly contend with this unknown adversary? We have not even glimpsed his shadow, and he has already reached the rooftop. Perhaps we should let them go. Their negligence may cost them their jobs, but encountering those villains could leave them with injuries far worse than mere disability. The guards pondered this notion. They had spent over a decade here, no longer youthful or fervent. The dutiful young men of yore had transformed into middle-aged souls merely biding their time. Yet, their hopes remained unfulfilled. Reyes suddenly appeared before them, tapping their shoulders. In their line of sight, there were numerous versions of Reyes. Reyes' speed had reached such a level that it created afterimages, which appeared to others as duplicates. Greetings to you all. No, we are far from well. With your speed, do we stand a chance to strike? We implore you to render us unconscious swiftly. Please, attack without delay. There is no need for reminders. The guards are well aware of their course of action, though they have not engaged in combat for quite some time. Anyone with common sense knows that when faced with an enemy, the appropriate response is to attack. They shall fall, shattered and broken. The incantations, each one more precise than the last, were shouted, save for one who seemed rather intoxicated, his words slurring. Yet, nothing transpired at the scene. Allow me to witness your prowess in wandless magic. The wands they once held had long since found their way into Reyes' grasp. As trophies, he had inserted each one atop the towering spire. Wands? Wands. The wands have been taken away. How could he be so swift? Is he even human? At this moment. Regardless of whether any of the guards possessed the ability for wandless magic, they had no intention of embarrassing themselves further. The enemy was evidently an entity beyond their capability to resist. We surrender. Oh, esteemed unknown wizard, please do not harm us. We have never mistreated the prisoners within. If you wish to take him away, we are powerless to oppose. In total, 7 guards, regardless of their nationality, rendered a salute akin to that of the French military. Even though they had no knowledge of Reyes' whereabouts, a draft was presented before them. Suddenly, 7 vials of truth serum appeared before the 7. Rest assured, it is merely a standard truth serum. I have had my fill of bloodshed today. Of course, should anyone wish to hasten their journey to the afterlife or to Merlin, I would not mind facilitating their passage. Before Legis could finish his words, all 7 vials of the truth serum were emptied. He then proceeded to inquire whether they had made contact with the outside world and the means by which they did so. Fortunately, this group was too eager to assess Grindelwald's condition and had not yet had the opportunity to notify anyone externally. By the time they remembered, their wands had already been confiscated by Legis. The supply replenishment period had not yet arrived, which meant Legis had no immediate concerns about exposure. After his questioning, Legis confined them, and given their cooperative demeanor, he merely bound them to a cross to silence them. Reyes has shed his transformation, yet he still dons a mask upon his visage. Would you care for a drink? Reyes grasped a can of cola, a beverage that, by all accounts, should not yet have been produced. At my age, I ought to refrain from indulging in such things. To my astonishment, there still exist individuals in this world who come to seek me out. Pray, share your purpose. Grindelwald shifted his position, moving closer to the small opening that Reyes had created. I have heard that your eyes possess the ability to glimpse the future. The future is in a constant state of flux. Long ago, I lost clarity regarding the trajectory of what is to come. Grindelwald gestured towards the cola bottle in Reyes's hand. Do procure one for me as well. Did you not just assert that, at your age, such indulgences are ill-advised? Regis, however, was not being stingy. Indeed, this matter is truly ill-suited for me, much like the outside world, which has become incompatible with wizards. You just mentioned that your vision can no longer discern the future. How then can you ascertain whether the present world remains suitable for wizards? Regis held aloft a copy of the Daily Prophet. Today marked the 13th of December. Reggie has perfectly missed the commencement of the school year at Hogwarts, and the Christmas break is rapidly approaching. He is now at a loss as to how to return and explain his absence. Reyes merely hopes that, upon his return, he will not behold his own gravestone. Reyes casually flipped through the pages, finding little of interest. Grindelwald, do you still wish to pursue your former ambitions? I find myself rather intrigued by it. Would you care to assist me? However, Grindelwald merely smiled. I have grown old and lost the fierce aspirations of my youth. Moreover, Dumbledore remains. He would never allow such a thing to transpire. Defeating Dumbledore is merely the first step of your desired endeavor. During his imprisonment, Grindelwald had contemplated extensively, realizing the flaws in his previous thoughts. The number of wizards in this world is exceedingly sparse, and not all wizards comprehend his vision. He was destined to fail. How can one know success without attempting it? Reyes continued, and if muggles were to become wizards, do you believe they would still reject us? Grindelwald regarded Reyes with an odd expression. The notion of transforming muggles into wizards is utterly absurd. For years, wizards have been unable to heal even the simplest ailments. And yet you entertain the idea of muggles wielding magic? Even I, Grindelwald, dare only to dream of such things at night. Ignorant humans should spend more time studying. There are 3 essential texts: gene transmission, DNA, the secrets of life, and the blueprint of genes. Perhaps you should peruse them first. If wizards can emerge from among muggles, it indicates that they inherently possess the genes to harness magical power, albeit dormant. Assisting ordinary individuals in becoming wizards would inevitably plunge this world into greater chaos. Moreover, when it comes to cunning, wizards are far less adept than politicians among ordinary folk. Perhaps the Third World War would be ignited by the mass emergence of ordinary people as wizards. Yet, by that time, the fusion of technology and magic would catalyze human advancement. Reyes firmly believed that when that moment arrived, he would possess the strength to resolve everything. Humanity's technology has advanced significantly. If there existed an individual well-versed in both magic and human technology, achieving this should not be insurmountable. What say you, Grindelwald?